She was not a strong, domineering heroine, nor the type to revel in sweeping triumphs. Though fairly independent, her nature in the early stages was one of resignation. If the so-called supporting female did not provoke her, she simply could not be bothered to intervene. She was also rather self-serving. Even if she pitted the original owner of this body, she would never risk her life for her. This was a world where noble women held status, but men still ruled a place where only the strong were truly revered. Gu Qinyuan's dagger pressed against Jiang Lijin's neck. The razor-sharp blade split her skin, scarlet blood sliding down her pallid throat and dripping onto the pure white carpet below, a stark, shocking stain. She did not struggle. She only looked quietly at the man she had debased herself over and fawned on for a full 3. In his deep, handsome eyes there was not the slightest trace of pity, only revulsion, a loathing that ran bone deep. Jiang Li, at this point you're not even qualified to serve as Wanwan stand-in anymore. His voice was more cutting than the blade itself. Su Wanwan nestled weakly in his arms, affecting her usual pretentious sobbing tone, her voice sickeningly sweet, yet grating. Liliji, I'm so sorry. Don't blame Qinyuan, he just loves me too much. He can't bear to see me suffer, even the tiniest grievance. But by now Jiang Lijin could no longer make out what Su Wanwan was saying. Because in her mind the system had already begun blaring its highest level death warning. Warning. The male lead's favorability has dropped to absolute 0. The host is about to face mandatory erasure by the system. Please take immediate survival measures. At once. Hot on its heels came the anxious cry of Xiao Air, the system that had accompanied her for 3 years, its mechanical voice almost breaking into sobs. Host, don't just stand there in a daze. Think of something, anything. Cry. Fall to your knees and kowtow to him, beg his forgiveness. For 3 years we've taken blows for him, given blood for him, done so much. He must still feel something for you. Feel something. Jiang Lijin gazed into Gu Qinyuan's emotionless eyes and suddenly laughed. To hell with survival measures. To hell with being his obedient doormat. To hell with being a substitute heroine. She had no intention of serving this rotten storyline for even one more day. Just as Gu Qinyuan frowned, assuming she would once again grovel and wag her tail before, Jiang Lijin suddenly exploded into motion. From somewhere within her frail frame, she summoned a vicious, desperate strength. Her hand shot out, not to push away the deadly blade but to clamp down hard on Gu Qinyuan's wrist, and with a resolute smile dragged the dagger savagely across her own carotid artery. Blood spurted forth with a wet hiss, splattering across half of Gu Qinyuan's face. For the first time those perpetually indifferent eyes shattered with sheer unadulterated shock. As searing pain detonated through her neck, the world fell eerily silent. Jiang Lijin thought, let it all end like this. In this book transmigration mission she had come in person. Once the body died, her soul too would be erased by the system. That was fine. She had long regarded it as her final release. Yet, she opened her eyes once more. The first thing she saw was a ceiling awash with flowing blue, like ripples of water made of light, gaudy, flamboyant. The kind of decor a cold ascetic man like Gu Qinyuan would never tolerate. She stared at it for a full 3 seconds before belatedly realizing this was definitely not a hospital, and even less the underworld. What was this supposed to mean? Had the system decided on some twisted form of recycling, assigning her yet another masochistic mission? She no longer even had the strength to sigh. Could she not even be allowed a clean, decisive death? She tried calling out silently in her heart, Xiao Air. There was no reply, only a suffocating, deathly silence in her mind. Hey, don't you play dead on me. I know you can hear this. Didn't I fail the mission already? Erase me, or whatever else you've planned. I'll accept it all. So what is the point of pretending you're gone? And where exactly is this place? Her shout echoed through the emptiness of her mind, then gradually faded away. Xiao Air was gone. The mechanical voice that had accompanied her for 3 full years. The one that would secretly play funny videos for her after Gu Qinyuan humiliated her. The one that would clumsily comfort her with a host, don't cry, we'll fight again next time, whenever Su Wanwan framed her, had vanished without a trace. Once again she was utterly alone in this world. Yet before she could swallow the bitterness of that thought, an extremely impatient voice crashed down upon her. If you're awake, stop pretending to be dead. Jiang Lijin finally moved her eyes ever so slowly. 3 men stood by the bed. No, strictly speaking they did not look like ordinary people at all. All of them were at least 2 meters tall with broad shoulders and long legs. Stranger still were their unnatural hair colors and irises and faces so strikingly handsome, they looked like top-tier cosplayers from her original world. Yet the aura they exuded, that of apex predators, pressed down on her frail body, making her chest tight and filling her with instinctive physical discomfort. On her left, a silver-haired man was staring down at her, as if she were garbage. How do you even have the gall to faint? He sneered, disdain thick in his eyes. Who exactly are you putting on this act for? Moreover, group purification is more efficient. The blue-haired man, standing in the middle, appeared somewhat more mild. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, but his tone was equally devoid of warmth. Jiang Lijin, since you're awake, let's discuss the matter of divorce. The moment he spoke, Jiang Lijin froze. How did he know that name? Jiang Lijin was a name she had only ever spoken to Xiao Air. On Blue Star in the orphanage, she had been called Jiang Li. Before she was bullied, set on fire, and died together with her abusers, she had been Jiang Li. In the book world where she had served as a stand-in doormat for 3 years, she had also been Jiang Li. Only in those countless nights when torment left her wishing for death had she confessed to Xiao Er, once this mission is over, I'll change my name to Jiang Lijin. Like ashes, burning the past to cinders and being reborn anew. So how could this stranger before her possibly know it? She forced her heavy lids up and looked at them. On her right, the red-haired one did not spare her so much as half a glance. Head lowered, he furiously tapped away at the sleek high-tech light brain on his wrist, grumbling impatiently, "Why are you wasting breath on her? Just make her sign and get her out of here." Apparently finding one-handed operation too slow, he tore the light brain off and let his long fingers dance across the virtual screen at lightning speed. Jiang Lijin frowned, then did something that made all 3 arrogant men freeze in unison. She closed her eyes, pulled the blanket up, and lay back down on the bed with an air of peaceful indifference. "Xiao Er," she called again stubbornly in her heart. Still there was only dead silence. "So it's really gone," she muttered under her breath, the corner of her mouth tugging into a mocking curve. All the better, at least there would be some peace. Just then a sharp pain lanced through her mind. A flash of white light and the memories belonging to this world's original owner poured into her head like shattered glass. Interstellar era. Beastman Empire. Shrank males, gene matching. A useless female with crank mental power. She was still struggling to digest this tidal wave of information, but the 3 noble Shrank men before her clearly did not have such patience. "Are you deaf?" The silver-haired beastman finally lost all patience. He thrust out a large hand, reaching to seize her shoulder. From the fragmentary memories that had just flashed by, she knew this hot-tempered silver-haired man was called Laikisi. His true form was a silver wolf, and he was in the eyes of the law one of her husbands. Before his hand could touch her, Jiang Lijin flung back the blanket and shot upright from the bed. The motion was too abrupt, and coupled with the original owner's frail constitution, a wave of dizziness crashed over her, and her vision went black around the edges. But she ground her teeth and swallowed the weakness down, forcing her back ramrod straight as her jet-black eyes locked unflinchingly onto the 3 men, her so-called husbands. Tian Yin toyed with the teacup in his hand, rubbing his fingertip along the rim, unable to suppress a light laugh. "Our little wife is smarter." This woman who usually barely dared to breathe in their presence. How did she now have the courage to look at him like that? "What did you say? Repeat it." Jiang Lijin dug a finger into her ear as if bored, and asked in all seriousness, "I just had a ringing in my ears. I didn't catch it." The one in the middle, Jilin, who seemed to have the best temper, frowned slightly, pressing down on a faint, inexplicable unease. He repeated, "We hope you will agree to dissolve the marriage contract. The forced match between you and us was a system error from the beginning. Continuing it is torture for all parties involved." The red-haired Arden finally lifted his head. In his crimson eyes there was open, undisguised ridicule. "To put it plainly, you're not worthy of us. Crank mental power drank genes. Aside from possessing a female body, what else do you have? 4 top-tier Shrank males like us, only a pure-blood female like Faye Irwin with Shrank's spiritual power to match is worthy. With that pathetic scrap of mental power, you're not even qualified to perform spiritual soothing for us." "Stop." Jiang Lijin pressed her throbbing temples and raised one hand in perfunctory interruption. The 3 men, long accustomed to standing high above others, all fell silent at once and looked at her. Jiang Lijin drew a deep breath, feeling as if every inch of her body were about to dissolve from weakness. But it didn't matter. She was far too familiar with this fragility. In the book world, in those 3 years of being tormented as a lovesick doormat, she had already forged an iron will. "Let me sort this out." She extended her pale, slender fingers and counted them off one by one. "First, the 3 of you are, in the eyes of the law, my legitimate husbands. Second, you want a divorce because I'm a crank good for nothing, while in your hearts there isn't Shrank goddess, your sacred white moonlight. Third, you have just spent a solid 3 minutes hurling graceless insults and personal attacks at a patient who has only just regained consciousness. That is me. Did I miss anything?" She lifted her head. Her small, bloodless face was utterly impassive, yet her eyes shone with a startling, Laikisi felt a sudden, inexplicable irritation under that stare. The beast's instinct within him insisted that this woman was no longer the same. But he still snorted coldly. "And if you didn't get it wrong, so what?" "Nothing at all," Jiang Lijin replied lightly. The next second, she suddenly smiled. The smile was brilliant and reckless, even tinged with long-suppressed madness. "I just wanted to confirm the situation. Now that everything is clear, it's my turn." Barefoot, she stepped onto the icy metal floor. The chill shot up from the soles of her feet, but she paid it no mind. Step by step, she advanced on the 3 of them. Though she was a full head and a half shorter, the aura radiating from her, of a woman who feared absolutely nothing, actually forced the 3 Shrank beastmen to instinctively retreat half a step. "First, regarding the divorce." "Divorce? Absolutely, we divorce. We divorce immediately, on the spot." Jiang Lijin pointed at them, her gaze as disdainful as if she were looking at non-recyclable trash. "You 3 with your ridiculous rainbow bird nest hair, A bunch of tacky clowns. Anyone who refuses to divorce you is the real fool. Where's the divorce agreement? Bring it here, I'll sign it right now. The three of them were struck dumb on the spot. Second, she continued stepping even closer and tilting her head back to meet their eyes about me being crank trash. You're right, I am trash. So what? Did my crank existence eat your precious grain? Did my breathing contaminate the air in your mansion? The main brain matched you three to me a crank, and that's supposed to be my fault. Why don't you go take a good long look in a mirror and think about where exactly you fall short? Maybe it's because after all these years you never bothered to improve yourselves, and that's why the system decided you were only worthy of being paired with trash like me, a mere crank. Jiang Lijin, normally eloquent, found himself completely choked into silence. Lastly, and this is the most important, Jiang Lijin rose onto her toes and jabbed a finger hard into Likisi's rock-solid chest, her momentum arrogant to the extreme. You three listen up and carve this into your ears. From this day on, I, Jiang Lijin, will no longer revolve around you self-important mutts. From now on, I quit. I refuse to serve you any longer. Fawn over whatever strank goddess you like. It has nothing to do with me. She paused, letting her gaze sweep over their three faces now utterly petrified and awash with clashing colors of emotion. The curve of her lips sharpened into a wicked, icy smile. However, if you dare speak to me again in that lofty, condescending tone, her voice cooled to a razor edge. I will immediately log onto the Starnet and, under the Empire's Rare Female Protection Ordinance, submit 3 real-name petitions to the Supreme Court, describing in thorough detail how the three of you have subjected a weak lawful spouse to psychological abuse and personal attacks. After all, you just admitted it with your own mouths. Jiang Lijin tilted her head, her smile sweet yet lethal. Oh, and I've already thought up the headline for the Interstellar media. It goes like this: shocking. 3 shrank beastman elites of the Empire join forces to bully their low-ranked mate. What has become of their moralities? The spacious, luxurious bedroom fell into a silence as absolute as death. Clack! Aiden's latest model light brain crashed solidly onto the floor, finally shattering the oppressive silence. Jiang Lijin bent down, picked up the light brain, stuffed it back into Aiden's hand, and even patted his arm considerately. Hold it tight, brother, she said with since resounding concern laced with a retaliatory tease. How can your hands be trembling at such a young age? You can't even hold something this light properly. If it breaks, it has nothing to do with me. I can't afford to pay for it anyway. After all, I'm just a useless cranker. With that, she pulled open the door and walked out without looking back. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving the 3 males staring at one another in mute astonishment. Before any of them could speak, the door was suddenly shoved open again. Jiang Lijin poked her head back in and called loudly, "By the way, once you've drafted the divorce agreement, just send it directly to my light brain." Having said that, she slammed the door shut once more. This time the 3 of them were completely petrified, standing there in a daze. After a long while, Aiden finally muttered, "Did she just agree to divorce us?" "Yes," Rex replied, dully, his voice carrying the frustration of a defeated soldier. "And she called us what? She also said she'd file a complaint against the 3 of us under the Female Protection Ordinance." Killen added, his voice comparatively calmer. "And she said, what title was it again?" Aiden still sounded as if he couldn't quite believe it. Shocking. 3 shrank beastmen, disgusted by their mates' low rank, joined forces in a personal attack. Killen recited the line with perfect seriousness. The other 2 males' faces simultaneously darkened. Rex was the first to act, slamming his fist into the wall. The surface instantly caved in, leaving a sharp, clear fist imprint. "She's insane," he ground out between clenched teeth. "Maybe," Killen said, raising a hand to press his throbbing temples, "but she agreed to the divorce. She cursed us. She even dared to threaten us." Aiden finally snapped back to himself, his fiery red hair practically bristling. A crank female actually dares to threaten 3 shrank beast men. Does she even? She does, Killen cut in, his tone complicated. She even knows about the Female Protection Ordinance, and we cannot leave behind any record that could be interpreted as abusing a female, especially now with the military reviewing my promotion qualifications. Moreover, Faye Irwin, or any shrank female for that matter, would never accept a male with such a stain on his record. Aiden opened his mouth, 1,000 words clogging his throat, and finally choked out only one hoarse curse. After leaving the room, Jiang Lijin followed her memories to find her bedroom. As soon as she entered, she quickly locked the door, then slid down with her back against it, collapsing to the floor as her body trembled uncontrollably. But it was not fear, it was exhilaration. There was no damned system notification repeatedly flashing OOC warning, no countdown to a mission failure penalty, no force compelling her to say, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please don't leave me." She had talked back. She had really talked back. She covered her face with both hands, and laughter leaked out through her fingers, growing louder and louder until tears of mirth were streaming down her cheeks. Yet as she laughed, the tears gradually refused to stop. In that damned book world, she had played the doormat for 3 years, fawned over Gu Chenyan for 3 years, endured Su Wanwan for 3 years. All to complete that bullshit mission, all for the so-called perfect life the system had promised. Unfortunately, she had never succeeded, not even at the moment of her death, and she still did not know whether such a perfect life truly existed. When she opened her eyes again, she had arrived in this even more absurd interstellar beastman world. She wiped her face, pushed herself to her feet, and walked over to the dressing mirror. The face in the glass resembled her original one by 7 or 8 parts, only with a tiny mole newly added at the corner of her eye. Carefully, she sorted through the fragmented memories of this body's original owner. This world was utterly different from the one she had been born in, and just as different from the book world she had once traversed. This was an interstellar beastman world composed of 13 star systems. Due to environmental pollution and the invasion of the Zerg, human genes had been forced to fuse with animal genes, giving rise to the beastmen. The degree of fusion determined one's rank, ranging from drank up to shrank. Yet under the influence of these genes, females had become exceedingly rare. The ratio of females to males was roughly 1 to 5,000. Thus the Female Protection Ordinance had come into being. In theory, females not only could bear offspring, but their spiritual power could purify the mental corruption males accumulated while battling the Zerg. With such scarce numbers, they ought to have been cherished wherever they went. Unfortunately, the 3 beast husbands originally matched to this body were not ordinary beastmen. They were all shrank, while the original owner had only crank's spiritual power, utterly insignificant in their eyes. Even though the original body was physically frail, yet gentle and sensible, unlike those other willful, spoiled females, her low spiritual power still left her permanently excluded by her 3 beast husbands. So she had always tiptoed around them, circling the 3 beast husbands carefully, doing her utmost to win their favor. The plot mirrored almost exactly how Jiang Lijin had once debased herself for Gu Qinyan in the book world. Jiang Lijin could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. Heh. In the end, the bootlicker is left with nothing. In this world, partner matching was overseen by the main brain of the Interstellar Empire, the super AI network to all beastmen across the star systems. The main brain would establish a contract between both parties based on their compatibility. The higher the match, the more efficiently the female could purify the male. And because females were so rare, a single female was usually matched to multiple partners. Under normal matching logic, however, a crank female could at best be paired with brank or a rank males. As for shrank males, even if they were matched to a shrank female with 10 or 20 partners already, it was nearly impossible for them to be paired with a crank female. Someone like her was truly a first. As her thoughts churned, her stomach growled loudly. Jiang Lijin suddenly remembered that this body probably had not eaten in a long time. She patted her pockets. They were utterly empty. From the memories, she knew that because of her 3 husbands' neglect, her allowance was pitifully small, so little that she could barely afford even the cheapest nutrient solution. She recalled the 3 impeccably dressed males she had just seen. Aiden's latest light brain alone cost a fortune, while their wife could not even afford a proper meal. Castrate them, she spat out a curse. Still feeling unsatisfied, she cycled through every foul word she knew, in Chinese and English, and in the dialect she had learned in the previous world, just to please Gu Qinyan, hurling all the curses she could think of. Once she had finished cursing, a sense of relief washed over her. She flopped onto the bed and buried her face in the pillow. After lying there for a while, she turned over, sat up again, and switched on the old light brain on the desk. It was the only item of real value in the room, a relic left behind by the original owner's parents. The screen lit up and prompted for a password. Jiang Lijin searched the memories for a while, but could not find a definite code. She entered the original owner's birthday. Incorrect. She tried the wedding anniversary with the 3 beast husbands. Incorrect. She typed in, "I want a divorce." Still incorrect. After a moment of silence, she typed in 1 2 3 4 5 6. The screen unlocked. Well then, Jiang Lijin's lips twitched. This password suited the original owner's character all too well. She began browsing through the information stored in the Lightbrain personal account balance. 32 interstellar credits. Yet even the cheapest nutrient solution cost 5 credits per tube. In other words, if she limited herself to 1 tube of nutrient solution per day, she could survive for 6 days. She calmly worked it out. If no other income appeared within those 6 days, she might very well starve to death. Oh, and there was the matter of the divorce. She opened the marriage management system and sure enough saw 3 unread messages from Rex Killen and Aiden, respectively, all titled Draft Agreement on Dissolution of Marriage. Jiang Lijin opened their emails one by one, the contents identical, laced with glaring humiliation. They were willing to pay a compensation of 50 interstellar coins in one lump sum provided that she voluntarily renounced all rights to marital property division and permanently left the main star not allowed to mention her marital relationship with the 3 in public. Jiang Lijin frowned. In the memories of her original self, her 3 husbands as class beastmen held a certain social status and wealth, 50,000 for each, and they demanded no division of marital property. Were they trying to send her off like a beggar? She immediately closed their emails and began searching for relevant laws in this world on her light brain. After a while, she started typing her reply. Recipient Rex Kieran Arden. Subject response to the draft agreement for dissolving marital relationship. Your Excellencies, I have received your letter. Upon review, the compensation plan proposed by your side shows a significant gap from the obligations stipulated under the current interstellar legal framework. According to Article 47, Clause 3 of the Interstellar Marriage Law, a female has the right to 30% of the marital property upon divorce. Based on publicly accessible information linked to data source attached, the annual income of your excellencies over the past 3 years is as follows. Rex Walker, heir of the Walker family, from the 4th galaxy, average annual income of about 1.2 million interstellar coins. Kieran Noah, heir of the Noah family, from the 7th galaxy, colonel of the 3rd Corps in the federal military, average annual income and investment returns of about 3.5 million interstellar coins. Arden Yin, registered class A, hunter of the Free Mercenary Guild, average annual commission income of about 8.0 interstellar coins. Based on these calculations, our minimum legal claim is as follows. Furthermore, according to the Special Protection Clause for divorced females, the requirement for a female to permanently leave the main star is considered an unreasonable restriction of the female's right to free migration, requiring special approval from the Female Protection Association. According to the Personal Information Protection Law, the requirement to not mention the marital relationship may infringe upon the female's freedom of speech, and I suggest a revision. Jiang Lijin typed the final period, rechecked everything, and finally clicked send. The light brain emitted a faint whoosh sound indicating the email was sent successfully. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her empty stomach, and upon getting up, she found half a bottle of water left on the nightstand. She twisted the cap off and took a couple of swigs of cold water. Just as she set the bottle down, a hurried and heavy footfall echoed outside, followed by an unapologetic banging on the door. Jiang Lijin, open the door. It was Arden's voice, and she could feel his anger seeping through the door. Jiang Lijin slowly walked back to the bed and sat down, ignoring him. I know you're in there. The light brain has an online reminder. Arden banged twice more, the metal door frame vibrating. What the hell did you send? Arden. Kieran's calmer voice came from outside with a hint of restraint. Stop banging on the door. Did you not? Arden's voice rose. She accounts for our income. And now she's quoting laws. She's a class. Shut up. Kieran scolded quietly. After a pause, he said to the door, Jiang Lijun, we need to talk. Jiang Lijun then walked to the door, but did not open it, speaking through the door panel. What is there to talk about? The email was clear enough. Where did you get those figures? This time it was Rex, his voice low, barely concealing his anger, and the legal citations. Who taught you that? Jiang Lijun laughed. Classes can surf the internet too. As for the income data, all 3 of you are prominent figures. Oh, what can't be found online? There is no way you can get that amount. Rex said in a stiff tone. Military allowances, family trusts, and commission fees, most of which do not fall under marital community property. Then let it go to the Imperial Marriage Management Bureau for their ruling. Jiang Lijun replied casually. After all, the Female Protection Association will provide free legal assistance. I can apply to freeze part of your funds for preservation until the judgment is made. As for me, a class am just a free agent. I can afford to wait. I just don't know if the 3 of you can afford to drag this out for a year and a half. Actually, Jiang Lijun felt uncertain about this, dragging it out for a year and a half. She didn't know if she would starve to death first. But she didn't care as she was all in. Are you threatening us? Arden gritted his teeth. Just stating the facts. Jiang Lijun leaned against the door panel, somewhat bored, stretched out her slender fingers to look at them. You were the ones who thought to send me off with 50,000 coins. Kieran suddenly spoke, his voice closer to the door. Jiang Lijun, you weren't like this before. Jiang Lijun paused her movements. 3 years of marriage, you barely knew how to use a light brain. Kieran said calmly. Yesterday, you were still asking me how to apply for an increase in monthly living allowances, and today, you can accurately quote marriage laws. Why? Hearing this, Jiang Lijun lowered her eyes. The original self was indeed a soft pushover thrown into this absurd marriage by the matching of the main brain. She dared not resist, and had lived in fear for 3 years, her memories filled with carefully pleasing them. Was this doubt towards her? People change, she spoke, her voice a bit hoarse, especially when pushed to a dead end. The outside seemed to be choked by her words, falling silent for a long while. Finally, it was Kieran who broke the silence. All right, we will draft a new agreement. The compensation amount can be negotiated. The demand to leave the main star can be cancelled, but you must sign quickly. Sure. Jiang Lijun responded swiftly, but I want to see sincerity first. What sincerity? Transfer 10,000 interstellar coins to my account now. There was silence outside the door. A few seconds later, the old-fashioned light brain on the table vibrated slightly. Jiang Lijun walked over to check, and her account balance jumped to 1032 interstellar coins. Then the footfalls outside began to fade gradually. Jiang Lijun waited until there was complete silence before pulling open a crack in the door to look out. The corridor was empty. Those 3 dogs finally left. She shut the door and locked it, letting out a long breath, her legs feeling a bit weak. She dared not delay using the money that had just arrived to place an order at the cheapest 24-hour convenience store in the Star Network community. 10 packs of basic nutrient solution, a bag of synthetic bread, and a bottle of the cheapest painkillers. Just now she hadn't felt the tension, but now the cramping pain in her stomach was becoming more pronounced. She even set the delivery address specifically to thrown in through the window of the third room on the second floor. She dared not spend too much money as she was unsure how long this would drag on with the three of them. If she were to be kicked out halfway, she would need some money for protection. Half an hour later, a small drone flew to the window and dropped in a package. She picked up the package, sat on the bed, and first twisted open the painkillers to take one. After the cramping pain in her stomach eased slowly, she opened the nutrient solution and took a swig. That sip almost made her spit it out. It was terribly bitter. It was simply spoiled bitter melon juice. She hurriedly tore off a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth to suppress the taste, only to find that this synthetic bread tasted like rehydrated cardboard. But she had no choice now. If she didn't eat, she would only starve, so she had to force herself to swallow. She gazed out the window as the artificial moon of the main star rose, its cold white light filtering through the window and spilling onto the floor. The night was deep, and Jiang Lijin lay on the cold bed, her eyelids feeling extremely heavy. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she seemed to hear that voice again, faint and distant. It was the voice of the little assistant. "I hope this time you can be happy." Jiang Lijin suddenly opened her eyes and sat up on the bed. The room was silent, only faintly filled with the distant sound of the main star's incessant aerial traffic outside the window. Nothing else. Was it an illusion? Or had she finally gone mad? She screamed inwardly, "Little assistant, is that you? Answer me." No response. Only the pounding of her own heartbeat echoed in her ears. She lay back down, but could no longer fall asleep. She stared at the ceiling where a thin crack was visible. The room where the original owner lived was completely different from the rooms of the other three. There was no decoration, and the whole room exuded a sense of decay, just like her current self. "It doesn't matter," she spoke to the air dryly. "I don't care, I'm free now." Her words echoed in the empty room, returning to her ears. Light and airy, even she felt a lack of conviction. Freedom meant no one to bind her, but it also meant no one to rely on. She lay there with her eyes open, watching the artificial moon outside gradually sink, while the artificial sun slowly rose, until a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door. She got up, patted her cheeks to wake herself up a bit more, ruffled her hair, and walked over to open the door. Kieran stood at the door, dressed in an expensive-looking dark gray suit, holding a thin data pad in his hand. His expression was calm, but the dark circles under his eyes revealed that he hadn't slept well the night before. "Good morning," he said calmly. "We have discussed this. This is the last number we can accept." He handed over. Jiang Lijin took it and quickly scanned it. The compensation amount was much less than she had calculated yesterday, but it was still better than 50,000. After three of them estimated, she could roughly receive 1 million Interstellar coins in compensation. The additional terms were also amended, no longer requiring her to leave the main star. The scope of the confidentiality agreement was also narrowed down to no malicious fabrication and dissemination of false information that damages the other party's reputation. Although this number was far from what she had expected, for some reason at this moment, she suddenly felt no strength to argue anymore. Her stomach ached subtly as the painkillers wore off, and the sleepless night made her temples throb. "All right," she handed the data pad back. "Let's leave it at that." Kieran visibly froze for a moment, and his action of taking the data pad was somewhat slow. He looked at her, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Agreed. What else?" Jiang Lijin showed an expression of exasperation. "Do you really want me to keep dragging this out with you?" Kieran fell silent for a few seconds, his fingers operating the data pad for a few moments. "The compensation will be transferred to your account within 3 days. The revised version of the agreement has already been sent to your light brain. Once you sign it, our marriage will be officially dissolved. Also, this property is REXS premarital private property. Please vacate it as soon as possible after the divorce." "Understood." Jiang Lijin walked to her old light brain in front of him, opened the latest email, glanced at it without examining it closely, and signed her name at the end. The light screen flickered, and a pop-up window appeared stating, "Signing complete, submitted." Kieran followed closely behind her, watching the notification on the light brain with a hint of complex emotion in his eyes. He thought she would cause a scene, bargain, or complain about the neglect and grievances of the past 3 years. But she didn't, as she was as calm as an outsider. "Please also have the other 2 copies sent to my light brain as soon as possible," Jiang Lijin said. "Do you have any other questions?" Kieran withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to a businesslike matter. "Aiden insists on suing you." "Oh," Jiang Lijin nodded. "Let him go ahead. Do you need me to provide some trending topic title ideas? For example, S-Class Beastman sues C-Class ex-wife suspected of disputing marriage compensation, or former partners face off in court. Who prevails, law or human emotion?" Kieran's lips seemed to twitch slightly. "I don't mind if he trends on social media," Jiang Lijin chuckled. "Really, I'm not afraid of wearing shoes while barefoot. As a C-Class, I can't compare to your S-Class with connections and status. If he wants to stir things up, I'll play along." Kieran said nothing more, just looked at her deeply before turning to leave. Jiang Lijin immediately walked over to close the door, leaning against the door panel for a while. It was time to pack her things. Once the money arrived, she had to move out immediately. But where would she go? Jiang Lijin searched her mind. Vaguely, she remembered that the original owner, like her, was an orphan with no family, not even friends. Perhaps that was also the reason the original owner desperately wanted to maintain this marriage. The original owner's belongings were pitifully few. Apart from a few dusty clothes, there were only some scattered personal items. She pulled open the bottom drawer of the wardrobe, preparing to stuff everything into her suitcase, but her fingertips brushed against a hard object. She pushed aside the old clothes and saw a dark green iron box hidden inside, small, about the width of 2 palms, with an old-fashioned padlock hanging on it. Jiang Lijin dragged it out. It was heavy. Her memories of the original owner were somewhat fragmented, and she couldn't recall more detailed and private things like passwords or keys. She could only search around the room in the drawer gaps, under the bed, and on top of the wardrobe. Nothing was found. Tisk, she said, feeling a bit irritated, looking at the annoying lock and muttering under her breath, useless. Ding. A voice echoed in her mind, detected self-deprecating tendencies in the host. According to Article 3, Paragraph 7 of the system's psychological healthcare regulations, comfort points are now awarded 0. 1. At the moment she realized this voice was ringing from her own mind, Jiang Lijin felt as if her blood had frozen. But she quickly realized this was not the little assistant's voice. Who is it? Who are you? Hello, host. The gentle voice sounded again. I am your auxiliary system number 3001. Where's the little assistant? Her heart raced in her chest. My original system number 332. Where is it? 3001 fell silent for 2 seconds. I'm sorry, host. 3001's voice remained gentle, but carried a hint of programmed evasion. My database contains no records of any system named Little Assistant or number 332. I am the first and only auxiliary system activated for you in this world. Bullshit. Jiang Lijin shouted in her mind. I clearly existed in the last world. According to my core protocol, I cannot access or trace any other systems that may have existed before binding to me. My mission is to assist you in exploring and surviving in this world. The system's voice calmly interrupted her. Jiang Lijin understood. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. The pain helped stabilize her chaotic thoughts. All right, she said, then tell me, what tasks do I need to undertake in this world? She had made up her mind if this world required her to perform any servile tasks again, she would take the male lead and female antagonist down with her. Mainline task of this world: exploration. 3001 replied quickly. As long as the host maintains a state of survival, they will automatically earn 0.01 points every minute. Exploring new maps, learning new knowledge, achieving certain life accomplishments will trigger additional point rewards. This system has no mandatory plot lines, no OOC penalties, and no failure erasure mechanisms. Core objective: assist the host in living as long as possible in this world. Jiang Lijin listened, first stunned, as if completely incredulous. After a long time, it seemed she finally received some information, the corners of her mouth slowly curling into a smile that was more difficult to bear than crying. What does this mean? What kind of days had she lived for the previous 3 years? If she slightly deviated from the female lead's character or showed any disdain for the male lead, the system's electric shocks would immediately fall upon her. So much so that the points she earned later were all to exchange for rewards to avoid punishment. But now she was told that just living would earn points. Just surviving. Yes, host. 3001's voice was gentle and affirmative. Exploring the world and experiencing life, this is the entire meaning of your journey. Points can be used to exchange for items and knowledge within the technological license scope of this world, or to improve physical fitness. But most importantly, you possess complete freedom of will. Jiang Lijin raised her hand, randomly wiping her tear-stained face, gazing at the cold and unfamiliar sky of this world outside the window. Free will. She softly repeated these 4 words. Then she dragged that heavy green box back to the side of the bed, staring at the bothersome lock. Fine, just live for now. Let's talk about the rest later. Shall we? Can you pick locks? Jiang Lijin casually named it. The system promptly responded, I do not possess any physical operational capabilities. But I can attempt logical analysis. Wait, host, what are you doing? Picking the lock with physics. Jiang Lijin directly moved the chair in front of the desk and slammed it onto the lock of the box. With a loud crash, the lock on the box finally snapped, creating a dent at the front of the lid as well. Xiaoyi exclaimed, host is amazing. Jiang Lijin chuckled lightly, appreciating the emotional support. She lifted the lid of the box, revealing not much inside: a faded plush toy, a diary, and a small iron box. She first picked up the diary and casually flipped a page, finding the handwriting neat, even somewhat rigid. June 12th, 337 of the new calendar. Today was the mental strength test with a result of C grade, stable. My father said stability is good, but my mother cried. I don't understand why. March 3rd, 338 of the new calendar. The matching results are in 3 grade adults. Everyone says I am very lucky, my father smiled, but my mother is still crying. September 15th, 338 of the new calendar. I met Lord Rex. He is very handsome, but it seems he doesn't like me much. And there is Lord Kieran, who is very polite, but it feels like there is a distance between us. Lord Arden didn't come at all. Oh, I really want to go home. Jiang Lijin quickly flipped through the diary. Most of the content was quite bland, documenting the mundane daily life of the original owner and her cautious feelings towards the three men. Until the last few pages, the handwriting suddenly became hurried. They all say Miss Philwin is wonderful. Grade mental strength, gentle and beautiful, even her genetic level is a grade. Lord Kieran has gone next door. Lord Rex gave her a star emblem flower. Lord Arden got mad at me because I didn't respond to Miss Philwin's greeting in time. But I tried my best. I fainted today. The medical department said it was due to excessive mental energy consumption. Fainted again. When I woke up in the medical pod, I heard the nurse say, so pitiful, such a high matching degree, yet the body cannot bear it. The last page had only one heavy line, almost tearing through the paper. I want to go home. Jiang Lijin closed the diary and remained silent for a long time. Although she had already known this from the fragmented memories, seeing the original owner's diary made her heart ache for this pitiful girl for a moment. Xiaoyi, she asked softly, what is the matching degree between the original owner and those three beast husbands? Retrieving data. Found it. The matching degree of the original owner Jiang Lijun with Lord Rex is 92, with Lord Kieran is 90, and with Lord Arden is 89. All are rare high matching degrees. So high. Jiang Lijun raised an eyebrow, then why? Why is she still disliked? Why is she still neglected? Why are they clearly the most suitable for each other, yet live like outsiders? Xiaoyi's voice chimed in, still in a gentle tone, but rarely carrying a hint of caution. According to the research literature on mental strength in this world, a female's mental purification of a male is optimally suited when they are of the same level. If the male's level is higher than the female's, the greater the gap, the heavier the mental burden on the female during the soothing process. When the gap exceeds 1 rank, the soothing effect will significantly decrease. If the gap exceeds 2 ranks, the female's mental strength may suffer irreversible damage due to long-term forced matching. In severe cases, there may even be life-threatening risks. So it's not that the original owner doesn't want to, it's that she can't, it's not that she isn't trying, it's that this body cannot withstand it. And those three men they coldly and naturally ignored, never considering what does a grade female have to endure to coexist with 3 grade beast men. They only saw Philwin's dazzling grade brilliance, yet no one asked that grade little girl whether it hurt when she fainted alone in the medical pod after each purification. Indeed, although the original owner was only grade as their female partner, she had also provided them with numerous mental purifications over the past 3 years. In this world, there are 2 ways for females to soothe and purify males. One is through mental strength purification, and the other is through physical contact. They are very resistant to physical contact with the original owner, perhaps wanting to keep their Philwin goddess chaste. So all along, the original owner has been performing mental strength purification for them. And for a grade, mental strength purification is even more challenging. Although the 3 of them treated the original owner with indifference, their spiritual bodies were particularly close to her, perhaps also because of the high matching degree. Jiang Lijun snorted lightly and opened the small iron box. Inside there were no jewels, no secret documents, just 2 items. A bouquet of withered flowers tied with a ribbon. Jiang Lijun carefully picked it up to take a look. It's a star emblem flower. It's a star emblem flower, host. Xiaoyi said in her mind. Jiang Lijun nodded and put it back. She picked up the other item, which was a holographic. Jiang Lijun activated the photo, and the image appeared before her eyes. A middle-aged man with a gentle smile and a woman with soft features standing in between was the young original owner. All 3 were wearing simple home clothes with a background of a small courtyard full of star emblem flowers. In the lower left corner of the photo, there was a small line of text, Lily's 7th birthday at the old residence in Blue Star. Blue Star. Jiang Lijun almost sprang up. Blue Star. She couldn't help but murmur. How could it be Blue Star? Was it just a coincidence? The place she lived before crossing over was also Blue Star. Xiaoyi sensed her emotional fluctuations and immediately began searching, quickly responding. Host, in the Interstellar encyclopedia of this world, that is an agricultural planet on the fringes that was destroyed in a war long ago, erased from the star map 10 years ago. What do you mean? Jiang Lijun paused for a moment. Wasn't the original owner an orphan? Erased from the star map 10 years ago. Where are her parents? The diary mentioned her parents 3 years ago. I'm sorry, host, but this cannot be found in the database. Because the original owner was merely a cannon fodder female character in the book. In the book? Jiang Lijun caught the key phrase. Is this also a book? Yes, the book is titled Interstellar Beast World, 3 Handsome Beast Husbands Spoil Me to the Heavens, a very popular sweet pet fiction. The female protagonist Philwin is an grade mental healer, gentle and kind, capable of healing, but she encounters the wrong people, matching with 3 grade beast husbands who PUA her due to their inferiority. In the end, the female protagonist and the 3 grade males who became infamous after the divorce rescued each other, ultimately achieving a 1v3 happy ending. Xiaoyi paused and added, and you host are the cannon fodder ex-wife who appears in the first chapter of the original book. Your role was to cause the three to fall into some public opinion storm after their divorce. They were maliciously framed by bad people accused of bullying females. Originally, you were supposed to testify for them in court to prove their innocence. However, in the third chapter you died in an accident on the spaceship heading to the fringe star, which deepened their public opinion crisis. Hearing these words, Jiang Lijin's mouth twitched. They were not maliciously framed at all. This was clearly. Moreover, the original book's female protagonist should take a look at her eyes. Wasn't she just escaping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair? Were those three males really good people? Accident. What kind of accident? Jiang Lijin asked. It was an encounter with space pirates or navigational failures of the spaceship. Host, don't worry, now that you know the plot, just avoid that spaceship. Alright. After all that, she's still in the book, and she's gone from a tragic female protagonist to a cannon fodder female character. Forget it, Jiang Lijin couldn't be bothered to dwell on it as long as it didn't make her a sycophant. She picked up the holographic photo again and stared at it for a long time. The original owner's fragmented memories of her parents were extremely vague, only two gentle shadows. She had always thought the original owner was naturally an orphan, at least from the start of her setting, growing up in an orphanage, and then being randomly thrown into this absurd marriage by the matching system. But now she felt there were too many doubts. Xiaoyi, is there any way to find out where the original owner's parents are? She asked with a glimmer of hope. No, there isn't. Xiaoyi answered quickly. The background information of the original owner before the plot of the book begins is only noted as an orphan from the fringe star domain, and the detailed origins are not elaborated. This photo might be a hidden setting not designed in the plot. Host, according to the exploration purpose of this system, discovering hidden plots also falls under the category of unlocking new knowledge, which will reward additional points. In the future, we can explore related clues. Jiang Lijin nodded. She was more interested in that place, sharing the same name as her hometown, Blue Star. But the most important thing right now is to get the divorce done first. She carefully placed the photo back in the iron box. She looked again at the star emblem flower in the box, and her mindset began to change. At first, she thought this star emblem flower was given to her by those three beast husbands because the diary mentioned that Kiran had given Philwyn a star emblem flower. Perhaps he had whimsically gifted her one too. Now it seems that this star emblem flower represents her hometown. Xiaoyi's voice suddenly became a bit cautious. I detected a significant fluctuation in your emotions. Would you like me to play a soothing piece of music or tell a joke? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. You can tell jokes. She recalled the little assistant who would secretly play funny videos for her. I can. Xiaoyi perked up. This is a basic function of the system. This system has a repository of 3654 jokes and can match different jokes based on the host's hometown. For example, the joke I matched for you is, why did a blind man who couldn't read suddenly start reading while walking? Because he walked to a crossroads. Jiang Lijin fell silent, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, people do laugh when they are at a loss for words. She closed the iron box and placed the plush toy and diary into her suitcase. These items were left by the original owner, and she had to keep them. Xiaoyi, when you said I should avoid that spaceship heading to the fringe star approximately, when will that be? According to the original book, it is recorded to be 3 days after the original owner divorced the three beast husbands. 3 days after the divorce, that would be in 3 days. Jiang Lijin thought for a moment. Just in case, she decided not to leave the main star for a month and find a place to stay on the main star first. Females are assigned housing. Since she had been with the three beast husbands, she had moved into Lord Rex's house. Tomorrow she would go to the Female Protection Center to apply for a housing unit. Although she knew that the conditions for a crave female would not be too good. She looked around the room again, ensuring she hadn't missed anything, and then sat down on the edge of the bed preparing to rest. After a morning of fussing around and not sleeping all night, she was so tired that her eyelids kept drooping. She lay on the bed, but her mind was in a jumble, and she couldn't fall asleep for a while. Xiaoyi, she suddenly spoke. You said that in a world where females are extremely scarce, the original owner has such a high matching degree with those three scrayed males yet lives. Cautiously. Xiaoyi was silent for a few seconds. This question involves emotional and sociological aspects. I cannot provide an accurate answer. But if I were to analyze, it might be because the matching degree only represents physiological compatibility and does not denote emotional value. Host, although I am not a human, we are fed a lot of data from birth. Some partners with a matching degree of 90 live like enemies, while some with only a score in the 70s remain loving for a lifetime. Matching degree is not love, it is merely an indicator. Jiang Lijin froze for a few seconds, chuckled and complimented. You are a bit smarter than the little assistant. Some things it just couldn't comprehend. She recalled that before she died, the little assistant had said that Gu Qinyuan still had feelings for her. Thank you for the compliment. Xiaoyi's tone seemed to carry a hint of pride. My emotional simulation module is the highest configuration capable of simulating 37 different human emotional reactions. Would you like me to simulate excitement? No need, Jiang Lijin laughed. Save it for later. She stared at the gap on the ceiling and drowsiness gradually crept in her eyelids, growing heavier. But just as she was about to fall asleep, Xiao Yi's voice suddenly became serious. Host, there is something I think I should. The sleepiness that had begun to fade away made Jiang Lijin feel a bit helpless. Can you just say it all at once? I'm almost asleep. I just discovered it too. Xiao Yi's tone carried a hint of a spoiled tone. Go ahead, Jiang Lijin said helplessly. During the deep scan of your physical data, just now, I found a hidden message. The original owner's mental strength and genetic level are not grade and grade. What? Jiang Lijin was now completely awake. Her genetic sequence contains an exceptionally precise suppression layer, a kind of artificially engineered gene. According to the scan analysis, the original host's true genetic and psychic aptitude ratings are both Class S. Jiang Lijin jolted fully awake and shot upright in bed. Say that again. The original host Jiang Lijin inherently possesses Class S genetics and Class S psychic aptitude. Xiao Yi repeated her manifested Class C rating was deliberately concealed, possibly through external suppression or a genetic seal. In short, this body has always harbored latent Class S potential. Holy hell. Yet before the exclamation had even faded, another thought surged forth. If the original host was naturally Class S, why conceal it? Xiao Yi, her voice tightened. Can you trace who imposed this suppression layer? Or when, or why? Apologies, host. This information is absent from the database. The system can detect the suppression layer's existence, but cannot determine its origin or purpose, perhaps due to privacy constraints or higher-tier information lockdown. Jiang Lijin fell silent. So she had a system, but one nearly as useless as having none at all, withholding every critical detail. Yet what consumed her now was the motive behind the concealment. Was it malicious, intended solely to deny the original host her rightful power, or protective? But that made no sense. In this world, Class S status should guarantee superior protection. Host Xiao Yi interjected. This system can remove the genetic suppression layer and activate your Class S psychic aptitude, but it requires 500 points. It can be activated. Jiang Lijin's interest quickened. According to the system, she earned 0.01 points per minute, 4 points per day. So in roughly 1 month, she could accumulate enough to redeem it. A faint smile touched her lips as she asked, she expected refusal, as before, but Xiao Yi replied readily, yes, host. You hold an advance quota of 5000 points, 4500 remain. Shall I initiate activation now? Jiang Lijin paused, then swiftly recalibrated. This was no longer the old system. She sank back onto the bed and declared, since I've been granted a second chance, and since this time I wield my own will, I shall live unapologetically, doing as I please, striking down whoever dares defy me. Go for it. Host, have you truly considered this? The removal process may induce discomfort, and success is not guaranteed. She merely furrowed her brow slightly. Life as Class C is already wretched. If I succeed, I become Class S. If I fail, I remain a Class C failure. How much worse could it possibly get? I've decided. Activate it now. Ding. Command received. Initiating genetic suppression layer removal protocol. Estimated duration 3 minutes. Mild to moderate discomfort may occur. Please maintain steady respiration. Jiang Lijin drew a deep breath and adjusted her posture. Begin. The first second passed, no sensation. At the 10th second, a warm current surged upward from the base of her spine. By the 30th second, that warmth had transformed into searing magma, flooding every nerve, incinerating her limbs and core. 2 minutes remaining. Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind, unusually laced with concern. Then she recalled something, and grinned. Xiao Yi, tell me, when I awaken as Class S, will those 3 men regret everything? Host, you're still thinking about that? Of course. Pain fractured her speech, yet her eyes gleamed with mirth. The Class C failure they scorned for 3 years, suddenly ascending to Class S. Ha ha ha. Damn, just imagining it thrills me. You truly fear no pain. Pain. Jiang Lijin laughed aloud. Yes, it burned. But how did this compare to the life she'd endured? Gu Qinyuan once ordered her legs shattered for arriving mere minutes late delivering baby burp cloths to Su Wanwan. This pain was negligible. 1 minute left. Pain had sharpened into numbness. She propped herself against the headboard, gasping. Sweat drenched her back, soaking both nightgown and sheets. Yet her lips curved upward, for she felt an unfamiliar power welling up from deep within, gentle radiance. Where that warmth flowed, agony receded, replaced by an ethereal lightness she'd never known. 10, 9, 8, 7. In the final seconds she saw, not with her eyes but with her psyche, a luminous sphere rising from her core, illuminating every recess of her being. 3, 2, 1. Genetic suppression layer removed. Class S psychic aptitude and Class S genetics fully activated. Jiang Lijin slumped against the headboard, breathing raggedly, drenched, trembling, as if dragged, yet her eyes blazed with startling intensity. An alien force coursed through her veins, her hearing, vision, and scent perception sharpened to preternatural acuity. Is this Class S? She murmured. Yes, host. We succeeded. Congratulations. You are now a certified Class S psychic adept. Xiao Yi cheered within her mind. Jiang Lijin grinned and froze. Footsteps stirred downstairs. Someone rose. Hushed voices exchanged words, indistinct through the floorboards, but the air itself felt charged wrong. Then heavy footsteps ascended the staircase, multiple pairs deliberate and converging. Host, Xiaoyi cried urgently inside her skull. Your psychic energy has just awakened. You haven't learned to conceal it yet. They've sensed the anomaly. Hurry! Jiang Lijin sprang from the bed. Conceal? How? She possessed this power for less than a minute, still grasping what it even was. Calm yourself, host. Breathe deeply. Imagine your psychic energy as a sphere of light. Press it inward, compress it deep into your core. The footsteps reached the second-floor corridor. Eyes closed, Jiang Lijin strained to obey. Visualizing light coalescing in her chest, teeth, clenched mind, pushing, compressing. The sphere trembled and slowly shrank. From beyond the door came Aiden's voice, tinged with uncertainty. Is this the room? Then Kalen's calm reply, the resonance originates here. A sharp rap echoed on the door. Jiang Lijin. Rex's voice, cold, clipped, authoritative. Jiang Lijin opened her eyes. Sweat-plastered hair clung to her temples. Her clothes were rumpled and damp. She inhaled deeply. The light had receded into her depths, leaving only the faintest whisper. Undetectable, surely. Sufficient, host. They no longer perceive the anomaly, but neither do they register your former Class C signature. Jiang Lijin twisted her lips in a wry, silent reply, no choice but to accept it. Barefoot, she crossed to the door and wrenched it open. What's with the midnight banging? Leaning against the frame, she didn't bother lifting her eyelids. Speak quickly, if you have business. Otherwise, leave. 3 men stood at the doorway. Aiden frowned, scanning her face before looking past her into the room. Rex remained expressionless, yet his gaze also quickly surveyed the interior. Only Kieran stood a bit further away, his calm eyes behind glasses watching her, revealing nothing of his thoughts. There was a fluctuation of spiritual energy just now. The source is in your room. Kieran spoke first, his tone still formal. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. So we came to take a look. Aiden replied, his nose twitching as if confirming a certain scent. That fluctuation doesn't seem like a clevel, it's at least a level or higher. Seeing their demeanor, Jiang Lijin felt relieved. No one was attempting to sense her current spiritual energy, they only believed there was someone hiding in her room. She nearly laughed out loud. Leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, she tilted her head and looked at them. 3 esteemed gentlemen, not sleeping in the middle of the night, just because there's a suspected level fluctuation in my room, came to knock on my door. What are you afraid I'm hiding someone? Or afraid I've kidnapped your goddess Firwen? Aden's face darkened. You, what about me? Jiang Lijin interrupted him. As a clevel waste, you think your goddess Firwen could easily press me to the ground with just a finger? Kidnap her? What would I use to tie her up? Scare her into fainting with my stunningly beautiful face? Aiden was rendered speechless. Rex, uninterested in her sarcasm, directly stepped into the room. He glanced at the window, which was closed. Then he looked at the wardrobe, which was open and empty. What are you doing? He asked in a harsh tone. Jiang Lijin tugged at her damp clothes. Can't you tell, Lord Rex? I'm exercising, keeping fit. It's not like I'm worried about you 3 esteemed gentlemen getting divorced and dying unexpectedly in some corner of a planet. Rex immediately recognized her sarcasm, his anger flaring as his fists clenched. Just as he was about to speak, Kieran interrupted him. Did you feel anything from the fluctuation just now, eh? Kieran's tone was as calm as if they were chatting. Jiang Lijin turned to look at him. She maintained a relatively calm demeanor towards Kieran, as he was the only one here who seemed somewhat human. Feel what? Any anomalies such as dizziness, tinnitus, or a momentary lapse in mental clarity? Jiang Lijin's mind sparked with a strange thought. Was he trying to give her a way out? But she remained impassive, on her face frowning as she thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, it seems my brain just beeped for a second, and then I felt a buzzing in my head, a bit dizzy. What's wrong? Kieran didn't answer, but instead looked at Rex. Rex was silent for a few seconds, turned, and walked out without saying a word. Instead, Aiden was stunned. So, just leaving like that? The source of the fluctuation has been confirmed, Rex said without looking back. The main star is currently upgrading the spiritual energy base, causing fluctuations to spill over. You're a clevel with a sensitive constitution, so you'll be affected. Aiden opened his mouth, glanced at Rex's back, then at Jiang Lijin, finally muttering a curse before turning to follow. Kieran walked at the back, glancing back at Jiang Lijin as he exited. His gaze was very calm, but Jiang Lijin always felt he was assessing something. Does Lord Kieran have something else? Although he seemed to have just given her a way out, she couldn't really warm up to these beasts. Kieran paused and suddenly said, You haven't signed the agreement yet. Jiang Lijin was taken aback. What agreement? The divorce agreement. You still haven't signed the divorce agreement between the two of you, Kieran said flatly. Jiang Lijin blinked and quickly grabbed the light brain on her bedside to check. Sure enough, there were 2 red dots in her email, which were the revised agreements. She had been too preoccupied with listening to Xiao Yi and then fiddling with the box and activating her genes, completely forgetting about it. She felt a rare moment of embarrassment. I'll sign it now. She quickly skimmed the agreement, which was the same as Kieran's with no issues. She dragged the document to the end and signed her name in the signature area. She turned the light brain screen towards Kieran, signed see it. All right, Kieran glanced at it and nodded. Okay. Jiang Lijin tossed the light brain back onto the bed. Once it's signed and the money arrives, I'll move out. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep now. Kieran looked at her and suddenly asked, you seem quite Jiang Lijin smiled sincerely. Lord Kieran, if you were in my shoes, having invested 3 years of sincerity and receiving nothing in return, how long would you stay? Kieran didn't respond. From the corridor came Adin's impatient voice, Kieran, let's go. Kieran glanced at her one last time before turning to leave. Jiang Lijin slammed the door shut with a bang, locking it. She leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside for a while. Footsteps went downstairs, followed by faint voices in the living room, and then it was completely quiet. Host Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind, you acted really well just now. Acting my foot. Jiang Lijin scoffed. That was just me being myself. I find this dreadful place unlucky. I wouldn't want to stay another day. Xiao Yi suddenly spoke up. Host, aren't you going to ask why they sensed the fluctuation as a level or above and didn't directly recognize it as level? Jiang Lijin paused. Right, why? Because your spiritual energy just activated and is still unstable. The fluctuation characteristics lie between a level and S-level. It will only reveal true S-level characteristics once it stabilizes. I see, Jiang Lijin nodded. That's good, but saves them from discovering too early. Xiao Yi asked in confusion, are you very afraid they would find out? No, I actually hope they know, but only after I've completely severed ties with them. But Xiao Yi, can everyone perceive my spiritual energy level? Not everyone, host. Only males with S-level or above who have a higher tier than you can perceive it when the fluctuation of your spiritual energy is significant. Now that your spiritual energy is still unstable, lying between a level and S-level, and just unlocked with intense fluctuations, they were able to detect it quickly. Once your spiritual energy stabilizes, they won't be able to perceive it anymore. Jiang Lijin nodded. So once I fully awaken, will I be above them? Honestly, I don't know, host. We'll have to wait until your spiritual energy stabilizes to find out. All right. Jiang Lijin didn't dwell on it, as she simply flipped over, burying her head in the pillow. 3 days until the money arrives and we're out of here. Then it will be a free world. Where do you plan to go, host? I don't know, she murmured. Just leaving the main star for now. Didn't you say the main storyline task is an exploration task that will grant extra points? Then we'll go wherever we end up. In my 2 lifetimes, I've never traveled around like this. All right, host, no matter where you go, Xiao Yi will accompany you. As Xiao Yi said this, Jiang Lijin suddenly thought of Xiao Er and smiled. Early the next morning, Jiang Lijin was awakened by the notification sound of the light brain. The brightness of the screen hurt her eyelids. She opened her inbox. Sender, Interstellar Marriage Management Bureau. Recipient Jiang Lijin, citizen ID sequel 10303332J. Subject, notification regarding psychological counseling and rematching post-divorce. She sat up in bed, her hair a tangled mess, staring at the email again. Psychological counseling. Rematch? She pointed at the screen, her tone incredulous. I just got divorced, and they're already arranging a new match for me. The voice of Xiao Yi chimed in at the right moment. Host, this is mandated by the laws of this world. Females are considered a scarce resource. To ensure the continuation of the population and social stability, divorced females will be promptly arranged for rematching. Jiang Lijin opened her mouth, but was at a loss for words. 7 days. Just 7 days after the divorce to be handed off to the next one. No, it was the next several. She recalled the original character's fate in the story, dying on a spaceship 7 days after her divorce. According to this logic, that spaceship was likely taking her to meet her new match on the outer star. Xiao Yi, she spoke, her voice slightly airy. Is it really like this for females in this world? Yes, host. The core setting of this world is that females are rare and thus protected. However, because they are protected, they also lose some of their rights to choose. You enjoy the rights brought by the female protection regulations, but you must also accept the arrangements of the matching mechanism. This is the operational rule of this world. Jiang Lijin fell silent. She recalled the 3 years of the original character's life, matched with 3 S-level partners, only to be left to fend for herself. What kind of protection is that? They basically threw her into a place that didn't belong to her and expected her to survive on her own. What if I don't want to be matched? She asked. Theoretically, you can apply for a deferment, Xiao Yi replied, but you need a valid reason, such as unstable mental strength requiring long-term treatment or a serious illness needing recuperation. Moreover, during the deferment period, your female subsidy will be significantly reduced, making life quite difficult. Jiang Lijin tugged at the corners of her mouth. In simpler terms, either obey or suffer. She took a deep breath, about to speak, when the light brain chimed again. The second email. Sender, Central Hospital of the Main Star Department of Mental Dynamics. Recipient Jiang Lijin, citizen ID sequel 10303332J. Subject, notification for re-examination regarding abnormal fluctuations in mental strength. The last sentence of the email read, "The results of this re-examination will be synced to the Interstellar Marriage Management Bureau Citizen Information Center and Matching System database. If you fail to show up by the deadline, your female subsidy will be suspended until the re-examination is completed. Please report to the front desk of the Mental Dynamics Department in Building 3 of the hospital during working hours from 8:00 a.m. to 6:00 p.m. Jiang Lijin was stunned. Xiao Yi. She turned over and lay on the bed. How did the main brain detect the changes in my mental strength? Did it know right after I activated it for one night? Xiao Yi answered seriously, "Host, this is because every beast person in this world has a terminal implanted in them at birth. The terminal is a type of microbiological chip that monitors the host's mental fluctuations, genetic stability, and other data in real time, regularly syncing it to the main brain system." Jiang Lijin was taken aback, instinctively touching the back of her head. "Wait," she frowned. "Are you saying that there's a chip in my head that's constantly monitoring me?" "To be precise, it monitors this body," Xiao Yi clarified. "The original character was implanted at birth, as is the setting of the original book. Isn't that just monitoring?" Jiang Lijin sat up, her tone clearly displeased. "Real-time monitoring, data synchronization, and the main brain knows everything. What's the difference from having a leash around my neck?" Xiao Yi let out a chuckle in her mind. Jiang Lijin was somewhat surprised. This little thing can laugh too. But soon Xiao Yi resumed its usual tone. "Host, while your metaphor is vivid, I must point out that the existence of the terminal does have its necessity." "Necessity?" Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. "What necessity?" "Beast people in this world are different from ordinary humans you have encountered before. They possess beast genes, and when subjected to extreme emotional stimuli, mental pollution, or external forces, they may lose control and become irrational beasts acting solely on instinct. In such cases, they pose a significant threat to society." Jiang Lijin listened attentively. "One of the functions of the terminal is to monitor the mental stability of the beast people in real time. Once it detects excessive pollution or a tendency towards beastification, the main brain will immediately notify the nearest security or medical team for intervention. This is also to maintain social stability." "So," Jiang Lijin slowly began, "this thing is essentially an alarm." "You can understand it that way. The terminal continuously scans the host's brain regions and mental energy C. Once it detects abnormal fluctuations such as your level mental activation last night, the main brain will immediately receive a signal and automatically trigger the corresponding procedure. The re-examination email you received is part of this process." "Heh," Jiang Lijin scoffed. "From what you say, it actually seems quite useful. But how could it match the original character with such a beast husband and let her live such a tragic life?" Xiao Yi was silent for a moment before responding. "Host, did you forget? This is a book. All settings serve the male and female leads." Jiang Lijin fell silent. Xiao Yi detected her low mood and quickly added, "Don't worry, host. Although we cannot change the settings of this world, at least we can change our lives. Xiao Yi will make sure you have a great time here." Jiang Lijin smiled, and then asked, "Xiao Yi, do you think this thing can detect your existence?" "No," Xiao Yi replied quickly. "My existence is bound to your soul and exists on a conscious level, which is beyond the scope of the biological chip's detection. The terminal can only detect the physiological data of this body and cannot perceive my existence." "That's good," Jiang Lijin sighed in relief. "Otherwise, I would be worried about you being eliminated as a virus." Xiao Yi. Jiang Lijin leisurely opened his mouth in her consciousness. "What do you think will happen when those 3 dogmen find out immense glass?" "I don't know either." Xiao Yi seemed to ponder for a moment and replied, "But I believe your list of potential matches will undergo significant changes, and there may even be better candidates appearing." "Better candidates?" Jiang Lijin repeated the term with a chuckle. "Xiao Yi, doesn't that sound like selecting a Xiao Yi was silent for 2 seconds. "Host, although this metaphor is crude, it holds some truth. The matching mechanism in this world indeed considers spiritual power and genes as core factors." "All right then," she said, "let's check. I want to see what expressions they'll have when they discover that their useless ex-wife is actually glass." She turned over, burying her face in the pillow, her voice muffled. "But if I go to the hospital now, will I run into them? Aren't they always running there to bring warmth to their goddess Filwen?" Xiao Yi replied, "You're right. I suggest you avoid their usual visiting hours." "Usual visiting hours?" "Yes. Based on my analysis of the 3's action trajectories, Rex usually visits the military department from 9 to 10 in the morning and only goes to the hospital in the afternoon. Kieran's working hours are irregular, but recently he has appeared in the hospital library every day at 3 p.m. Arden also has no fixed routine, but for the past 3 days he has gone to the hospital cafeteria at noon." Jiang Lijin was taken aback. "How do you even know this? Is this part of the book's setting?" "Not at all." Xiao Yi's tone carried a hint of pride. "I can access the public monitoring network of the main star. As long as it doesn't involve private areas, I can retrieve data. After all, the first step to exploring the world is mastering information." Jiang Lijin was silent for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. "Good job, Xiao Yi. With you around, what do I have to fear?" Hearing Jiang Lijin's words, Xiao Yi became even prouder. I will do my best to assist you, host. She glanced at the email from the Marriage Management Bureau with the words, psychological counseling, squinting at it for a while. Xiao Yi, what is this psychological counseling for? According to the description, it should help females adjust their emotions after divorce and avoid psychological issues. Jiang Lijin scoffed, twitching her lips. Isn't it more likely to develop psychological issues if one matches with a new partner within 3 to 4 days? All right, let's go. She said, anyway, I have nothing to do right now, so let's see how they counsel me. Maybe I can learn a few lines to retort with. Xiao Yi was silent for a moment, her tone very sincere. Host, you are already very good at retorting. You really don't need to learn anymore. I love hearing that. Jiang Lijin laughed. Say it again. Host, you are already very good at retorting. You really don't need. Xiao Yi raised her voice a little. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the room. The light from the artificial sun outside shone perfectly on her face, making her bright smile appear even more vibrant. At 2:30 p.m. Jiang Lijin stood at the entrance of the Central Hospital of the Main Star, looking up at the grand, ultra-modern silver building in amazement. This interstellar beast world is vastly different from both the world she originally lived in and the book world. Fortunately, some fragments of the original owner's memories remained in her mind, or she wouldn't have known how to get here. Wow, it's really big, she muttered. Host, the Psychological Counseling Center is on the 3rd floor of Building 7. You are currently in Building 3 and need to walk 300 meters east. Got it. She leisurely followed the signs. The hospital was bustling with people, but whether they were patients' families or medical staff in white coats, everyone was quite tall. Only she was thin and small, weaving through the crowd, making her appear somewhat out of place. Some beastmen even looked at her with puzzled expressions for a moment, but quickly turned away. Jiang Lijin estimated. She had walked 300 meters, looked up, and saw no signs on the floor in front of her, unclear about which building it was. But she thought that with Xiao Yi around, she would be reminded if she went the wrong way. The elevator doors opened and she peeked out to scan the door signs on both sides of the corridor. Psychological counseling room, a psychological counseling room, B group therapy room. All just labeled with numbers without any names. Which one? She frowned. It should be in zone C. Turn left, Xiao Yi said. Jiang Lijin turned left, took a few steps, and saw a slightly ajar door with the number C07 on the sign. Without thinking, she pushed the door open and walked in, stunned. The room was large with 3 walls made of floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the light gray carpet. The furnishings inside were simple, with only a single sofa and a large desk. But what left Jiang Lijin stunned was the person sitting behind the desk. He leaned back in his chair, holding a document, looking down at something. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised his head, his expression somewhat displeased. In that moment of eye contact, Jiang Lijin's breath hitched. It was a face she didn't know how to describe. His features were sculpted with high cheekbones, a straight nose, and thin lips pressed together slightly, exuding a sense of aloofness. The most striking were his eyes, a light gray as if shrouded in mist, yet captivatingly mesmerizing. He was wearing a black shirt that complemented his dark hair with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his smoothly contoured forearms. The collar of his shirt was undone at one button, and from Jiang Lijin's angle, she could just see a hint of his collarbone. Wow! Xiao Yi's voice exploded in her mind. It was Jiang Lijin's first time hearing Xiao Yi curse. Host, this person's attractiveness data is off the charts. The aesthetic module of this system has frozen. The world I'm seeing now is a blur. Jiang Lijin fell silent for a moment, suddenly feeling that this system wasn't as advanced as she had imagined. Has it frozen? She ignored it, steadied herself, walked in, and pulled out the chair opposite the desk to sit down. Are you the psychological counselor? She said straightforwardly. The man glanced at her, said nothing, just nodded slightly. All right. Jiang Lijin leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. Let me make it clear first, I have no psychological issues. I am very healthy. In fact, I'm quite happy about divorcing those 3 dogmen. I don't need any divorce counseling at all. The man still said nothing, merely watching her, his expression shifting from initial displeasure to a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. Jiang Lijin felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, but continued, however, since there is this regulation in place, let's follow the procedure. I will come here every day for an hour. When the time is up, you sign for me, and we won't disturb each other. How about that? The man finally reacted. He raised an eyebrow slightly, the gesture carrying a hint of subtle disdain. Then Jiang Lijin felt an indescribable pressure, but it was light, like a breeze brushing past her hair, vanishing in an instant. She blinked. What's wrong? The man stared at her, and suddenly something changed in his gaze. That hint of disdain disappeared, replaced by confusion, curiosity, and a trace of something she couldn't decipher. He did not answer her question, but leaned back slightly, speaking in a flat tone. You said earlier that you divorced those 3, and are very happy. Yes, Jiang Lijin nodded. I'm incredibly happy. 3 years finally free. 3 years. The man was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly asked, are you class? Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes in. Although this person in front of her was quite handsome, just like those dogmen, he kept talking about class. She suppressed her urge to retort, her face remaining calm. Yes, class. Is there a problem? The man did not speak again, just continued to look at her. That gaze made Jiang Lijin feel a bit uneasy, not the kind of scrutinizing pressure, but rather, something she couldn't quite put her finger on, as if he was looking at something particularly interesting. After a while he finally withdrew his gaze and picked up the document in his hands again. Sit down, he said, his tone indifferent. Jiang Lijin blinked, feeling a bit puzzled. Is this person really that easy to talk to? But she didn't think too much about it, and walked over to the only sofa in the room, leaning back against it. Xiao Yi, she called in her mind, but after several attempts, Xiao Yi remained silent. She was confused about what was happening. It couldn't be that she was stunned into silence by that person's beauty, could it? After a while Xiao Yi's voice finally echoed in her mind. Host him back. I just froze. Jiang Lijin was speechless, mentally complaining, what kind of trash system is this? It froze at such a trivial level. Is this a trial version? Xiao Yi replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. Host, I don't know either. I thought I was the latest version of the companion system. Are you upset? No, I just suddenly feel that your latest version might be a defective product. Host, Xiao Yi's voice trailed off, sounding as pitiful as a neglected puppy. You hurt my feelings. Forget it, forget it. Jiang Lijin decided not to dwell on it. Can you play me something funny to watch? I'm so bored. Of course. Xiao Yi's voice instantly brightened. That is one of the basic requirements of our system. Jiang Lijin's thoughts suddenly came to a halt. She remembered Xiao. When Xiao secretly played funny videos for her before, it always felt like he was doing something sneaky, afraid of being discovered by the main system and being punished. But now Xiao was saying this is their basic requirement. They couldn't possibly be from the same company. Thinking of Xiao, Jiang Lijin's gaze unconsciously dimmed for a moment. However, she quickly pushed those emotions down, crossed her legs, and waited patiently for Xiao Yi to provide her with a video. But after a long time, Xiao Yi still did not respond. Xiao Yi, she called in her mind. Host him here. Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Hurry up and play the video, I'm so bored. Host Xiao Yi's voice was even weaker now. There is no public network in this location, and there is a signal. I cannot access the internal network. Their firewall level is too high. I can't break through. Connect to the internet. Jiang Lijin frowned in her mind. Why do we need to connect to the internet? Because the video needs to be loaded from the internet. Xiao Yi answered as if it were obvious. What? My previous system, the one I mentioned, Xiao never required an internet connection to play videos. He could directly play it in my mind, and could even show videos from other worlds, Blue Star, and others. He had everything. Xiao Yi fell silent for 2 seconds. Host Xiao Yi's voice became somewhat subtle. This system does not understand your previous system. Before I was activated, my core database was indeed infused with vast amounts of data from other worlds, including the Blue Star and others you just mentioned. However, I can only retrieve textual descriptions, data analysis, and even simulate scenarios about those worlds. I cannot play the kind of real video recordings you mentioned. Those videos are not in my storage. Jiang Lijin was stunned. Wait, what do you mean by before you were born? It means before I was activated. Xiao Yi answered cautiously, I am your companion assistant system, and I was officially activated and born the moment you arrived in this world. Before that, I was just a string of activation codes within the main system. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin found herself momentarily speechless. So, Jiang Lijin paused and slowly spoke, her voice tinged with disbelief. You were born less than 3 days ago. To be precise, it's 2 days and 17 hours. Xiao Yi's tone surprisingly carried a hint of embarrassment. I am still very young and learning many things. Please bear with me for any shortcomings. Jiang Lijin fell silent. She remembered how Xiao Yi had given vague answers when she asked about Xiao before. She recalled how little it knew about this world, how its permission seemed limited, and how sometimes it seemed confused and needed to explore on its own. It turned out it wasn't because it was a defective product, but because it was a newborn. Xiao Yi, she suddenly asked, what would happen if I died, if I passed away in this world? Xiao Yi spoke softly, I would die with you. Jiang Lijin's breath caught in her throat. I am your companion system. Xiao Yi continued, devoid of fear or resentment, only stating the fact with calmness. My existence is bound to your life. You live, I live, you die, I will also dissipate. That is the definition of a companion assistant system. It is a one-time system belonging solely to you. Jiang Lijin remained silent, or rather she was at a loss for words. But she could feel a strange emotion quietly filling a corner of her heart. Host Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of worry. Why are you not speaking? Are you upset? Because I am still not capable? No. Jiang Lijin found it difficult to speak, realizing her voice was hoarse. I'm not upset. That's good. Xiao Yi's tone noticeably became lighter. I will work hard to learn, host. Once I live for a few more days and accumulate more experience, I will definitely become more useful. By then, whatever video you want to watch, I can find it for you. Jiang Lijin looked up at the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window and suddenly asked, Xiao Yi, are you afraid of dying? Xiao Yi seemed to ponder for a moment. This system cannot answer that question because I do not have a complete database for the emotion of fear. However, but if possible, I would like to accompany you for a longer time. This world is vast, and we haven't even begun to explore it. And you just became in class. You haven't yet confronted those 3 scumbags. I want to do all of that with you. So host, please live a little longer, okay? Jiang Lijin stared into the void for a while, not speaking. Then she smiled, not the self-deprecating or resigned smile from before, but a kind of helpless, yet almost indulgent smile. All right, she said, I will try my best. Xiao Yi's voice was filled with joy like a puppy that had received a promise, its tail wagging like a Jiang Lijun didn't speak again. She sat quietly for a while, organizing her swirling thoughts. Then she opened her eyes again and began to idly survey the room. The person behind the desk maintained his previous posture, bowing his head over the documents, his profile illuminated by the sunlight, looking exquisite as if he were not a real person. Jiang Lijun stared at him for a while and suddenly felt that sitting there doing nothing was unbearably boring. She ventured to speak. My name is Karong. The person across from her paused, raised his head, and looked at her calmly. Okay, Karong. Jiang Lijun nodded in agreement. Do you have anything to pass the time? Books, magazines, light brain, anything is fine. It's easy for me to get sleepy just sitting here, and if I fall asleep and snore, I'm afraid it might disrupt your work. Karong looked at her, as if contemplating a serious question. 2 seconds later he spoke, no. Jiang Lijun shrank back into the sofa, muttering softly. Then do you just read documents all day? The room fell silent again. Have you ever been married? She looked up and saw that Karong had put down the documents at some point and was looking at her. Jiang Lijun was taken aback, a bit puzzled. As her psychological counselor, didn't he know the reason she came for? Yes, she nodded. I just signed the agreement yesterday, 3 in 1 go, efficient, right? Karong said nothing, just continued looking at her. Jiang Lijun thought that since she was idle anyway, she might as well continue. The main brain matched me with 3 class big shots, but they looked down on my low level and left me waiting for 3 years. Now that I'm actively proposing a divorce, they still think I'm trying to climb up the social ladder. She laughed as she spoke. Actually, it's normal, I'm a class, and there are 3 classes. It was just the main brain acting up. You don't seem like a class. Jiang Lijun's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Karong looked at her, his tone calm. Class females usually do not dare to speak this much in front of strangers. Jiang Lijun was taken aback. What a strange statement. Can a class be lively and outgoing? What a stereotype. But she still felt a bit guilty and explained. Anyway, you're not here to date me, so what does it matter whether I talk a lot or not? Besides, I thought you seemed quite friendly, so I chatted a bit more. Friendly. Karong repeated the word, his tone subtle. Yes, Jiang Lijun insisted, nodding firmly. Although you seemed a bit impatient with me at first, you didn't kick me out later. Isn't that friendly? You should have seen those scumbags. The silence stretched for several seconds, long enough for Jiang Lijun to wonder if she had asked something she should not. She was about to drop it when the other finally answered coolly, no. Oh, Jiang Lijun nodded. You guessed right. Karong looked at her, something flickered across his pale gray eyes, then vanished, leaving him calm. Why did you guess that? Because you just don't look like it. Jiang Lijun sank further into the sofa, finding a more comfortable position. Karong said nothing, only watched her. His gaze was not an appraisal so much as observation. Why haven't you married? She felt the question was impertinent. After all, they had known each other less than half an hour, but it sounded like she was conducting a census, so she quickly added, it's fine if you don't want to say. I was just asking casually. Karong was silent for 2 seconds. His eyes left her face and rested somewhere beyond the window. There is no suitable match, he said, his tone as if this were someone else's affair. That figures. Jiang Lijun nodded. Matches are decided by the central mind. Finding a suitable one is truly difficult. Like someone like me. The central mind stuffed 3 level mates on me with that pig-headedness of his, and they dismissed me as low rank, refusing to look my way for 3 years. She paused, then added, but now that I'm divorced, when the central mind rematches me, at least match me with someone of level with clevel. No one should snub the other. Karong drew his gaze back from the window to her face. What else? Jiang Lijun spread her hands. Match me with level and be ignored for 3 years again. I'm not a masochist. Karong said nothing, only watched her. His look made her slightly uneasy, but she did not bother to probe. He was a man of few words, let him stare. She had nothing to lose. And to be honest, being looked at by someone so handsome didn't feel like a loss. The room fell quiet once more. Jiang Lijun glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh, only 20 minutes had passed. She sighed and sank deeper into the sofa. Karong, are you always this idle? She pointed at the file in his hands. You spend an entire afternoon reading that. Karong glanced down at the papers, then back up at her. This is my work. I know, Jiang Lijun said, her tone casual as small talk. I mean, don't you have other patients to see? Am I the only one sitting here wasting your time? Karong was silent for a second. This afternoon you are the only one. Jiang Lijun blinked, puzzled. Such a large hospital, and she was the only patient in the counseling center. She quickly rationalized perhaps divorced females were rare. After all, in this world, females were treasured, pampered like jewels. Who would be scorned like her? Then I'm lucky, she muttered. I have the room to myself. Karong did not reply, but the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch. She chatted to him off and on, though most of the time she spoke to herself. At last Karong put the file down, glanced at the clock, and looked at her. Time's up. Jiang Lijin sprang to her feet. All right, I'll go. Same time tomorrow. Ka Rong nodded. At the door she suddenly turned back as if remembering something and asked, they won't change the counselor tomorrow, will they? Ka Rong lifted his head and said calmly, they'll be here waiting for you. Okay. Jiang Lijin nodded brightly. See you tomorrow. She pushed the door open and left without looking back. As she stepped out, a middle-aged man in a white coat approached. He paused at the sight of her leaving that room, then politely nodded and stepped aside. Jiang Lijin paid him no mind and continued on. The man stood for 2 seconds to ensure the young female had walked away before he pushed open the C07 door. He knocked lightly, then entered with a respectful air. Director, he bowed slightly. The afternoon meeting materials are ready. Ka Rong leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the half-open door, as if lost in thought. Director, the man prompted again. Ka Rong withdrew his stare and said lightly, leave them there. The man placed the documents on the desk and was about to leave when Ka Rong asked suddenly how many divorced females were scheduled for counseling this afternoon. The man was taken aback. Counseling. Director, the counseling center is in building 3 here is, I know. Ka Rong interrupted, slightly impatient. The man, uncertain, still replied respectfully, there is only 1 female on the counseling list this afternoon, sir. Ka Rong nodded. Make a copy of her file and send it here later. The man grew more puzzled but dared not ask further. He saluted and left quietly. Once the door closed, Ka Rong was alone. He stared out the window, tapping his fingers on the desk twice before a faint, inscrutable smile tugged at his lips. Clevel. He could not sense her exact rank. That meant either she carried a particularly advanced stealth device that blocked detection, or her level lay beyond his perceptual range. Interesting. He returned to the documents, but could not read a single line. His eyes kept drifting to the memory of that woman's careless stride, and the way she had asked, are you married? Ka Rong let out a sudden chuckle. It had been a long time since he had met anyone so intriguing. Jiang Lijin left the hospital and stretched in a luxurious lazy arc. Xiao Yi, she called inwardly, but Xiao Yi. Still nothing. She frowned and stopped walking. What was wrong? Frozen again. She began to suspect that what she had activated was not a companion system, but a trial product that would lock after 3 days and demand payment. Xiao Yi. A sudden shriek detonated inside her head, and Jiang Lijin jumped. The voice screamed at her host. What are you doing? She asked, covering her ears, even though she knew it would not help. Host. Host. Xiao Yi trembled with excitement. Do you know who that person was just now? Just now. Jiang Lijin blinked. The counseling officer. Didn't he say his name was Ka Rong? Ka Rong. Yes, Ka Rong. Xiao Yi grew more ecstatic. Host, do you know who Ka Rong is? How would I know? He's not my relative. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes and kept walking. Xiao Yi flooded her mind with frantic words. He is the director of this hospital, the director of Zhuxing Central Hospital, one of the most powerful people in the entire Xingji beast world. Xiao Yi babbled on. His background files are top-level encrypted. When I tried to fetch them, I froze the system. Not because he's handsome, but because his clearance is too high. I couldn't open it. When I learned his name and tried again, I crashed the system, but I still managed to pull some basic information. Jiang Lijin halted in her tracks. Director, she murmured for 2 seconds, then continued walking. Why aren't you shocked at all? Xiao Yi demanded. I am shocked, Jiang Lijin said evenly. But so what if he is a director? Directors need counseling too. Maybe he was just here to experience life. No, we were in the wrong building. We went to building 5. That isn't the counseling center at all. That's the administrative building of Zhuxing Central Hospital. No wonder I couldn't breach their firewall. That is director-level protection. It's not that I'm useless. Xiao Yi cried out, indignant and aggrieved. Only then did Jiang Lijin realize why Xiao Yi could track the 3 men around the hospital, but could not penetrate the network of a counseling room. She had simply walked through the wrong door. It wasn't that Xiao Yi was incapable, it was that she herself had entered the director's office by mistake. Their security is awful, she muttered. Anyone can wander into the director's office like it's a market. No, you don't understand. Xiao Yi sputtered, nearly smoking with anxiety. He's not an ordinary director. He is SS level. Do you know what SS level means? Ordinary people wouldn't dare loiter before him, knees go weak just approaching him. Jiang Lijin stopped again. SS level, she frowned and searched the original owner's memories. Isn't level the highest for females in this world? Xiao Yi explained rapidly, that's for females. Females top out its level. Males are different, they can be SS, SSS, even 3S. Across the Xingji beast world there are fewer than 10 3S males and Ka Rong is one of them. Jiang Lijin stood frozen. Fewer than 10. That truly made him a titan. And she had just strutted up to one of them and declared, "I'll sit here for an hour every day. Oh, when time's up you sign for me." She suddenly felt a flash of daring pride. Xiao Yi's voice turned oddly grave. Also host 2S and 3S males can hardly find mates. Why, she asked. Because females top out at S-level and S-level females cannot perform the spiritual purification needed for 2S or 3S males, nor can they withstand their power. The gap in spiritual force is too great. Forced unions inflict irreversible harm on females. Xiao Yi paused, a rare heaviness in its tone. So though they are mighty and sit at the pinnacle of power, their lifespans are short. Without purification, their spiritual force escalates year by year until it consumes them. Jiang Lijin fell silent. She suddenly recalled asking him whether he was married, and why he was not married, as she felt she had been unbearably forward, poking at a wound. And yet he had been remarkably patient. He had not thrown her out, but had answered politely. She remembered her recently activated level spiritual force, Xiao Yi's claim that her potential was high, and the instant when his expression shifted from disdain to curious interest as he looked at her. A sudden curiosity stirred within her. Suppose her level could withstand a 3S male's force. The thought flickered for a second, and she crushed it instantly. What are you thinking, Jiang Lijin? Haven't you suffered enough already? Do you want to inherit the original owner's legacy and go forage for wild vegetables? When Jiang Lijin returned to that place she could barely call home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The moment she pushed open the door, she sensed something was off in the atmosphere of the living room. At this time of day, the three gentlemen were either training new recruits in the military, accompanying their goddess Firwen in the hospital, or executing those mysterious tasks in some obscure corner they would never be found here. But today there were 4 people in the living room. Rex was sitting on a single sofa, his long legs crossed, holding a cup of something, posturing as if he were posing for a magazine cover. Kieran sat on the other side, a book spread across his knees, but his gaze was clearly drifting in another direction. Aiden stood by the window, turned slightly away from the living room, appearing to admire the scenery outside, but his little thoughts were practically written all over his face. In the center of the sofa sat a female. She was petite, not in a frail way, but with a delicate sense that emanated from her very bones. Her skin was fair, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes slightly upturned, the corners naturally tinged with a hint of red, as if she had just been crying. She wore a pale apricot long dress, the soft fabric perfectly outlining her figure, and the neckline was just right to reveal a slender neck and exquisite collarbone. Her hair was loosely pinned up at the back, with a few strands cascading down the sides of her face. At this moment, she was tilting her head towards the doorway, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, as if she had known all along that Jiang Lijin would return at this hour, and her presence here was to wait for her. Jiang Lijin stood motionless at the entrance. She instinctively compared herself to the person before her. The original owner's face was not much different from hers, except for the tear mole at the corner of her eye, which added a touch of charm. Her face was actually not bad, one could even say it was quite beautiful. However, her bone structure was slightly larger than that of the girl in front of her, lacking a bit of delicacy and adding a touch of sharpness. High brow bones, a straight nose, and thin lips that looked a bit cold when not smiling. Her naturally upturned eyes seemed to scrutinize others, carrying a hint of innate aggression. Yet such a face had lost its luster over the past 3 years. Long-term malnutrition had left her complexion unhealthily pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes, and her lips were dry and chapped. She stood outside in that old faded coat, contrasting sharply with the radiant female in the living room. Host, a voice echoed in her mind. It has been detected that the female before you is the original book's heroine, Firwen, and strength spiritual healer, currently matched with 3 rank beastmen. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow internally, but said nothing. Firwen spoke first, her voice soft and sweet. Sister Jiang Lijin, it's been a long time since we last met. Jiang Lijin remained still and did not respond. Firwen seemed unbothered, or perhaps she had anticipated such a reaction. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze circling around Jiang Lijin. I heard that sister just signed the divorce agreement. She continued, her tone laced with a touch of regret. I felt particularly upset when I heard the news. Although we've never met as fellow females, I can imagine how difficult this time has been for you, sister. She paused, her gaze filled with genuine concern. Being matched with an unsuitable partner by the mainframe must be very hard for you, right? Just like me. She lowered her head, as if recalling some sad memory, her eyes slowly reddening. The 3 men around her instantly changed their expressions upon seeing her like this. It was a mixture of pain, anger, and the urge to rush over and embrace her, yet they restrained themselves. Aiden and Rex simultaneously turned their gazes to Jiang Lijin, their eyes seeming to want to tear her apart. Only Kieran kept his gaze on Firwen. Jiang Lijin looked at her innocent face, and feeling the hostile stares of the 2 males, another face suddenly flashed through her mind. It was also innocent, also gentle, and so understanding. Su Wanwan. Jiang Lijin suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Xiao Yi, she called out in her mind. Yes, host. Is this person really the heroine of this book? Xiao Yi hesitated for a second. Host, this book is originally a sweet romance. The heroine's description in the book is a delicate willow in the wind, evoking pity. Sweet romance. Jiang Lijin almost laughed out loud. The lines are written like a top graduate from a green tea training class. Just listen to her tone, her rhythm, her expression management. Xiao Yi was rendered speechless by her remarks. All right, I know you are a newcomer and don't understand these things. Jiang Lijin withdrew her thoughts and looked back at Firwen. So she lazily began, what exactly are you here for? Firwen looked up, her eyes sincere. I heard about your situation and I can't let it go. Who told you? Firwen's words faltered. Jiang Lijin's gaze slowly swept over the three males in the living room, finally landing back on Firwen's face. Was it them who told you? Firwen's smile finally showed signs of cracking. She instinctively glanced at Aiden, then quickly averted her gaze, softly saying, Aiden and the others are just concerned about your situation. They mentioned it to me a few times. Please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Jiang Lijin tilted her head to look at her. Misunderstand their goodwill towards you. Misunderstand that as soon as they divorced me, they couldn't wait to mate with you. Isn't that obvious? The atmosphere in the living room suddenly froze. Aiden's face turned red in an instant. Rex's hand holding the cup stopped, and Kieran's gaze shifted from Firwen to Jiang Lijin. Firwen's expression changed, but she quickly composed herself gently, sighing, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and grievance. Sister, you misunderstood. Aiden and the others are just friends. I already have 3 beast husbands. How could it be? She paused at this point, lowering her gaze, her eyelashes gently trembling, as if she were deeply wronged yet unwilling to argue. Jiang Lijin almost laughed out loud. The way she spoke not only denied the relationship, but also left the door open, while subtly implying that she already had beast husbands, placing herself on a moral high ground. Textbook, truly a textbook case. Host Xiao Yi's voice sounded, having secretly checked some information, feeling confident that it could reveal something this time. The information density of her statement is very high. First, she dissociates herself from the relationship, and secondly hints that she has beast husbands, so it's impossible to. Again, Jiang Lijin interjected in her mind. She is telling those 3 fools it's not that I don't want to accept you, but I have difficulties. You need to work hard. Let me get divorced. Xiao Yi fell silent for a moment. Host, your analysis is very thorough. Of course, Jiang Lijin stifled a laugh in her mind. I've seen plenty of these tricks in my past life. She withdrew her thoughts, looking at Firwen. That face was still so innocent, so delicate, so pity-inducing. All right, friends are friends, she said lazily. Then you can slowly be friends with them. I'll head upstairs first. She turned and walked upstairs, her pace neither hurried nor slow, her back exuding a sense of detachment, as if saying, this has nothing to do with me. Sister, Firwen's voice came from behind, tinged with urgency. Are you mad at me? I really have no other intentions. Jiang Lijin stopped in her tracks, turning to look at her. Miss Firwen, you don't need to explain. You came to see me, I thank you. Now that you've seen me, you can leave. She paused as if remembering something, adding, by the way, do your 3 beast husbands know you are here? Firwen's face instantly changed color. Xiao Yi, what kind of expression is she making? Jiang Lijin, based on analysis, her 3 beast husbands have a strong possessiveness. If they knew she came to meet other males alone, especially 3 strengths, it could trigger family discord. She must have come here secretly. Jiang Lijin chuckled to herself. Interesting. She said nothing further and turned to head upstairs. Faintly, she heard a restrained sob from behind. Then there was the sound of 3 males simultaneously rising, the scraping of chairs against the floor, hurried footsteps, and low, disturbingly gentle, comforting voices. Jiang Lijin walked up the stairs without looking back, leaving it all behind. Jiang Lijin walked into the room, closed the door behind her, and then approached the bed to retrieve the old light brain from beneath the pillow. As the screen lit up, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a knocking that sounded almost like a door being smashed. Jiang Lijin. Aiden's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. Open the door. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow, leisurely placed the light brain on the bed, and walked to the door to pull it open. Aiden stood at the door with Rex and Kieran not far from him, while Firwen stood a bit further back, her eyes red, looking like she was holding back tears from a great injustice. Jiang Lijin leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, her chin slightly raised. What's the matter? What did you mean by that earlier? Aiden lowered his voice, saying those things in front of Firwen. What are you trying to do? Apologize. Aiden insisted. Go apologize to Miss Firwen right now. This was something Aiden had said to her countless times. Whenever he sounded even slightly stern, Jiang Lijin would obediently go apologize. But now Jiang Lijin was no longer the same. She almost laughed. Why should I apologize? What do I need to you? Aiden's eyes turned red with anger, and invisible pressure radiating from him. It was the pressure of an Scrayed beastman, aggressive enough to make an ordinary Crayed female's legs go weak. Jiang Lijin felt only a very slight fluctuation, nothing more. Instead, Xiao Yi was frantically alerting her in her mind. Host, he is releasing Scrayed pressure towards you. Act now. Pretend to be distressed. Pretend to be scared. Weak knees. Jiang Lijin finally reacted. Oh right, she was currently a Crayed useless ex-wife. She hurriedly pretended to feel unwell, stepping back 2 paces, staggering towards the bed, her steps light, as if treading on cotton, finally collapsing beside the bed, just managing to touch the still-lit light brain. A scream followed from behind, unmistakably Firwen's voice. The scream was sharp and high-pitched, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Aiden almost instantly retracted his pressure, turning to look at Firwen, his face shifting from fury to panic. With her back to Aiden, Jiang Lijin quickly pressed a few buttons on the open light brain, calling out to Xiao Yi in her heart. Xiao Yi, what is the phone number for the Female Protection Association? Searching. Found it. The number is XXXXXXXXXXXX available 24 hours, handling all complaints and reports related to female rights. Jiang Lijin pressed the dial button and switched to speaker mode. As the call connected, a gentle yet professional female voice came from the light brain. Hello, this is the Main Star Female Protection Association. How may I assist you? The scene went instantly silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. Jiang Lijin spoke calmly to the light brain. Hello, I would like to file a complaint. My 3 ex-husbands are exerting mental pressure on me. Just now Aiden attempted to use scrade pressure to attack me. The female voice on the other end of the line fell silent for a second, then a sound of data fluctuation followed, as if information was being recorded. All right, miss. Jiang Lijin, your complaint has been accepted. May I ask if you are currently in danger? Do you need me to contact the nearest security team? Jiang Lijin sat up from the bed and looked at Aiden. Aiden stood at the door, his face having shifted from black to blue. She addressed the light brain. Not for now. But please note that if any of them attempt to harm me in any way again, I will report it immediately. All right, noted. I would like to confirm, is there any other female present at the scene? Jiang Lijin's gaze passed over Aiden, landing on Philwyn in the distance. She stood behind Rex and Kieran, her eyes red like a delicate flower battered by wind and rain. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and said to the light brain, yes. A female named Philwyn Scrade married. She has also just been affected by Aiden's Scrade pressure. The voice on the other end fell silent for a second, miss. Jiang, according to our regulations, if there is a higher grade female present, we need to prioritize confirming her safety. Have you observed any discomfort or danger with her? The corners of Jiang Lijin's mouth lifted slightly as she thought of something amusing. Yes. She has just been affected by Aiden's mental pressure and is currently crying. I think you need to help me contact her 3 beast husbands to come and take her home. In case something happens, I as a Crade cannot take on that responsibility. Philwyn's face instantly turned pale. This time it wasn't an act. Rex and Kieran both looked at her, their gazes filled with complex emotions. Aiden stood frozen in place as if struck by a spell, mouth agape, but unable to speak. The operator on the other end seemed to be taking notes and immediately spoke up. All right, miss. Jiang, thank you for your reminder. We will contact Miss Philwyn's matching beast husbands to confirm her safety. Do you need any further assistance? No, thank you. You're welcome. Your complaint number is FT881030, and a representative will contact you within 3 working days. Wishing you a pleasant day. The call ended. Jiang Lijin put away the light brain, returning it to the bedside, and looked at the 4 people in the hallway. Philwyn still stood there, her fingers tightly gripping her skirt. Her eyes were still red, but the fear, dread, and sadness were genuine, no longer a facade. Jiang Lijin looked at her and suddenly smiled. The smile was light, even kind. Miss Philwyn, you said you came to see me, yeah? Philwyn nodded instinctively. So have you seen enough? Philwyn seemed taken aback by the question, looking up at her, opening her mouth, but unable to. Jiang Lijin walked to the door, preparing to close it, but saw Aiden standing there like a statue. She smiled again. By the way, Lord Aiden, the people from the Female Protection Association should be contacting Miss Philwyn's beast husband soon. Do you want to step away? Aiden's face turned completely dark, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Jiang Lijin ignored him and closed the door directly. At the moment the door closed, she heard Philwyn's lowered voice in the hallway, urgent and panicked. I have to go, I need to. Then came Aiden's voice, they'll see you out. No need, you stay inside. The footsteps hurriedly faded away. Jiang Lijin leaned against the door, finally unable to hold back her laughter. Host Xiao Yi's voice trembled with excitement. You were amazing just now. Xiao Yi, what do you think her 3 beast husbands will react when they receive the call? Most likely they will rush over immediately to pick her up, and they might have some questions about why she was at the home of 3 Scrade. That would be quite interesting. Jiang Lijin walked to the bed and sat down, let her explain it slowly. But host Xiao Yi's voice suddenly took on a hint of confusion. Why was Philwyn affected by Aiden's pressure? According to logic, Scrade pressure should not elicit such a strong reaction unless what? Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Unless she is not actually Scrade. Xiao Yi's voice became serious. If she is only a grade, then it makes sense. Jiang Lijin's eyes brightened. Exactly. She sat up abruptly. Think about it, the original body was matched with 3 Scrade because she was originally Scrade. Similarly, Philwyn matched with 3 grades. Could it be that she is actually only a grade? Yes. Xiao Yi's voice grew excited. What you said makes sense. Next time we see Philwyn, you can get a bit closer and let me scan her. As long as we are close enough, I can detect her true level. Next time. It's best if there isn't a next time. Early the next morning, Jiang Lijin was awakened by Xiaoyi's enthusiastic wake-up call. Today we are going to meet the incredibly handsome Karen. Jiang Lijin instinctively covered her head with her pillow, even though it did nothing to stop Xiaoyi's shouting. She murmured, what time is it? It's 7:30. Xiaoyi replied energetically, didn't you say yesterday that you would go for psychological counseling today? The early bird catches the worm. Waking up early saves you from those ex-husbands causing trouble. You'll be better off. Jiang Lijin sighed, resigned to her fate, as she climbed out of bed. Then she pulled back the covers, extracting herself from the warmth of her blanket. While washing up, Xiaoyi kept broadcasting information in her mind. Host Aiden just left. He should be heading to the Mercenary Guild. Kieran left for the military department at 7:20 and Rex is still in his room. However, based on his usual routine, he generally doesn't leave until 8:30. You won't run into them if you go down. Jiang Lijin brushed her teeth and mumbled, "You know this too." "Of course," Xiaoyi replied proudly. "I set up monitoring alerts and hacked into all the security systems of this villa. I'll know the moment they step out. Rest assured with me around they will never have a chance to get close to you again." Jiang Lijun spat out the foam from her mouth, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, which looked noticeably better than yesterday, probably due to a good night's sleep. This system isn't completely useless. Having a little informant is quite nice. As she stepped outside, the living room was indeed empty. Jiang Lijun walked out confidently, pushing the door open. Throughout her journey, Xiaoyi didn't rest, chattering incessantly. "Host, the weather is great today with a synthetic sunlight index of 7, perfect for going out. Are you hungry, host? Should we buy breakfast first? There's a well-rated breakfast shop at the hospital entrance that sells all kinds of nutritious meals, much tastier than nutrient liquids. Host, you still have over 8,000 Interstellar coins in your account, more than enough for breakfast. Plus, today marks the 3rd day, so the compensation from your 3 ex-husbands should be credited to your account today. I've set up an alert for when the money arrives, so I'll notify you immediately." Jiang Lijun couldn't help but smile at its chatter. She felt Xiaoyi was intentionally saying all this to prove its usefulness. She complimented, following its lead. "How do you know everything?" Xiaoyi immediately perked up. "Of course. I'm your companion system. My task is to help you explore this world, and mastering information is crucial. Plus, I also checked Karen's schedule." Jiang Lijun chuckled lightly, not slowing her pace. "Didn't you say that his file is top secret? How could you find out about his schedule?" Xiaoyi chuckled meaningfully. "It's true that his file is classified, but his schedule is public information. Oh, it can be found online. Yesterday, while at the villa, I connected to the home network and found it in an instant. He'll be in his office handling paperwork from 9 to 11 this morning, has a meeting at 2 in the afternoon, and there's some dinner event in the evening. If you go now, you'll run into him perfectly. Why are you checking his schedule?" For some reason, Jiang Lijun felt that Xiaoyi's way of speaking and tone were becoming increasingly human-like. "Because," Xiaoyi's tone suddenly became a bit shy, "I want to create an opportunity for you, host." "What opportunity? Is it that?" Xiaoyi hesitated. "Don't you think he's quite interesting? Moreover, last night I detected that your mental power level continued to rise, and it has now surpassed S-level, reaching between S-level and 2S-level. In other words, there isn't any female in this world with a rank higher than yours. A male worthy of you must be someone like Karen." "What a—" Jiang Lijun stopped in her tracks, raising her voice, almost unconsciously drawing the attention of those around her. She quickly lowered her head and quickened her pace to a relatively deserted corner before speaking again in her mind. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Xiaoyi sounded like a child who had done something wrong, its voice lowering slightly. "Because when I discovered it, you had already fallen asleep. I couldn't wake you up, could I?" Jiang Lijun found it amusing despite her irritation. She suddenly recalled that she needed to go to the hospital's Department of Mental Sciences for a reassessment of her mental power. What day had she made the appointment for? It seemed she wouldn't be able to go in the next couple of days. She would have to wait until her mental power stabilized completely. If it suddenly increased halfway through the assessment, that would be quite a spectacle. At the hospital entrance, Jiang Lijun indeed saw the breakfast shop that Xiaoyi had highly recommended as the best breakfast shop in the entire main star. The shop was small, but there was a long line outside. She waited in line for nearly 20 minutes before finally buying 4 steaming meat buns. The most important thing was that this breakfast shop used ingredients that were not the artificially processed flour and meat, but rather real lean meat and real flour. In this era where plants and livestock were scarce and precious, this was simply a luxury. Thus, these 4 meat buns were ridiculously expensive, costing Jiang Lijun a full 1,000 Interstellar coins. This price was enough to buy 200 low-grade nutrient liquids. Jiang Lijin shook the bag in her hand, saying, "Would you like some breakfast? I brought you steamed buns." In truth, her heart was bleeding. Such expensive buns, she could only afford to eat 2 for herself, yet she brought 2 for Karen. If it weren't for Karen being a 3S-level powerhouse and her desire to get closer to him, she would never have been so generous. Karen merely glanced at the oiled paper bag, nodded slightly, and said, "Just put it on the table." Jiang Lijin walked over and placed the bag in the corner of his desk. As she set it down, her gaze inadvertently swept across the desk and froze for a moment. A document was spread out on the table, the cover facing up, prominently displaying her name, Jiang Lijin, citizen, ID, sequel 1030332J. Beside it was a table filled with dense data that she couldn't quite comprehend, but she clearly saw a line of small text, mental energy fluctuation. Her heart skipped a beat. Karen followed her gaze, his expression unchanged, even failing to cover the document. Jiang Lijin blinked and suddenly smiled. She walked over to the sofa, plopped down, turned to look at him, and her lips curled into a half-smile, half-tease. "What's the matter? Is Lord Karen interested in me?" Karen didn't even bother to look up at her, as if he hadn't heard her teasing remark. Jiang Lijin clicked her tongue in her heart. This person was way too aloof. She was too lazy to talk further and directly pulled out her newly bought portable light brain, opened the video app, and prepared to kill the boring hour by watching videos. But unexpectedly, Karen picked up the document, glanced at it for a while, then looked up at her and spoke. A female I knew before. Her mental energy also fluctuated, suddenly jumping from clevel to slevel. Jiang Lijin's fingers paused, and she raised her head. She felt a bit puzzled. The terminal shouldn't have detected that her mental energy had already reached slevel right. At most, it should have only sensed the fluctuation. She felt a bit nervous as she saw Karen's gaze fall on her face. There seemed to be some emotions swirling in his light gray eyes, but they were quickly suppressed. She participated in an experiment to forcibly enhance mental energy using many banned substances. He paused. In the end, she died. Jiang Lijin was stunned. Her mind raced with thoughts. An experiment, banned substances, death. Was he warning her not to use any underhanded methods to enhance her mental energy? Once she realized it, Jiang Lijin instantly flared up. Lord Karen, she spoke, her tone cooling down. What do you mean by that? Karen looked at her without speaking. Jiang Lijin straightened her posture, locking her gaze onto his eyes. Are you implying that I used some forbidden drugs which caused my mental energy fluctuation? Karen opened his mouth as if to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Jiang Lijin. What? Her voice turned sharp. Are you afraid I might die in front of you dirtying this office of yours? Karen continued to look at her, his expression unchanging, as if her anger was not directed at him at all. But his calm demeanor only fueled Jiang Lijin's fury. Let me tell you. She stood up. You can investigate as much as you want to. I have never used any illegal drugs. Moreover, with my status as a clevel waste, I can't afford any banned substances. There is no need for you to remind me in such a sarcastic manner. I didn't mean it that way. Karen's voice was low. He remained seated, composed, his gaze steady. There was no defense in his eyes, no anger, only a gentle warmth that Jiang Lijin couldn't comprehend. I do not believe you have used any banned substances. His tone remained calm. People who use such drugs exhibit specific chaotic characteristics in their mental energy fluctuations. But your fluctuation is very stable, as if it is growing naturally. Jiang Lijin was at a loss for words. Oh, wasn't he just doubting that she had used some mental energy drug, which led him to investigate her energy fluctuations? But why, after he saw that her mental energy fluctuation was naturally increasing, did he still say such things to her? She continued to look at him with cautious eyes, but that caution was tinged with confusion. Karen paused, shifting his gaze away from her face to somewhere outside the window. Wanted to confide, that's all. The room fell silent. Jiang Lijin stood there, suddenly feeling a trace of loneliness in Karen's gaze. A powerful three-level beast man like him stood at the pinnacle of power, possessing extraordinary combat abilities and endless wealth. What could make him reveal such a lonely expression? Was it that clever female he just mentioned? In an instant, Jiang Lijin conjured a tragic love story in her mind. A clever female fell in love with a three-level powerhouse willing to participate in dangerous experiments and use banned drugs to forcibly enhance her mental energy just to stand by his side. In the end, she died from the drugs, and this three-level powerhouse could never forget her, with every clever female he saw reminding him of her. Although Jiang Lijin had experienced a tragic world, while transmigrating, she still believed that true feelings existed in this world. So at this moment, she felt a bit of sympathy for Karen. She slowly sat back down on the sofa, her voice softening. I'm sorry, your tone, just now. I thought you were warning me. Karen withdrew his gaze, his expression returning to calm. The one who should apologize is me. I don't often interact with outsiders, so my tone may have come off as cold. He paused for a moment and added, I am very interested in you. Jiang Lijin frowned, about to say something. Wow. Xiao Yi's voice exploded in her mind. Host, he said he is interested in you. Oh my god, he is interested in you. Jiang Lijin cursed in her heart. Can you be a bit more composed? Xiao Yi, however, retorted, I can't be composed, host. I'm still just a baby who was born a few days ago. Jiang Lijin rubbed her forehead. She saw Karen pick up another document, glanced at it, and said, I think there's no need to continue your psychological counseling. Jiang Lijin was taken aback. Why? Because you don't need it. Karen looked at her, his tone firm. You are an optimistic and strong female, and the divorce has not caused you any psychological trauma. Jiang Lijin blinked, suddenly laughing. Are you complimenting me? Karen said, nothing, simply placing the document back on the table, then stated, you should go to the mental energy department for testing to confirm your true level. Jiang Lijin's smile froze on her face. Testing. Host Xiao Yi's voice chimed in at the right moment. Your mental energy is still unstable. It's best to wait a few days until it stabilizes before going. Karen looked at her, a hint of concern on his face, raising an eyebrow slightly. Don't want to go. Jiang Lijin regained her composure and chuckled dryly. It's not that I don't want to go, but I have things to do today. What things, eh? Many things. She began counting on her fingers. The divorce agreement process isn't finished yet. The compensation has arrived today. I still need to confirm it, and I have to find a house to move. By the way, do you know which area on the main star has a good cost-performance ratio for renting? It shouldn't be too expensive, but it can't be too remote either. Karen watched her chattering away, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. You don't need to rent a house, he said. Isn't there a resettlement policy for all females? Once your mental energy test results come out, if you reach a level or above, you will be allocated good housing. It's free to stay, you only need to pay for basic utilities and maintenance fees. I know that, Jiang Lijin replied lazily. Even if I make an appointment for the mental power test this afternoon, it won't yield immediate results, right? Even if the results come out, it still has to go through the procedures, doesn't it? But I need to find a place to stay these days. Lord, Karen wouldn't think that my ex-husbands would be willing to take me in for a few days, would he? Karen looked at her silent, his gaze revealing no emotion. Seeing him not respond, Jiang Lijin started to ramble on. Moreover, my 3 ex-husbands have already given me an ultimatum, urging me to move out quickly, saying that if I stay any longer it will affect their new lives. Can you believe it? The divorce agreement was just signed, and they are already eager to welcome new people. You don't know Lord Karen. They brought home an class female yesterday, and because I didn't greet her properly, they used mental pressure on me. Jiang Lijin chattered on endlessly, not expecting this man to help her vent her frustrations. She purely wanted to tarnish the reputation of her 3 ex-husbands. These upper-class individuals should have some connections, right? Karen's brow twitched slightly. He seemed surprised that there were males so rude to females, even if they were class. In this world where females are rare, even a class female deserves respect. At least it should be that way on this. So Jiang Lijin spread her hands. Before the test results come out, I still need to find a place to stay. I can't just sleep. They say the nights on the main star are quite cold. If I freeze to death with my class physique, wouldn't that be a trouble? She paused for a moment, suddenly struck with inspiration. Or, would you be willing to let me sleep in your office for a while? This sofa looks quite comfortable, much better than the broken bed at my ex-husband's place. The room fell silent for a second. You can stay at my place. Jiang Lijin was taken aback. She looked up at Karen, whose expression remained calm, as if he had just said the weather is nice. What did you say? Karen looked at her and calmly repeated, I said you can stay at my place. Jiang Lijin was momentarily at a loss for words. What does this mean? Although this world claims that higher ranks are more noble and powerful, males do have less choice in pairing compared to females. If a male flirts ambiguously with another female before marriage, he will still be gossiped about, and even if matched with a female, he will be looked down upon. Wow, 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 wow. A voice echoed in her mind. Host, he invited you to live at his place. Oh my God. Are we going to start living together? Jiang Lijin ignored it and stared at Karen. Lord Karen, she slowly started, her tone tinged with disbelief. Do you know what you are saying? Karen raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding her thoughts, and suddenly smiled, but the smile was faint. Didn't you check my information after you went back yesterday? He asked. Jiang Lijin paused for a moment. Check information? No, she hadn't. However, it was just Xiao Yi chattering in her mind. Karen's tone remained calm. With my rank, I will never find a female partner in this lifetime. So this kind of thing doesn't matter. Jiang Lijin fell silent. She recalled the look in Karen's eyes when he mentioned that class female, lonely and distant. He has someone in his heart. That deceased class female must have been someone very important to him. That's why it doesn't matter to him, and that's why he dared to casually invite a stranger to stay at his house. That's fine too. His heart having someone makes it safer. After all, there's nothing for him to covet from her. Moreover, living in the home of a 3-class powerhouse must be the safest place on the entire main star, right? Who would dare to cause a ruckus in the territory of a 3-class beast man? Host Xiao Yi's voice rang out again. Hurry and agree. A free place, the protection of a 3-class powerhouse. What are you hesitating for? Agree. Shut up. She looked at Karen. Are you sure? Jiang Lijin asked, should I pay rent? I will only stay a few days. Once the results of the mental power test come out, I will move out immediately. Karen nodded, his tone indifferent. My house is big with many rooms. It's not a problem to let you stay without charging you. All right. Jiang Lijin slapped her thigh. Then I'll go back and pack my things today. An hour later, Jiang Lijin stood at the center of the main star with a shabby suitcase in hand. Before her stood a standalone villa 3 stories high with a garden, a swimming pool, and even a helipad. Yes, that's right, a helipad with a small aircraft parked on it. Jiang Lijin looked up at this house, cursing inwardly. Host Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of subtlety. Do you know how much this house is worth? How much? I don't know, Xiao Yi replied honestly, or rather it's priceless. The area where this house is located is the residential area allocated to class females on the main star. Before Xiao Yi could finish, Jiang Lijin stopped in her tracks. What is it? She had an ominous premonition. Philwin lives here too. The next moment, a familiar voice came from behind her, as delicate and pretentious as ever, but with a hint of uncontainable surprise. Sister Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin turned around. Philwin stood not far away, wearing a light purple long dress, her hair still loosely tied up, making her look gentle like a painting. Next to her stood another female, slightly taller with striking features, eyeing Jiang Lijin with a scrutinized. The taller female frowned slightly, her gaze falling on Jiang Lijin's shabby suitcase, then looking at her worn-out coat, her eyes flashing with undisguised disdain. Philwin, do you know her? Philwin nodded, smiling gently. Yes, this is Sister Jiang Lijin I mentioned to you before. She paused, adding the one who divorced Rex and the others. The tall female's expression instantly became subtle. Oh, she elongated her tone, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Lijin. That gaze was filled with undisguised contempt. So it's you. The tall female chuckled, her tone condescending. I've heard about you. Class matched with 3 class and finally kicked out. How pitiful. Philwin gently tugged at her sleeve, her tone somewhat reproachful. Yali, don't say that. Sister Jiang Lijin has had a tough time. She looked at Jiang Lijin, her eyes filled with feigned concern. Sister, don't take it to heart. Yali is just straightforward, but she means no harm. By the way, how come you are here? This doesn't seem like a place for a class female. Jiang Lijin looked at her and suddenly laughed. What a cliché. There is always a rude friend by the side of a green tea to charge ahead while pretending to be innocent, kind, and a peacemaker. Disgusting, truly disgusting. She shook the suitcase in her hand, smiling sincerely. I'm here to find a place to stay. Yali laughed. Find a place to stay. Do you know where this is? This is the most expensive residential area on the main star where class females live. You a class are coming here to find a place to stay. She turned to Philwin, giggling uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking. Philwin, is your sister a bit out of her mind? Philwin gently tugged at her sleeve, her tone filled with helplessness. Yali, don't be like this. She looked at Jiang Lijin, her eyes full of concern. Sister, don't take it to heart. Yali is just straightforward. But she does have a point. This place really isn't suitable for class females. How about I help you find some cheaper place? I know some friends who can help you. Ask around. Jiang Lijin looked at Fei Erwin's effortlessly managed expressions and suddenly felt a surge of laughter. If she were in her original world, Fei Erwin could definitely be an actor, but alas, she was born in the wrong world. No need, she said lazily. I have already found a place. Fei Erwin's eyes subtly flickered. Found one? She asked softly, her gaze drifting towards the direction behind Jiang Lijin, carrying a hint of probing. You wouldn't want to live here, would you? Yali laughed, even louder, her laughter tinged with unabashed sarcasm. Live here? Do you even know whose house this is? Fei Erwin tugged at Yali's sleeve again, but this time she did not stop her. Instead, she sighed, her tone akin to coaxing a child who did not understand. Sister, this is Lord Sharon's house. Lord Sharon is the director of the Central Hospital of the main star. He is a 3-class gentleman, you must have heard. As she spoke, she took half a step forward and lowered her voice. Lord Sharon does not like to be disturbed. Usually we need to be careful even when approaching this house. Sister, you are a class standing here. If he sees you, he might not be very pleased. I genuinely worry for you. Yali chimed in from the side. Exactly. Last time a clueless female who was class stood at Lord Sharon's door for a while and was directly escorted away by the guards. What a disgrace that was. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Lijin remained silent, wanting to see just how far these two could take this performance. Seeing her silent, Fei Erwin assumed she had begun to reflect, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in her eyes, but her face still wore that gentle, worried expression. Sister, I have some connections with Lord Sharon. Though if you offend him, I truly cannot help you plead your case. Huh. Jiang Lijin was stunned for a second in her heart. This little green tea has some connections with Sharon. She suddenly felt a bit worried, not for any other reason, but for her decision to move into Lord Sharon's house. What if Sharon, like her 3 ex-husbands, became enchanted by this little green tea? Wouldn't she be walking into a tiger's den? After all, Sharon is a 3-class beast man, who a mere display of pressure could send her away, right? She looked at Fei Erwin and asked, Miss Fei Erwin, are you quite familiar with Lord Sharon? Fei Erwin's expression stiffened slightly, seemingly not expecting her to doubt her, but quickly regained her composure. Not really familiar. She waved her hand, her demeanor subtle, as if she were deliberately being low-key. Just met a few times and exchanged a few words, that's all. Jiang Lijin frowned, unsure if her words were true or false. She suddenly remembered that this world was also a book and quickly called out in her mind, Shao E in the plot of this book. Do Sharon and Fei Erwin know each other? No host. The original book mainly revolves around Fei Erwin and your 3 ex-husbands' sweet and pampered story. Sharon is a peripheral character who has never appeared. The only 3-class beastman to appear is Kieran's direct superior Ball. However, he was also schemed against by Kieran and met a tragic end. His appearance mainly highlights Kieran's cleverness. Kieran. I can't see it, I thought he was the only one who looked human among the 3. Host, you really don't need to care too much about the plot in the book. Once you arrive in this world and have absolute autonomy alongside me, you are the protagonist alongside me. The plot cannot possibly affect us at all. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin couldn't help but smile. But that smile was particularly glaring in Fei Erwin's eyes. What does this mean? A class waste dares to doubt me. To mock me. Fei Erwin's gaze darkened momentarily. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of a door opening came from behind. The 3 of them turned their heads simultaneously. Sharon stood at the door. He had changed into a set of loungewear, dark gray, more casual than a shirt, yet still looking unrealistically handsome. His pale gray eyes swept over the 3 at the door, his gaze calm. Fei Erwin's eyes instantly lit up. She subconsciously took half a step forward, her lips slightly parted, as if to say something, perhaps to greet or make small talk. But Sharon's gaze passed over her and landed on Jiang Lijin. Since you are here, why not come in? His tone was, at that moment the air seemed to freeze. Faye Irwin's smile froze on her face, her lips still slightly parted, but she couldn't utter a word. Yali's mouth dropped open, stunned in place, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, her jaw almost dislocated. She looked at Sharon, then at Jiang Lijin, her expression as if she were witnessing some unbelievable magic. Jiang Lijin shook her suitcase, her tone still lazy, tinged with a hint of elusive amusement. I ran into two enthusiastic onlookers and chatted for a bit. Sharon's gaze swept over Faye Irwin and Yali again, but it was very faint and quick. Then his gaze returned, landing once more on Jiang Lijin. Come in, please. Jiang Lijin picked up her suitcase and walked past the two. Her steps were unhurried, and even as she passed by Faye Irwin, she paused for a moment and turned her head to glance at the expression that had completely frozen. Then she walked past Sharon and entered through the door. Sharon didn't even glance at Faye Irwin again, turning to gently close the door. At the moment the door closed, Faye Irwin stood still motionless. Her lips trembled slightly, her fingertips digging into her palm. Yali opened her mouth, her voice squeezing out from her throat. She lives in Lord Sharon's house. Faye Irwin did not answer. Or rather, she couldn't answer. Yali continued to murmur beside her, isn't she a class? How could a class live in Lord Sharon's house? How could Lord Sharon let her live there? What is their relationship? On what grounds? Faye Irwin struggled to maintain her composed and gentle facade, but her facial expression remained fiercely twisted. She took several deep breaths before barely suppressing her inner resentment and humiliation. She looked at Yali, forcing a stiff smile. Perhaps Lord Sharon is kindly sheltering a homeless class female, right? Yali seemed to realize something, speaking with certainty. I remember now. I heard from the security here that Lord Sharon's housekeeper resigned due to personal matters. Recently, Lord Sharon is looking to hire a new housekeeper. Perhaps your sister is going there to be the housekeeper. The more she spoke, the more she felt she was right, her voice growing louder. Exactly. It must be so. A divorced class, what else could she do besides being a housekeeper or nanny? She must be a temporary hire for help. Hearing this, Faye Irwin's expression softened somewhat. Yali continued to chatter beside her, her tone carrying a kind of superior arrogance. Lord Sharon really shouldn't let this divorced class female be his housekeeper. How embarrassing would it be if this got out? The housekeeper for Lord Sharon should at least be a class or higher, right? Faye Irwin once again regained her gentle demeanor, walking over to tug at Yali's hand, a trace of a smile on her face. Perhaps Sister Jiang Lijin is just used to doing these servant tasks. After all, I heard from Lord Rex and the others that Sister Jiang Lijin is quite skilled at these. Hearing this, Yali also began to laugh. Inside the door, Jiang Lijin entered the living room with her suitcase, pausing for a moment. The decor here was much more understated, lacking the ostentation of the exterior, instead exuding a refined scholarly air. Several paintings whose artists she did not recognize hung on the walls, and the bookshelves were filled with various books whose names she could barely comprehend. But at that moment, Jiang Lijin was not in the mood to appreciate these. She turned to look at Sharon. Lord Sharon, she inquired with a hint of curiosity. I heard that Miss Faye Irwin has some connections with you. Sharon's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He pondered for a few seconds, then raised his head. Miss Faye Irwin. Which one is that? Jiang Lijin was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Wow, host. Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind. I admire Faye Irwin's audacity now. Lord Sharon doesn't even recognize her, yet she claims to have some connections with him. Even after Sharon opened the door, she remained unfazed. What a bold face, what psychological resilience. Jiang Lijin ignored it, simply looking at Sharon. It's nothing, just a casual question. Sharon looked at her still with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he did not press further, simply nodding. By the way, Sharon began, there's something I need to discuss with you. Jiang Lijin pulled her thoughts back and looked at him. This house originally had a housekeeper who had been with me for many years, but she has grown old and returned home to retire a while ago. Jiang Lijin nodded, waiting for him to continue. The new housekeeper has not arrived yet, so for the time being. Sharon paused. There are only the two of us in this house. Wow. Xiao Yi's voice resonated in her mind, carrying a subtle excitement. A lone man and a lone woman sharing a room. Jiang Lijin cursed, inwardly shut up. But she had to admit this news indeed surprised her. Sharon continued to gaze at her, seemingly waiting for her response to see if she minded this arrangement. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then she teased, all right, I'll remember to lock the door when I go to... Kargong surprisingly smiled as well. The smile was faint, just the corners of his lips slightly raised, but it instantly brought life to his usually expressionless face. However, Jiang Lijin didn't have the chance to appreciate it before he turned and walked inside. She could only carry her luggage and follow him. Passing through the living room and a long corridor, twisting and turning for quite a while, they eventually stopped in front of a door. Jiang Lijin thought they had finally arrived, but Kargong opened the door, revealing an even longer corridor lined with 4 or 5 closed doors on either side. This is the guest room area, he said, stepping aside to let Jiang Lijin see the layout inside. These rooms are all empty, so just choose one you like to stay in. Jiang Lijin was dizzy from the information and randomly pointed to the nearest room. Let's go with this one. Kargong pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the access card. The permissions for the entire house are on this card, including the main entrance. Of course, except for my bedroom and study. Those two areas have separate access, so you won't accidentally enter them. Jiang Lijin took the card and glanced down at it. It was black with a great texture and bore a symbol. You can use the kitchen downstairs as you wish, Kargong continued. There should still be some ingredients in the fridge, though I'm not sure what exactly. You can check for yourself. If you need any daily necessities or ingredients, you can make a list, and I'll have my assistant help you with the shopping. Jiang Lijin looked up at him, a complex emotion welling up inside her. Why was this person so nice? Not only did he provide her with a place to stay, but he also proactively offered to help her buy ingredients and daily necessities. What about you? What do you eat? Most of the time I'm at the hospital, he said, his tone still flat. I eat in the staff cafeteria. My time at home in the evenings is quite short, so I hardly use the kitchen. Jiang Lijin nodded. Such a large house with such luxurious decor, yet the owner hardly spends any time at home. What a waste. Kargong glanced at the light brain on his wrist, slightly furrowing his brow. I have an online meeting now that I need. There's also a banquet tonight, so I might return quite late. You don't have to wait for me. Jiang Lijin was taken aback. Not wait for him? Why did that sound so strange? Perhaps her expression was too subtle. Kargong felt the oddity of his words and quickly added, what I mean is you're free to do as you wish. Jiang Lijin nodded. All right, you go ahead and be busy. Thank you. No need to thank me, he said softly. After all, it was my decision to have you stay here. After saying that, he turned and left, his footsteps gradually fading away until they disappeared at the end of the corridor. Jiang Lijin stood there watching his figure vanish around the corner, suddenly overwhelmed by a vague sense of emotion. Not only had Kargong provided her with shelter, but he also took the initiative to offer help with her living needs and informed her that she could freely use anything in the house. Although she knew Kargong's actions might stem from sympathy, curiosity, or perhaps due to the deceased Crade female, what did it matter? At least he treated her like a person, not a Crade waste. Host, the voice of Xiao Yi gently echoed, carrying a cautious warmth. What are you thinking about? Jiang Lijin finally came back to her senses, picked up her suitcase, and pushed open the door. It's nothing, just that. This feels pretty good. The room was very clean, featuring a large bed, a big window, a tidy desk, and even a private bathroom. She placed her suitcase in the corner and collapsed onto the bed. After lying there for a while, she got up and took out the new light brain she had purchased. As soon as she opened it, she found an unread email. Upon opening it, she saw it was from the Psychological Counseling Center of the Central Hospital of the Main Star. The content stated, based on the evaluation signed by your attending physician director Kargong, our hospital believes your psychological state is currently stable and emotionally healthy, with no clinical indications for psychological counseling. Therefore, your divorce psychological counseling process has officially concluded. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Kargong was quite quick. He had just said it wasn't necessary to continue in the morning, and by the afternoon the process was over. Host, does this mean we don't need to go to the hospital anymore? Right. Then we won't get to see Kargong's handsome face. Jiang Lijin was amused by its mournful tone. We've moved into his house. Why are you worried about not seeing him? Xiao Yi chuckled a couple of times and didn't speak again. Jiang Lijin removed the light brain, planning to wash up in the bathroom. In the past few days at her ex-husband's house, she hadn't been able to properly take a shower. Because although that house was large, the room she was given didn't have a private bathroom, and the original owner used to save some Interstellar coins and go to a public bathroom nearby. Jiang Lijin couldn't really accept that kind of public bathroom. Just thinking about being exposed to a bunch of strangers made her skin crawl. So in the past few nights, she just did a quick cleanup before sleeping, not even managing to take a hot shower. When she pushed open the bathroom door, she was instantly stunned. This was not a bathroom, it was clearly a small spa center. With a floor-to-ceiling window, a massage bathtub, a shower area, and a wall-size smart mirror that served as a regular mirror when not powered and switched to a TV display when turned on. Jiang Lijin stood at the door silent for 2 seconds. Host, Xiao Yi's voice floated in her mind. Aren't you living in my head? Then I want to as well, Xiao Yi said. Let me enjoy it too. Besides, host, all the devices here are voice-controlled smart devices. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and tentatively said, turn on the lights. The lights turned on. Adjust the water temperature to 42 degrees. The water from the faucet began to flow out, steaming with heat. Jiang Lijin nodded in satisfaction, ready to undress, when she suddenly remembered something and called out in her mind, Xiao Yi. I'm here, host. Xiao Yi's voice immediately responded, sounding very obedient. Can you see me when I'm showering? Xiao Yi chuckled a couple of times, and Jiang Lijin's face turned dark. Then it said, don't worry, host. This system is a healthy green system, and anything that shouldn't be seen will be automatically blocked or blurred. We absolutely maintain the host's privacy. The shower scenes will be automatically recognized as private content and directly mosaicked. Jiang Lijin nodded in relief, undressing and soaking into the bathtub with a suitable temperature. After finishing her shower, she felt much more relaxed. She changed into an old set of pajamas she found in her suitcase and threw herself onto the huge bed. At that moment her light brain emitted an information prompt sound. She opened the light brain and discovered it was a message about a balance being credited. Upon checking her account balance, displayed 108432 Interstellar coins. As soon as the money arrived, Jiang Lijin felt an overwhelming sense of security. No matter how one looked at it, she could be considered a small, wealthy woman in this world, right? Moreover, at that moment the mattress was just soft enough, the pillow was of just the right height, and the blanket had a faint, pleasant fragrance. Jiang Lijin stared at the ceiling, suddenly feeling that this was probably the best night of her life. No, it was the best night she had ever slept in these 2 lives. Drowsiness slowly crept in. Suddenly, bang bang bang. Jiang Lijin jolted awake, staring at the ceiling in the dark, her heart racing. A knocking sound. Who could be knocking at the door in the middle of the night? This was the house of a 3-level big shot. Could it be Kargon? Instinctively she tightened her grip on the blanket, and various thoughts flashed through her mind. Could he have changed his mind? Could he be here to kick her out in the middle of the night? Or did he have something to convey? Xiao Yi, she shouted in her mind, check who is knocking. Xiao Yi was silent for a second, carrying a hint of tension. Host, I can't access the surveillance system of this house. The firewall level is too high for me to breach. Jiang Lijin's heart sank. But I can connect to the public network. According to Kargon's schedule for tonight, he should be at the banquet at this hour. The banquet starts at 9 and is expected to last until 11:30. It's only 10 now, he can't possibly be here. Jiang Lijin was taken aback. Not Kargon. Then who could it be? Host, although I can't see the surveillance, I can sense that the entity outside the door holds no hostility. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Entity? Yes, not a person. It's a very peaceful energy wave. Jiang Lijin fell silent for a moment, called for the smart home appliances to turn on the lights, and then lifted the blanket to get out of bed. She stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and then turned the doorknob. The corridor outside the door was dimly lit, and a round little robot stood at the entrance. It was wide about waist-high to her, with a soft blue light glowing around its head. When it saw her open the door, its round head tilted slightly, emitting a mechanical, yet gentle doll-like voice. Good evening, guest. I am the home service robot Xiao Bai. May I assist you in tidying up your room? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. She looked down at the robot, which was also gazing up at her. Its electronic eyes blinked. It was merely a robot, yet Jiang Lijin felt a sense of anticipation reflected in its gaze. She let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a smile. Xiao Yi's laughter echoed in her mind. Host, have you been at your ex-husband's house for too long that you are having a stress response? Hearing the knocking made her feel it was trouble coming. Jiang Lijin paused for a moment. She thought about it and realized it was indeed true. At her 3 ex-husbands' homes, every knock meant trouble. Either Adang came to scold her, or Rex came to issue orders, or Kieran brought documents requiring her signature. Never once did a knock signify something good. She had grown accustomed to viewing every knock as a threat. Good evening, guest. May I assist you in tidying up your room? Xiao Bai repeated, still in a gentle tone. Jiang Lijin looked down at it, feeling a mix of amusement and a tinge of sadness. No need, the room is quite clean. Xiao Bai nodded stiffly, its round head turning slightly. All right. Then may I prepare a late-night snack for you? There are ingredients in the fridge, and I can perform simple heating and cooking. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. What can you make? Jiang Lijin asked. Suddenly feeling a bit hungry, she realized she hadn't had dinner yet. The robot blinked its eyes. I can make hot milk, hot cocoa, or heat up sandwiches and pizzas, and I can also help you boil simple noodles. Then let's have hot milk and a sandwich, Jiang Lijin said. All right, please wait a moment. It will be delivered to your room in 10 minutes. The robot turned around, its round body rolling away. Its back appeared quite adorable under the dim corridor lights. 10 minutes later, the robot appeared right on time, balancing a steaming cup of milk and a warm sandwich on its head. Jiang Lijin took the tray and said thank you. The robot Xiao Bai tilted its head, its electronic eyes transforming into 2 crescent shapes. You are welcome, guest. After you finish eating, please leave the dishes at your door. Good night. It turned away, its round back disappearing at the end of the corridor. By the time Jiang Lijin lay back down in bed, it was nearly midnight. She spoke to the air, saying, turn off the lights, and the room darkened once more. Host, you should sleep. They'll keep watch, and if anything happens, I'll call you. Xiao Yi's voice gently echoed. All right, she replied. Good night, Xiao Yi. Good night, host. In the darkness, she closed her eyes, truly relaxing this time. Host, 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 host. Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind, urgently, as if calling for help. Jiang Lijin groggily opened her eyes and realized it was already bright outside. What is it? She asked hoarsely, her mind not fully awake yet. Host, please wake up. I have something important to tell you. Jiang Lijin turned over, burying her face in the pillow. Go ahead. Your psychic power level has broken through. Jiang Lijin was stunned for a second, then sat up suddenly, all sleepiness gone. What? I just detected that your psychic waves have stabilized above level 2S. Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of urgency and excitement. Based on this trend, once fully stabilized, you are very likely to become the first 3S female in this world. Jiang Lijin spoke up, her voice a bit dry then. What will happen? According to the matching rules in this world, all eligible 3S males may be matched with you. Xiao Yi paused, then added, including Sharon. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin's feelings became complicated, but the most apparent emotion was still worry. If it were Sharon, that wouldn't be too bad. Even though he harbored feelings for another with his upbringing and temperament, even if they were truly matched, he would still treat her with respect. At least he was much more emotionally stable than her 3 ex-husbands. But what about the other 3S beastmen? Host, are you worried? Jiang Lijin's mind was a mess as she slowly said, I was thinking if I were really matched with another 3S beastman and encountered someone as arrogant and prideful as my ex-husbands, wouldn't I be escaping one tiger's den only to fall into another? Host, you forgot something. What? Previously you were level C, which is considered low in the eyes of levels and can be treated arbitrarily. But now it's different. You are the only 3S female in the world, and all 13-star systems of the universe will treat you as the most precious resource to protect. Jiang Lijin's eyes widened as if she had just grasped the reality. And Xiao Yi paused, but the tone was very serious. I will accompany you until the last moment of your life. Jiang Lijin remained silent, staring at the wall in front of her. After a while, she finally pulled at the corners of her mouth. Got it, she said, her voice steadier than before. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi chuckled softly in her mind, saying nothing more. The room fell silent. Suddenly, the light brain on the bedside table lit up, emitting a brief, alert sound. Just then, the light brain on the bedside table vibrated, producing a series of short, alert sounds. Jiang Lijin was taken aback and reached for the light brain. The screen illuminated, showing a new email. She clicked it open, and her pupils constricted slightly. Cinder. Jiang Lijin's pupils contracted slightly. Host. Xiao Yi sensed her emotional fluctuation. What happened? The main brain sent me a message. Her voice sounded a bit dry. Xiao Yi fell silent for a moment, then spoke again, her tone unusually serious. The main brain. The central main brain that controls all beastmen data across 13-star systems. Yes. It never sends emails to individuals. Xiao Yi's speech quickened. It never has. It only handles data processing and matching calculations. All communications are relayed through various institutions. How could it contact you directly? Jiang Lijin did not respond. Her fingers had already slid across the screen, opening the message. The content was very brief, just a few lines. Dear citizen Jiang Lijin, your psychic wave data has entered the key observation sequence. Please report to the main Stars Academy of Sciences within 72 hours, where specialists will be responsible for your follow-up testing and evaluation. Any previously scheduled appointments for psychiatric examinations at the Central Hospital have been canceled, and there is no need to go there. Main brain system. Jiang Lijin stared at those lines, momentarily speechless. Xiao Yi was also watching, and after a while fell silent. Academy of Sciences. Xiao Yi's voice lowered. That is where the main brain resides. The highest defense level in the entire universe. Jiang Lijin stared at the door, a thought crossing her mind. Surely, it won't be Xiao Bai this time, right? Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks, neither too light nor too heavy. The door is not locked, please come in. For some reason, she felt unusually calm this time. The door opened, and as expected, Karong stood outside. Today he was dressed in a deep gray outfit, still impeccably dressed and poised, and he looked incredibly handsome. Is your stay comfortable? He asked calmly without any fluctuations in his tone. Jiang Lijin nodded. After all, this person was still her landlord who didn't charge her rent. She put on a bright smile. It's quite nice. The bed is very comfortable, and the bathroom is quite luxurious. And your robot Xiao Bai is quite interesting. If I ever have my own place, I'd like to get one of those robots too. You can't buy it. Karong's lips curled slightly. It's an experimental product from the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Lijin said, oh, without feeling too regretful. If I can't buy it, then so be it. After all, I'm living here now, so I might as well enjoy it for a day. The two of them stood there in silence for 2 seconds. Karong spoke first. You received the email from the mainframe, right? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. How do you know? Karong rested his chin on his hand, speaking earnestly. It seems you haven't fully researched the information. Don't you know I also hold a position at the Academy of Sciences? Jiang Lijin fell silent. She hadn't looked it up. All the information she knew was told to her by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's voice chimed in her mind, sounding somewhat excited. You were too shocked to realize he was a 3S level big shot when you first met him, weren't you? Jiang Lijin couldn't be bothered to respond to it, and looked back at Karong. I received it. Karong nodded, his tone neutral and somewhat official. I am responsible for your reception. When do you have time? Is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning okay? Jiang Lijin was silent for a second, not expecting that it would be Karong who would be receiving her. That's fine, after all, he's sort of a familiar face. Is that inspection complicated? Karong looked at her, his tone softening a bit. Don't worry, it's just a simple test. Your mental energy fluctuation is quite special. The mainframe needs to confirm it carefully. Jiang Lijin remained silent. Karong added, in all the recorded history, there has never been a case like yours. Therefore, both the mainframe and the Empire take it seriously. Got it, she nodded. Then let's do it tomorrow. Karong replied. They'll be in the living room waiting for you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Jiang Lijin nodded. Okay, thank you. Kurong looked at her, raising an eyebrow. You're welcome. Perhaps in a while I might become one of your beast husbands. After saying that, he turned and left, his footsteps gradually fading away. Jiang Lijin stood there in a daze for several seconds before she finally came to her senses. Could this person be joking? There was no expression on that face at all. Host Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind, carrying a hint of subtle excitement. What did that sentence he just said mean? Jiang Lijin walked back to the bedside and sat down. I don't know. Maybe it's because I teased him a bit last night, and he wants to tease me back. Then why are you laughing? I laugh because he has no expression on his face, even when joking. Jiang Lijin leaned back and lay down on the bed. Is that how 3S-level big shots talk? Xiao Yi fell silent for a second. Don't you think he's hinting at something? Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. Hinting at what? Hinting that he wants to be my husband. Come on, he's just stating facts. Besides, even if he wanted me, it's uncertain whether I would want him back. Didn't you say before that it would be fine if it was Kurong? That was comparing a general among the short. Compared to strangers, he is indeed stronger. But to say that I have any desire to be with him? Not at all. All right then. She rolled onto her side on the bed. I don't want to think about it. I can't refuse anyway. I have to go to the Academy of Sciences tomorrow, so I might as well think about what to eat today. She pushed open the door and walked out, planning to head to the kitchen. She wandered along the corridor toward the living room. This house was really big, with a winding corridor, and there were some paintings on the walls that she couldn't understand. As Jiang Lijin walked, she thought that cleaning such a house must be exhausting for the cleaners. After wandering for quite a while and getting lost several times, she finally found the kitchen. This kitchen was even bigger than she had imagined, with a stove, oven, microwave, and dishwasher all in place, and it looked spotless, as if it hadn't been used often. Jiang Lijin walked straight over and opened the refrigerator. Then she fell silent. Frozen pizzas, frozen sandwiches, frozen pasta, frozen dumplings. And a row of high-end nutrient solutions neatly stacked on the second shelf with labels like "Level Exclusive" and "Nutritionally Balanced" printed on them. Jiang Lijin flipped through them, growing increasingly desperate. Although she knew that fresh ingredients in this world were extremely expensive, she thought that a 3S-level big shot would have at least some stock. But this fridge. When she reached the very back, her fingers brushed against a round object. Pulling aside the instant meals and frozen foods, she was shocked to find a cabbage. A fresh, vibrant green cabbage that was still alive. Jiang Lijin's eyes lit up, and she reached out to grab it. Host Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind. This cabbage is probably worth about 1,500 interstellar coins in this world. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin's hand stopped midair and then quickly retracted. 1,500 interstellar coins. For a cabbage? That's way too expensive. Jiang Lijin suddenly felt that the 1 million compensation in her account might not last her very long. Customer. Xiao Bei's voice came from behind, startling her. She turned around to see the round robot had somehow slid up beside her, its electronic eyes blinking at her. Jiang Lijin tilted her head to look at it, and Xiao Bei tilted its head in response, speaking gently. Are you hungry, customer? Jiang Lijin nodded a bit. Then let Xiao Bei cook you a bowl of noodles. Xiao Bei said, rolling its round body to the front of the fridge, pushing Jiang Lijin aside, extending its mechanical arm to pull out that cabbage, and tearing off 2 leaves. Seeing this, Jiang Lijin obediently walked to the dining room, sat by the table, and rested her chin on her hand, watching Xiao Bei busily working in the open kitchen. The round robot moved smoothly in front of the stove, not at all like an experimental product. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed in front of her. Clear broth and thin noodles with 2 cabbage leaves resting on top, surprisingly good-looking though lacking scallions. Jiang Lijin picked up her chopsticks and took a mouthful of noodles. The taste was quite good. She immersed herself in eating, completely unaware that those 2 leaves were probably worth several hundred interstellar coins. After finishing, she put the bowl and chopsticks into the dishwasher, thanked Xiao Bei, and then went upstairs. Behind her, Xiao Bei's electronic eyes had turned into 2 crescent moons. What she didn't know was that outside the door, Kurong had just pushed the door open, walked down the stairs, and was heading toward the garage when he caught a glimpse of a figure standing by the flower bed not far away. It was a female dressed in a light pink long dress, seemingly the same one she had seen yesterday. She stood there as if by chance, yet also as if she had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Kurong come out, her eyes brightened, and she quickly walked up. Lord Kurong. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of breathlessness from her hurried approach. She stood in front of him, tilting her head slightly, the moisture in her almond-shaped eyes shimmering. Kurong stopped in his tracks, looking at her. Miss, do you need something? Philwyn gently bit her lip, the gesture seeming so natural, as if it were instinctive. She lowered her gaze, and then lifted it, appearing hesitant to speak. Lord Kurong, I came to inform you. Her voice softened further. If Sister Jiang Lijin does anything wrong, please don't blame her. Kurong looked at her, his brows already knitted, but he did not speak. Philwyn felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, but continued, her eyes slightly reddening. Sister is a very good person, she just might not know how to speak well. If she did anything wrong to make you angry, just let me know. I am willing to take responsibility for her. As she spoke, tears were already welling in her eyes. That appearance would likely tug at anyone's heartstrings. But Karong was not just anyone. Karong frowned and asked, "What is your name?" Philwyn was taken aback for a moment, her expression freezing for a brief moment before she quickly recovered. She replied softly, "My name is Philwyn Lord Karong. We met before at the banquet." Philwyn. Karong repeated the name, as if confirming something. He suddenly remembered Jiang Lijin asking him if he knew Philwyn yesterday, so it was her. But Jiang Lijin's expression when she mentioned her was one of disdain that she couldn't hide. "Is Jiang Lijin really your sister?" Karong asked. Philwyn opened her mouth momentarily, unsure how to. Strictly speaking, she had no relation to Jiang Lijin. That sister was merely something she said casually, thinking no one would care. She stammered, "She is a sister I know we." Karong did not listen any further. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now," he said. Philwyn wanted to say something else, but meeting Karong's gaze, the words caught in her throat. His eyes were calm and indifferent, making her dare not take another step forward. Karong turned and left, his footsteps gradually fading away. Philwyn remained standing there, her nails digging into her palm. Jiang Lijin returned to her room, closed the door, and took out her portable light brain to start searching methods for females to make money. Search results popped up instantly, filling dozens of pages. Jiang Lijin scrolled down one by one, her expression growing darker. What on earth are these things? What does it mean to marry a powerful beast husband? What about picking up garbage in the prime area of the main star, earning over 10,000 a day is not a dream? What about entering a prestigious academy for further studies, graduating, and joining a research institution, reaching the pinnacle of life? As she read through, she felt as if she had stumbled into some scam website. Host, you don't need to be so anxious. Isn't there still 1 million in your account? If you save a bit, it will last a long time. Jiang Lijin let out a cold laugh. A cabbage costs 1,500. Tell me how to save. Jiang Lijin recalled the taste of that spoiled, bitter melon juice, and her stomach churned. She shook her head. If I have to drink that stuff every day to survive, I'd rather be dead. I'd rather pick up garbage, really. The little one thought for a moment, and suddenly had a bright idea. Host, why not check the forum? Forum. Yes, the largest gossip forum in the galaxy where orcs from 13 star systems discuss. There's a section for females. You might find some ways to make money there. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. How do you know this? The little one's voice carried a hint of pride. Although I am a new system, I have some basic information in my database. Forums are basically standard in every world. I just tried searching a bit. I didn't expect there to actually be one, and it's quite large. Jiang Lijin said nothing and searched for forum on the light brain. The interface shifted and a cleanly designed forum appeared before her. At the top of the homepage were several pinned posts, and scrolling down revealed a variety of threads. Shocking. Major General of the 9th Military District secretly met with a mysterious female last night. The two were together for 3 hours. Insiders reveal, not just once. Rational discussion is this year's top 10 outstanding orc selection fair. Help. My beast husband's mental energy is out of control and has been taken by the Safety Bureau. What should I do? Jiang Lijin casually flipped through a few posts and found that the forum's vibe was quite similar to a certain blog from her original world, except the protagonists were orcs instead of humans. Just as she was about to click into the female section, her peripheral vision caught a post on the homepage. Lord Chiron looks even more handsome today. Jiang Lijin's finger paused. She stared at the title for 3 seconds, then inexplicably clicked in. The body of the post contained just one sentence. I ran into Lord Chiron at the entrance of the Central Hospital today. Casually took a photo. Anyone know what this means? Below it was an image. Jiang Lijin clicked on the picture, and the corner of her mouth twitched. The Chiron in the photo was indeed wearing the same outfit she had seen him in today, entering the main hospital, the angle captured from the side. The problem was Jiang Lijin remembered that spot. It was a flower bed. Was this person crouching in the bushes to take the photo? Or lying on the ground? She scrolled down to the comments. Whoa, did you stake out there? This angle, this clarity, incredible. May I ask what time Lord Chiron started work today? I want to run into him too. So impressive, this photography skill. Ooh, I suggest you apply directly to be a reporter for the Mainstar Daily. Lord Chiron's profile kills me. This nose bridge, this jawline, I might just die on the spot. You upstairs, stay calm. Remember to call an ambulance from the Central Hospital. Jiang Lijin silently observed the comments section in a frenzy. Indeed, although this world claimed that females were precious, protected, and cared for, what was truly sought after were still those high-ranking orcs. She directly exited and found that another post had quickly emerged beneath this one, gaining traction. Our Lord Ball is the most handsome in the entire universe, okay? Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and clicked in again. The post body also included a picture, and when she enlarged it, she froze. In the photo, a man sat on a black leather sofa dressed in a well-tailored black and gray suit, crossing his legs with hands folded on his knees. The photo only captured his profile, but it was still evident that his facial features were extremely deep, with a sharp, oppressive aura in his brows and eyes, and one could feel his unapproachable aura even through the photo. He slightly frowned, as if deep in thought, or perhaps impatient. Jiang Lijin stared at that face for a few seconds, then objectively assessed in her heart, indeed handsome. Unlike Chiron's gentle jade-like abstinence, this man exuded a sharp, dangerous aura, making one feel perilous just by looking at the photo. Yet that handsome face made it hard to resist being drawn in. She scrolled down to the comments, which were even more frenzied than she had imagined. Lord Ball. This aura, these legs, these hands, I might just ascend on the spot. It's such a pity for Lord Ball, a 3S male. There's no female in the entire galaxy that can match him. No 3S male ever ends well. Our Lord Ball is so strong. Why is that? There's no way. 3S females simply don't exist. S-level females matched with 3S males will be overwhelmed by mental energy in a few years. This isn't a match, but it's murder. If I could match with Lord Ball, I'd be willing to die? Wake up upstairs, you're a male. Jiang Lijin lightly clicked her tongue. She recalled that the little one had mentioned the direct superior of Kiran in the storyline. He would die at Kiran's hands. And this plot was merely to highlight Kiran's intelligence, paving the way for him. But she didn't expect that Ball was actually the highest commander of the Central Military District. A person like this, would he really die at Kiran's hands? She couldn't help but voice her thoughts. What a pity, such a handsome man. But host, the little one's voice suddenly chimed in. He is also a 3S, you know. Jiang Lijin paused for a moment, then realized what the little one was hinting at. 3S. According to the matching rules of this world, when she officially confirmed her 3S mental energy, this name would likely appear on her future partner list. Or rather, it would definitely appear. There are fewer than 10 3S males in the entire galaxy, and only a few people of appropriate age could match with her. She raised an eyebrow and said lazily, if I really get matched with him, I'll find a way to save him. You're being attracted by his looks. I'm rationally utilizing resources. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. After all, I can't refuse the match. Rather than someone I don't know, I'd prefer a handsome one. This is called strategic laziness. You don't understand. Yes, everything you say is right. The little one's voice was very obedient, but there was an obvious suppressive laugh in its tone. Besides, my 3 ex-husbands always said that a clever female like me doesn't deserve them, so is Kiran and Slevel really worthy of killing a 3S? I'm just standing up for the injustice. Host, the little one's voice suddenly turned serious. You are actually quite kind. Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin exited that post, swiping her fingers across the holographic screen twice before entering the female section. The page transitioned, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. At the very top of the homepage floated a pinned post, its title boldly written in red font, must read for all females. Detailed explanation of Interstellar Female Welfare Subsidies, latest revised edition. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and clicked in. The post was lengthy, densely packed with various clauses, clearly the result of considerable effort by a well-meaning individual. She scrolled down and quickly found the key information she was most interested in. Female monthly subsidy standards grade and below 300 interstellar coins month grade, 500 interstellar coins month grade, 2,000 interstellar coins month a grade, 5,000 interstellar coins month grade, 20,000 interstellar coins month. Jiang Lijin stared at the grade 500 interstellar coins month for 3 seconds, then made an extremely disdainful expression. Who can live on 500 interstellar coins? This amount is barely enough to sustain a living. She wondered how much it would increase when she ascended to 3S grade. She continued scrolling through the post. It detailed the rules for distributing the subsidies. Females do not need to work, and the monthly subsidy is automatically credited. This is the Empire's basic guarantee for females, aimed at ensuring that all females can sustain their lives without worrying about their livelihoods. Exiting this post, below the pinned post were the daily threads in the female section. Jiang Lijin casually glanced through a few posts and realized that the atmosphere in this section was completely different from the homepage. Grade female seeking a purification job, asking seniors for guidance. Does anyone know the recruitment requirements for the purification department in the hospital? Whoa, I went to the hospital for purification today and was praised by a grade beast man. I'm so happy. Jiang Lijin flipped through the posts one by one, gradually understanding the ecology of this section. In this world, females truly do not need to work. But for grade and below low-level females, the monthly subsidy is barely enough to survive. Want to eat fresh vegetables? Want to buy new clothes? Or perhaps want to live in a better house? Very difficult. Hence, many low-level females without a partner to support them or whose partners are also of low rank still seek work. However, the jobs available for females are extremely limited, primarily related to purification. Purification is a unique ability of females. Their mental power can soothe the violent emotions of male beastmen caused by battles and pollution, purifying the pollutants accumulated within them. Moreover, high-level females can even actively release their mental power to help beastmen enhance their combat strength and prolong their lifespan. In this world where a swarm invasion could break out at any moment, purification ability is the most scarce resource. Jiang Lijin scrolled down and quickly saw a familiar name. Crying for Lord Firwin again today. Lord Firwin went to the hospital for purification this week for 3 whole days. 3 full days. She is truly so kind. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but click in. The main text of the post was vividly written and accompanied by several pictures. Firwen was still wearing those dresses that perfectly outlined her figure standing in the purification room of the hospital surrounded by several male beastmen. She slightly lowered her head, a gentle smile gracing her face. The comments section was ablaze. Lord Firwen is truly too kind. And Scrade female could do nothing at all, yet she chooses to go to the hospital to help. Yes, I heard she goes at least 3 days a week purifying many male beastmen who haven't matched with a female. If those beastmen hadn't had her help, they would have lost control of their mental power long ago. What a pity Lord Firwen has only matched with 3 grade males. If you ask me, Lord Firwen would be fine with a 3 grade male. The one upstairs, wake up. Do you want Lord Firwen? Jiang Lijin scrolled through the screen, the corners of her mouth twitching again. Host, what are you looking at? The voice of Xiao Yi echoed in her mind. This little green tea public relations is doing quite well. Going to the hospital 3 times a week, and she's praised as a saint. Back in my original world, she'd be at most an ordinary volunteer. But she isn't Scrade female. Scrade females do not need to do anything, just lying down earns them 20,000 in subsidies. If she willingly lowers herself to help at the hospital, she must be highly praised. Listening to Xiao Yi's sarcastic tone, Jiang Lijin couldn't help but chuckle. Where did this little system learn this from? Once you determine your mental power level, you will be able to do much more than her. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Group purification. Xiao Yi said Scrade females can only purify unknown, soothing 1 male at a time. Although their efficiency is slightly higher than that of other lower-grade females, when you determine that you are a 3 Scrade female, purifying 10 at once will not be a problem. Moreover, group purification is more efficient, and you can earn more Interstellar coins. Jiang Lijin's eyes lit up. How much per session? That depends on the specific pricing. But think about it now. Scrade females charge a market price of 5,000 Interstellar coins for 1 purification session. If you can purify 10 at once, that would be 50,000. If you don't do 2 sessions a day, you would have 100,000. Jiang Lijin fell silent. 100,000 in a day. According to the original host's subsidy of 500 a month, how many years would it take to save that much? Host, once your test results come out, your name will probably be all over the forum. By then, Lord Firwen's face will likely look worse than when she saw you walk into Lord Sharon's house. Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. The corners of Jiang Lijin's mouth slowly curved into a smile. She didn't care much for fame, but the thought of making Firwen unhappy delighted her. But soon she thought of another question. Xiao Yi, she spoke. What about the males? How do males generally support themselves? Those low-tier males. Xiao Yi paused, seemingly surprised that Jiang Lijin would ask such questions. Males generally fight on the front lines. Don't think that you are currently living in a safe zone and feel that this world seems very safe. It is not. This world has powerful insectoids, mental pollution, and crazed beastmen wandering outside. Once females leave the safety of the city, they could die at any moment. Jiang Lijin remained silent, waiting for it to continue. And don't be fooled by those high-ranking males sitting in safe positions. Once insectoids launch a large-scale invasion, they will also have to fight, including Sharon and Ball. Jiang Lijin was momentarily stunned. Sharon. On the front lines. Yes, he is a 3 Scrade, one of the highest combat powers in the Empire. When the insectoids invade, he cannot hide in the hospital and go over documents. All high-level beastmen have the obligation to defend the Empire. This is also why this world respects high-level beastmen. It is because their combat strength can contribute more to this world. Therefore, whether low-level males or high-level males, their main source of income comes from killing insectoids on the front. Of course, there are a small number of beastmen who stay in the safe zone for various reasons and do some logistical work. Jiang Lijin remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. As a 3 Scrade, can I also go to the battlefield? Xiao Yi was taken aback. After several seconds, it finally spoke, its voice carrying a rare stutter. Host, what are you talking about? I said, Jiang Lijin repeated, I go to the front lines, fight, kill insectoids. But, Xiao Yi's voice began to stutter, you are a female. There has never been a precedent of females going to the front lines. So what? So, it is too dangerous for females to go to the front lines. What if you get hurt? What if you are attacked by insectoids? What if, Xiao Yi? Jiang Lijin interrupted, you said that 3 Scrade females can purify males in groups, right? Then if I go to the front lines, Jiang Lijin said slowly, while those males are fighting, I directly purify them. Wouldn't that be more effective than waiting for them to return and line up for purification? Xiao Yi fell silent again. This time the silence dragged on longer. But it still answered Jiang Lijin in theory. Yes. At 7:55 the next morning, Jiang Lijin was promptly awakened by the alarm of her smart device. This time it was not Xiao Yi that woke her. She lay in bed for 3 seconds, staring at the ceiling in a daze with only one thought in her mind. Why did she have to get up so early? She was a slacker, not having to go to work or do anything. But thinking about the tests she had to undergo at the Academy of Sciences today and her appointment with Karong at 8:30, she struggled to get up, wash up, and change her clothes. At 8 o'clock sharp, she pushed open the door to her room. The hallway was quiet, with only the faint sound of machinery operating in the distance. Jiang Lijin followed her memory to the living room without getting lost this time. As she reached the entrance of the living room, she immediately spotted Xiao Bai. The round little robot stood by the dining table, its mechanical arm holding a tray, gently placing 2 plates onto the table. On the plates were warm sandwiches and 2 cups of hot milk. And already seated at the dining table was a person. Karang was wearing a light, gray turtleneck sweater today, the fabric looking soft and delicate, fitting his body's contours and accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. On his wrist was a simple silver smartwatch emitting a subtle glow. The morning sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a serene atmosphere. Jiang Lijin stood at the top of the stairs looking at him for 2 seconds. He was handsome, undeniably so. The beauty of Karang was non-threatening, gentle, restrained, and pleasing to the eye. But she only looked for 2 seconds before her gaze shifted to the dining table. In front of Karang was a sandwich and a cup of milk, and on the seat beside him was similarly arranged a sandwich and a cup of milk neatly placed. Jiang Lijin walked over without hesitation and sat down. "Morning," she said. Karang looked up at her, the corner of his mouth seemingly curling up. "Morning. You are quite punctual." Jiang Lijin took a bite of the sandwich and mumbled an indistinct response. "Our appointment is at 8:30, yet you came down at 8. Karang took a sip of milk, his tone still bland. Jiang Lijin paused her chewing of the sandwich. She looked up at Karang, trying to discern from his face whether his words were a genuine compliment or laced with sarcasm. But his expression remained as impassive as ever, with no hint of emotion in his eyes. Forget it, she couldn't be bothered to guess. She continued to focus on her sandwich, finishing half of it in a couple of bites. She also drank nearly half a cup of milk in one go. Karang glanced at her, remaining silent, and continued to eat his breakfast at a leisurely pace. He ate slowly, taking small bites, elegant and unhurried. Jiang Lijin finished her portion and propped her chin on her hand, watching him eat. After all, she was in no hurry. Heavens, the beauty is eating, Xiao Yi exaggeratedly exclaimed in her mind. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes internally. Can you be normal? Watching a beauty eat is also a kind of enjoyment, don't you? Xiao Yi spoke with a tone of righteous conviction. Jiang Lijin couldn't be bothered to argue. But she had to admit Karang did look good while eating, exuding a natural elegance, though he was a bit too slow. Jiang Lijin was an impatient person. In her previous world, she disliked those slow-paced individuals who followed rules and routines in everything they did, as she was their complete opposite. She was laid back and spontaneous, doing whatever came to mind, and hated being constrained. But now, watching Karang, she found that she didn't dislike him as much. Perhaps it was because he was handsome, or maybe because he had taken her in. In any case, she could manage not to dislike him. Karang finally finished the last bite of his sandwich, took a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, his movements still calm and unhurried. Jiang Lijin instinctively glanced at the clock in the living room, 8:28. She clicked her tongue internally. Karang stood up and looked at her. Let's go. Jiang Lijin stood up and followed him towards the door. Xiao Bai rolled over from somewhere, its round body stopping at the door, its electronic eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. Take care, master. Take care, guest. Be careful on the road and come back early. Karang nodded and pushed open the door. Jiang Lijin followed closely behind. Stepping outside, Karang halted, turned to her, and said, "Wait here, I'll go get the car." Jiang Lijin nodded and stood obediently at the door. Karang turned and walked towards the garage at his usual leisurely pace. Watching his figure disappear around the corner, Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze and stared blankly at the flower bed not far away. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught something. A figure appeared at the intersection not far away, wearing a light pink long dress with smooth long hair, walking with a light and graceful stride. Jiang Lijin didn't need to look closely to know who it was. She stared at the approaching figure, suddenly noticing something. Philwin's eyes were glaring at her with unabashed disdain, contempt, and a hint of undisguised hostility. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Oh, she was dropping the pretense. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Philwin's expression switch rapidly to her usual gentle and innocent demeanor as she drew closer. Jiang Lijin looked at that face that changed in an instant and clicked her tongue. A dog can't change its nature. She withdrew her gaze, too lazy to look any further. But Philwin clearly had no intention of letting her off. That light pink figure was getting closer, her steps quickening, almost breaking into a jog toward her. Jiang Lijin's brows furrowed slightly. She was truly annoyed with Philwin affecting her mood so early. Fortunately, just as Philwin was about to reach her, a silver gray hover car rolled out from the garage, smoothly stopping in front of her, the door opening automatically. Karang was sitting in the driver's seat, turning to look at her with a calm tone. Get in. Jiang Lijin bent down and swiftly hopped inside. Before the car door could close, Philwin's voice floated over, sweetly calling, "Sister Jiang Lijin." Jiang Lijin's mouth twitched as she forcefully closed the car door. Karang glanced outside through the car window, then turned to Jiang Lijin, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. "Is she calling you?" Jiang Lijin didn't even look back, replying firmly, "I don't know her. Hurry up, let's go." Karang's gaze swept past the car window, landing on the increasingly close light pink figure. He frowned slightly, as if recognizing something. Then he closed the car door, and the hover car accelerated smoothly, leaving behind the still shouting figure. Jiang Lijin leaned back in her seat, letting out a long breath. So annoying, she muttered. Karong said nothing, focusing intently on driving. The hovering vehicle departed from the residential area, gradually entering the core district of the main star. Jiang Lijin leaned against her seat, watching the scenery outside quickly retreat. One must admit this world is far more advanced than her previous one. There was not a speck of dust on the road, the buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion, and there were crisscrossed flying paths in the sky, with various hovering vehicles weaving through them along with small aircraft resembling a three-dimensional traffic network. However, the entire world appeared cold and devoid of color. Although there were occasional small flower beds adding a hint of green, they were pitifully scarce. As they moved further into the central area, the architectural styles outside the window became increasingly varied. The shapes of the buildings grew more peculiar. Some resembled gigantic crystal balls, others intertwined rings, and there were even cubes that seemed to hover in midair. Jiang Lijin stared in awe. After a few more minutes, a magnificent structure appeared in her sight. Jiang Lijin knew at once that this had to be the Academy of Sciences. The building's exterior was indeed unique, with an irregular shape that was hard to describe, yet it appeared extraordinarily harmonious, as if it had grown naturally, without any sculpting. Most importantly, the surface of the building was covered with a layer of flowing light, film seemingly moving around the structure with awareness. This was more stunning than any building she had seen on her journey. The voice of Xiao Yi echoed in her mind, stating Academy of Sciences, the highest research institution of the main star, housing the most advanced technology in the entire star system. Karen slowed the hovering vehicle as they approached the building. It was only as they neared that Jiang Lijin noticed a nondescript entrance at the base of the structure resembling a garage. The hovering vehicle did not stop at all and drove straight in. The entrance was dark, but as they entered, all the lights illuminated bright, yet not blinding, revealing a spacious underground parking lot. Even more astonishing, a green light strip appeared on the ground, extending from the entrance and leading forward, ultimately pointing to a parking space. Jiang Lijin looked at the green light and exclaimed, "That's quite thoughtful." Karen said nothing, merely following the guidance of the green light and smoothly parking the vehicle. As the vehicle came to a stop, a mechanical voice sounded warm and respectful. "Welcome, academician Karen." Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and looked at Karen. "Academician?" She teased. "So Karen is doing so well at the Academy of Sciences." Karen parked the vehicle steadily, his tone remaining flat. "It's just an honorary title." "An honorary title still affords such treatment. A designated parking space, a private entrance, and even a welcome voice." Jiang Lijin muttered to herself, too lazy to ask further. In any case, asking would probably yield nothing much. She saw Karen push open the car door and got out alongside him. Karen led Jiang Lijin toward the elevator. As they reached the elevator, Karen pressed a recessed spot on the wall with his hand, and the elevator doors silently slid open, revealing a spacious cabin surrounded by silver-white metallic material. Just as Jiang Lijin stepped into the elevator, Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind, but it sounded a bit garbled and intermittent. "Host from here. Should be blocked later. You. Be careful." Before the message could finish, the voice disappeared. Jiang Lijin tried to call out Xiao Yi in her mind. There was silence. Although she had anticipated this, the moment had come, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "Ms. Jiang." Karen's voice pulled her back to reality. She snapped back to attention and noticed Karen looking at her, his gaze rarely showing a hint of concern. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lijin collected her thoughts and gave a slight smile, saying nothing. Karen remained silent, just watching her. After a few seconds, he spoke again, his voice softer than before. "Are you nervous?" Jiang Lijin was taken aback and did not answer. Karen continued, "There's no need to be nervous. It's just a routine check, and the Academy of Sciences won't make things difficult for you." Jiang Lijin thought his tone resembled that of someone comforting a child, almost making her laugh, but she swallowed it back and merely nodded. Karen looked at her and suddenly added, "I will be with you throughout your check today." His tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Yet upon hearing this, Jiang Lijin felt something was off. The elevator began to ascend. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath, pushing all her scattered thoughts down. The elevator reached an unknown floor, and Jiang Lijin didn't pay attention to it. The doors opened. Outside was an exceedingly long corridor, the silver-white walls emanating a cold light, and the floor beneath her feet was made of an unknown material, making no sound as she walked. Jiang Lijin walked behind Karen, and as they continued, the space ahead suddenly opened up into a hall. There were many people. She had thought the Academy of Sciences was as quiet as it had been in the corridor, where not a single sound could be heard and not a shadow in sight. To her surprise, the atmosphere here was drastically different. At least 20 to 30 people were bustling about in this area. Some wore white research uniforms, others donned dark gray uniforms, and a few, like Karen, were dressed casual. They moved hurriedly, their steps swift, holding either data pads or documents, or quietly speaking to the light brains on their wrists. No one engaged in idle chatter, nor did anyone walk slowly. It seemed every person had a clear destination, moving both quickly and steadily. While she was observing, a young male in a white research uniform walked past her. As he approached Karen, he paused momentarily, nodding slightly to Karen. "Academician Karen." The tone was respectful but brief. After saying that, he quickly left, not even casting a glance at Jiang Lijin, who stood beside Karen. Another person passed by, performing the same nod and brief greeting. Every person who passed by would stop to greet Karen, but no one spoke further, nor did anyone look at her with curiosity. Karen gave a slight nod to each person who greeted him, his steps never faltering as he continued onward, and Jiang Lijin closely followed. She dared not fall behind, knowing she would surely get lost in this place alone, and getting lost here was likely not a matter of just asking for directions. She might be apprehended as a suspicious person. Passing through the hall, they entered another corridor. This one was narrower than the previous one, with many signs on the walls that she could not understand. Karen arrived at a door, placing his hand on the sensor beside it, and a blue light flashed over his palm. Identity confirmed. Academician Karen, welcome. The door slid open silently, and Jiang Lijin followed him inside, discovering yet another corridor behind the door. This time Karen stood before a scanner, his light gray eyes focused on the lens. Iris confirmation. Another corridor. Jiang Lijin felt as if she had entered some sort of loop, with endless corridors and unending doors. She knew the Academy of Sciences must have security measures, but she hadn't expected them to be this stringent. This felt less like a routine check for mental strength, and more like an intrusion into some state secrets. Unable to contain herself, she spoke up. Karen. Karen continued walking, without pause, glancing at her. What is it? Are we going to see the mainframe? She asked, furrowing her brow. Karen chuckled lightly, saying no. Then what is this? Karen's tone softened further, perhaps out of concern that Jiang Lijin might get anxious. We're going somewhere very close to the mainframe. The testing equipment must be near the mainframe to capture the most precise data on psychic wave fluctuations. Jiang Lijin fell silent. Just going somewhere close to the mainframe required passing through so many doors. If they were truly going to see the mainframe, wouldn't it take a whole day to get in? She stopped asking and quietly followed. After passing through countless doors, her initial nervousness had dissipated, leaving her somewhat numb. Finally, Karen stopped in front of a door. This door was different from the others. There was no sensor area, no scanner, nothing at all. It was just an ordinary silver-white metal door without any markings, stark and bare, making it impossible to discern what kind of place this was. Kargong pushed open the bare metal door, revealing a small room that was much more simplistic than Jiang Lijin. There were several workbenches, a few chairs, and a row of display screens hanging on the wall. Two staff members turned their heads simultaneously at the sound of the door opening. One was a middle-aged male dressed in a white research coat with graying hair and thin-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. The other was surprisingly a middle-aged female, her hair pinned up, wearing a dark gray uniform, holding a pen and jotting something down in a notebook. Upon hearing the sound, she turned her head, and her gaze landed on Jiang Lijin. Her gaze was calm, devoid of curiosity or scrutiny. She merely glanced and slightly nodded as if in greeting. Jiang Lijin also nodded in response, but inwardly she wondered, are the people from this academy always? The middle-aged female averted her gaze and continued to write in her notebook before closing it and looking up at Kargong. Is this Miss Jiang? Kargong nodded yes. The middle-aged female didn't say more, just pointed to the other side of the room. Miss Jiang, please stand over there. Jiang Lijin looked in the direction she pointed, and on the other side of the room was a large transparent glass window, or rather a transparent wall, which had a small door. On the other side of the glass was a space resembling an examination room containing a machine. Jiang Lijin stared at the machine, at a loss for words on how to describe it. It was large, nearly occupying half of the room. It was entirely grayish-white, its surface covered with a dense network of pipes and wires resembling some kind of intricate industrial device. In the center of the machine was a slightly raised platform small enough for one person to stand on. Jiang Lijin looked at the machine and suddenly thought of the CT scanner from her original world, but this was far more complex and intimidating. Kargong walked over to her, following her gaze towards the machine, his tone calm, yet gentle. Just stand on that platform and leave the rest to us. Jiang Lijin looked up at him. Kargong also turned his head, a hint of reassurance in his light gray eyes. Jiang Lijin averted her gaze and took a deep breath. Got it. She walked towards the glass door, approaching the machine, looking up at the dense network of pipes and metal rings. Earlier that morning, Xiao Yi had informed her that her mental strength had stabilized at 3S level and there shouldn't be any upward trend. She had breathed a sigh of relief, then, thinking her visit to the academy was just a formality, once completed, she could take the testing report to receive money, get an apartment, and live a happy life filled with fresh vegetables every day. But now, standing in front of this machine, she suddenly felt a bit anxious. What if something went wrong? Well, she lifted her foot and stepped onto the small platform. It was quite stable, and she felt a slight warmth beneath her feet, as if it was heating her up. Outside the glass window, Kargong and the two researchers had approached the control panel. The middle-aged female sat in front of a display screen, her fingers quickly typing something on a virtual keyboard. The bespectacled male researcher stood beside her, focused on another screen, quietly speaking about something. Kargong stood behind them, his hands at his sides, his gaze piercing through the glass at Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin met his gaze pulling at the corners of her mouth in an attempt to smile, uncertain if he could see it. Please remain still during the test. A gentle mechanical voice echoed in the room. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze, standing straight, trying to, though inside she was already beginning to curse. What kind of broken machine is this? Why are there so many pipes? It won't electrocute me, will it? If it does, that's one thing, but please don't kill me. I just came back to life not long ago. The mental strength test is about to begin. Please relax and maintain normal breathing. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. Then nothing happened. The expected sense of pressure did not descend. No invisible force pressed down on her. No strange beams swept over her, and there was not even a sensation. She could only see the three people outside the glass discussing something. The middle-aged female occasionally glanced at her before lowering her head again, while the male researcher's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, and Kargong remained standing behind them, his gaze fixed on her. After about 5 minutes, Kargong walked over and opened the door. It's done, he said. Test completed. A mechanical voice sounded, thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Lijin stood there a bit dazed. Is this it? She hadn't felt anything at all. She had expected some sensation of spinning or having her head pried open, but it was just this. Just standing for 5 minutes. But she didn't dwell on it, stepping off the platform and walking towards the door back, and Kargong was standing by the door waiting for her. How do you feel? Jiang Lijin tugged at the corners of her mouth. Not bad, didn't get electrocuted. Kargong was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. It won't electrocute you. Or rather, that device isn't powered on. Jiang Lijin responded with an oh, then eagerly looked at the middle-aged female. Have the results come out? The middle-aged female looked up, her gaze lingering on Jiang Lijin for 2 seconds before nodding. 3S level. Jiang Lijin was silent for a moment. Is that all? She had expected them to exclaim, to erupt in excitement, or to have some exaggerated reaction like, oh my, a 3S level female has emerged. But there was nothing. Both researchers, including Kargong, were quite composed. Even Jiang Lijin, who was usually calm, began to doubt Xiao Yi's judgment. Perhaps 3S level females were actually quite common. After saying that, the middle-aged female continued to write and draw in her notebook. The male researcher returned to his workstation, starting to organize the test data from earlier. Well, after all, they are from the academy, accustomed to seeing grand spectacles. She pulled her thoughts back and looked at the middle-aged female. She began. The middle-aged female looked up. Does Ms. Jiang have any questions? Jiang Lijin asked, the most pressing question at the moment for my 3S level. How much subsidy can I receive each month? The middle-aged female was momentarily stunned. The male researcher beside her also paused, his actions halted. Only Kargong stood behind Jiang Lijin, his expression calm, seemingly thinking that this was indeed the kind of question Jiang Lijin would ask. But the middle-aged female quickly regained her composure, her tone still professional. Currently, there is no established subsidy standard for 3S level females. However, according to convention, your subsidy should refer to the S-level female standard with an appropriate increase. By how much? Jiang Lijin pressed. The middle-aged female pondered. The specific amount needs to be determined by the mainframe and finance department, but conservatively estimated it would be between 50,000 and 100,000. Jiang Lijin's eyes lit up. 50 to 100,000 a month. How many cabbages could she buy? Of course, the middle-aged female added, this is just the basic subsidy. If you participate in purification work, there will be additional income. Jiang Lijin nodded, trying hard to appear calm. But she was already calculating in her mind. 50,000 a month means 600,000 a year. Adding her 1 million savings, she should be able to lay back and live happily, eating cabbages every day, right? No, not just cabbages. She also needs to eat meat, fruits, and... Okay, thank you, she said, trying to sound as calm as possible. The middle-aged female nodded and continued writing. Jiang Lijin turned to Kargong. Can we leave now? Kargong's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he withdrew it. Let's go. The two individuals exited the room, retracing their steps through the layered doors. Karen's motion of opening the door remained practiced, as if he had done it 1,000 times. Jiang Lijin followed behind him, her mind still pondering the earlier figure. Just as she was calculating, they had already walked through the last door and returned to the underground parking garage. Karen's hover car was quietly parked there. Suddenly, Jiang Lijin recalled something and said, by the way, are you still going to the hospital? They'll go to the hospital with you, and once we arrive, I can take a taxi back home myself. She thought it was already quite considerate of him to specifically bring her to the Academy of Sciences, and she shouldn't delay him further. After all, Karen was the director of the Central Hospital of the main star, and surely had many matters to attend to. However, Karen shook his head and said, there's nothing much happening at the hospital today, or it's fine to just take you home. She nodded, not saying any more, and opened the car door to sit inside. Nothing much. Well, that's fine, but it saves her the cost of a taxi, which is free to take. Since he said so, it must indeed be true that there was nothing going on. Karen also got into the car. The hover car started smoothly driving out of the garage along the green light strip, soon merging into the traffic of the main road. The car was very quiet. Jiang Lijin leaned against the seat, watching the scenery outside swiftly retreat. She stared blankly at the hovering cars zooming by, her mind wandering aimlessly. For some reason, she suddenly felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Karen drove with great focus, not saying a word. Not knowing what to say, she simply continued to zone out. As she gazed out at a building resembling a giant crystal ball, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "I'm back." Jiang Lijin was momentarily taken aback, then felt an indescribable sense of relaxation wash over her from deep within, as if a heart that had been hanging in the air had finally settled back into place. She realized where the earlier awkwardness had stemmed from. Previously, Xiao Yi would always chatter in her mind, so in Jiang Lijin's perception, there were three of them together. But just now she was truly alone with Karen. "Xiao Yi, I'm here, host." Xiao Yi's tone carried a hint of excitement. "How was it? Was the test smooth? Did it hurt?" "I felt nothing. I just stood there dazed for 5 minutes." "Hee, so how was it? Is the result 3S?" Jiang Lijun responded with a silent in her heart. "Wow." Xiao Yi exclaimed dramatically, 3S female, the only one in the universe. "Host, you are truly amazing. I can brag that my host is 3S. Jiang Lijun couldn't help but smile. The reaction she didn't get in the testing room was now received here with Xiao Yi. But clearly it was Xiao Yi who always knew she was 3S, yet it could still act like a bystander hearing the news for the first time. Jiang Lijun mentally recounted the circumstances of the test, including the calm reactions of the two. After listening, Xiao Yi began to analyze their calmness as normal. After all, your mental power exceeds S grade by a lot, and the main brain should have been prepared for this. Those researchers probably got the news beforehand. Jiang Lijun raised an eyebrow. "You mean they already knew I was 3S? Pretty much," Xiao Yi replied. "Even if they weren't certain about the exact grade, they at least knew you were above S grade. Therefore, discovering a 3S today was within their expectations, nothing to make a fuss about." Jiang Lijun nodded, finding it reasonable. "What about next?" she asked, her tone tinged with anticipation. Xiao Yi's tone became a bit more serious. "Next, your test results should be sent to your light brain via email this afternoon. This will include subsidy standards, housing policies, and other details. Then there's the matching." Hearing the word matching, Jiang Lijun frowned. Xiao Yi continued, "Your information will be entered into the matching system, and eligible males will automatically enter the candidate pool. The matching process will likely be expedited, especially since you are the only 3S female, and those 3S males have been waiting too long." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Jiang Lijun fell silent. The more she listened, the more she felt like a lamb. Although she knew this was the rule of the world, the thought of being matched still left her feeling oddly uncomfortable. Moreover, once your grade is officially released, the Empire will make an announcement. At that time, the entire star system will know that a 3S female has been born, and the forums will likely explode. Those posts about Fairwind will soon be drowned out by your posts. Jiang Lijun laughed. This was indeed good news. But after the laughter, an inexplicable tension followed. It wasn't fear that caused the tension, but rather an indescribable emotion. She had been a silent tool for so many years, growing up in an orphanage, bullied in school, and being a sycophant in books, never having anyone pay attention to her. Now she was suddenly told she was about to become the center of attention for the entire world and a topic of discussion for everyone. She felt a bit unadaptable. "Host, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Yi's voice rang out, filled with concern. Jiang Lijun withdrew her thoughts and said in her mind, "Nothing." Xiao Yi fell silent for a second, then spoke, its voice softer than usual. "Host, it's okay. No matter what happens, Xiao Yi will always be with you." Jiang Lijun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, inwardly cursing, "You always use that line to brush me off. Ooh, I don't know how many times you've said it. But I will always be by your side." Xiao Yi's tone became serious. "This is not brushing off, it's a fact." Jiang Lijun remained silent, though a smile still played at her lips. At that moment, Karen suddenly spoke up. "Your test results should be notified to you in the form of an email this afternoon," he said, his tone flat. Jiang Lijun turned to look at him, unable to suppress her internal complaints. "Why are you only telling me now? Xiao Yi has already briefed me." However, she still politely responded with an mm. Karen stared ahead, hands on the steering wheel, continuing. "This will include subsidy standards, housing policies, and other details. Your grade is unprecedented among females, so you shouldn't need to queue at the Female Protection Center to apply. Someone will come to your home to help you sort everything out." "Come home?" Jiang Lijun questioned in confusion. Karen still focused on the road ahead. "Yes. I've already reported that you live in my home." "Reported? To whom?" "The main brain." Jiang Lijun wanted to ask, but thought better of it and lost interest. Anyway, someone coming to her home to help her was better, right? It saved her the trouble of running to some protection center to queue and fill out forms, which would have been a hassle. She nodded, not pursuing the matter further. But Karen continued, "You may need to go to the Academy of Sciences a few more times in the future. After all, a case like yours jumping directly from C grade to 3S grade has never occurred before. The Academy wants to conduct some research and needs your cooperation." Jiang Lijun's brow furrowed slightly. "Research? Don't worry." Karen seemed to see through her thoughts. "You will definitely be compensated. Moreover, everything will prioritize your safety, though nothing risky will be done." Jiang Lijun raised an eyebrow. She already felt she had no choice in this matter, as the Academy needed to study her. Could she really refuse? But compensation was an unexpected bonus. "Understood," she nodded. Karen fell silent for a second before speaking again, as if weighing something. There's one more thing. Jiang Lijin looked at him. Karen remained focused on the road ahead, hands still on the steering wheel. According to the main brain's matching mechanism, I am very likely to become one of your partners. Jiang Lijin was silent for a moment. What opinion? What could she possibly offer? She hesitated, then spoke with a touch of perfunctory nonchalance. Not necessarily. I used to be crank and still match with Srank. Maybe now I'm 3 Srank and will still end up with Srank. The central core's matching mechanism. No one can say for sure. Ka Rong did not reply. He knew Jiang Lijin was stating a fact. Their knowledge of the matching mechanism was drawn only from experience and statistics, and the core's decision logic had never been deciphered. Jiang Lijin thought the matter was closed. But Ka Rong was silent for a few seconds, and then spoke again with a tenacity she had not expected. But what if? She was taken aback. If, Lord Ka Rong, she teased lightly, a smile in her voice, you don't strike me as someone so casual with hypotheticals. Ka Rong lifted an eyebrow and said nothing. She considered, and then replied, if it were you, I'd be very pleased. The words came out smooth and natural. After all, she was lodging under another's roof, eating their food and drinking their drink. What was wrong with flattery? Besides, Ka Rong was still a 3-Srank magnate and academy dean of sorts. Being on good terms with him could only be advantageous for her future. Jiang Lijin felt her answer was perfectly fitting. Host Xiao Yi's voice suddenly chimed in her mind, teasing how much of that was sincere and how much was feigned. Jiang Lijin could not be bothered to respond. Did such a question require an answer? She did not even know herself. Ka Rong listened silent for a second, then nodded slightly. The corner of his mouth seemed to soften. Understood. His tone remained calm, but Jiang Lijin felt as if his mood had brightened somewhat. She gave it no further thought and leaned back in her seat, gazing out the window. They had not gone far when the hollow on Ka Rong's wrist flashed. He glanced down, his brow knitting slightly. Jiang Lijin noticed the change, but before she could speak, he said, "I'll take this communication." He tapped the hollow, and a virtual panel materialized, hovering before him. No image, only a voice. Dean. A young male voice sounded from the hollow, edged with urgency. Sorry to bother you, but there's been an incident at the hospital. We need you to come back immediately. Ka Rong's voice remained even. What happened? There was a pause on the other end, as if choosing words. Then they simply requested him to come over and promised to explain the details in person. Ka Rong replied in the same cool tone, understood. They'll be there right away. The call ended. He turned to Jiang Lijin with a questioning look in his eyes. There's an issue at the hospital. Would you mind accompanying me? It won't be long, I'll send you home once I'm done. Jiang Lijin blinked, then shrugged and nodded indifferently. All right. I don't have anything to do anyway. She was at the moment an idle person without work. Time was the one thing she did not lack. Going home to nothing in particular to occupy herself made no difference. Ka Rong nodded, and the hovercar turned at an intersection, heading in another direction. The main World Central Hospital was not far from the academy. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the familiar towering silver-white structure. This time they did not enter through the front. Ka Rong drove straight to the underground parking garage. After parking, the two stepped into the elevator. Ka Rong pressed the floor and said to Jiang Lijin, wait in my office. He'll come up when I'm finished. You remember where my office is, right? Jiang Lijin hummed an affirmative, thinking her memory wasn't that poor. Unexpectedly, Ka Rong turned his usual impassive face toward her with a trace of mockery. Don't wander into the psychological counseling room by mistake. He finished speaking, and the elevator reached his floor. The doors opened, and he walked out, leaving Jiang Lijin. This man. How could he joke without showing expression? Strange. Ka Rong's office was easy to find. Jiang Lijin followed the long corridor from memory and pushed open the familiar door. It was unlocked. The office was as before, a desk, a sofa, and a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Lijin stepped to the glass and watched the scene outside. From this vantage, one could see the central district in its entirety. The oddly shaped towers, the hovercars threading through the air, the intersecting flight lanes, like a three-dimensional painting unfurling across the horizon. Xiao Yi's voice sounded in her mind, tinged with admiration. Ka Rong is surprisingly unpretentious. How so? Jiang Lijin asked casually. Look at the office, a 3-Srank magnate with no proper decorations. Perhaps he simply doesn't care for such things, Jiang Lijin offered. Indeed. His home is the same. Luxurious on the outside, restrained within, Xiao Yi continued. What does that suggest? It suggests he's practical, not vain. A person who lives plainly. Jiang Lijin felt a twinge of unease and kept silent. So, host, what do you think of him? Xiao Yi's tone grew subtly expectant. Jiang Lijin knew Xiao Yi was up to something and rolled her eyes, about to reply when a series of knocks sounded at knock, knock, knock. Jiang Lijin startled and glanced toward the door. It was ajar, and from her angle, she could not see who stood outside. Who would be coming to Ka Rong's office at this hour? She hesitated, saying nothing. Perhaps the visitor would knock a few times. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more knocks, louder than before. Jiang Lijin's brow creased. Why wouldn't they stop? Ka Rong's office had a signal jammer, so Xiao Yi could not see who was outside. The knocking grew more urgent. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. Fine. She would open it. After all, Ka Rong had asked her to wait here. It wasn't anything shameful. She moved to the door and pulled it open, then froze. Two people stood there, one in a pale pink dress, her hair falling obediently over her shoulders, and that signature gentle expression on her face. Faye Irwin. The other was flamboyant red hair, an imposing stature. Wasn't that a dang? At the sight of them, disdain flitted over Jiang Lijin's face and could not be concealed. How could it be these two? What were they doing here? Faye Irwin's eyes widened in the instant disbelief, crossing her gentle features before she recovered her composure. Her gaze swept over Jiang Lijin, and then into the office as if confirming something. A dang's reaction, he was stunned at first, then his brow furrowed tightly, and an unabashed disgust filled his eyes. Jiang Lijin. His voice was thick with incredulity. What are you doing here? Jiang Lijin regarded him, the corner of her mouth twitching. She meant to ask the same, but before she could speak, a dang. Oh, I remember now, he said, his tone turning sneering as he scrutinized her like something unclean. Miss Faye Irwin told me. You do cleaning at Lord Carong's place. Here to do the hospital's sanitation today as well. A cleaner. Jiang Lijin was speechless. She looked at Faye Irwin, whose face remained harmless and serene, eyes curved and lips smiling, as if to say, I'm simply stating the truth. A dang, seeing her silence as weakness, intensified his mockery. What did I hit the mark? He stepped forward and looked down on Jiang Lijin with condescension. I truly underestimated you before. Divorced without a job or a place of your own, yet you managed to cling to Lord Carong. Well, what else could a divorced crank female like you do besides cleaning? You can't be doing hospital purifications like Miss Faye Irwin, can you? His voice rang down the corridor, deliberately flaunting his malice. Jiang Lijin watched him and suddenly found the scene a little amusing. This man only seemed to grow more heated. A dang continued, as if unable to stop. Truly shameless. Do you think Carong's office is a place for someone? If anything were lost, how would you make amends? You're a worthless crank. Can you pay for it? Jiang Lijin remained silent, her gaze so calm it treated him as a mere clown performing tricks. But inside her a small voice erupted. Host. Xiao Yi's voice detonated in her mind, loud as fireworks. He's insulting you. He called you a cleaner. He called you a crank scrap. He. Calm down, Jiang Lijin said to Xiao Yi in her mind with composure. Xiao Yi's voice was slightly pouting. But he is insulting you, host. If I rush over and argue with him now, it would be exactly what he wants, Jiang Lijin patiently explained, as if teaching a child. Did you not see Faye Irwin standing by watching the show? She would love for me to cause a scene. Xiao Yi seemed to pause for a moment. That does seem to be the case. Then Xiao Yi closed her mouth and stopped speaking. Jiang Lijin withdrew her thoughts and looked at the two people at the door. Aiden was still standing there, practically staring at her with disdain. Faye Irwin stood behind him, her expression still one of gentle innocence, but the sparkle of anticipation clearly shone in her eyes. What is she looking forward to? Is she anticipating Jiang Lijin losing control, arguing with Aiden and Although this is the administrative area of the hospital, and there aren't many orcs passing by, a few have already heard Aiden's voice and are craning their necks to look over. Jiang Lijin tilted her head slightly, the corners of her mouth curving up. She pushed the door wide open and walked over to the sofa, plopping down. The sofa was positioned directly facing the door, perfectly arranged. After sitting down, Jiang Lijin adjusted her posture, crossed her legs, folded her arms, and leaned back against the sofa. She simply watched the two at the door, her gaze calm, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Aiden was stunned. He had originally thought that given Jiang Lijin's recent temperament, she would rush out to argue with him, or retort a few words, or use that sarcastic tone to infuriate him. But what happened? She just sat there. What does this mean? Aiden's anger flared up again. You. He raised his foot and was about to charge into the office as if he wanted to drag Jiang Lijin up from the sofa. Jiang Lijin remained immobile, speaking lazily. Lord Aiden, think carefully before coming in. Aiden halted his steps. Jiang Lijin continued to speak nonchalantly. This is Lord Carong's office. Without his permission, if you barge in, what if Lord Carong returns and finds something missing from the office? She paused, the curve of her mouth becoming more pronounced. I believe it would be quite difficult for Lord Aiden to clear himself of suspicion, wouldn't it? Aiden's expression changed. After all, there are no cameras in this office. As for me, I could say that Lord Carong sent me here to wait for him. After all, I am his. Cleaner, isn't that right? But you, it's hard to explain, isn't it? Aiden stood at the door, one foot already lifted, but it couldn't come down. His face was flushed, his eyes filled with anger, but there was also a hint of unease mixed in. Jiang Lijin was right. After all, Carong is a 3S level orc. His office is considered his private territory. Entering without permission is already disrespectful. If Jiang Lijin were to maliciously frame him, it would indeed be difficult for him to defend himself. Aiden gritted his teeth and withdrew that foot. But he was unwilling to let it go like this. He stood at the door, his chest heaving violently. Seeing this, Faye Irwin hurriedly stepped forward, tugging at Aiden's sleeve softly, saying, Aiden, why don't we come back another day? It seems Lord Carong isn't here right now. Coming back another day would be the same. Her voice was soft but upon hearing this, Aiden's expression darkened further. Come back another day. Doesn't that mean he would be conceding defeat in front of Faye Irwin? being blocked at the door by a clever waste he had discarded, unable to enter, and then leaving in shame. If this spreads, would he still have any face left? When has he, Aiden, ever endured such humiliation? We are not leaving. Aiden gritted his teeth and said, we will wait here until Lord Karong returns. I want to ask him. He looked at Jiang Lijin, his tone laced with menace. Since when does a cleaner have the right to stop guests from entering? And she as a cleaner not only shirks her work, but also shamelessly sits on the sofa and slacks off. Does Lord Karong hire you with interstellar currency to enjoy life? As he spoke, he grew increasingly convinced of his own righteousness. You should be grateful to have a cleaning job. How dare you slack off? His voice echoed down the corridor, growing louder and more self-righteous. A few orcs looked over, but upon realizing it was Lord Karong's office, they hurriedly left. His voice echoed down the corridor, growing louder and more self-righteous. A few orcs looked over, but upon realizing it was Lord Karong's office, she even felt a little amused. As Karong walked down the corridor toward his office, he turned the corner and spotted two people standing at the door. One was a male with red hair, tall and muscular, glaring at the open door with a fierce expression as if he were ready to devour someone. Next to him stood a female, wearing a light pink long dress, standing by the male's side, slightly lowering her head, appearing docile and charming. Karong paused slightly. His gaze swept over the female, recalling that she was the one he had seen a couple of days ago. But why was she in the hospital, appearing at the door of his office? It was then he realized that Faye Irwin was the level female who frequently came to the hospital for purification and had a good reputation on the forum. He remembered having a good impression of her before. It was indeed rare for a level female to come to the hospital weekly to help purify those males without partners. When she came to the hospital, Karong occasionally heard his subordinates mention how many cases she had purified that day and how many people she had helped. At that time, he thought she must be a good female. But now what surfaced in Karong's mind was the expression Jiang Lijin had when mentioning Faye Irwin's name. It was a look of open disdain, as if she had mentioned something dirty. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable aversion to the female at the door, even a sense of inexplicable detachment. Karong found himself feeling somewhat perplexed, but it didn't matter. His gaze fell back on the red-haired male, who also looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Karong searched his mind and soon found the answer. In Jiang Lijin's data, there were 3 photos. These were her former 3-beast husbands, Rex, Kieran, and Aiden. The red-haired one was Aiden, and level male and a level registered hunter of the Free Mercenary Guild. How did these two end up together? He continued walking forward, his leather shoes making a faint sound on the floor. Faye Irwin spotted him first. Her originally lowered head suddenly lifted, her almond eyes sparkling with light, like a long-awaited person finally appearing. She took half a step forward. Lord Karong. Karong glanced at her, nodded, but did not speak, even continuing to walk past her directly into the office. Faye Irwin's smile froze for a moment. Aiden was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Karong to be so cold, not saying a word, and just walking past. But then he thought again, and found it quite normal. After all, Karong was a 3S level big shot, the most elite being in the entire star sector. It was normal for him not to know him. When Karong sat down, he could just go in and introduce himself. He stood at the door, holding his breath, waiting for the From his angle, he could clearly see Jiang Lijin sitting on the sofa, her posture one of utter relaxation. A cleaner sitting on the owner's sofa, slacking off, caught right in the act by the owner. Wouldn't she be scolded? Aiden couldn't help but grin. Faye Irwin stood by, wearing a subtle smile. They waited for Karong to reprimand her. Karong indeed spoke, but his tone was calm and even a bit polite. You will need to wait a little longer. He walked in front of Jiang Lijin. There's a document I need to handle, so you can stay here a bit longer. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at him. Sure, I have nothing else to do anyway. Karong nodded. They'll handle it quickly, and then we can go home. This conversation detonated like a bomb in the ears of the two at the door. Their expressions instantly froze. Aiden gaped, his throat bobbing up and down twice, yet he could not produce a single syllable. Although Aiden knew that the woman before him had changed inexplicably, seeing her brought back memories of her waiting on him at home, serving tea and displaying a subservient demeanor. Just a slight increase in his volume would make her tremble in fear, not daring to even breathe. She was merely a useless ornament, fainting at the slightest purification they performed on her. Now this ornament was audaciously sitting on Lord Sharon's sofa, and he was treating her so courteously. This was utterly illogical. Aiden's fingers cracked as he clenched them. Something must have gone wrong. He took a step forward, pointing at Jiang Lijin on the sofa, his voice suddenly rising. Lord Sharon, is your housekeeper really this rude? The guest is standing at the door, and she doesn't even move an inch. In my opinion, you shouldn't hire such a housekeeper. A worthless leech. How dare she act so high and mighty in the presence of a 3-level powerhouse? Today I must make Lord Sharon see the true face of this woman. Sharon paused his document organization, his gaze crossing the desk to land on the red-haired male at the door. He originally didn't want to engage in this trivial dispute, but Jiang Lijin was his guest, and this foolish level male was criticizing his guest on his territory. You have mistaken one thing, Sharon spoke, frowning slightly. Miss, Jiang is not our housekeeper. Aiden was momentarily stunned. Not a housekeeper. Was she even less than that, merely a temporary worker? Just as he was about to continue mocking, Sharon's next words struck him like a hammer. Ms. Jiang is my guest. The corridor fell into silence, and Aiden's mind exploded with confusion, completely crashing. In the entire galaxy, there were only a handful of guests that a 3-level powerhouse would personally attend to. Were they not all powerful military leaders or top-tier pharmacists? She was merely a divorced, clever female, unworthy even to carry Lord Sharon's shoes. By what right? Lord Sharon must have been deceived by her. Philwyn, standing nearby, was also frozen in place. How could she be a guest? She quickly calculated in her mind that she had gone through so much trouble coming to the hospital weekly for free purifications just to barely become familiar in front of Lord Sharon. Jiang Lijin had done nothing by what right, but now she couldn't expose it in front of Lord Sharon. Philwyn, filled with hatred, managed to force a slight smile, taking a small step forward and lowering her head slightly. I saw Ms. Jiang Lijin near your house before, and I heard from others that you recently dismissed your butler, so I thought she was applying for the position. She lowered her posture, making her argument seem reasonable. She explained why she hadn't stopped Aiden earlier, while subtly pointing out Jiang Lijin's low status, implying she was only qualified to apply as a housekeeper. She was certain that someone of Lord Sharon's status could not tolerate an obscure commoner. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the sofa. Jiang Lijin shifted in her seat, propping her chin on one hand, curiously inspecting the female at the door. In just a few words, she packaged the intent to belittle into a reasonable misunderstanding. Was she trying to step on her and establish an innocent persona in front of Sharon? So, Jiang Lijin slowly began. In Miss Philwyn's eyes, I am only fit to be a housekeeper, is that right? Philwyn's face instantly turned pale. How could this woman throw all conventions out the window? A normal female hearing such words would be ashamed to lower her head or angrily defend herself, wouldn't they? If she admitted it, that would mean she looked down on commoners. If she denied it, her previous statement would seem like deliberate. Philwyn bit her lip, her eyes quickly reddening. She took a half step back, her shoulders trembling slightly, displaying a look of immense grievance. She stood there pitifully silent. Upon seeing her like this, Aiden's internal fury erupted. He pulled Philwyn behind him, pointing at Jiang Lijin with an accusatory finger. What are you being so sarcastic about? Philwyn is kindly providing you an excuse, and you dare to bully her. Miss Philwyn, as an S-level female, saves lives at the hospital every week. And you? What can you, a useless clever waste, do besides cling to men? Aiden had completely forgotten where he was only wanting to trample Jiang Lijin underfoot and make her see her own. Jiang Lijin sat on the sofa, finding Aiden's easily provoked nature exceedingly dull. If only he knew that this so-called useless clever waste was now the only 3-level female in the galaxy. She wondered if his flushed face would explode on the spot. However, watching this spectacle was quite entertaining. Sharon raised a hand to press at his temples. He suddenly understood why Jiang Lijin had said she was so happy to be divorced. Being with a male whose brain was only filled with muscle and couldn't even comprehend words was indeed a torment. Listening to such illogical insults daily would drive even the most patient person mad. Jiang Lijin's ability to endure until now was commendable. This gentleman, Sharon stepped out from behind the desk, his shoes echoing on the floor. The spiritual energy of a 3-level male subtly rippled in the air, pressing down towards the entrance. Unlike when he had tested Jiang Lijin, the gravity in the air had suddenly multiplied by over 10 times. Even the corridor's sensor lights buzzed with electrical sounds flickering inconsistently. Aiden's breathing suddenly stalled, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. His proud S-level spiritual energy felt like a drop of water meeting the vast ocean in front of Sharon, leaving him without even a thought of resistance. His legs felt unbearably heavy, his knees involuntarily bending down. The invisible force pressed down on his chest, making it incredibly difficult to even draw a breath. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to hold himself upright. Chapter 3, Article 12 of the Interstellar Public Security Management Regulations. Sharon stopped 3 steps away from Aiden, looking down at him. In public, any form of unwarranted insult or intimidation towards any female gives the security team the right to detain you on the spot. Detention starts at 48 hours. He paused. Even if you are in S-level, you are no exception. Aiden trembled uncontrollably, swallowing hard, his arrogant demeanor suddenly diminished by more than half. Was Lord Sharon really going to summon security for a clever waste? This was absurd. If he backed down today, how would he ever hold his head high in front of Philwyn again? He was a dignified S-level mercenary. Could he really cower in front of a clever waste? Aiden steeled himself, standing firm, and retorted, Lord Sharon, you have no idea what kind of person she is. She is nothing but a fraud. Clinging to us 3-level males, no matter how we try to shake her off, she won't leave. Now that we have cast her aside, she has come to cling to you. The more he spoke, the more he felt he was saving Sharon. You shouldn't let her be your guest. What right does someone like her have? Sharon looked at the flushed male before him. He had no desire to argue. Explaining to someone like him was simply a waste of time. Sharon gave them no chance to speak further. He raised his hand and pressed the communicator on the desk. Security department. There are 2 individuals outside my office disrupting normal work. Please escort them out. The communicator quickly relayed a response. Understood, Lord Sharon. Team 3 will be there shortly. The communication was cut off and Sharon didn't even glance towards the door again, sitting back down at his desk to resume perusing the document. This complete disregard felt even more painful than a slap to Aden's face. Aden was completely dumbfounded. Oh, Lord Sharon didn't even listen to an explanation and simply called security. But he was in level. The sound of the security team's synchronized footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Philwin panicked. If the security team publicly escorted her out, her carefully crafted image of gentleness and kindness would be ruined, and tomorrow the entire Interstellar Forum would mock her. What would her admirers think of her? She couldn't afford to feign grievance any longer. Leaving Aden behind, she rushed towards the elevator only to collide directly with the security team at the corner. The team leader held a high-voltage stun baton. You there? Hands on your head, leave Lord Sharon's office area immediately. The team leader held a high-voltage stun baton. You there? The deputy captain in charge of security in the administrative district recognized Faye Irwin, hesitated for a moment, and stepped aside to clear the passage. Faye Irwin came to the hospital for purification every week and was familiar with the doctors and nurses in the purification department. The security personnel also knew her to some extent. And class female who came to help regularly, there was no need to make a scene over such trivial matters. Faye Irwin clutched her skirt and entered the elevator without looking back, but Aden did not have such good fortune. He was escorted out of the administrative district by 2 security personnel, half pushed and half shoved. He still appeared unconvinced, yet dared not speak up again, as just a moment ago, when Karen released his mental energy, he nearly knelt before Jiang Lijin. The head of the security team reported at the door, Lord Karen, has been handled. Karen did not even lift his head. Thank you. As he was about to leave, the security team leader noticed Jiang Lijin lazily leaning on the sofa. He was taken aback for a moment, realizing Karen had not spoken, and obediently closed the door. The office fell silent again. Jiang Lijin sat on the sofa staring at the closed door for 2 seconds before retracting her gaze. To be honest, she was a bit surprised. It wasn't surprising that Karen would help her. After all, she was his guest now. When Aden acted up in front of him, he certainly could not remain indifferent. However, Karen's way of handling things was even more decisive than she had expected. There were no explanations, no mediation, no let's all calm down. He directly called security, which indeed aligned with Karen's style. Host, did you see that? Xiao Yi's voice exploded in her mind. Jiang Lijin rubbed her temples. I saw it. Karen is so handsome. Did you feel that mental pressure just now? The lights in the entire corridor were shaking. Aden's legs went weak. He nearly knelt before us. Ha ha ha. And he stood by your side the whole time. Not a single unnecessary word was exchanged with Aden. He didn't even acknowledge Faye Irwin. What does this indicate? Jiang Lijin sighed inwardly. It indicates he is a normal person. No, it indicates he is protective. He is protecting you. The more Xiao Yi spoke, the more excited it became, raising its tone several notches. Let me tell you, with this beast man protecting you, no one will dare stop it. Jiang Lijin decisively cut it off. If you keep talking, you'll think I'm listening to a matchmaking program. But, Xiao Yi, can you please be quiet for a moment? My ears are buzzing. Xiao Yi sulked a couple of times and finally quieted down. Jiang Lijin leaned back on the sofa, watching Karen flipping through documents behind the desk. He kept his eyes down, turning pages one by one with a light touch, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. While she was in a daze, her wrist communicator suddenly vibrated. Jiang Lijin looked down to see an email pop up. The sender was Imperial Academy of Sciences Mental Power Testing Center. She clicked to open it. The email's body was in standard official format. Jiang Lijin scanned it briefly, skipping over the convoluted terms and zeroing in on the content she cared about most. According to the verification by the Imperial mainframe, your mental power level is formally confirmed as 3S level. You are the first and currently the only 3S female in the history of the Empire. This was the expected answer. She continued to scroll down. Given your special circumstances, the Empire will arrange for a dedicated person to visit you tomorrow, Galactic Calendar Year 341, March 19th, to handle related matters including, but not limited to, housing allocation, ID update, security level change. Jiang Lijin's finger paused on housing allocation, feeling a slight regret. A super luxurious bathroom, an incredibly comfortable bed, a super intelligent little white robot, and a super handsome. In short, she felt a bit reluctant. But no matter how reluctant, the house belonged to Karen, and she didn't want to be dependent on others. It was better to have her own place. Continuing to scroll down, monthly subsidy, standard 600 galactic credits month. Jiang Lijin's pupils dilated sharply. 60,000. She looked at that number 3 times, confirming she hadn't miscounted or missed a digit. 60,000 galactic credits a month. And class female only gets 20,000, she's getting 3 times that. A cabbage costs 1,500 and 60,000 is enough for her to buy 40 cabbages. That's a cabbage a day, and she couldn't even finish it. She sprang up from the sofa. Karen was focused on flipping through documents, but his peripheral vision caught Jiang Lijin suddenly standing up with considerable force, clutching her communicator as if she had been shocked by something. He raised his head and looked over. What's wrong? Jiang Lijin opened her mouth, then closed it again, her expression oscillating between excitement and restraint. Karen's gaze drifted to the communicator on her wrist, and he paused for a moment. Did the amount of the subsidy come out? His tone was very calm, then he lowered his head to look at the documents, a smile at the corner of his mouth unapologetically visible. Jiang Lijin felt he guessed too accurately, so she decided to drop the act, grinning. Her smile was quite unreserved, completely different from the calm demeanor she had shown in front of Aiden. 60,000 wow. If converted to intermediate nutrient solution, she could drink 10 bottles a day, totaling 100 bottles. Although she never wanted to drink that stuff again in her life. Moreover, the annoying Aiden had been escorted away. Faye Irwin had also fled in disgrace, and now there was a subsidy. Her luck today was just too good, right? She looked at Karen, who was smiling across from her, and blurted out, "You look particularly handsome when you smile." Karen raised his eyebrows. He did not respond, lowered his head again to continue flipping through documents, but the motion of turning the pages clearly paused for a moment. Jiang Lijin was not embarrassed. After all, she was stating a fact. She sat back down on the sofa and began to carefully read the email from top to bottom. The housing policy was written in great detail. A 3S female could enjoy the highest standard housing allocation from the empire, with specific layouts and locations to be determined through communication with a dedicated person. Host Xiao Yi's voice rang out again, this time not going on about Karen, but rather sounding unusually serious. Do you remember our main mission? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. It's to explore this world. Xiao Yi reminded her, now that you have both money and time, shouldn't you consider when to set off? This indeed needed to be put on the agenda. Just as she was about to speak, her wrist communicator vibrated again. Another email. Jiang Lijin looked down and was stunned by the sender. Mainframe. The email body consisted of 3 sentences, concise to the extreme. Ms. Jiang Lijin, based on your mental power level 3S level and various physiological data, the Empire's matching system has completed the preliminary matching calculation. You have a total of 5 male candidates on your matching list. The candidate information will be sent out tomorrow. At that time, each candidate male will also receive a notification. Please be prepared. Jiang Lijin's smile gradually faded from her face. How many? 5. Her feelings at that moment were indescribable, not fear, but a sense of blockage in her heart. The good mood from the 60,000 subsidy was instantly diluted by more than half. Host Xiao Yi also saw the email content, fell silent for several seconds, then sighed, sounding somewhat helpless. When will we be able to explore the world? But it quickly perked up again, immediately asking, Host, do you think Karen is one of them? There were less than 10 3S males in the entire galaxy, even fewer of suitable age, so it was highly likely one would be. Yet Jiang Lijin remained silent. Instead, a sound of chair movement came from behind the desk. Karen closed the documents and stood up. We can leave now. Jiang Lijin met his gaze. Your complexion doesn't look good. Karen walked over, stopping by the side of the sofa, looking down at her. Jiang Lijin shrank a bit to the side. Not to avoid him, but purely because he was standing too close. She had to tilt her head to see his face, which made her neck sore. It's nothing, I just received an email. She shook the communicator. Karen did not ask what the email was about, nodded, and turned to walk toward the door. Jiang Lijin stood up from the sofa and followed him outside. When Jiang Lijin opened her eyes, the bedroom was still shrouded in darkness. She lay there for a few seconds, reaching out to touch the bedside, and the light of her holographic screen illuminated the room, revealing it was 6:12 in the morning. There was no alarm clock. She woke up on her own. In fact, she hadn't slept well last night. After lying down, her mind kept replaying that email. 5 3S level match males. If any of these 3S level candidates have a temperamental or controlling nature, or are like Arden with a smaller brain capacity. Host, you're anxious again. Among the 5 candidates, aside from possibly Sharon and Ball, the rest were all unknowns. Whatever when the soldiers come, he'll block them. Among the 5 candidates, aside from possibly Sharon and Ball, the rest were all unknowns. Whatever when the soldiers come, he'll block them. What kind of scenes hasn't she seen in her life? Having traversed through worlds twice, how could she be scared by a few names? She sighed, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Xiao Yi, where is the plot currently at? At this time point in the original story, what were Firwin and her 3 ex-husbands doing? I know this. Xiao Yi perked up. In the original plot line at this moment, Rex, Kieran, and Arden are secretly helping Firwin deal with her 3 previous marriages. Dealing with? How? Rex and the others used some not very clean methods to put Firwin's 3 A-level beast husbands in prison. Jiang Lijin frowned. Wait, isn't it legal to have multiple beast husbands in this world? Why do that? In the original story, the reason was that the 3 A-level males were obstructing Rex and Firwin's relationship, but it seems it's likely that Firwin wanted to divorce those 3 A-levels long ago. But the little green tea didn't want to take the lead herself, so she found a way for Rex and the others to take care of it. PFF. Jiang Lijin laughed at Xiao Yi's thorough analysis. Xiao Yi, you are really sharp now, aren't you? Hee, of course. That little green tea doesn't look like a good person. She dumps all the dirty work on the males while pretending to be a pure little flower. Moreover, Rex and the others used quite harsh tactics forging evidence and framing the three clueless A-level males to send them to prison. Jiang Lijin fell silent. A phrase suddenly flashed in her mind. Arden had scolded her in the corridor yesterday, saying, "You're just a waste who clings to men shamelessly." Arden is really something else, she scoffed. Yesterday he said I could only rely on men, but now with just a few words from Firwen, they're doing all the dirty work for her. Host, you have a point there. What do you mean have a point? Exactly. Jiang Lijin rolled over, not wanting to think about Firwen's mess any longer. She reached for her holographic device, refreshed her email, and found no new messages. The list still hadn't come down. Glancing at the time, it was 7 o'clock, so she decided to find something to eat. After washing up and changing clothes, she opened the bedroom door and walked down the stairs. To her surprise, the living room lights were already on. When Jiang Lijin reached the middle of the staircase, her footsteps paused. Sharon was sitting at the dining table, a cup of black drink in front of him. Unsure if it was tea or coffee, looking down at his holographic screen. At this time, he was actually home. Based on her observations over the past few days, Sharon usually left before 7 o'clock, sometimes even earlier. Now that it was already 7 o'clock, he hadn't left yet, and was sitting at the dining table seemingly in no rush. As Jiang Lijin walked down the stairs, Sharon lifted his head upon hearing the noise. "You're up early too," he set his holographic device down. "Didn't sleep well?" Jiang Lijin walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and casually asked, "Aren't you going to work today?" "I am." Sharon picked up the drink and took a sip, "but there's no rush." Jiang Lijin responded with an "oh," and didn't think much about it, lowering her head to browse her device. Her inbox was still empty. She closed her inbox, planning to look for Xiao Bai in the kitchen. Just as she stood up, Karen's voice came from behind her, still very casual. "What email are you waiting for?" Jiang Lijin turned around, realizing Sharon wasn't looking at her, and was casually sliding through his own holographic screen. The follow-up notification from the testing center. Jiang Lijin was vague and didn't elaborate. Sharon nodded. She waited for 2 seconds, unable to contain her curiosity. "What about you? Why aren't you in a hurry to leave today?" Sharon's finger paused on the holographic screen. "Like you," he looked up at her, "waiting for an email." Jiang Lijin was taken aback. Waiting for an email? Waiting for what email? A thought suddenly popped into her mind, but she instinctively pushed it back. Impossible, it must be just a coincidence. Sharon was a 3-level big shot, the president of the Academy of Sciences. He had countless emails to handle every day. Who said that waiting for an email necessarily meant waiting for that one? It just happened to be the day when the main system would send down her matching list, right? Host. Xiao, he was exploding in her mind. He said he's waiting for the same email as you. He's expecting, he's praying, he loves you. Shut up. Well, that's quite a coincidence. She expressionlessly threw out those 3 words and turned to enter the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xiao Bai noticed the sound of her footsteps and turned to her, revealing its signature crescent moon eyes. Jiang Lijin ordered a bowl of noodles and sat back at the dining table to wait. After 10 minutes, there were still no signs of Sharon leaving. Xiao Bai placed a steaming bowl of noodles in front of Jiang Lijin, and she habitually said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, guest." Xiao Bai replied in a gentle mechanical voice and turned its round body to refill. Sharon sat opposite her, occasionally sliding his finger across the holographic screen. The two sat across the table, each looking at their own devices, waiting for their respective emails. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Jiang Lijin slurped her noodles and stole a glance at Sharon. He was wearing a dark-colored shirt today, the collar buttoned neatly, his hair meticulously styled, looking no different than usual, without any signs of tension or anxiety, as if he were just waiting for an ordinary work email. But if it were just an ordinary work email, would he really wait at home for it? Host stopped staring at him. He looked up. Jiang Lijin quickly returned her gaze to her plate. "Is the breakfast to your liking?" Sharon's voice sounded. "It's okay." She didn't look up. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lijin organized her words in her mind for a long time before finally speaking, trying to keep her tone casual. "Lord Sharon, that email you're waiting for. Is it okay to ask what it's about?" Sharon set down the cup in his hand, not answering immediately, and fell silent for a few seconds. "Guess." Jiang Lijin almost dropped her chopsticks. When did he learn to be mysterious? She looked up at him. Wait, did she misread that? Was he smiling? Just as Jiang Lijin was about to follow up, her wrist device suddenly vibrated with a buzz. At that same moment, Sharon's device lit up. Both of them looked down simultaneously. Center main system. Jiang Lijin's heart lurched. Jiang Lijin opened the email, and a table popped up in less than half a second. The top line was bold and in black font, 3S female, Jiang Lijin's mental strength matching list. Below it were 5 numbers from 1 to 5, each accompanied by brief personal information. Jiang Lijin's finger hovered above the screen, not immediately scrolling down, her heartbeat loud enough for her to hear. She took a deep breath and scrolled down. Match 1 Ball Waranxius. Mental strength level 3S. Affiliation Federal Military Department. Position Supreme Commander of the Federal Military Department. Source Galaxy Main Star. Little E. This ball is from the Federal Military Department. Jiang Lijin mulled over this term in her mind. What is the relationship between the Empire and the Federation? Oh, I know this. Simply put, the Empire is responsible for technology and civilian life, while the Federation handles military and security. The main brain is affiliated with the Empire, developed by the Empire's Academy of Sciences. The Federation has its own military system, but weaponry and technical support must rely on the Empire. Both sides are mutually dependent with clear divisions of labor. So these two forces are actually in a cooperative relationship. Yes, they have peacefully coexisted for several hundred years, and at least on the surface there have been no major conflicts. If Ball can become the supreme commander of the Federal Military Department, he is essentially the head of the entire Federal Armed Forces. Jiang Lijin processed this information, knowing that this big shot was quite impressive, but she just didn't know how easy he would be to get along with. She continued to scroll down. Match 2 Sharon Kylos. Mental Strength Level 3S. Affiliation Empire Academy of Sciences. Position Academician of the Empire Academy of Sciences, Director of the Central Hospital on the Main Star. Source Galaxy Main Star. Upon seeing the name Sharon, Jiang Lijin's breath hitched, instinctively covering her ears. Ah! Literally screamed in her mind like a siren. I told you. I told you. He really is on the list. Host, look. He must be waiting for this email too. Jiang Lijin. She was somewhat prepared but forgot that little EE was directly screaming in her mind. Currently these two individuals were within Jiang Lijin's expectations. She instinctively looked up, crossing the dining table, to see Sharon, who was also looking down at the light brain. His expression was no different than it had been 5 minutes ago. Very calm, one might even say it was unruffled. His fingers scrolled the screen with a steady rhythm, making it hard to tell that he was looking at anything important. She stared for 2 seconds. The other party didn't look up, so she withdrew her gaze and said nothing. Lily was anxious in her mind. Why don't you ask him? Did he see your name? What was his reaction? What's the rush? His expression didn't change at all. What if he's holding? Can you be a little more normal? Jiang Lijin suppressed the subtle emotions in her heart and continued to look down. Match 3 Tinia Yunlan. Mental Strength Level 3S. Affiliation Valoran Galaxy Yunlan Group. Position Heir of the Yunlan Group. Source Galaxy Valoran. Valoran Galaxy. Jiang Lijin had some impression of this name, as she seemed to have seen it while browsing the light brain. Isn't that the galaxy famous for tourism? Exactly. The Valoran Galaxy has the richest tourism resources among the 12 galaxies, with 6 5-star resort planets alone. Little E quickly pulled up the information. As for this Yunlan Group, let me check. Host. Little E's tone suddenly changed, carrying a cautiousness of "I'm afraid you can't handle it. Go ahead." The Yunlan Group is the #1 private group in the 12 galaxies in terms of comprehensive assets. Jiang Lijin blinked. What do you mean? The Yunlan Group spans 4 major industries: energy, transportation, interstellar tourism, and mining, with over 300 subsidiaries. Tinia is the only heir of the group. In other words, the son of the richest man. More accurately, the son of the richest man in the 12 galaxies. Jiang Lijin was silent for 3 seconds. What? Does that mean he eats fresh fruits and vegetables and eggs and beef for every meal? Jiang Lijin's expression was starting to strain. This was a veritable gold mine. Host, can we have some aspirations? Stop thinking about food all the time. 1 Supreme Commander of the Federation, 1 Academician and Hospital Director from the Empire Academy of Sciences, and 1 only son of the richest man in the 12 galaxies. Just the first 3 were already quite impressive. Her finger was getting numb from scrolling down. Match 4 Tianyan. Mental Strength Level 3S. Affiliation unknown. Position unknown. Source Galaxy Xuanli. Note: relevant information about this candidate is currently missing, and there is no further information in the main brain database. Jiang Lijin was stunned. What does it mean that information is missing? How can there be people that can't be found in the main brain database? Match 5 Tian K. Mental Strength Level 3S. Affiliation unknown. Position unknown. Source Galaxy unknown. Note: relevant information about this candidate is currently missing, and there is no further information in the main brain database. This was even more ridiculous. Even the source galaxy was unknown. Jiang Lijin looked over the entire list, her brows furrowing. Little E, why can't the main brain find any information on Tianyin and Tian K? Isn't the main brain the core of the entire Empire's technology? Theoretically, yes, but the main brain is not omnipotent. If they have lived for a long time in a remote galaxy far from the main brain's coverage, like Xuanli, which is near the edge of the 12 galaxies, I looked it up. It is said that the civilization style of the entire galaxy leans towards classical, with a low penetration rate of technology. Classical. Yes, that kind of place that advocates traditional cultivation and doesn't connect much to the main brain network. It makes sense that Tianyin comes from there. As for Tian K, with no recorded source galaxy, that is even more extreme. Either he actively used some special means to shield his personal information, or the main brain never recorded his file at all. Jiang Lijin nodded and scanned the list from top to bottom again, then continued to scroll down, There was a note at the please fill in your current residence address in the system within 3 days so that the candidate males can come to your residence for initial contact. Fill in the address. She was currently living in Sharon's house, and the designated person from the Empire who said they would arrange housing for her had not yet arrived. Before it was assigned down, she certainly couldn't fill in Sharon's address right. No rush, as she would wait until the housing situation was settled before deciding. She closed the email and was just about to turn off the light brain. Host, quick look at the forum. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Little E's voice suddenly erupted, anxious to the point where his speech blended together. What? The forum? The Interstellar forum. Your matching information has been made public. The homepage is all about you. Jiang Lijin was taken aback entering the Interstellar forum. The moment the homepage refreshed, her hand nearly dropped the light brain. The screen was filled with her name, and 7 out of the top 10 trending topics were related to her. First, 3S female in the stars confirmed. Who is Jiang Lijin? 3S matching list exposed. Jiang Lijin matches 5 3S males. Ball is on the list. Director Sharon is also on the matching list. Heir of Yunlan Group, Tinia's matching information leaked. Who are Tianyin and Tianke? Jiang Lijin clicked on the post with the highest heat. Just now the main brain pushed a notice to the entire galaxy, and the official 3S mental strength matching list has been established. Candidate 3S female, Jiang Lijin. Candidate males 5. The list is as follows. Attached screenshots. The replies below were already a chaotic. Lord Ball. I am already crying. Director Sharon is also. Am jealous, but I dare not say. Tinia. The Tinia from Yunlan Group. The son of the richest man. Who are Tianyin and Tianke? Does anyone know? Don't ask, the main brain can't find information on those people. Do you think we can? Can I cry for Lord Ball for a while? His mental strength has been unstable for years, and the military has been suppressing the news from getting out. If it weren't for today, who knows what would have happened? Don't talk about Ball. Director Sharon's situation isn't any better. If a 3S male cannot obtain purification and mental guidance from a matching female for a long time, their lifespan will be significantly shortened. So Miss Jiang Lijin is the only one in the entire galaxy who can save their lives. Yes, before her the matching fields for 3S males were all blank. The main brain had been searching for hundreds of years without results. All previous 3S lords had died in a frenzy. And 3S frenzy is extremely dangerous. They'll be jealous out of respect. But if you think about it, at least with her around, Lord Ball and Director Sharon won't die. Thinking this way, I was no longer jealous. Please everyone wake up. If she doesn't come, these 3S elites won't live long at all. Do you want her to treat them well, or do you want the elites to die young? Exactly. Can those who are jealous just shut up? Without her, the people you're pushing are just dead words. Jiang Lijin scrolled down through the comments one by one. To be honest, she was prepared to be scolded. After all, her resume, a divorced former class female, suddenly matched with the 5 top males in the galaxy. Who wouldn't feel the need to question it? But hardly anyone criticized her. There were some jealous comments, but right below those sour remarks, someone would immediately follow up with, what are you jealous of? Without her, your brother can't even get mental guidance. Do you want him to live too long? And then the jealous one would fall silent. Among them, the top-rated comment received over 10,000 likes. No female has ever been able to save a 3S male. She is the first and the only one. I hope Lady Jiang Lijin can always be well. Jiang Lijin looked at this comment, her thumb hovering over the screen, pausing for quite a while. She had never been so anticipated since childhood. Karen pushed aside the empty cup of coffee in front of him, clasping his hands neatly on the table, his posture formal, as if he were leading a serious meeting. Jiang Lijin set down her holographic device and nodded. I received it too, Karen said. The two exchanged glances across the dining table for a few seconds, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Clearly both were involved, yet it felt as if they were confirming the receipt of an official document. If you have any questions for me regarding my personal situation, work, or anything else, feel free to ask directly. I won't hide anything from you. Karen initiated the conversation, his tone steady and his words well considered. Jiang Lijin found his statement odd, feeling as if they were in a negotiation. But one had to admit that Karen's attitude was quite good. He was polite and willing to be forthcoming. Likewise, I hope we can have a pleasant relationship moving forward. Karen added at last. Jiang Lijin's lips twitched slightly, feeling as if he sounded like someone giving a year-end summary with a wish for everyone's success in the new year. All right, she responded and quickly organized her thoughts in her mind. It was better to clarify everything now to avoid awkwardness later. Since you've been so candid, I'll be straightforward too. Jiang Lijin placed her chopsticks neatly on the bowl. Sir Karen, I think we could enter into a marriage of convenience. A marriage of convenience. Yes, Jiang Lijin nodded. While we are matched, the marital relationship can be handled flexibly. You have your life, I have mine, and we can maintain our boundaries. I can cooperate with the psychological counseling part, but other aspects, I won't force you to fulfill the duties of a husband. You won't force me. Karen repeated her words with a hint of confusion. Right. Jiang Lijin straightened her back, her expression serious. I know you have someone in your heart, I am not the type to be unreasonable. The living room fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Jiang Lijin thought he was gathering his thoughts. After all, being confronted with one's feelings was somewhat awkward, so she added kindly, "You don't have to feel embarrassed. I can truly understand. You mentioned the deceased class female before. I could tell that person was very important to you." Karen furrowed his brow, but did not respond. He sat across from Jiang Lijin, his fingers resting on the edge of the table, not looking at the holographic device, or her, his gaze fixed on some point on the table. After a long silence, long enough for Jiang Lijin to start questioning whether she had been too blunt, Karen finally lifted his head. "That class female," he began, his voice very soft, "is my mother." "What?" Jiang Lijin's eyes. "She is my mother," Karen repeated slowly, "not my lover. She applied for the gene alteration experiment with the Interstellar exploration team and passed away." Jiang Lijin never expected that the restrained, flat, yet complex tone Karen had used when discussing that class female in the office was about his own mother. She thought it was an ex-girlfriend, a white moonlight, a heart scar. She unconsciously covered half her face with her hand. "So you have no one in your heart?" "No." Karen's answer was crisp and clear. The air fell silent again. This silence felt different from the previous. Earlier it was awkward. Now Jiang Lijin wished she could disappear on the spot. She had just confidently declared, "I won't interfere with your feelings. I know you have someone in your heart. You don't have to feel embarrassed." Karen took a sip of the cup of coffee that had just been refilled, and as he set it down, said something that almost made Jiang Lijin's ears burn. "Regardless of whether this marriage is a contract or another form for Miss Jiang, I will fulfill my obligations." Jiang Lijin felt her face heat up rapidly. The duties of a husband are. She decided to end the topic quickly before she said anything else foolish. I'm done eating. I'll take the bowl to the kitchen." She picked up the bowl and turned to leave. "Host, your face is quite red." "Shut up. Hee hee." Meanwhile, in a private apartment in the eastern district of the main star city, 4 people were sitting haphazardly in a dimly lit living room. Philwin, nestled in the middle of the sofa, holding a cup of fruit tea, took a sip and frowned tightly. Kieran was sitting in the corner, a holographic device on his knees. The screen lit up, making it hard to see what he was flipping through. A few minutes ago, the Interstellar announcement was pushed to every holographic device, including theirs. 3S. Aiden was the first to explode, his voice loud and sharp. "Her. Jiang Lijin. 3S. This must be a mistake." He paced a few steps by the window, disbelief written all over his face. "I saw her just 2 days ago. She was still class, and you're telling me she's now 3S. Is the main brain malfunctioning?" Rex's gaze fell on the Interstellar announcement on his holographic device, the screen flashing with trending topics. The first confirmed 3S female. Who is Jiang Lijin? Who is Jiang Lijin? She is the class ex-wife they abandoned. He snorted through his nose. "It doesn't matter whether she's 3S or not. What does it have to do with us?" He tossed the holographic device aside, leaning back against the sofa. "We've divorced." "But," Philwin spoke softly, stirring the straw in her fruit tea cup, "I find it quite strange." The attention of the 3 turned to her simultaneously. Philwin lowered her head, her eyelashes drooping, her voice small, tinged with a sense of grievance and confusion. She was clearly class before. How did she suddenly become 3S? Could it be that something was manipulated during the testing? After saying that, she quickly shook her head. "Forget it. I shouldn't think that way." "You're right," Aiden immediately responded. "Who knows what methods she used? She even moved in with Karen. It's possible that Karen helped her alter her mental energy records." Rex also frowned slightly. "She lives with Karen." "Yes, Miss Philwin saw it with her own eyes," Aiden said with disdain. Philwin hurriedly waved her hand. "Aiden, don't say that. Regardless if she really is 3S, that's actually quite good, but at least those gentlemen will be saved." She paused, her voice quieter. "It's just, I still worry about her. She has to face 5 3S males alone. Oh, what if something goes wrong then?" Her words were beautifully crafted, seeming to express concern, yet each word subtly implied that Jiang Lijin was incapable and unworthy. Aiden didn't catch on and was already mumbling to himself. Rex didn't catch on either. He merely rested his arms behind his head, closed his eyes, appearing disinterested in further conversation. In the corner, Kieran scrolled his thumb across the holographic device's screen without voicing any opinions. He read through the matching list twice, then turned off the screen. In the command room of the Federal Military Headquarters, hey, did you see this? A military officer rushed into the conference room, holding a holographic device, his face flushed with excitement. "What did you see?" Another officer at the end of the long table didn't even look up. "The matching announcement. Lord Bao's matching announcement. It was issued by the main brain. He is matched." The entire conference room fell silent for a moment, then erupted like boiling water. "What? It can't be real. There has never been a 3S female." "I'm serious. You can see for yourselves. It's really matched." "What about the Lord? Does he know?" At the door of the conference room, a figure leaned against the doorframe. Ball glanced at the notification on his holographic device, then turned off the screen and walked away. The cheers from the entire conference room were so loud it seemed they might break the ceiling. In the Valoran star system at the Yunlan family estate. Mom, I matched." A bright voice echoed from the second floor to the first. Tinia bounced down the last 3 steps, holding a holographic device aloft. The current head of the Yunlan group, who was also Tinia's mother, was sitting at the dining table drinking soup. Hearing the shout, she paused her spoon in midair. What did you say? I matched. I have a partner. It's a 3S female. The email even has her holographic image. He thrust the holographic device in front of his mother, who put down her spoon and took the device to inspect it from start to finish. Then she lifted her head to glance at her husband Tinia's father, who was sitting across the dining table and also set his utensils down. The couple exchanged glances for 3 seconds. Since the emergence of 3S mental energy levels, there had never been a successful match. The 3S males had one after another experienced mental energy eruptions, exploded, and died, without exception. Tinia was their only son, and since learning that he was 3S, they had not felt any joy. Until today, when a 3S female actually appeared. His mother returned the holographic device to Tinia, secretly wiping the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. In the Xuanli star system somewhere, 2 individuals sat beneath a massive ancient tree. One was holding a thin plate similar to a holographic device, but slightly different, on which several lines of text were faintly visible. Did you receive the notification from the main brain? Jiang Lijin stood in the kitchen for 3 minutes before stepping out. When she returned to the dining table, Karen was already gone. The cup of coffee had been taken away, and the chair was pushed in neatly, leaving hardly any trace of his presence. What efficiency! She sat down and browsed the forum for a while. The trending topics were still rising, but she didn't look into them further. Just as she was about to turn off her light, brain, a new email notification popped up. Sender Main Star Female Center Housing and Welfare Management Office. The content was very brief. Hello, Ms. Jiang Lijin. Your application for 3S level female housing allocation has entered the priority processing procedure, and a specialized person will come to assist you with housing registration and related welfare matters today. Please keep your communication lines open. Estimated arrival time of the liaison officer 10 a.m. Jiang Lijin glanced at the time. It was 9:15 a.m., leaving her with 45 minutes. Finally here. Host, you are finally going to have your own house. Jiang Lijin calmly replied and continued browsing the forum for a while. At exactly 10 a.m., the doorbell rang on time. Jiang Lijin walked to the door and opened it to find a female in a light blue uniform standing outside. She appeared to be in her 30s with her hair neatly tied back, and under her arm, she held a slim data pad. Hello, Ms. Jiang Lijin. I am the liaison officer from the Main Star Female Center. My name is Suhan. She spoke at a moderate speed, her professional smile not lacking in warmth. I am here today to assist you with housing allocation and monthly welfare subsidy registration procedures. Please come in. Jiang Lijin invited her into the living room, and the two sat down on the sofa. Suhan opened the data pad, swiped her finger across it twice, and a document popped up. Let's start with housing. Suhan got straight to the point. Since you are the first 3S level female, there are no precedents, so we have screened 3 housing options for you, all located in the core area of the Main Star City. She tapped on the data pad, and a beam of light projected from its surface, unfolding a holographic image of a building in the center of the living room. It was a 3-dimensional model of a standalone villa slowly rotating in midair. It had 3 levels, an independent courtyard, and a small area of greenery with an outdoor platform. The exterior of the house was simple and elegant, looking understated, yet very high quality. This is housing option number 1, located in the western suburbs of Main Star City. A standalone villa, not in a community, with no other residents within a 500-meter radius. This is mainly considered because your future beast husbands will all be 3S level powerhouses, and their emitted spiritual energy may cause discomfort to lower-level beastmen, so please understand. Jiang Lijin nodded in understanding, as she herself preferred quieter places. Suhan swiped her finger, and the holographic image swiftly shifted to an indoor view showcasing the living room, kitchen, bedroom, study, and gym one by one. The total area is 620 square meters, equipped with a smart home management system, advanced security system, an independent medical cabin, and a spiritual energy regulation room. The kitchen and dining area have been configured according to the latest nutritional meal standards, with ingredient supplies connected to the Empire's direct delivery channel, replenished automatically every week. Jiang Lijin's attention lingered for a moment on the words ingredient supplies. Ingredients. Are they fresh? All fresh, Suhan replied succinctly. You enjoy first-class nutritional guarantees from the Empire, with fruits, vegetables, and meat supplied directly from the Empire's farms without going through transit stations, and it takes no more than 6 hours from picking to delivery. Host, fresh eggs and vegetables, delivered directly from the Empire. Xiao Yi's voice was so excited it cracked. Jiang Lijin's expression remained neutral, but she swallowed hard. Suhan didn't notice her small action and continued to swipe to the next option. The second option was larger than the first, over 700 square meters, located on a hillside in the southern part of the city with a private helipad. The third option was smaller, just over 500 square meters, but it had the best location, only a 10-minute flight distance from the central business district. All three options were standalone, each with its own entrance and yard, and none were in a community. After watching the holographic images of the three options, Jiang Lijin remained silent for a few seconds. The Karen villa she currently lived in was already quite large, but compared to these three options, Karen's home could at most be considered above average. It's so hard to decide. Can I have them all? Jiang Lijin immediately covered her mouth after saying that, having accidentally blurted out her thoughts. Of course you can. In fact, these three properties were specially prepared for you. As you know, there are currently no other 3S-level females who can use them. I will give you the keys shortly and assist you with the relevant paperwork, Su-Han said calmly. But Xiaoyi was no longer calm. What? 3 options? Host, I want to live in one by myself. Jiang Lijin ignored it. Although she was also extremely excited inside, she maintained a calm demeanor. Su-Han turned to the next page of the document. In addition, there is a monthly living subsidy standard for 3S-level females amounting to 60,000 Interstellar coins directly credited to your personal account. This amount will be adjusted according to the price index in the future, only increasing, never decreasing. Jiang Lijin nodded, as she was already aware of this from an email sent by the main brain. In addition to housing and subsidies, there are also some additional benefits. Su-Han counted on her fingers: a personal aircraft for travel maintenance covered by the Empire, a comprehensive health check every quarter scheduled separately at the central hospital, not occupying public appointment slots, regular evaluations, and free use of spiritual energy adjustment devices. Su-Han finished reading the list of benefits one by one, while Jiang Lijin maintained a calm expression of okay, got it, but internally, she was already in turmoil. Having lived for so many years across 2 lifetimes and half of her original life, this was the first time anyone was serving her so well, especially on a national level. Host, I'm crying. We finally turned the tide. Calm down first, let's talk when no one is around. Su-Han helped her with the relevant paperwork on the data pad, making her press her fingerprint 3 times and scan her iris once. It took less than half an hour to complete all the procedures. We have already completed the cleaning and system adjustments for the house in advance. You can move in at any time. The key permissions have been linked to your light brain. Su-Han stood up and slightly inclined her body towards her. I am your personal assistant. I will add your social account shortly, and you can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Jiang Lijin nodded and saw her to the door. Su-Han seemed to remember something and added, Ms. Jiang Lijin, please remember to fill in your recent housing address in the email so that your matched beast husbands can find you easily. Wishing you a pleasant life. Jiang Lijin nodded again, and once Su-Han walked far away, she let out a long. Jiang Lijin was just about to have a chat with Xiao Yi when the doorbell rang again. She thought it was Su-Han dropping something and casually pulled the door open. However, the person outside was not Su-Han. It was a tall man, at least around 195 centimeters, handsome in an aggressive way. Yet Jiang Lijin found him strangely familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. He had broad shoulders and stood upright, wearing a uniform that looked extraordinary, somewhat like a military uniform. On his left chest he had a badge that she couldn't decipher, but seemed quite impressive. He looked down at her with no particular expression, but his face seemed fierce. To Jiang Lijin's surprise, his tone was exceptionally polite. Ms. Jiang Lijin, a deep voice emerged, though it was clear he was trying to soften his tone. I am Bal Waranxius. Jiang Lijin gasped softly. Only then did she remember seeing a side profile photo of Bal on the forum. He was her #1 match. He arrived so quickly. But then again, Bal also lived on the main star, being a 3S rank like Sharon. They probably lived in the same neighborhood. Oh my god, Bal, he's here. Xiaoyi bounced around in her mind. Jiang Lijin suppressed her surprise and quickly adjusted her expression. Hello, Lord Bal. She stepped aside. Would you like to come in and sit? Bal nodded slightly, stepping over the threshold. The sound of his military boots striking the floor was deep and powerful. He walked into the living room, but did not sit immediately. Instead, he scanned the area. His brow furrowed slightly, not permanently. Jiang Lijin sat down on the sofa. The Empire just arranged housing for me, and I will be moving in a couple of days. Only then did Bal sit down on the single sofa across from her. This is Sharon's residence. Yes. Do you know him from before? Jiang Lijin felt as if his tone was like that of an interrogator, but considering his impressive status, she simply explained, not really. I ran into him while doing a psychological check during my divorce, and at that time I had nowhere to stay, so Lord Sharon kindly let me stay here for a while. Bal remained silent, tapping 2 fingers lightly on the armrest. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Logically, I haven't replied to my match yet. Is there something Lord Bal wants to discuss today? She decided to get straight to the point. Bal also did not beat around the bush. Of course, it's to meet you. Simple and direct, without preamble or pleasantries. Although Jiang Lijin felt a twinge of nervousness inside, she still nodded calmly on the surface. This reasoning made sense. If she received a list that could affect the rest of her life, she would also want to see what the other party. However, deep down she felt that Bal might have come to annul the engagement or discuss a contractual marriage. After all, as 3S level elites, being matched with a divorced former level female would naturally cause some Jiang Lijin had long been prepared as she had already thought that as long as her 3S-level husbands provided her with some living expenses each month and gave her at least basic respect outside, she wouldn't mind anything else. Whatever contractual marriage or surface couple, she was fine with it. Well, now you have seen me. She leaned back on the sofa. Bao's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds. Smaller than I expected. Jiang Lijin. She wasn't sure if he meant smaller in stature or in age, but regardless, she didn't want to continue the conversation. Afraid of losing her temper and regretting it later. There's one more thing. Bao leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice and slowing down, carrying a serious note. I don't quite agree with you living in Sharon's house. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. The phrase, "it's none of your business," almost slipped out, but she swallowed it back. Oh, after all, he was still polite. Bao continued his words straightforward, but his tone maintained basic courtesy toward the female. There are 5 people on the list, and am ranked first. Yet you moved into the house of the second match first. He paused. That's not fair. Xiao Yi chimed in with the tone of someone who had just heard gossip. Jiang Lijin ignored it, but she did not agree with Xiao Yi's statement. This wasn't some Mary Sue novel. Bao's competitive nature as a 3S-level male was probably acting up, but she didn't feel like explaining much to him. I will be moving soon. Oh, I just got the housing arrangement. Bao's expression relaxed slightly, but he still hadn't completely let his guard down. When? Very soon. When is very soon? Xiao Yi asked. If I end up fighting with him, will the female protection center side with me? Jiang Lijin felt her patience wearing thin, her lips twitching slightly. Before Xiao Yi could respond, footsteps were heard coming from the stairs. Jiang Lijin and Bao turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Sharon walking down from the second floor, having changed into a jacket, clearly preparing to go out. As he reached the corner of the stairs, his footsteps paused. He noticed Bao as well. The air felt like it had suddenly dropped a couple of degrees. Director Sharon. Bao spoke first, using his title, polite yet distant. Commander Bao. Sharon descended the last 2 steps, his tone unchanged, calm and courteous. He glanced at Bao, then at Jiang Lijin before shifting his gaze back to grab his jacket by the entrance. His movements were natural, his expression flat, as if the person sitting in the living room was just an ordinary deliveryman. But Bao's fingers began tapping on the armrest again. Director Sharon is not busy today. Bao's voice was monotone. Busy? Charong put on his jacket, leisurely adjusting the collar. So, I am going out. What a coincidence. Bao sat up straighter. I thought you wouldn't be here when I arrived. Now you know. Sharon fastened the last button of his jacket and turned around, not looking at Bao again, but directing his gaze toward Jiang Lijin. Lunch has been prepared by Xiao Bai, and there are fresh fruits and vegetables in the fridge. Don't forget to eat. His tone was gentle, sounding almost like a husband's reminder to his wife before leaving for work. After he finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out. Jiang Lijin. Was Sharon usually this gentle with her? He must be doing it on purpose. But why? The sound of the door closing was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet living room. Bao's fingers stopped tapping on the armrest, and he turned to Jiang Lijin. He even manages what you eat. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath, standing up. Lord Bao, would you like something to drink? I can ask Xiao Bai to pour you a glass of water. She decided not to answer that question, but Bao did not wait for her to step out, and stood up directly. He stepped in front of her, his nearly 2-meter aura, making Jiang Lijin a bit nervous. He looked down at her, his golden eyes swirling with something complicated. When you move to your new house, his voice was low. I will be the first to visit. Before Jiang Lijin could respond, Bao had turned and walked towards the door, pulling it open and exiting without any hesitation. Jiang Lijin stood in the middle of the living room, staring at the closed door for several seconds. She closed her eyes, feeling a strong premonition that the first day in her new house would undoubtedly be anything but peaceful. Little E's voice immediately popped up, filled with the excitement of finally being called after a long wait. Host, is it time to analyze the performance of those 2 people just now? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Jiang Lijin's mouth twitched slightly. You are too gossipy. Not at all. I am your system. Of course I have to pay attention to your matters. Little E's tone carried a hint of pride. That scene just now, tisk, simply remarkable. As Lord Bao entered, Lord Karen came down the stairs right after. When their gazes met, I almost thought they were going to fight. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. How could that be? It wasn't a real fight, it was that. Little E paused, as if searching for the appropriate words in her mind. That kind of undercurrent between males. Didn't you feel it? As soon as Lord Bao entered, he asked why you were living at Lord Karen's place. That tone, those words. Jiang Lijin interjected. He said that's not fair. Yes. Unfair. Little E's voice rose slightly. Listen, this is unfair. Isn't that just saying why did he get to live there first? Isn't that jealousy? Jiang Lijin fell silent for a moment, then shook her head. It's not jealousy. Then what is it? It's a desire to win, she said, her tone carrying a sense of certainty. Bao is the highest commander of the military, ranked as the #1 match. To find out that her match is living in the home of the #2 match, that's not jealousy, that's... She pondered for a moment and found a term, being robbed of one's home. Your statement is quite strange. Little Lee paused for a moment, then stubbornly asked, "What about Karen?" "The thing he said before leaving, let Xiao Bai prepare lunch for you. There are fresh fruits and vegetables in the fridge. Don't forget to eat." Has he ever been this gentle with you, eh? Has he ever spoken to you in such a warm tone? Today he suddenly says this in front of Ball. Isn't that intentional? Jiang Lijin was silent for 2 seconds. He did it on purpose, right? Right. Little E's voice was filled with the excitement of having finally guessed correctly. So why do you think Lord Karen did it on purpose? Of course it's also because of the desire to win. Little E fell silent. Jiang Lijin smiled, picked up the holographic device from the coffee table, and spun it in her hand. All right, stop guessing aimlessly, she said lazily. Why overthink? There are 5 people on the matching list. Do I need to analyze them one by one? Wouldn't that tire me out? So what do you plan to do? Just going to keep it simple, Jiang Lijin replied as she put on the holographic device and stood up. First, I need to check the houses. They divided 3 houses today. I need to see which one to stay in. Are you going out in this? Little E's voice carried a hint of disbelief. You are now a 3S level female. At least what? Jiang Lijin looked down at herself. What's wrong with this outfit? It's clean, comfortable, and not revealing good enough to be seen by others. As she spoke, she had already opened the door. The sunlight outside was excellent, warmly shining on the small path at the entrance. Jiang Lijin squinted her eyes, booked a ride on the holographic device, and prepared to walk towards the community entrance. After walking a short distance, she caught a glimpse of 2 people at the nearby corner. One was in a light pink long dress with smooth long hair and an elegant posture. This was Philwin. The other had silver gray hair, a tall stature, standing straight, exuding a noble demeanor. This was Rex. Jiang Lijin's footsteps came to a halt, her brows instinctively wrinkling. Here again. Yesterday it was Arden, today it's Rex. And both are with Philwin. Host. It's Rex. And Philwin. Little E's voice exploded in her mind. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes inwardly, taking a half step back, preparing to turn back inside. She was actually feeling quite good today. 3 houses were divided. She received a 60,000 subsidy. And although Arden had been annoying yesterday after Karen's return and that wave of retaliation, she felt good even now. She didn't want to let these 2 ruin her good mood today. Sister Jiang Lijin. But Philwin's eyes were sharper than that soft and sticky voice chased from behind, carrying a deliberate surprise. What a coincidence. Jiang Lijin didn't turn around, her hand already on the doorknob. But Philwin clearly had no intention of letting her go, her footsteps growing closer. Host, she's coming closer. Little E's voice had a hint of gritted teeth. What should we do? Do you want to go in? Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. Go in. Why should she? This was Karen's doorstep, not Philwin's territory. Why should she hide? She withdrew her hand from the doorknob and turned around. Philwin was now just 2 or 3 steps in front of her, wearing that signature gentle smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, looking harmless. Sister, you are also going out today. She tilted her head, her tone carrying a deliberate closeness. What a coincidence, Lord Rex, and I happened to pass by here, didn't expect to meet you. Jiang Lijin looked at her, saying nothing. Coincidence. Passing by Karen's door. Although Philwin also lived in this community, Karen was a 3S level male, and there were no other houses near his residence. This road right outside his door led directly to the community entrance. Unless one came intentionally, it was impossible to simply pass by. She couldn't be bothered to expose the truth, merely replied with a non-committal, her gaze passing over Philwin to land on the slowly approaching silver-gray figure behind her. Rex stood beside Philwin, his gray-blue eyes looking down at Jiang Lijin, carrying an examining intent. In the original owner's memory, although Rex was as volatile as Arden, he was even prouder. Being of noble birth, he would still maintain his composure in front of outsiders, directing all his bad temper towards her, his wife. Jiang Lijin, he began, his voice moderate. I heard you were living at Lord Karen's place. Jiang Lijin looked at him, her mouth twitching slightly. He heard. Who did he hear it from? Probably from Philwin. Seeing her silent, Rex frowned slightly. Currently, it was in front of Philwin and still in the residential area for S-level females. He didn't directly lash out like Arden, but his impatience was clearly evident in his tone. I'm asking you a question, he said. Are you living at Lord Karen's place? Jiang Lijin remained silent, merely looking at him, her gaze calm, as if regarding a stranger. Rex's brow furrowed, even tighter. In his perception, Jiang Lijin was still that C-level female who served him tea and flattered him cautiously. Even if the news of her becoming 3S level flooded the Star Network, even if he had noticed Jiang Lijin's changes long before their divorce, in his heart Jiang Lijin was still that woman who loved him, yet could not have him, and who remained attached even after their divorce. How dare she not answer him? Jiang Lijin, his voice dropped a notch. I'm talking to you. Philwin stood to the side, glancing at Rex, then at Jiang Lijin. The gentle expression on her face froze for a moment, before quickly adjusting back, softly saying, Sister, Lord Rex is just concerned about you. Don't. What did you call me? Jiang Lijin suddenly spoke. Philwin was taken aback. What did you just call me? Jiang Lijin looked at her. Philwin opened her mouth, her expression freezing for an instant, but quickly returned to her gentle demeanor. Sister. Jiang Lijin raised her hand, interrupting her words. You know I'm an orphan, right? Is Miss Philwin also an orphan? Philwin's smile froze on her face. Rex's expression also changed. Jiang Lijin, Rex's voice turned cold. Miss Philwin was kindly greeting you. What kind of attitude is this? Jiang Lijin turned her head to look at him. What attitude? She repeated his words, her lips curving slightly. What attitude do I have? Is there something wrong with what I said? Rex's brow twisted into a knot. He stared at Jiang Lijin, his disdain evident in his gaze. You weren't like this before, he said, his tone carrying a judgment born from a position of superiority. Do you think being 3S level makes you impressive? His voice lowered significantly. Jiang Lijin, you know what kind of person you used to be. Even if you are now 3S level, it doesn't change the fact that you were once a C level waste. Jiang Lijin looked at him silent. Rex continued, his tone growing colder. And do you really think those 5 matches genuinely like you? They only want you because you are the only 3S female who can save their lives. Once they find someone better. Someone better? Jiang Lijin interrupted him, a hint of amusement in her tone. Rex, didn't you learn language properly? Contradicting yourself? You just said I'm the only 3S, so where would someone better come from? For you really a 3S? Rex looked at her with a cold expression. Wouldn't it be due to some improper means that you obtained that report? Jiang Lijin couldn't help but laugh. So you mean I tricked the mainframe, and then managed to bring 5 3S males to play house with me? If I had that ability, I'd be far better than just a 3S female. Rex was momentarily at a loss for words, and even Philwin beside him looked displeased. Host. A voice echoed in her mind. Retort him. Keep retorting. Let him know who the real loser is. Jiang Lijin ignored Xiaoyi. She looked at Rex and spoke flatly. So did you come here today for a reason? Rex's face turned pale, and it took him a while to recover. Nothing important. He said, his tone stiff, but less aggressive, just passing by. Oh. Jiang Lijin nodded. Then you can keep passing by. I'm leaving. She turned and walked away. Philwin became anxious and stepped forward. Sister. Jiang Lijin paused, turned her head, and her expression turned cold. I told you don't call me sister. Philwin's eyes instantly turned red, her lips trembling slightly, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Rex's face darkened further, his patience about to snap. Jiang Lijin. His voice rose several degrees. Miss Philwin isn't grade female, and her calling you sister is a sign of respect for you. Don't push your luck. Jiang Lijin completely stopped, turned around, and looked at Rex. Respect for me. She repeated those words, the corners of her mouth curling up. Rex, understand one thing, I am 3S, but she is. Who respects whom? How about it? Can't you do math? Do you need me to teach you? Rex's face turned crimson. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself unable to speak. Because Jiang Lijin spoke the truth, the difference between 3S and S was a full 2 levels. In this world where mental power reigns, grade is nothing in front of 3S. Philwin stood beside them, her expression frozen in shock. Her eyes were red and her lips trembled slightly, looking like she was about to cry at any moment. But at that moment Jiang Lijin recalled something. She had previously suspected Philwin's rank. She leaned closer to Philwin and called out to Xiaoyi in her mind. Xiaoyi quickly scanned this green tea's mental power level. Received. Philwin was startled by Jiang Lijin's sudden closeness. Also, Jiang Lijin spoke, looking at Philwin with a flat tone. Miss Philwin, how many times have you accidentally passed by my beast husband's door? If you really like this road so much, why not move here to live together? It would save you the trouble of walking such a long way every day. Philwin's face turned completely pale. Post, the scan is complete. Analyzing. Oh, we should hurry and leave. Being this close, there's a strong smell of tea. Jiang Lijin didn't look back at Philwin, turned around and walked away briskly. Behind her, Rex and Philwin stood still, one with a blue face, the other pale. After walking a dozen steps, Jiang Lijin spoke to Xiaoyi in her heart. Can you still smell it? I was being metaphorical. Xiaoyi replied defensively. Did the analysis results come out? Almost there. 96, 98, 100. Analysis complete. Xiaoyi's voice exploded in her mind, and Jiang Lijin did not stop her footsteps, continuing towards the community's entrance. What did it say? How to put it? Xiaoyi's tone suddenly became a bit strange, as if double-checking something. Host, this data is a bit odd. Odd? How odd? Philwin's mental power level is unstable. Jiang Lijin slowed her pace for unstable. In this world, the mental power levels of females are generally stable. Take herself, for example. When she was at grade, she remained steadily at grade. Later, as her mental power began to rise, that curve was also slow and steady, like climbing a slope, inching upwards until it stabilized at 3S. What does unstable mean? It means her mental power level is fluctuating. Xiaoyi's speech sped up, jumping between A and S. It's not the type of occasional fluctuation, it jumps constantly. One moment A, the next S, then drops back to A, and then jumps up to S again. Like a heartbeat monitor, it keeps jumping, never stopping. Jiang Lijin furrowed her brow. This was indeed abnormal. Could it be that there was an error during your scan? No. Xiaoyi's tone was very certain. We were so close, there's absolutely no mistake. Her mental power is like this, constantly jumping between A and S. Jiang Lijin remained silent for a few seconds, her mind racing. Philwin indeed possessed grade mental power that was beyond doubt. Otherwise, she would have been exposed long ago during her mental purification at the hospital. The fact that she could genuinely carry out Scrade purification shows that at least during certain periods, she is indeed at Scrade level. Did the mainframe not detect any anomalies? Most likely not. Xiao Yi's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The jump from A to S is not considered aggressive, unlike jumping straight from C to 3S. The mainframe's anomaly detection threshold probably wouldn't trigger. Moreover, Philwin indeed can perform Scrade tasks. Jiang Lijin walked onto the main road of the community, her pace unhurried, so Philwin's mental power indeed had issues. But what does that have to do with her? Although she truly disliked Philwin, or rather had a strong aversion, was it to the extent of having to be enemies with her? Not even close. In the original plot of this world, Philwin was the darling of her 3 ex-husbands. The 4 of them would be best bound together as long as she didn't come near to bother her. Host, should we keep this data as evidence for later? Xiao Yi's tone was filled with eagerness to stir up trouble. Keep what? Prove what? Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes in her mind. How am I supposed to explain where this data? Xiao Yi was momentarily at a loss. That seems to be the case. Exactly. Jiang Lijin's thoughts were very simple. Why should I care if her mental power is stable or not? I'm not her mother. She can jump however she likes. What does it have to do with me? I'm going out to travel. Exploring this world. There's no need to bicker with her on the main star. What a waste of time. Xiao Yi fell silent for 2 seconds, then let out a sigh. Indeed, those 3 ex-husbands aren't good people either. They fit well with Philwin. As they spoke, Jiang Lijin had already reached the entrance of the community. The security guard at the entrance was obviously taken aback when he saw her, probably having just seen the Interstellar announcement and recognizing her. But the security guard, being professional, merely nodded slightly without approaching to speak. Jiang Lijin stood by the roadside, raised her hand, and called for a floating taxi. She input the address of the first house, the detached villa in the western suburbs. The reason for checking that one first was simple. It had a garden. When Suhan showed her the holographic image, that independent courtyard and greenery made her look twice. In this world, greenery is such a precious thing. A silver-white floating taxi silently stopped at the roadside. Jiang Lijin opened the door, got and provided the address, and the taxi took off, smoothly flying over the main Star City skyline. She leaned back in her seat, looking down through the window. The main Star City was vast. From above, the clusters of buildings spread out densely, and flying vehicles crisscrossed in the air, occasionally revealing a few particularly tall buildings with their tops gleaming. After leaving the core area, the buildings clearly became sparser. The taxi came to a smooth stop. Jiang Lijin looked out through the car window, and all she saw was desolation. In the Interstellar era, plants were more precious than rare metals. This area lacked even a proper new building, with only the bare alloy road stretching straight ahead, leading to her newly assigned detached villa. The cost will be reimbursed by the Female Protection Center. Thank you for your outstanding contributions to the Interstellar community, Miss Jiang Lijun. A voice from the front driving seat of the self-driving taxi spoke. Jiang Lijun was stunned for 2 seconds. Contributions? In the past few days, she had done nothing but eat, drink, and take care of her basic needs, not even washing a dish. What contributions? However, seizing a bargain, she casually expressed her gratitude and swiftly pushed the door open to get out. As she approached the front door, a small silver probe extended from above, and a gentle blue light scanned from top to bottom. Identity confirmed. Welcome home, Miss Jiang Lijun. The heavy metal door slid open silently. In her mind, it was making a tremendous noise. Jiang Lijun did not rush to enter the house. She turned her steps and first wandered around the yard. A vast expanse of lush green grass covered the courtyard, with a few clusters of unknown low flowers adorning the corners, and in the center stood a tree over 2 meters tall. This could be considered an extremely luxurious configuration in the Interstellar era. Even high-ranking figures like Sharon had only a few small flower beds in the public area outside their homes. This house had actually been generous enough to cover the entire yard with real grass. Moreover, the tree was not small, with a rich canopy, clearly nurtured with considerable effort. In the future, she could hang a swing here, sit with a book in the afternoon sun. How beautiful it would be. Jiang Lijun couldn't help but curve her lips slightly before turning to enter the house. What met her was an overwhelming sense of technology. The lights illuminated in layers with her steps, and the color temperature adjusted automatically to the most comfortable warm white. The smart home management system was already online, with hidden panels on the walls flickering softly. The spacious living room connected to an open kitchen. She walked over and casually pulled open the double-door refrigerator. Empty. Not even a bottle of water. But that made sense. Suhan had specifically advised her in the morning to inform them about which suite she would be staying in ahead of time, so they could arrange for food delivery and a dedicated flying vehicle. She closed the refrigerator and continued walking inside. The first floor had a KTV room, a reception room, and even a small indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool. The independent medical pod on the second floor stood quietly in its designated room, identical to the holographic projection shown by Suhan. She raised her wrist to check her light brain, recalling that Suhan wanted to add her on his social account. Social account. Little E, what do people here usually use for chatting? Star message. Little E answered quickly. It's the Interstellar communication software, and the original owner had a star message account. Jiang Lijin searched her mind for a bit. The original owner used an exceedingly outdated light brain with a tragically narrow social circle, and no one would look for her online. She indeed had an account, but it was as good as not having one. She clicked on the blue and white star message icon on the light brain. The account was her citizen number. The password field popped up, and she typed in 123456 casually. The interface flashed, and she was logged in. Inside, it resembled the green bubbles of the world before Jiang Lijin's transmigration, and she casually opened her friend list. The contact list lay pitifully with 3 people: Arden, Rex, and Kieran. Clicking on Arden and Rex's avatars, both prompted you have been added to the blacklist by the other party. Only Kieran had not blocked her, but things were not much better. The chat box was filled with messages sent by the original owner inquiring about her well-being and trying to ingratiate herself. Scrolling up several screens, she could barely see a word Kieran had occasionally replied with. She decisively exited, clicking on the flashing New Friends notification in the upper right corner. 4 friend requests lined up neatly. At the top was Ball with an avatar of a military insignia, followed by Sharon and Suhan. There was also one named Tinia. She remembered that golden mountain. She clicked to approve each one, and just as she did, she first opened the chat with Suhan. Commissioner Sue, I've chosen this suite in the western suburbs. As soon as the message was sent, Little E couldn't help but exclaim, Host, aren't you going to look at the other 2 suites? What if they look better? Jiang Lijin walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning back. What's the rush? After all 3 suites are under my name. I can stay in this one today, switch to that one next month, and move whenever I want. Little E fell silent. The light brain vibrated. Suhan replied quickly. Received, Miss Jiang. We will proceed with the check-in procedures immediately. Fresh ingredients will be delivered before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The arrangement of your exclusive flying vehicle will take 7 working days, and during this time your travel expenses will be fully reimbursed by the center. Then followed another message. Additionally, please fill in your current address in the matching email sent by the main brain as soon as possible so that the 5 matched individuals can contact you in a timely manner. Jiang Lijin typed a few words, okay, thank you. Immediately after, she exited star message and opened her email, where the message titled 3S level female matching list was still at the top. At the very bottom was a red address input box. She stared at it for several seconds. Once she filled it in, those 5 men standing at the top of the interstellar hierarchy would receive a notification immediately. She didn't know why she felt a bit nervous. Her finger hovered over the screen of the light brain for a moment, but in the end she quickly input the coordinates of the villa in the western suburbs and clicked send. Little E was excitedly rubbing its hands. Host, who do you think will be the first to come? Jiang Lijin yawned, whoever likes. Though she said that the words left by Ball when he left Sharon's house popped up in her mind at an inopportune moment. I will be the first to visit when you move into your new house. Ding. The light brain emitted a crisp notification sound. It wasn't an email, but star message. Jiang Lijin raised her wrist, and a new message popped up on the screen sent by the newly added friend Tinia. His avatar was a small sun rising over the sea, depicted in a childlike cartoon style, with a smiling face on the sun. Opening the chat box, there was only a lonely line. Hello, wife, I'm Tinia. I've received your address information and will arrive before 8 o'clock tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Jiang Lijin immediately sat up straight, her drowsiness dissipating in an instant. That title was too smooth, wasn't it? Staring at that straightforward and slightly nauseating opening line on the screen, her finger hovered over the virtual keyboard, and she didn't type a single word for a long time. What to reply? Hello, see you tomorrow. Or don't call me wife. In the end, she replied nothing and directly closed the chat interface. Host, he called you wife. Little E's tone was filled with a glee that enjoyed the drama. He's a tycoon. Tomorrow night at 8, are you going to prepare something? Prepare what? A broom or pepper spray? Isn't he a 3S level? Why does it not feel like a serious... Jiang Lijin suddenly felt waves of exhaustion wash over her as she walked to the second-floor bedroom area. There was a row of rooms, each spacious and well-equipped. She chose a room that was independent from the others, which appeared to be the master bedroom, and walked inside. In the center was a large bed estimated to fit 4 people, with bedding already laid out in a modest gray-blue color that felt incredibly soft to the touch. Wow, host, this bed is huge. It can fit 7 people. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but laugh. Where are you going to find... Did you count yourself in? She ignored Xiao Yi, kicked off her shoes, and threw herself into the blankets. She fell into a deep slumber. There were no chaotic nightmares from the original owner's memories, nor the system chattering in her head. When she opened her eyes again, the sky outside was already bright. The temperature control system kept the indoor climate just right as Jiang Lijin rolled over in bed and glanced at the time on her light brain. It was already 9:30 in the morning. Just after Jiang Lijin finished washing up and walked downstairs to the living room, the doorbell rang promptly. Ding dong. She walked to the front door and pressed the button to view the surveillance. Outside was a cold chain transport vehicle emblazoned with the Imperial emblem, and two uniformed staff members were moving boxes to the cart. When the door opened, the staff halted their actions, their attitude respectful and impeccable. "Good morning, Miss Jiang. This is your special supply of ingredients for the week. Please sign for it." 3 large insulated boxes were neatly pushed into the kitchen, and after the staff left, Jiang Lijin opened the boxes. The first box contained vibrant fresh vegetables and fruits with even droplets of water on the leaves. The second box held various high-end meats, all impeccably cut. The third box was filled with rice flour oil and a dozen round plump eggs. In the Interstellar era, the value of this pile of goods was equivalent to a box of gold bars. Jiang Lijin hummed a tune happily as she took out an apple, walked to the sink, washed it, and took a bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth. Who knows how long it had been since she had tasted fruit. "Host, it's a fresh apple," Xiaoyi said, drooling. "You should eat more, just consider it as me eating too." Jiang Lijin ignored it, finished the apple in a few bites, and sorted the remaining ingredients into the fridge. The once empty fridge was now filled to the brim, making her feel pleasantly satisfied. After eating and drinking enough, she walked into the yard, enjoying the perfect sunlight. She circled around a crooked-neck tree twice, selected a wooden swing set on the star net, filled in the address, and placed the order. Jiang Lijin stood in the yard, soaking up the sun for a while, then turned to walk back inside. Halfway there, she stopped in her tracks. She remembered she had left some things at Karen's villa. Yesterday, she intended to just see the house, but didn't expect to be so fond of the first one as she completely forgot to grab her luggage. "Xiaoyi, I need to go back to Karen to get my luggage," she called out in her mind. "What luggage are you talking about, my host?" Xiaoyi was displeased, its voice ringing in her head. "You are now a rich woman with a monthly salary of 60,000 Interstellar coins and a savings of 1 million. And a 3S national treasure. The original owner's old clothes and shoes can just be thrown away. Let's buy new ones, expensive ones." Jiang Lijin sat down beside the sofa and poured a cup of warm water. "The clothes can be thrown away, but that old box cannot. It contains the original owner's old diaries and photos. Those items were indeed of no practical use to the current Jiang Lijin, but they were the last remnants of the original owner's existence in this world. Since she occupied someone else's body, she couldn't just throw away the last traces of their thoughts as if they were garbage." Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you just send a message to Karen? Just ask him to bring it along. He will definitely move in to live with you." Jiang Lijin paused in her action of drinking water. "Move in? Live with me? Isn't that obvious?" Xiaoyi said confidently. "You are now legally married. According to Interstellar law, a matched beast husband must cohabit with the female." Jiang Lijin slammed the cup down on the coffee table, leaning back against the sofa. "But they are all 3 level. Karen is the Dean, Ball is the military commander, and there's that Interstellar tycoon. These people are usually extremely busy. How could they have time to squeeze under the same roof with me? It's more of an adult understanding to live separately and just meet occasionally to maintain a semblance of marriage. You are too naive." Xiaoyi clicked its tongue. 3-level males, due to their volatile psychic energy, have an intense desire for the comfort of high-tier females. You are the only antidote in the entire interstellar realm. They would want to tie you to their belt. How could they live separately? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. She almost forgot that her partner also had duties. She opened the star mail, found Karen's avatar, and before she could think of how to phrase her message, a notification popped up from the other side. "Karen, I've received the address. I have some important data to verify at the Academy of Sciences today, so I will be a bit late. Is there anything you need me to bring along?" His tone was overly casual, entirely like a husband checking in with his wife at home. Jiang Lijin stared at the screen for a few seconds, her fingers quickly typing. "The luggage I left at your place. Don't worry about the clothes, just bring that old box over." "Thank you," Karen replied succinctly. "Okay. What do you want for dinner?" "I'll bring it back." Xiaoyi repeated in a strange tone. "What do you want for dinner?" "I'll bring it back." Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes, not responding to the dinner question, and sent an okay emoji before exiting the interface. She set her light brain to silent mode, got up, and continued to explore the big house that belonged to her. After circling the first floor, she pushed open a frosted glass door. It was an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool with crystal-clear water and a quietly functioning temperature control system with a light mist floating above the surface. Jiang Lijin stood by the pool, gazing at the gently rippling blue waves, when suddenly an image from her previous world flashed through her mind. At that time, to please the male lead, Gu Qinyuan, she had forced herself to learn how to swim. Simply because Gu Qinyuan had casually mentioned that he liked to go out to sea, she had choked on water in the swimming pool, causing her throat to inflame, learning to hold her breath underwater and mastering various swimming styles, including diving. In the end, all she gained was to see Gu Qinyuan vacationing with the female lead on a yacht, while she didn't even qualify to board. How ironic. She crouched down, reaching out to stir the water. The water was warm with a gentle touch, of what she had learned for others in her past life could now be used for her own enjoyment. She thought she would buy a swimsuit another day, as she couldn't let this pool go to waste. Standing up, she shook off the droplets of water on her hands and turned toward the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with ingredients, but Jiang Lijin had no interest in preparing a grand meal. She grabbed 2 fresh eggs, served a bowl of rice cooked automatically by the smart rice cooker, planning to make the simplest egg fried rice. Wow, Xiaoyi exclaimed in her mind. Host. It smells so good. What is this exquisite delicacy? It's just egg fried rice, nothing extraordinary. Jiang Lijin turned off the heat and served the fried rice that was perfectly separated and golden in a white porcelain plate. In the Interstellar era, everyone drinks nutrient solutions. Who has time for this ancient cooking? Xiaoyi was whining. You don't know if this aroma gets out, the kids in the next street will be drooling. Jiang Lijin carried the plate to the dining room, took a spoon, and just as she scooped up a mouthful, the smart doorbell rang. Ding dong. Jiang Lijin did not stop chewing. Her light brain automatically connected to the surveillance system of the house. She casually tapped on the virtual panel to bring up the surveillance footage outside. The screen lit up, revealing 2 men standing outside. The figure on the left is tall, dressed in a sharply cut, deep black military uniform with the metal epaulets and collar buttons reflecting a cold, hard light in the sun. With a neatly styled head of black hair, his facial features are deep and strikingly aggressive, especially those golden eyes that exude an oppressive aura even through the surveillance screen. It's Bear. He hasn't even changed his clothes, clearly having just come directly from the military department. The figure on the right presents a starkly different image with a head of dazzling light golden short hair, slightly tousled by the wind. Wearing a high-quality casual outfit, his features are deep yet soft, and his ice blue eyes shine exceptionally bright. He exudes an aura of relaxed ease, holding a large bouquet of blood-red roses in his arms. Jiang Lijin has never seen this person before, but she instantly recognizes him in her mind. It's Tinia, the son of the wealthy magnate who sports a childlike sun icon and calls her wife the moment he opens his mouth. His demeanor matches that silly avatar remarkably well. The surveillance has audio, and in the footage the atmosphere between these 2 men is far from harmonious. Tinia tilts his head, sizing up Bear, his gaze sweeping across the military uniform, and smiles as he speaks. Commander Bear, just off work. Why did you come to see your partner without even changing your clothes? This intimidating getup might make someone think you're here to raid a house. It has nothing to do with you. Bear doesn't look at him, keeping his gaze fixed on the entrance, his voice deep and tinged with impatience. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Tinia holds the bouquet of roses in one hand, his other casually tucked into his pants pocket, his tone light and teasing with that menacing expression. What if you scare my wife? She is a delicate female. In the restaurant, Jiang Lijin had just swallowed a mouthful of food and was lifting her glass of water when she heard Tinia's words, causing her to choke. Cough, cough, cough. She covered her mouth and began to cough violently, tears almost streaming down her face. Outside the door, Bear finally turned his head, his golden eyes coldly locking onto Tinia. He did not speak, but the spiritual pressure of a 3-level male was already silently spreading, making the surrounding air feel heavy. Yet Tinia didn't even furrow his brow. As a fellow 3S, he was completely unaffected by this pressure. He even raised his hand to play with the petals of the roses, smiling even brighter. Don't glare at me, Commander. According to the list, you're first, and I'm third. But considering our arrival times, we both got here at the same time. Once the door opens, we'll see who has the skills. Jiang Lijin finally calmed her breathing. She took a tissue to wipe her mouth, looking at the 2 men in the footage who were at odds, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. There was no way she could eat in peace now. Jiang Lijin stood up, walked to the entrance, and pressed the doorbell. With a soft click, the heavy metal gate slowly slid open. A narrow gap, just wide enough for a person to pass through, appeared as the door opened. Tinia moved with incredible speed. Just moments ago he had appeared nonchalant while fiddling with the roses, but as soon as the door moved, he shot through the gap, like an arrow striding across the yard straight towards the main house. Bear stood still, seemingly caught off guard by Tinia's actions, and his expression visibly darkened. The words he had said to Jiang Lijin yesterday at Sharon's house echoed in his ears. When you move into your new house, you'll be the first to arrive. He really had rushed over immediately after finishing urgent military duties without even taking the time to change out of his uniform. But now he ran into Tinia at the door, and even the order of entering had been snatched by this shameless guy. Bear took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to draw his gun and shoot the golden-haired man, and strode into the yard with a serious expression. Jiang Lijin stood on the threshold of the main house. She was still wearing the outfit from yesterday, her hair casually tied back, and she was even holding the tissue she had used to wipe her mouth. Tinia rushed down the steps like a gust of wind and stopped in his tracks. He looked up, his ice blue eyes fixed intently on Jiang Lijin, and his smile instantly blossomed bright enough to almost be blinding. Wife, he exclaimed effortlessly without a hint of embarrassment, directly handing over the huge bouquet of roses. It's a pleasure to meet you. Not knowing your preferences, I brought something a bit cliché, hope you don't mind. Jiang Lijin found his repeated use of wife quite awkward, but she couldn't refute it. She was indeed his wife now. She stared at the bouquet, thrust in front of her, realizing that in the interstellar era cultivating plants was extremely difficult. A bouquet of blooming red roses glistening with dew on the petals could easily be worth a standard residence on the main star. Jiang Lijin did not take the flowers, merely looking at him and saying, Mr. Tinia. Just call me Tinia or hubby if you prefer, I don't mind. Seeing that she didn't take the flowers, Tinia was not embarrassed at all. He naturally pulled back his hand and held the bouquet beside him. I sent a message saying I'd arrive before 8 tonight, but I just couldn't wait and pushed all my meetings this afternoon. You won't hold it against me for coming early, will you? His words were impeccable, his smile disarming, and the adage of not striking a smiling person was played to perfection. Before Jiang Lijin could respond, the sound of heavy military boots hitting the stone path came from behind her. Bear walked down the steps, stopping next to Tinia. He was slightly taller than Tinia, standing there like a wall. He did not look at Tinia, his golden eyes directly passing through the void to rest on Jiang Lijin's face. He did not speak, but the emotions in his eyes were complex: frustration, resentment, and a kind of inexplicable grievance. Jiang Lijin couldn't understand how she could perceive such emotions on the face of this iron-willed commander, but the tightly pressed line of his lips certainly conveyed a sense of "I'm very unhappy not being first." Lord Bear. Jiang Lijin took the initiative to speak, breaking the stalemate. You've arrived early too. I wasn't the first. He spoke, his voice hoarse, his tone revealing unabashed defeat. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Jiang Lijin was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Bear's concern to be genuinely about this. This competitive spirit, this stubbornness, was completely at odds with his decisive war god image online. Beside them, Tinia chuckled lightly, his tone cool. Commander, what's the significance of the order of entry? What matters is who can stay in this home longer in the future. Bear abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife piercing Tinia. Tinia met his gaze without flinching, the smile on his lips unwavering, but the blue depths of his eyes held no warmth. The tension in the air thickened instantly. The spiritual pressures of the 2-3s males began to collide invisibly, the leaves of the tree in the yard rustling from the impact. Jiang Lijin stood at the threshold, observing these two towering figures on the steps, finally understanding why the Empire chose such remote areas for her housing. If an ordinary person happened to pass by, they would likely end up in the hospital for a few days due to these two. A little voice in her mind cheered, let them fight. Enough. Jiang Lijin interjected, disrupting the undercurrents between the two. If you're going to fight, do it outside. Oh, don't ruin the grass in my yard. If not, then come inside. After she spoke, she turned and walked towards the house, instantly dissipating the tension behind her. Tinia immediately followed, not forgetting to turn back and provocatively lift his chin at Bear. Bear maintained a serious face, silently following her up the steps. Tinia stepped across the threshold, cradling a bouquet of red roses in one hand. He scanned the room, and without ceremony pronounced, this place is far too small. Bear followed behind, his military boots thudding steadily on the polished floor. His gaze swept over the holographic projection wall, the intelligent climate control system, and the semi-floating sofa at the center of the living room. As commander-in-chief of the federal military, he normally resided in the core residential district of the main planet, the same neighborhood where Karong lived. This western suburban villa, allocated by the Female Protection Center, met hardware standards and featured sensible spatial planning. There was nothing glaringly wrong with it. But Tinia, the son of the wealthiest man, saw it differently. He tapped the edge of the carpet with his toe. The material is ordinary, the workmanship crude. Moreover, the location is absurdly remote. Within dozens of kilometers, there is not a decent entertainment complex. No proper place for diversion. Tinia turned, his blue eyes fixed on Jiang Lijin, smiling brilliantly. Once we finish the formalities here, I'll take you on a trip to the Huayuan star system. The private planets there boast splendid scenery. You can indulge however you like. No need to be cooped up in such a shabby little house and suffer slights. Jiang Lijin summoned the system within her mind. Xiaoyi, you hear that? The son of the richest man calls this our little shack. Xiaoyi chimed in exuberantly. The wealthy are simply different. Host, I checked the records. The monthly maintenance fee for a private planet in the Huayuan system would be enough to buy this entire villa? Say yes. Let's go to the Huayuan system. Make him pay for it. Before Jiang Lijin could answer, Bear interrupted her thoughts. He turned to her and asked, my personal belongings will be moved here by specialists tomorrow. Which room should I occupy? Jiang Lijin was caught off guard. She had never considered the question. She raised a hand and pointed toward the second floor. Upstairs there is an entire bedroom wing. There are many rooms. Go up and pick whichever you like. Bear nodded and began toward the stairs. Tinia stepped ahead to block him, smiling. First come, first serve, Commander. My luggage arrives by 8 tonight. If I pick the room closest to my wife, I hope you won't mind. Bear halted, staring at Tinia as if restraining some impulse. As the two stood in tense standoff, the scent of food drifted through the air. Jiang Lijin, tired of watching their childlike sparring, lifted her bowl of egg-fried rice and ate while sizing them up. Tinia's nose twitched at the aroma. He turned and his gaze fell upon the plate of egg-fried rice in Jiang Lijin's hands. He instantly guessed she had made it himself. Ignoring Bear's cold glare, he crossed the room, holding the roses, bent to look at the fried rice, and his eyes brightened. Wife, did you make this yourself? The color, the timing, it's exquisite. I've eaten the creations of countless star-class chefs and never seen rice and egg combined so perfectly. Just inhaling this aroma purifies my spirit. A torrent of flattery poured forth without a single stammer. The spoon in Jiang Lijin's hand froze. Bear watched Tania's sycophantic display of vein at his temple twitching. He steadied his breath and addressed Jiang Lijin in a solemn tone. We will be living together. Whatever our future arrangement, we require a formal process to understand one another. I propose we sit now and offer detailed self-introductions. Jiang Lijin nodded. Although she had already learned about them through various channels, those accounts mixed truth and falsehood. Hearing them speak for themselves would be preferable. The three moved to the living room and sat on the sofa. Jiang Lijin fetched 2 glass cups from the kitchen, filled them with warm water, and returned to place them on the coffee table before Bear and Tania. There's only water in the house now, she said as she sat on the single sofa, hands folded on her knees. No coffee, no other drinks. Make do. Tania lifted his cup and took a generous sip, his smile radiant. Water poured by my wife tastes sweeter than any premium nutrient solution. Bear took a sip, said nothing, and set the cup down. Bear, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Military. Bear straightened, looking at Jiang Lijin with measured speech. My duties are of a special nature. I must handle military affairs year-round and sometimes go to the front lines. But while stationed on the home planet, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a partner. He paused, then continued to outline his family situation. Both my parents reside within the Federation. My father is a retired officer, my mother and a class female. There are no complicated kin relations in my family. All my personal assets have been entrusted to my private assistant for management and can be transferred into your account at any time. Jiang Lijin could not help asking. All of it? Bear regarded her seriously. Yes. However, I will require a monthly allowance in Interstellar credits to cover daily needs. Xiaoyi burst out excitedly inside her head. Host. Hurry. Make him transfer. The federal commander must have considerable savings. We're going to be rich. Xiaoyi's glee escaped aloud. Jiang Lijin ignored the system. Bear's earnestness had left her a little. She had not expected him to be so agreeable. In her experience, higher-ranked males tended to be more haughty. Karong had been a rare exception. Tania lounged against the sofa, back legs crossed, utterly relaxed. My turn, Tania said, setting down his cup and reclining against the backrest, winking at Jiang Lijin. Tania, I currently hold no formal position. I mostly help my mother manage some family businesses. He added with a smile, my mother is the interstellar magnate Eileen. You should have heard her name. Jiang Lijin nodded. She had indeed heard of her, though only from Xiaoyi. Tania shifted to a more forward posture. My mother has only me. She dislikes complicated family arrangements and refuses to cultivate a host of heirs who would claw at each other for the estate day after day. So from the start she had children only with her first beast husband, my father. He looked at Jiang Lijin, his ice blue eyes full of mischief. Thus I hope to be your first beast husband as well. So from the start she had children only with her first beast husband, my father. He looked at Jiang Lijin, his ice blue eyes full of mischief. Thus I hope to be your first beast husband. I of course know. I read those posts on the Starnet forums, he replied. Jiang Lijin was stunned. Only then did she realize that her 3 marriages to a dang like Kisi and Jilin had long since become gossip across the stars. Those are all in the past, Tania said, lightly dismissive of the 3 ex-husbands. A mere 3 class males. They should have been discarded long ago. What I want to be is your first now and in the future. Bear could not tolerate it. With a cold expression and a warning in his voice, he said, Tania, watch your words. On the matching list issued by the mainframe, I am the top-ranked candidate. If we speak of the first husband, that would be... Tania turned to Bear and scoffed. Commander, did the wars scramble your mind? He shot back without restraint. The order on that matching list was determined by the mainframe according to status and genetic compatibility. It's merely a string of cold data. He returned his gaze to Jiang Lijin, his tone growing serious. Rankings on a list mean nothing. What matters is who holds the first place in the wife's heart. Jiang Lijin smiled. She smiled at the thought that the class distinctions her 3 ex-husbands once prized were dismissed as trifling by Tania. She also found it amusing that a military commander who commanded armies and an heir to a vast fortune were here before her arguing over who would be her first beast husband. Interesting. My name is Jiang Lijin, and I am an orphan born in a remote and marginalized star system. Regarding my origin from the blue star which was destroyed 10 years ago, and my mysterious parents, I won't be foolish enough to reveal this to the 2 unfamiliar beastmen before me. Ball and Tania remained silent, listening quietly. Later the mainframe matched me with 3 class males, Jiang Lijin shrugged. So I came to the main star. You should know at that time my file stated that my mental power was at level. Before you came you must have checked my information. I have divorced those 3 dogs. I mean those 3 gentlemen. They fell for ins class female, Jiang Lijin said with a hint of mockery in her tone. She had a higher rank and could provide them with better mental power purification, so they insisted on divorcing me. And then, Tania frowned, his blue eyes devoid of laughter. And then I don't know if it was because I was forced to sign the divorce agreement that led to my emotional breakdown, triggering some potential, but inexplicably my mental power began to rise. Jiang Lijin continued unflustered. The mainframe detected abnormalities and required me to undergo a new test. She spread her hands. As you can see, my clevel changed to 3's level. This reasoning perfectly closes the loop. It places the grievances of the original owner and the sudden rise in my mental power squarely on the heads of those 3 scumbags. It not only explained the sequence of events, but also effectively criticized them. Jiang Lijin turned to Ball. As for why I previously lived in Lord Sharon's house. At that time I was still at Clevel and my ex-husbands demanded that I immediately move out of their residence. Recalling the original owner's plight, she spoke calmly. I had no property in the main star, and the housing allocated by the protection center in the marginal area had not yet been processed. I didn't even have a place to stay. During my psychological counseling at the Central Hospital, Director Sharon learned about my situation. Seeing my plight, he took me in for a few days. It was that simple. Tania had previously found out that Jiang Lijin lived with Sharon and thought it was simply an opportunistic move by the Academy scholar to take advantage of his position. After hearing the full story, it was clear that things were not as he imagined. It was Sharon who extended a helping hand when Jiang Lijin was most helpless and cast aside. This act of providing timely assistance was more effective than any sweet words. Tania's heart began to race. He had initially believed that with his relentless persistence and financial power, securing the position of the first Beastman was a sure thing. Now it seemed that Sharon was the greatest threat. Wife, I had no idea you had suffered so much injustice before. Tania leaned forward, his voice very soft. Those people truly are worthless. Jiang Lijin stared at him for a long while. Initially she had deemed him a rich second-generation spouting nonsense, but now he was feigning deep feelings to gain her favor. Yet after watching for a long time, she saw genuine emotion in Tania's ice blue eyes. There were no signs of acting, no deliberate poses, just real concern. If this was an act, he truly deserved to compete for the Interstellar Golden Trophy. Even Philwin's acting skills would have to take a back seat. What Jiang Lijin did not know was that Tania genuinely cared for her. From a young age, his mother Erin taught him that he must protect his family at all costs. Since the moment the mainframe matched him with Jiang Lijin, he had already included her in his protective circle. His own people, whether past or present, being bullied by a few worthless class males like this was something he could not swallow. Ball felt the same way, his brows knotted together. He recalled the profiles of Jiang Lijin's 3 ex-husbands, remembering one named Kiran, who was currently serving as a colonel in the federal military within the 3rd Legion. Jiang Lijin keenly sensed the change in Bal's expression. She suddenly recalled the original plot, where it was mentioned that Bal would die at Kiran's hands. She had casually promised that if Bal became her beastman, she would find a way to help him. Now that he was really sitting here, she found herself at a loss for words. How could she directly say, "Your subordinate Kiran will kill you someday"? It would be strange if Bal did not think she was insane. Jiang Lijin looked at Bal, her gaze filled with exploration and hesitation. Bal met her eyes, sensing her uncertainty. Jiang Lijin. He sat up straight, calling her by her full name, his tone serious. We are now in a partnership. I will not stand idly by while you suffer the bullying you endured in the past. I will seek justice for you. Jiang Lijin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It was impossible not to be touched, and no one had ever told her in such a matter-of-fact tone, I will seek justice for you. But the struggles from 2 lifetimes had long ingrained her wariness into her bones. She was not accustomed to relying on others, nor to exposing her vulnerabilities. She raised an eyebrow, suppressing the unusual emotions swelling within her, and adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Lord Bal, Jiang Lijin spoke. Do you have a colonel named Kiran under your command? Bal nodded yes. He has some issues with his conduct, though I will deal with him privately. But the military has its own rules, and I won't do anything to him in the workplace. He thought Jiang Lijin wanted to use him to take down Kiran within the military. Jiang Lijin was amused by this. You really think of me as that kind of person? She retorted, her tone carrying a bit of a sting. Bal did not respond. Having been in a high position for many years, he was used to the schemes of using others as a tool, and for a moment he had indeed thought that way. I will repay those humiliations bit by bit myself. Jiang Lijin said, her smile fading as she looked directly into Bal's eyes. Relying on you to take action would be meaningless. Bal was taken aback. He truly did not expect Jiang Lijin to say such a thing. Most females he had encountered were delicate and accustomed to seeking protection behind males when trouble arose. He had thought Jiang Lijin was the same, needing him to step in and resolve everything. Then what did you mean when you mentioned him earlier? I was just reminding you. Jiang Lijin leaned back against the sofa cushion. Be careful of this person under you. He is deeply scheming. Don't let it be one day that he bites back, and you won't even know how you died. Bal had not expected her to say such a thing. A seemingly weak female not only refused his protection, but also warned him, the federal commander, to be cautious of his subordinate. Tania, who had been unable to interject, finally found the opportunity. Wife, you are mistaken. We are all your beastmen. We are family. When family members are bullied, how can one just stand by? He blinked his beautiful blue eyes, his tone firm. Think of it from another perspective. If one day I am bullied by someone, would you really ignore me? Jiang Lijin was stumped by his twisting of concepts. This is the art of language after all. With just a few casual words, he transformed the sense of charity inherent in the strong protect the weak into the bond of family helping each other, leaving her with no excuse to refuse. Host, he is quite impressive. Xiaoyi exclaimed in her mind, this emotional intelligence, this eloquence, he is truly worthy of being the heir of a wealthy family. Much better than that rigid commander. I declare he is now in second place, but of course Sharon will always be first. The layout of the guest rooms upstairs is quite similar. Jiang Lijin took the two of them upstairs to choose their rooms. Her own master bedroom is the largest, complete with a living room and study, making it a suite, while the other bedrooms are located directly across from hers. Tinia took no offense and immediately occupied the room to the diagonal left of Jiang Lijin's bedroom, claiming it has better lighting. Ball said nothing and pushed open the door to the room to the diagonal right of Jiang Lijin. One on the left and one on the right, which means there are no doors directly facing hers, or else who knows how the noise would escalate. The atmosphere in the corridor felt oddly stagnant. Two tall men stood at their respective doorways, their gazes crossing silently over Jiang Lijin's head, engaging in a silent showdown. Jiang Lijin, uninterested, said, "You two have traveled a long way, you should rest early." With that she turned and entered her bedroom, locking the door behind her. The room finally fell silent. Jiang Lijin walked over to the small living room in her bedroom and sat down on the sofa, activating the holographic device on her wrist. She had previously asked Sharon to throw away all her old clothes, and now she desperately needed to shop on the largest online shopping platform in the Star Network for daily necessities and clothing. As soon as the holographic device lit up, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Lijin paused. Could it be Tinia? He seemed like someone who couldn't sit still. She sighed and got up to walk to the door, pulling it open. What now? The words caught in her throat. Standing outside the door was not the blonde, blue-eyed Tinia, but Ball, tall and with a stern expression. He appeared to have taken off his coat, revealing a black shirt underneath, showcasing his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His broad shoulders nearly blocked the light from the corridor. Jiang Lijin was somewhat surprised. Is there something you need? Ball lowered his gaze to her, seemingly weighing his words, and after 2 seconds he spoke in a deep voice, "Can I come in to talk?" "Come in." A lone man and woman alone in a room. Jiang Lijin frowned slightly, but then thought that Ball was after all the supreme commander of the Federation and her legally matched beast husband assigned by the main brain. Could he really do anything to her? She stepped aside, allowing him passage. Ball stepped into the room, and Jiang Lijin casually closed the door behind them. "Speak, what is it?" Jiang Lijin leaned against the door, crossing her arms. Ball turned around, his gaze meeting Jiang Lijin's eyes directly without any preamble. "I need a mental power purification." Jiang Lijin was momentarily stunned, and then memories of the gossip she had seen on the Star Network forum flashed through her mind. Rumor had it that the Supreme Commander Bao's mental power was already on the verge of collapse, held in check only by his astonishing willpower. Because there hadn't been any 3S females across the entire star system, he couldn't find effective soothing. No wonder he was so anxious. Jiang Lijin nodded. Ball was willing to give up all his wealth just for a mental power purification. Oh, of course, she wouldn't refuse. Sure. She stood up straight, preparing to recall the procedure for mental power purification from the original owner. When the original owner performed purification for those 3 ex-husbands, it usually involved soothing their spiritual bodies. Just as she was about to instruct Ball to release his spiritual body, the man in front of her suddenly moved. Ball took 2 steps forward, instantly closing the distance between them, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of pressure as he leaned against the door frame, almost enveloping her in his embrace. He was too close, so close that Jiang Lijin could clearly feel the heat radiating from him. Ball lowered his head, his face magnifying as Jiang Lijin's pupils suddenly constricted. "Oh, host, he's going to kiss you." Lord Ball is so direct. Is this free to watch? Xiaoyi shrieked in Jiang Lijin's mind. Hey. Wait, why did the screen go black? Let me see. Jiang Lijin was horrified, instinctively raising her hands to push against the advancing chest. The sensation in her palms was hard and firm. Even through the fabric, she could feel the distinct outline of muscles. She snapped back to reality. This was not the time to study his chest muscles. Ball halted his movement, lowering his eyes to look at her, confusion etched on his face. Didn't she agree? Jiang Lijin cleared her throat, her ears burning. In her 3 lifetimes combined, she had hardly ever held a man's hand. In her last life, while in a book world as a sycophant, the most intimate thing Gu Qinyuan had done to her was choke her. Looking at her flushed cheeks, Ball was even more puzzled. In his pure heterosexual understanding, physical contact was merely the most efficient means of purification, devoid of any personal feelings. Physical contact is the most efficient purification method, Ball said earnestly. You have just ascended to 3S, and your mental power is still unstable. If we use the method of spiritual body contact, it will greatly consume your energy. I'm worried you might not be able to handle it. He paused, his gaze sharpening slightly. Haven't you done intimate purifications with those 3 ex-husbands? Jiang Lijin was choked by this question. This man spoke without any consideration. No, I'm not used to that kind of method. Jiang Lijin immediately interrupted him, pushing against his chest with force, creating distance between them. Ball stepped back a half step, not insisting. He looked at Jiang Lijin's averted gaze, a trace of barely noticeable fluctuation passing through his eyes. "I'm sorry," Ball said straightforwardly, "it was my oversight." He raised his right hand palm, facing up. A wave of black mental energy rippled through the room, and a faint hissing sound could be heard in the air. A massive black python appeared out of thin air behind Ball. Its black scales shimmered coldly, and its golden vertical pupils exuded ferocity and coldness. This was the 3S level spiritual body belonging to the Supreme Commander of the Federation, which had slaughtered countless insectoids on the battlefield. Jiang Lijin held her breath. The next second, the imposing giant python suddenly banged, shrinking down to a little black snake the size of her arm. The little black snake darted in front of Jiang Lijin, skillfully coiling around her wrist. The cold, slippery scales brushed against her skin, and the little snake's head nudged her palm in a very endearing manner. The whole process happened too quickly. After Ball reacted, his face darkened like a pot bottom. He stared fiercely at the utterly undignified, clingy spiritual body, veins popping on his forehead. He reached out, wanting to pull back this embarrassing thing. The little black snake sensed its owner's intention and immediately shrank into Jiang Lijin's sleeve, exposing only its pair of eyes, making a pitiful hiss sound. Bao's hand froze in midair. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to strangle the spiritual body, and withdrew his hand. "Sorry to trouble you." Ball shifted his gaze, his tone stiff. Jiang Lijin looked at the starkly contrasting little snake on her wrist and couldn't help but smile. She gently tapped the little snake's head with her fingertip, and it immediately took the liberty of rubbing against her finger. "Xiaoyi, what's his rampage value now?" Jiang Lijin inquired in her mind. "Host, I can't check that," Xiaoyi replied somewhat helplessly. "My permissions aren't enough. After all, Ball is 3S level. I wouldn't dare scan him." Jiang Lijin was speechless. "I will grow," Xiaoyi argued. "The longer we survive in this world, my database and permissions will upgrade in sync. For now, you'll have to rely on your own perception. When you input power into his spiritual body, you'll know his state." Jiang Lijin stopped pressing for more questions, centering her thoughts, and beginning to recall the method for mental power purification from the original owner. It was actually not complicated. You simply need to focus your own mental energy in your hands and gently input it into the other person's spiritual body through contact. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes, channeling the vast, yet gentle power within her. A stream of soft white light overflowed from her fingertips, slowly seeping into the little black snake along its scales. The little black snake comfortably squinted, its vertical pupils, its icy body tightly pressed against her wrist. Jiang Lijin's consciousness followed the white light, sensing Bao's current state. It was violent. That was her only impression. Jiang Lijin furrowed her brows. This rampage value was at least close to 80 of the critical point. It was a miracle that he had managed to hold on to his sanity until now. She did not pause, increasing the output of her mental power. The soft white light acted like a gigantic net, gradually soothing the raging energies. She had initially thought that purifying a Suna Rampage 3S level powerhouse would be very taxing, but she found that his rampage value was rapidly decreasing while it seemed effortless for her. 80-60-50. As the rampage value continued to drop, the little black snake coiled around her wrist completely relaxed, allowing Jiang Lijin to stroke its scales like petting a cat. When the rampage value dropped to 30, a large hand with prominent knuckles suddenly intruded into her view, gripping the little black snake by its midsection and ruthlessly yanking it away from Jiang Lijin's wrist. Jiang Lijin paused, astonished, as she looked up. Ball stood just half a step away from her. His breathing was heavy, his chest violently rising and falling, and those originally sharp black eyes were now clouded with a layer of moisture, revealing an undeniable darkness. Even his face, cold as frost, bore a strange flush. Jiang Lijin's gaze dropped, suddenly freezing. On Bao's right hand, which gripped the snake, dark, hard scales were creeping up from his wrist, covering the originally firm and smooth skin. Bear looked wrong in every way. A cold tingle ran through Jiang Lijin's scalp. An instinct made her step back half a pace, her spine pressed flat against the wall. Bear keenly registered her retreat and the wary fear in her eyes. He closed his eyes, his atoms apple-bobbing, as he forced down the restlessness surging inside him. When he opened his eyes again, most of the gloom had ebbed from them, restoring their usual clarity and restraint, and the black scales along his arm had vanished. "Sorry." Bear's voice was hoarse and dry. He released his grip. The small black snake he had pinched let out two plaintive cries before dissolving into a wisp of smoke and sliding back into his spiritual sea. "Thank you for your help. This means a great deal to me." Bear lowered his gaze toward Jiang Lijin, his tone steady and faintly warm. "Get some rest early." With that, he turned briskly, opened the door, and walked out, closing it behind him. The corridor was dim. As Bear stepped into it, he nearly collided with Tania, who was coming from the room opposite. Tania was still holding a bouquet of vivid red roses. When he saw Bear emerging from Jiang Lijin's room, the smile on his face froze. "Why are you coming out of my wife's room?" Tania narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp and hostile, like a small beast guarding its prey. Bear didn't spare him a glance, and simply walked toward his own room. Hey, I'm talking to you. Tania blocked his path, teeth clenched. You sneaking off to see my wife behind my back. Bear halted and glanced down at him with complete calm. Step aside. She is my partner as well. Tania burst into a derisive laugh. He looked from Bear's shut door to Jiang Lijin's, then decisively turned and strode toward Jiang Lijin's room with the roses in his arms. If Bear could enter, why couldn't he? Inside, Jiang Lijin still leaned against the wall, her mind replaying the strange look Bear had worn a moment ago. Xiao Yi, what on earth was wrong with him just now? She asked her system silently. Those scales even grew out. Is he mutating? Or did my purification method backfire and worsen his condition? After a pause, Xiao Yi replied in an oddly measured tone, Host, I reviewed the Interstellar protocols on purifying male spiritual power. The conclusion is that you removed too much of his frenzy energy in a single treatment. Then, isn't that a good thing? Jiang Lijin queried. It's a good thing, Xiao Yi answered, but he felt too comfortable and so lost control of his semi-beast response. Jiang Lijin's face darkened at how that sounded. That sounds ridiculous. She snapped inwardly. Don't talk to me like that. What do you mean felt too comfortable? Don't make it sound like I did something improper to him. Xiao Yi hurried to clarify, no, host, imagine this. Bear is a 3-level male who lives perpetually on the edge of berserk. It's like a man who has been crushed by a great boulder for years, unable to breathe, and always on the verge of collapse. What you did just now was lift that boulder off his back in one go. And to borrow a metaphor, you even gave him a massage. The sudden relief from extreme constant pain creates a bliss so intense that anyone would feel overwhelmingly light-headed, even as if their soul had been elevated. Such a sensation can verge on loss of control. Hearing the analogy, Jiang Lijin finally understood. Interstellar males who have long endured spiritual torment can react in this near-unruly way when deeply purified by a high-rank female. Her cheeks warmed as images of Bear's flushed face and heavy breathing crept into her mind. But Xiao Yi, she asked, I felt like it took no effort at all to purify him. The Starnet claims purifying a high-rank male is dangerous and energy-consuming. How did I manage a 3-level so effortlessly? Xiao Yi's tone swelled with pride, of course. You are the only 3-level female in this world. Have confidence. Look across the entire starfield, which female could possibly surpass you. Were it not for this unique power, the central mind would not have given you such privileges. And there is another very important reason, Xiao Yi continued. Your compatibility with Bear is exceptionally high. High compatibility means your spiritual energies mesh perfectly. During purification, there is no rejection. I cannot read your exact pairing score, but I estimate it at around 95%. Jiang Lijin reflected and nodded. A high match, huh? Her thoughts involuntarily drifted to the 3 ex-husbands from the original life. The original host had also had high compatibility with those 3 men, but she had been only a clever female at the time. Whenever she tried to soothe their spiritual turbulence, the overwhelming frenzy energy would lash back at her, inflicting unbearable pain. She would eventually faint, sometimes suffering lasting after-effects. If it were her now, with 3-level status and strength, calming those 3 men's spiritual storms. Jiang Lijin gave a cold, short laugh. A mere flick of her finger would probably set them right. If only she were. The thought left her already unwilling to grant them even a second glance. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by a knock at the door. Expecting Bear had returned to say something else, she rose and flung the door open. Anything else? She began, but a burst of golden brightness filled her vision. Tania stood there cradling the bouquet, his smile dazzling. He made no pretense of politeness, sidling through the gap between Jiang Lijin and the doorframe and swaggering into the room. Wi-Fi brought you flowers. He set the lush roses carefully in the center of the coffee table. Jiang Lijin watched this uninvited intrusion with a headache. This little master boy truly treated the place like his own home. Having placed the flowers, Tania did not leave, hands clasped behind his back. He began to pace the room. His blue eyes swept the room like spotlights, scrutinizing every corner. This sofa is too hard. Sitting on it for long will hurt the back. My wife is so delicate she can't sit on coarse fabric. These curtains are too dark, not cozy at all. The blackout is no good. They'll ruin my wife's chance to sleep. And this carpet, its pile is too short, it feels rough underfoot. This mattress clearly looks mass-produced and cheap. It will be bad for the spine after long use. Tania paced and shook his head, an endless stream of complaints pouring from his mouth. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. This residence had been assigned to her by the Female Protection Center, yet in this wealthy young master's mouth, it was reduced to a slum. How absurd. Enough, Jiang Lijin interrupted his monologue. I think it's fine. As long as I can live here, that's enough. Tania turned to her, disapproving. That's not acceptable. My Tania's wife cannot suffer such indignities. He raised his wrist and activated his light brain. Hello, Butler Lee. Tania spoke quickly into the light brain. Contact the Sitake Financial Group's custom furniture division immediately. Yes, the one that supplies the royal family. Have them deliver the top-tier cloud sofa first thing tomorrow morning. The curtains must be that smart nebula fabric that auto-adjusts light and temperature. The carpet should be full coverage snow fleece beast hide from Airfastar. The mattress must be replaced with a levitating therapeutic bed, yes, the highest model. Tania issued the commands at breathless speed, a cascade of orders without pause. Jiang Lijin stood to the side listening to the names of exorbitant luxuries she had only seen on the Starnet gossip forums, her eyes brightening despite herself. This wasn't merely redecorating, it was practically an assault with star coins. Still she kept her composure and coughed lightly. No need to go overboard. Tania ended the call and turned to her with a grin that revealed two small fangs. Not going overboard. What I have is my wife's by right. Isn't money earned to be spent on one's wife? Jiang Lijin was struck dumb by his extravagant proclamation. This young master had managed to fuse shamelessness and sheer spending power into a seamless performance. With his honeyed words and his readiness to throw money around, he could hollow out a stone with cash alone. Jiang Lijin utterly lost the will to argue. Do as you like, she said with a flick of her hand too lazy to resist. Just get it done. Tania's smile brightened at her acquiescence. He took advantage and leaned in to take her hand. Jiang Lijin moved with quick reflexes, sidestepping and eluding his grasp. It's late. I'm going to rest now, Jiang Lijin said, pointing toward the bedroom as she issued a polite dismissal. Take your leave. I'll see you tomorrow. Tania withdrew his hand, still grinning. Sleep well, wife. See you tomorrow. As Tania turned around preparing to leave, Jiang Lijin called out to him. Wait a minute. Hearing Jiang Lijin's voice, Tania spun back around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What is it? Are you reluctant to see me go? Stop right there. Jiang Lijin raised a hand to signal him to halt. Let's discuss something. Please don't call me wife so casually, but sounds rather odd. Tinia's handsome face suddenly fell, his blue eyes filled with grievance. Why not? You are clearly— It simply cannot be that way, Jiang Lijin insisted, her tone firm. This form of address was far too intimate for her liking. Then what should I call you instead? Tinia pouted, looking displeased. Call me by your full name, Jiang Lijin. Absolutely not. Tinia shook his head vigorously like a rattle. Using both name and surname feels too distant. It doesn't sound intimate at all. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes internally, thinking to herself, aren't we already not very close? But if she voiced this young master would probably cause a ruckus half the night. She pondered for a moment, recalling the matching profile the mainframe had sent earlier. Tinia, 19 years old. The original owner was 21 this year. How about you call me sister instead? Jiang Lijin suggested. Tinia paused for a moment, his mind racing. He had long memorized the public information available on the Star Network. Kargan was 24, Ball was 25. The other two candidates who the mainframe had no records of were likely black households from some remote garbage planet, without even a confirmed age. After calculating among these 5 matches, he was the only one who could rightfully call her sister. This was a unique form of address. Realizing this, the little grievances in Tinia's heart vanished instantly, and he agreed faster than anyone else. Sure thing, sister. The way he called her sister was both sweet and crisp, accompanied by a radiant smile. He was indeed cut out for business, knowing exactly how to get close to people. As long as it brought them closer, what he called her was unimportant. All right, hurry back to your room and get some sleep. Jiang Lijin waved her hand to shoo him away. Good night, sister. Tinia strolled back to his own room, satisfied. The room finally fell silent. Jiang Lijin leaned back on the sofa, opened the Star Network shopping portal on her light brain, intending to pick out a few sets of clothes for changing. The virtual screen unfolded in the air, displaying a dazzling array of clothing options. As she scrolled through, her gaze suddenly landed on a pink lace dress. It was intricately designed with layers of tulle in a delicate color. As she looked, an ill-timed thought of Philwin's pitiful face popped into her mind. That woman usually loved wearing such outfits, hiding behind men and playing the victim. How annoying. Jiang Lijin frowned in distaste and decisively swiped the page away. It was better to buy a set of pajamas to get through the night first. Before she could select a suitable style, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at such a late hour? She pulled up the surveillance footage at the door. In the night, a sleek, understated black hover car was parked outside the courtyard. The window was not fully closed, and she could vaguely see the profile of the man in the driver's seat. It was Kargan. Jiang Lijin pressed the door open button and unlocked the underground parking permissions for this house. The hover car smoothly entered the garage. A few minutes later, a gentle knock came at the door, rhythmic and polite. Jiang Lijin walked over to open the door. Kargan stood outside the door, tall and straight. He wore a soft dark gray casual shirt, the cuffs casually rolled. He held a silver suitcase in one hand and a paper bag emblazoned with a high-end brand logo in the other. This big shot from the Imperial Academy of Sciences seemed to plan to stay here for a while. Coming over so late, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Kargan said in a warm voice, extending the paper bag toward Jiang Lijin. Accepted it with some confusion. What is this? When I was packing my luggage, I found that what you asked me to throw away were just some everyday clothes. Kargan spoke calmly, as if recounting a most ordinary matter. I bought a set of pajamas according to the size of your previous clothes. See if they fit. Moreover, the small box you mentioned is also in the bag. In her mind system, Xiao Yi was already screaming wildly, "Ah, host, listen, look, this is what a top-tier male's quality is. This is what details deciding success or failure means. This is a genuinely caring man. Lord Kargan has firmly established his position as my number one." Jiang Lijin automatically blocked out Xiao Yi's incessant chatter. "Thank you." She lowered her gaze, her voice softening. "You're welcome." Kargan glanced at the hallway. "Which room will I be staying in?" Jiang Lijin pointed to the row of rooms diagonally across. "There are 3 empty rooms over there. Feel free to—" She paused, then added an explanation of the current occupancy situation. "The room on the left is where Tinia stays, and the room on the right belongs to Ball." As soon as her words fell, the door on the left unexpectedly opened. Tinia was clearly doing this on purpose. The door to his room had been ajar all along, obviously observing this. Tinia leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, and scanned Kargan from head to toe with his blue eyes, without any courtesy. Kargan's expression did not change. He nodded slightly as a greeting, clearly not taking the young man's provocation. Tinia chuckled lightly, retracting his scrutinizing gaze. The director of the Imperial Hospital, indeed more polite than that uncouth fellow. He straightened up, adjusted his collar. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Tinia, the sole heir of Yunlan Group. Since we'll be living under the same roof, I hope to get along well in the future." With that, he turned around, without waiting for Kargan's response, and casually closed the door. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Lijin was awakened by noise. She irritably grabbed a handful of her messy hair and sat up in bed. She wondered if the soundproofing in this room was that poor. The commotion downstairs was comparable to 2 fleets staging a beach landing in the living room. After changing her clothes, she opened the door and walked down the stairs to the first floor. A glance into the living room made her stop in her tracks. The spacious hall was now split in 2. On the left side, a team of burly men wearing dark blue combat uniforms was carrying heavy black superalloy metal boxes, marching in perfect formation toward the staircase. To the right, several staff members in pure white uniforms stood in 2 rows with several large transparent anti-gravity packaging boxes floating in between them. Inside were the top-tier furnishings that Tinian had been babbling about last night. "Be careful. This is pure handmade snow velvet from Alpha Star. If you ruin even a single fiber, can you afford it?" A foreman in a white uniform was reprimanding his subordinates in a low voice. Upon catching sight of Jiang Lijin upstairs, the foreman's expression instantly shifted from stern to obsequious as he executed a perfect 90-degree bow. "Good morning, Miss Jiang. Sorry to disturb your rest. Sister, you're awake." A dazzling golden figure suddenly darted to the Tinian was clad in an extremely casual white hoodie, her soft golden hair a bit tousled, and with her sparkling blue eyes, she radiated a lively energy. "Sister, look, all the furniture I ordered for you arrived." Tinian pointed at the floating boxes like a treasure display. "That snow velvet carpet, I had them cover the entire second-floor corridor and your room with it. The material has a built-in temperature regulation system, so you can walk on it barefoot without feeling cold." Jiang Lijin's lips twitched slightly. What covered the floor was not a carpet, but burning interstellar coins. "All right, go ahead and lay it down." She rubbed her forehead, bypassed Tinian, and headed straight to the open dining area on the first floor. In the dining room, Karen was sitting down for breakfast. Despite the noise in the hall, he seemed oblivious to it all. He wore an exquisitely tailored light gray shirt, and with his long fingers he was leisurely slicing a sunny-side-up egg on his plate with silver cutlery. "Good morning." Hearing footsteps, Karen lifted his gaze, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. "Good morning." Jiang Lijin pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. A familiar sound of rolling tracks filled the air. A plump white robot glided over its mechanical arms steadily, holding a cup of perfectly warmed milk, which it placed next to Jiang Lijin. On the screen, a crescent moon smile flashed. "Good morning, Miss Jiang." A familiar, gentle mechanical voice greeted her. "Little Bai." Jiang Lijin was somewhat surprised. "Since you plan to stay here long-term, I naturally brought my life assistant along." Karen set down his cutlery and elegantly dabbed at the corners of his lips with a napkin. "It also records your dietary preferences and daily routine data." Jiang Lijin nodded, took a sip of milk, feeling pleased. This was perfect. The one thing she regretted when moving out of Karen's home was leaving Little Bai behind. She glanced around the hall, her gaze sweeping over the federal soldiers. "Where's Ball?" A soldier in uniform carrying a half-percent high metal box abruptly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and stood at attention with a crisp salute, his boots clicking together. "Report to Miss Jiang. Commander Ball went to the military headquarters early this morning to handle urgent military affairs." The soldier answered loudly, his voice booming, making Jiang Lijin's ears buzz. "We have been ordered to relocate the commander's personal belongings here. Additionally, the commander instructed us to convey a message to you." Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. "What message?" "The commander said that 80% of his personal savings has been transferred to your account. Please check. The remaining 20% is reserved for military expenses and daily costs." The soldier recounted meticulously, then saluted again and continued carrying the box toward Bao's room. Jiang Lijin stood frozen. 80%. She raised her wrist and tapped on the virtual screen of her light brain. Two glaring transfer notifications lay in her unread messages list. The first was from Bao's personal account amounting to 8,000 star coins. Hadn't she just finished purifying his mental energy yesterday, and now the money was in her account? He must be very satisfied. Thinking back to Bao's expression yesterday, Jiang Lijin's face flushed. The other notification was timestamped half an hour earlier than Bao's. Remit a Yunlan Group corporate account. Amount 10,000 star coins. Postscript: my child is being troublesome, please forgive me. A small token of appreciation, nothing much. Eileen. Jiang Lijin gasped. 100 million. Was this the weight of the richest person in the galaxy? Ball, the commander of the federal military, a top-tier 3-level powerhouse, had fought against the insectoid race for years, risking his life, and his total assets probably barely exceeded 100 million. And Tinian's mother casually sent over a small token of appreciation worth 100 million. Damn capitalists. Jiang Lijin shut off her light brain, expressionless, and finished the remaining milk in one gulp. Sister, what's wrong? Your expression is so strange. Tinian leaned over. It's nothing. Jiang Lijin's tone was eerily calm. I just suddenly feel like I don't have to work hard anymore. Tinian didn't grasp the deeper meaning of her words, but it didn't stop him from responding. Sister, you don't need to work hard. They'll support you. The latest dividends from Yunlan Group will be credited next month, and they'll transfer them all to you. Karen chuckled lightly beside her. It seems your mood is quite complex right now. Jiang Lijin turned to look at him, observing his nonchalant demeanor, which suddenly sparked her teasing spirit. She spread her hand, directly extending it toward Karen, knocking her knuckles on the table, palm up, like a bully demanding payment. Everyone else has paid, what about you? Karen stared at her pale hand extended before him, momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly. I can't compare to Commander Ball, who holds military power and has generous allowances. Karen's tone was calm. Nor can I compare to young Master Tinian's wealthy family, where casually offering 100 million is nothing. He looked into Jiang Lijin's eyes, his voice softening. I'm just a researcher, what I can give you is indeed limited. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. This line, this tone, it was the classic opening line of a scumbag. She felt that Karen's next line would be, but I will give you my heart completely. Just giving away unwanted things. As she was about to retract her hand, Karen leisurely opened his light brain on his wrist, quickly swiping on the virtual screen. Buzz. Jiang Lijin's light brain vibrated, receiving an encrypted file. So on the afternoon, the mainframe issued the matching notification. I made a trip to the Interstellar Joint Bank. Karen picked up his coffee cup, his tone flat. I transferred all ownership of my 3 core medical patents. Jiang Lijin opened the file, dense with terms and a list of assets bearing the highest level certification seal from the Interstellar Federation. Karen took a sip of coffee and continued, additionally, all my fixed dividends from the Central Empire Hospital in the future are bound to your account. Jiang Lijin stared at the total valuation at the bottom of the screen, her fingers tightening suddenly. However, the monthly dividends are not fixed, roughly around 5 million. Karen looked at her, the smile in his eyes deepening. That should be enough for your monthly living expenses. She retracted her earlier statement. This was no longer a scumbag, this was a benefactor. I wonder if this sincerity, Karen leaned slightly forward, his gray eyes locking onto her, is enough to make you treat me a little more kindly when you want to drive me away. Jiang Lijin closed her light brain, nodding seriously. That's enough. She replied earnestly. As long as you don't blow up this house, you can stay for as long as you like. The air in the restaurant became subtly tense due to a few words exchanged between Jiang Lijin and Kargan. Tania keenly sensed this unusual atmosphere. He rolled his eyes and took 2 steps to close the distance to Jiang Lijin, grabbing her sleeve and shaking it. Sister, everything upstairs is ready. Do you want to go take a look? Tania blinked, his blue eyes staring intently at Jiang Lijin. She intended to refuse, but a long string of zeros flashed in her mind linked to the account of Yunlan Group. Forget it, one should not bite the hand that feeds, especially since her mother had just splurged 100 million as pocket money. All right, let's go take a look. She stood up and nodded at Tania. The two walked up the stairs side by side. The scene on the second floor was completely transformed. In the spacious corridor, pure white alpha star snow velvet was laid out meticulously, and the sensation underfoot felt like sinking softly into clouds. Jiang Lijin pushed open the door to her room. The furnishings, which were once somewhat monotonous, had undergone a significant change. In the small living room, a set of cloud sofas was arranged neatly, and intelligent nebula curtains hung in front of the window, refracting delicate starlight with the changing light. Finally, there was a floating therapy bed occupying nearly half the room, emanating a soft glow. Not bad. Jiang Lijin glanced around and turned to Tania. Thank you for your effort. Tania frowned immediately upon hearing this. He disapprovingly pouted, stepped forward, and looked directly into Jiang Lijin's eyes. Sister, you shouldn't. His tone was serious. All the good things in this world should naturally belong to you. You shouldn't feel burdened. These are all things you deserve. Jiang Lijin raised her eyebrow. She had to admit that Tania was quite good at comforting people. He never viewed giving as a bargaining chip, but presented the best things before you as if they were a matter of course. She did not argue further, only nodded. Do you have any plans for today, sister? Tania, seeing her in a good mood, suggested. I rarely come to the main star. How about we go out for a stroll together? Not today, Jiang Lijin shook her head. I need to go to the central hospital with Kargan later. Tania's eyes widened. To the hospital? Is there something wrong with you, sister? Just a checkup, Jiang Lijin explained. Tania scrutinized her from head to toe. Jiang Lijin's figure was slightly thin, and her loose loungewear, hung on her wrists, were so delicate, they seemed like they could snap with a bend. It was evident that she had suffered a lot before and had not received proper nutrition. He swallowed the words he initially wanted to say and calculated in his mind. A checkup was indeed necessary. He needed to understand her physical condition clearly so that he could later find a dedicated nutritionist to help her gain weight. All right then, Tania nodded obediently, revealing his little tiger teeth in a smile. Checkups are important. Sister, go ahead and come back early. I have called the chef to come over and cook, and he should arrive before noon. Half an hour later, Jiang Lijin sat in Kargan's floating car. This time Kargan chose not to drive manually, but sat in the driver's seat, fingers resting on the control panel, setting the automatic cruise route. The scenery outside flew by rapidly, and the cabin was surprisingly quiet. Are you getting used to the house assigned by the Female Protection Center? Kargan broke the silence, first his gaze fixed on the flight path ahead. It's quite nice, Jiang Lijin replied, lazily leaning back in her seat. The house is spacious, and there aren't too many people. Kargan chuckled softly. Commander Ball spends most of his time at the military department with a very regular routine. Young Master Tania is lively but simple-minded. Kargan gently tapped the steering wheel twice with his fingertips. What do you think of them? This question was posed. Kargan was a clever man. He wouldn't express possessiveness as bluntly as Tania, nor would he demonstrate his presence through actions like Ball. He preferred to quietly seek out the information he wanted through calm conversations. Jiang Lijin turned to look at Kargan. Among the three beast husbands, she had known Kargan the longest and was most familiar with him. Compared to Bal's aggressiveness and Tania's exuberance, Kargan's stable and restrained demeanor suited her current preferences the best. In both her past life and as the original owner, she had encountered people with highly unstable emotions. Those who would praise her to the heavens, when happy, could also stomp her into the mud in fury. She was already tired of that roller coaster of emotional consumption. I don't have any particular opinions. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze, her tone casual. They all seem quite easy to get along with. At least they all understand manners. She paused and added, much better than my three ex-husbands. Kargan paused for a moment upon hearing the words ex-husbands. His fingers tapping the steering wheel hesitated, and he said gently, to receive such praise from you is our honor. Now only two remain that I haven't met. Jiang Lijin stretched and shifted to a more comfortable sitting posture. I don't know when they will come, or if they will come at all. The mainframe matched 5 candidates, but only 3 had appeared so far. I also find it puzzling. Kargan's expression grew a bit serious. After the mainframe released the list, I tried to look up the information on those two. Jiang Lijin turned to look at him, waiting for more. I couldn't find anything, Kargan stated succinctly. That's normal, isn't it? Impossible to find anything on the mainframe. Jiang Lijin was not particularly surprised. Although Kargan was already among the power elite on the main star, could the information network really surpass the mainframe? Kargan shook his head. Not only is it absent from the official database, but I even used some underworld connections. His speech slowed, as if recalling the scene at that time. I had someone inquire. Those who have been in the black market for years changed their expressions entirely upon hearing that name, as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Lijin caught on to the key point after hearing this. She stared at Kargan, her eyes filled with inquiry. Sir Kargan, how would a senior researcher of an empire and the director of a central hospital know people from the black market? Wasn't this contrast too stark? During my research, there were some special experimental materials that couldn't be purchased through regular channels. Kargan's expression remained unchanged, his tone bland as he brushed past the topic with a few words. I've interacted with them a few times and left some connections. This explanation sounded plausible, but Jiang Lijin intuitively felt it was more complicated. However, she was also too lazy to delve deeper. Everyone has their secrets. At that moment, a voice resembling a child's rang in her mind. Host, given what Kargan just said, those two individuals are definitely not good people. If even those from the black market were that afraid, they must be dangerous individuals who dance on the edge of a knife. It would be best if they did not come. If they did, who knows what kind of trouble they would stir up. Jiang Lijin wholeheartedly agreed, replying in her mind. You're right. It would be best if they never show up in this lifetime. I currently have money and leisure, and life is quite pleasant. She truly did not want to seek out more trouble. The floating car smoothly drove into the underground parking lot of the central hospital, still in Kargan's exclusive parking spot. Kargan unfastened his seatbelt and was the first to get out, walking around to open the passenger door. We're here, he extended his hand to Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin did not take his hand, but instead jumped down, supporting herself on the edge of the seat. Kargan did not mind naturally withdrawing his hand and leading her towards the exclusive passage. The architectural style of the central hospital was filled with a cold sense of technology. Silver-white walls, disinfectant robots everywhere, and a faint scent of medicine wafted through the air. The medical staff in the corridor stopped to bow and greet Kargan upon seeing him. "Good day, Director." Unlike those researchers at the academy, each of them secretly scrutinized Jiang Lijin. Kargan merely nodded slightly, his pace unbroken. They directly took the private elevator to the highest-level examination room on the top floor. There were no idle individuals here. "You go change first," Kargan pointed to the changing room beside him. "They'll wait for you outside." Jiang Lijin took a set of pure white examination clothes and walked in. When she came out after changing, Kargan had already activated the large holographic scanning pod. "Lie down," Kargan pointed at the scanning pod. Jiang Lijin obediently lay down, and the pod door closed, soft blue light sweeping over her body from head to toe. Kargan stood alone at the control panel, his gaze focused on the data fluctuating on the screen. As the scan progressed, various indicators gradually became clearer. Kargan's brow furrowed slightly. The data shows that Jiang Lijin's physical condition is even worse than he anticipated. Prolonged malnutrition has rendered her body exceedingly weak, with all her organs functioning in a suboptimal state. Most critically, although her mental energy sea is vast enough that machines cannot fully detect it, it is evident that she has previously been in a state of extreme fatigue and fragmentation. Though now only a trace remains visible, Karen understands this is the result of long-term overexertion of mental energy. Thinking of her 3 ex-husbands, a cold glint flickered in Karen's eyes. A crazed female forcibly trying to appease a high-level male is akin to using a small cup of water to fill an ocean. Even if it proves ineffective, it could provoke a backlash from the male's rage. The sound indicating the scan has completed rang out. The cabin door opened, and Jiang Lijin sat up, rubbing her sore neck as she stepped out of the scanning pod. "How were the results?" she asked. Karen concealed the data on the screen and turned to look at her. "The foundation is quite weak," Karen stated frankly. "Long-term conditioning is required. I will formulate a specialized nutrient solution and repair potion based on your data. You need to take them daily from now on." Jiang Lijin was not surprised by this result, as she knew better than anyone what kind of life the original owner had led over the past 3 years. "All right, I'll follow your advice," she nodded in agreement. Karen walked to a nearby temperature-controlled cabinet, retrieved a light blue potion, and handed it to Jiang Lijin. "Drink this first. It will help replenish your physical strength." Jiang Lijin took the potion and downed it in one go. She had expected it to taste as unpleasant as a nutrient solution, but it surprisingly resembled a blueberry-flavored energy drink, quite pleasant indeed. "Let's go," Karen said, taking off his white lab coat and hanging it on a rack. "The examination is done. I'll escort you home." The two walked side by side out of the exclusive elevator on the top floor. Jiang Lijin turned her head, her gaze falling on Karen. "How does the purification department operate in the central hospital?" Upon hearing this, Karen's previously steady pace faltered for a moment. He turned his head slightly, his brows instinctively knitting together as he scrutinized Jiang Lijin. "Given your current account balance, along with the monthly dividends I provide you and the subsidies from the Female Protection Center," Karen's tone held a hint of sarcasm, his voice rising slightly at the end, "you shouldn't be in such dire straits that you need to earn extra money in the purification department, right?" He paused briefly before adding, "Most who seek routine purification treatments at the hospital are males with low levels of mental energy who have had difficulty matching with females. Given the consumption capacity of the target audience, the remuneration for a single purification session there isn't substantial. Even if you are a 3 grade, they cannot provide you with star coins that match your worth." Jiang Lijin shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "It's always good to understand the market. The unexpected can happen. If all my cheap husbands run off one day and I go bankrupt, I need a backup plan for survival, don't I?" She was just casually joking, her tone lighthearted. However, Karen stopped in his tracks and turned to face her, his gray eyes devoid of any hint of jest. "There won't be such an accident," he said seriously as he looked at her. This sudden seriousness caught Jiang Lijin off guard, as she truly did not know whether Karen meant her cheap husbands would not leave or that she would not go bankrupt. Yet she sensed that the atmosphere was off and was about to make a light-hearted joke to defuse it. A cacophony of noise erupted from the corner ahead, the clear path leading to the purification department. Jiang Lijin promptly dropped the topic, peering around the corner. Karen, with a sigh, had no choice but to lengthen his stride to keep up. At the end of the corridor, an open area was currently packed tightly. 7 or 8 miniature holographic cameras hovered in the air, their lenses pointing in every direction at the center of the crowd. A female holding a microphone was animatedly speaking about something. Given the scene, it was evidently a live interview by some interstellar media. And at the absolute center of the camera's focus stood a petite figure. That person was dressed in a pink long dress with her hair meticulously styled. Surrounded by a dozen tall males, these rugged men, usually brash, looked at the pink figure with expressions of admiration, their admiration and affection unmistakably evident. Who else could it be but Faye Irwin? The moment Jiang Lijin recognized that face, her features instantly scrunched up in distaste. Disgust, irritation, and nausea surged within her. Karen, standing beside her, took in her reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. The person who usually appeared laid back and indifferent now reacted so candidly upon encountering someone she disliked. Let's go, it's painful to look at. Jiang Lijin decisively turned away, not wanting to witness the commotion any longer. Plans never keep up with changes. Just as she was about to make a hasty retreat, a Sharpie doctor in a white coat at the edge of the crowd spotted Karen, standing not far away. "Hello, director." The doctor's loud voice immediately drew the attention of everyone present. In an instant, dozens of gazes along with the lenses of several hovering cameras all shifted in unison, locking onto Jiang Lijin and Karen. Jiang Lijin fell silent. Before she could take a step, the reporter wielding the microphone rushed over. "Oh my, could this be the only registered 3rd-grade female in the entire interstellar realm, Miss Jiang Lijin?" The reporter thrust the microphone almost into Jiang Lijin's face, his tone excited to the point of breaking. Karen's expression darkened instantly. He took a step forward, his tall frame firmly shielding Jiang Lijin, behind him casually blocking the microphone that was almost poking her. The doctor, who had previously greeted them, sensing the situation was turning sour, hurried over to explain. He could see his superior's displeasure and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Director, this interview was reported in advance to the hospital administration. The main purpose was to promote our purification department to attract more females to work part-time at the hospital. Therefore, we specially allowed the team from the Interstellar Times to come in for an exclusive interview." Karen ignored him, remaining steadfast. That reporter was a bold character, taking advantage of the live broadcast to press on with his questioning. "Ms. Jiang, could you tell us how your current living situation is? Is your appearance at the Central Hospital today an indication of your intention to join the purification department to assist the many males suffering from mental energy distress?" This line of questioning was evident. Jiang Lijin could even hear the market's intentions from the outer ring of the main star. They were attempting to morally coerce her. As the journalist's voice fell, Jiang Lijin's temper began to boil over. She was about to raise her hand to push aside the obstructive microphone and curse when a broad hand pressed down on her shoulder first. The grip was not heavy, full of comforting intent. Kurong stepped forward, completely shielding Jiang Lijin behind him. He looked down at the journalist from a towering height, his gray eyes devoid of any warmth. "This journalist, as a news worker, it would be best for you to do some homework before asking questions," Kurong spoke slowly. "Currently, she is the only 3s-level female in the entire galaxy. Are you suggesting that she come to the purification department to treat the few remaining 3s-level males in the galaxy, causing them to collapse mentally due to a lack of comfort?" The journalist was overwhelmed by this heavy accusation. Her hand holding the microphone shook twice, and after much stuttering, she finally managed to utter, "Well, there will always be some free time. Helping a few is also good." Kurong mercilessly interrupted her. "The purification of female mental strength is by no means child's play, especially for high-level males. The consumption is immense. As a journalist, you can't possibly be unaware that the mainframe has matched 5 3s-level males for Ms. Jiang. Just maintaining the mental stability of these 5 consumes all her energy, and she does not have the free time you mentioned." This statement was firm and to the point. Even if the journalist wanted to create a big story, she would not dare to joke with the lives of 3s-level males in the galaxy. She was left speechless, retracting her microphone in shame. However, it was clear that she did not want to let go of this wave of sensational traffic. Normally, let alone interviews, it was hard to even catch a glimpse of such high-ranking nobles, as she could not let this opportunity slip away. She quickly shifted the topic. "Director Kurong, what do you think of Ms. Philwin's behavior of volunteering at the hospital's purification department every week?" This was the real topic of their interview today, establishing Philwin as a beautiful and kind-hearted living bodhi. Not far away, Philwin had already twisted her features in jealousy the moment she saw Jiang Lijin being protected by Kurong. Why? A former class waste abandoned simultaneously by 3 husbands. Now she was being held in the palm of a top-tier male like Kurong. Why? Upon hearing her name mentioned, she instantly changed her expression, putting on a gentle and charming demeanor, walking forward with grace, and showing Kurong a perfectly timed smile. Kurong barely lifted his eyelids and spoke in a formal tone. "The hospital is very grateful for Ms. Philwin's contributions. Undeniably, her presence has indeed alleviated some of the suffering of the males. But it must be clarified that both the hospital and the treated males have paid Ms. Philwin full, even excess remuneration." He paused and summarized, facing the camera. "Of course, this is the labor income of Miss Philwin and is only right. The hospital strongly encourages more females to participate in this work, and we are already in the process of approval to significantly increase the remuneration for related positions." With this statement, Philwin's selfless dedication was defined as a commercial transaction with clearly marked prices, while also promoting the benefits of the hospital's purification department for females coming for purification. Philwin's face turned from pale to green and back again. To salvage her image, she gritted her teeth and struck a righteous pose. Director Karong, you misunderstood. I don't care about those star coins. I propose that all females coming to the hospital for purification should provide their services to males for free. Male warriors bleed and sacrifice on the front lines to protect our home. We females enjoy the benefits provided by the Female Protection Center every month and should give back to them without charge. The audience erupted in an uproar. The journalist holding the microphone was stunned. Although she was in a class female with a decent income, she understood the survival laws of the lower strata. This statement was like a hammer on countless livelihoods. Karong furrowed his brows and was about to reprimand such absurd remarks when Jiang Lijin could no longer hold back. She pushed Karong's arm aside and stepped out from behind him, staring straight at Filwin. You think it's easy to stand and talk without any pain? Jiang Lijin's voice was crisp with powerful penetration. Miss Filwin, do you only read posts online? Do you know how many low-level females refresh the job board on the Starnet forum every day just to grab a part-time position in the purification department? Do you know that the meager subsidies for class and even class females each month aren't even enough to buy intermediate nutritional solutions? Filwin was taken aback by the questioning, opening her mouth to retort, but was blocked by Jiang Lijin's rapid-fire accusations. Low-level females can hardly find any other way out apart from engaging in purification-related work. Yet you can just brush your lips together and expect them to work for free. Male warriors deserve respect for protecting their homeland. Doesn't the Federation pay them? You claim to safeguard their interests with your words, but who cares about the lives of those females who rely on purification for their livelihood? Do you support them financially? Jiang Lijin pressed on. Moreover, low-level females are often matched with equally low-level males, and their total family income struggles at the subsistence level. If they don't work, will their families just starve? You're using their livelihoods to elevate your own image of a great benefactor. Your calculations are quite sharp. This speech was merciless, tearing away Filwin's facade of hypocrisy. Around them, there were several medical staff watching the commotion, mostly middle to low-level females who nodded upon hearing this, their gazes towards Filwin carrying a hint of hostility. Filwin's complexion was worse than if she had swallowed a fly. She flailed her hands in panic. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't think so much. I just feel for those males. The group of males beside her saw their goddess in tears and instantly felt heartbroken. They all spoke up to comfort Filwin. After all, they were the vested interests and did not care about the lives of low-level females. Filwin proposed free services, and they raised their hands in approval. However, given that Karong, the god of death, was right behind Jiang Lijin, the group of males only dared to murmur quietly, not even daring to breathe heavily in Jiang Lijin's direction. Filwin wished she could tear Jiang Lijin apart, but pretended to look wronged. She quickly found a way to amend. Ms. Jiang is right. I hadn't considered it thoroughly. What I mean is exempt the fees for class females. After all, class females receive substantial official subsidies every month and completely do not need to rely on this little remuneration for their living. With this statement, the journalist's expression completely changed. This woman, in trying to find an escape for herself, sold out even the class females of her own tier. On the contrary, the surrounding males erupted into cheers, thinking they had struck a great deal. Jiang Lijin let out an unabashed cold laugh. This woman is truly hopelessly stupid. What's the distinction? Jiang Lijin looked around at the cheering males as if observing a group of single-celled organisms. If class females are free, will you all still go spend money looking for low-level females for purification? Everyone will rush to book the free class, and low-level females will still be unable to get any appointments, thus cutting off their source of income. The cheers of the males came to an abrupt halt. Following Jiang Lijin's words, they realized that things were not that simple. Moreover, Jiang Lijin elongated her tones, her eyes filled with mockery. How many class females in the entire galaxy are as free as Miss Filwin, always running to the hospital? If it's free, the spots will actually become fewer. Can you all compete against each other? The crowd fell completely silent. The males were not foolish. After sorting out the logic, they looked at Filwin with less fervor and more scrutiny. If they don't pay, which high-level female would pay them any mind? Jiang Lijin watched Filwin's fragile White Lotus act, and her malicious interest was thoroughly piqued. Want to establish a persona, huh? Then let me help you build one. I see that the Starnet forum is praising Miss Filwin for her beauty and kindness, coming to the hospital for purification 3 days a week. Jiang Lijin clapped her hands, her tone light. Since Miss Filwin is so dedicated, 3 days isn't enough. Why not come a few more days each week, working 6 days and resting 1? How about that? She should spread warmth to the male warriors. Not giving Filwin a chance to refuse, Jiang Lijin added. Moreover, Miss Filwin herself just said she doesn't care about those star coins. That's wonderful. I suggest that all personal income generated by Miss Filwin in the purification department be directly donated to the Female Protection Center, establishing a fund specifically for the survival of low-level females. That is true, boundless love. After saying this, Jiang Lijin turned her head to look at Karong beside her, blinking her eyes and seriously proposing, Director Karong, since Miss Filwin has such high awareness, our hospital should also show some recognition. How about we assign her a formal position? Let's call it Chief Unpaid Purification Officer to acknowledge her outstanding contributions. What do you think? The host is amazing. The little one who had been quietly observing couldn't help but speak up. In a few sentences, she had turned Philwin from a free-spirited volunteer, gaining both fame and fortune, into a full-time worker at the hospital who would earn nothing and even have to pay out of pocket. The surrounding media cameras flashed furiously, broadcasting this scene live across the entire Star network. Karong looked at Jiang Lijin's cunning expression, a smile flickering in his eyes. He nodded in full cooperation, speaking solemnly. Ms. Jiang's proposal is very constructive. The hospital office will draft relevant documents this afternoon to formally appoint Ms. Philwin to this position and jointly announce the establishment of the fund with the Female Protection Center. Philwin stood there, her legs weak. She looked at the curious gazes around her, and her vision darkened. This was probably what it felt like to shoot oneself in the foot. Not only did she have to spit out the money she had already taken, but she also had to dedicate all her free time for the rest. Faye Irwin stood in place, her legs trembling. The gaze of the onlookers pierced her skin, causing her face to ache. She gritted her teeth and forcibly swallowed the metallic taste of blood in her throat. I cannot fall like this, absolutely not. She turned to Jiang Lijin, forcing out a smile that looked decidedly stiff. Ms. Jiang is truly generous. Since you are so concerned about the survival of low-tier females, I presume you will lead by example. The Empire provides special subsidies for 3-class females amounting to a considerable sum of star coins each month. Shouldn't you also contribute and support the guarantee fund you proposed yourself? This tactic of shifting the blame is intended to make Jiang Lijin pay a price. After listening, Jiang Lijin didn't even raise an eyebrow. Her account currently held a staggering 180 million star coins plus an additional 5 million monthly dividends from Karen. A mere few thousand star coins in subsidies was nothing but a drop in the bucket for her. However, she understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Faye Irwin was a woman full of schemes. If she revealed all her cards, who knew what tricks this White Lotus would come up with? Of course. Jiang Lijin replied briskly, I will coordinate with the Female Protection Center. I will allocate half of my official subsidy of 600 star coins, which is 300, into this guarantee fund each month on time. This statement caused an uproar in the room. The reporter holding the microphone trembled, her eyes widening in shock. In the public's general perception, although females held a prestigious status, they had little additional income apart from official subsidies. Even though Jiang Lijin was matched with 5 3-class elites, those males typically only took care of her basic needs and bought her luxury items. Who would genuinely hand over their wealth to a female they had just matched with? 30,000 star coins a month was a substantial sum for an ordinary family, yet Jiang Lijin donated it without batting an eye, and she would continue to donate every month. Oh my. The reporter reacted swiftly, her professionalism prompting her to turn to the camera and speak rapidly. Dear viewers of the entire Star Network, did you hear that? This is the caliber of our Empire's only 3-class female. Ms. Jiang Lijin not only cares about the survival status of low-tier females, but also actively donates half of her official subsidy unconditionally. This is true altruism, a model for the entire galaxy to learn from. The bullet comments in the Star Network live broadcast room froze for 2 seconds, then erupted like a geyser. Wow. Donating 300 every month. That's not a small amount. Ms. Jiang is so generous. Compared to a certain individual who only talks about free assistance while pocketing profits, the difference is clear. I have become a fan. She's genuinely helping us low-tier females. Woo, I am a class female with only 300 in subsidies per month. If this fund truly exists, I won't have to bear it hard when I am ill. Thank you, Ms. Jiang. Many females watching the live broadcast, whether of low or S-class, felt offended by Faye Irwin's earlier actions. Many in the comments section took the opportunity to criticize her. Listening to the reporter's praise and the approving discussions around her, Faye Irwin's face twitched uncontrollably. She originally intended to set a trap for Jiang Lijin, but ended up establishing the latter's glorious image. What is this? A failed scheme that backfired. Remaining any longer would only bring her shame. Faye Irwin lowered her head, pretending to be weak and exhausted, and turned to leave the crowd. The several high-ranking males beside her rushed forward to support her, their faces filled with concern as they attempted to escort her away. Wait. A clear female voice cut through the crowd, halting Faye Irwin's steps. Jiang Lijin took a step forward, arms crossed, gazing at the rigid figure with a relaxed demeanor. Although 300 star coins a month was not much for her, there was a difference between voluntary contributions and being coerced. She had no intention of letting the instigator off the hook so easily. Miss Faye Irwin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Lijin elongated her tone, each word poking at the other person. I remember you just said that you didn't care about those star coins at all. I have already pledged to donate half of my subsidy. As the initiator of this topic and the chief volunteer purity officer, shouldn't you also do something to show your commitment? Faye Irwin's body swayed, nearly grinding her teeth. She turned around, her eyes reddened, looking at Jiang Lijin with a pitiful expression. Miss Jiang, my usual expenses are quite high, and my 3 beast husbands are all a class. I really can't spare that much star coins. Oh, Jiang Lijin lifted her chin. So you're saying that everything you just said about not caring about star coins and selfless contribution was a lie? Or do you mean your compassion only exists in words, and when it comes to giving real money you act as if you are impoverished? The media cameras all pointed at Faye Irwin's face. The reporter keenly seized this explosive point, firing questions like a machine gun. Miss Faye Irwin, was your earlier proposal merely to attract attention? As in class female, your subsidies are also substantial. Why are you hesitating in taking action? I didn't. Faye Irwin was cornered, her voice becoming shrill. I will donate. I will also donate half of my... That's more like it, Jiang Lijin replied with satisfaction, clapping her hands. Everyone has heard it, and the media friends have recorded it. Miss Faye Irwin will donate half of her subsidy to support the low-tier female guarantee fund. Let's applaud her generosity. A sparse applause broke out, yet to Faye Irwin's ears it sounded louder than a... Today she not only lost her job and became free labor, she was also forced to contribute half of her subsidy. This was pushing her toward a dead end. Karen stood beside Jiang Lijin, watching the little female cunningly corner her opponent like a sly little fox, a growing smile in his eyes. He raised his wrist, glanced at the time on his light brain, and appropriately interrupted the farce. All right, today's the hospital has many tasks to handle. Ms. Faye Irwin, please report to the Human Resources Department of the Purification Department at 8 a.m. tomorrow to complete your onboarding procedures. If you are late, your performance evaluation points will be deducted. You have no salary, but failing to meet evaluation standards will result in a public reprimand throughout the hospital. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Faye Irwin rolled her eyes and fainted completely. The males beside her hurriedly scrambled to carry her into the emergency room. As the crowd dispersed, the reporters left satisfied with their big scoop. The corridor returned to quietness. Jiang Lijin stretched and turned to Karen. Director Karen, you played your part well. Karen lowered his gaze to her, his tone gentle. Miss Jiang's proposal benefits both the country and the people. As the director, I naturally have to support it wholeheartedly. As Jiang Lijin was about to nod, her light brain vibrated wildly on her wrist. Looking down, she saw Tinia's name flashing on the screen. Upon connecting the call, a holographic projection popped up, revealing a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy peering into the screen. Sister. Tinia's voice was lively and powerful. I just watched your live broadcast on the Star Network. You looked so cool confronting that old woman. Jiang Lijin's lips twitched. An old woman. Faye Irwin was nonetheless a young and beautiful class female. How did she become an old woman? In Tinia's words. What do you need from me? Jiang Lijin asked. I saw you were going to donate money. Tinia Bean's sister is doing charity work. How can I not support you? I've asked the finance department to prepare 50 million star coins. Once that fund is established, they'll transfer it over, and the name will be under both our names. What do you think? Am I awesome or what? 50 million star coins. Jiang Lijin gasped. This young master truly spent money, as if it were nothing. Before she could respond, Tinia leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of grievance. Sister, when are you coming back? It's so boring at home. I'm about to grow mushrooms. The chef I brought from home has also arrived. You should come back for dinner. Karen stood beside her, clearly hearing this, but remained silent. I'm getting ready to head back now. After saying this, Jiang Lijin decisively closed her light brain. Otherwise this young master would start chattering again. The two walked side by side towards the underground parking lot. At the end of the corridor, a pair of resentful eyes fixed on Jiang Lijin's back. Faye Irwin leaned against the wall, her face pale. She had not fainted. She simply used the opportunity to escape from the place that had humiliated her. Jiang Lijin. Faye Irwin gritted her teeth as she uttered this name, her nails digging deep into her palm. She would never concede like this. How could a former class waste stand on her shoulders and flaunt her authority? Just wait, she would find a way to trample Jiang Lijin into the mud, ensuring she could never rise again. In the underground parking lot, cold white lights sliced the ground into regular geometric shapes. Jiang Lijin followed behind Karong leisurely, making her way to his parking space. In her mind, Xiao Yi was passionately delivering a post-war summary. Post that woman Faye Irwin will definitely not let this go easily. You embarrassed her so much today and made her bleed heavily. This feud is completely settled now. Previously, she merely envied you, wanting to step on you to establish a pure and selfless persona. Now, however, she wishes she could devour you alive. Jiang Lijin walked at a leisurely pace, lazily responding in her heart. Since the mask has been torn off, why don't we take the initiative first? Oh, how do we take the initiative? Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, the electronic voice revealing a clear foolishness. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes and unceremoniously remarked, I've realized that your system, apart from chatting gossip with me every day, seems to have no substantial use at all. This statement was highly damaging, and Xiao Yi immediately flared up. Host. This is a serious misunderstanding of this system. It is precisely because you haven't explored the world yet. As long as you unlock new star system modules, the system mall will also unlock. It hurriedly promoted its hidden features. The mall contains everything, not just high-tech products from the galaxy, but also various peculiar items from cultivation worlds, savage worlds, and medieval worlds. Moreover, have you forgotten about our automatic earning of 0.01 points per minute while idling? Jiang Lijin was reminded of the existence of points. How many points do I have in my account now? She casually asked. Shall we check the data panel? Its tone becoming somewhat nuanced. Currently, there are exactly 288 points on the account. Before Jiang Lijin could calculate it, quickly added, however, as a friendly reminder, previously to unlock the genetic suppression layer in your body, you borrowed 500 points from the main system. So after rigorous mathematical calculations, you actually still owe the main system 212 points. Jiang Lijin fell silent. At the rate of earning 0.01 points per minute, she would only earn 14 points in a day. Calculating it, she would have to endure for half a month to repay this debt. However, she quickly cast this matter aside. After all, there was nothing she desperately needed to buy recently, and unlocking the system mall would require going to a new star system. For someone like her who adhered to the principle of never sitting when she can lie down, it was better not to use the system. If discovered, she would have to find a way to explain, which was troublesome. Seeing her silent for a long time, Xiao Yi brought the topic back. So host, how do you plan to deal with Fei Erwin? Jiang Lijin ignored the noise in her mind. She stopped, turning to look at the man beside her. Kurong walked on her right side, maintaining a distance that was neither overstepping nor too close. He wore a well-tailored dark uniform, broad-shouldered and long-legged, exuding an aura of an innate superior. Earlier, when facing the media in the corridor, he had coordinated flawlessly, making Jiang Lijin regard him in a new light. Noticing her gaze, Kurong turned his head, his gray eyes quietly meeting hers. Is there something? Official business. Jiang Lijin raised her chin, her tone serious. Director Kurong, since Ms. Fei Erwin is starting at the Central Hospital tomorrow, I suggest the hospital arrange a comprehensive and thorough onboarding physical examination for her. Especially regarding the mental strength assessment, it would be best to check it in detail. Kurong was no fool and straightforwardly asked, do you suspect there is an issue with her mental strength? Jiang Lijin shrugged. She couldn't exactly say that her system had scanned Fei Erwin's mental strength levels, which looked like an electrocardiogram, could she? Just a woman's intuition. She fabricated. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if her mental strength suddenly collapses while she is working? Would it be classified as a work injury or a medical accident? Kurong looked down at her, chuckling softly. Ms. Jiang, in fact, us 3rd-grade males are inherently capable of sensing others' mental strength. Kurong patiently explained, his tone gentle, as if teaching a student. However, this perception can only capture a general magnitude and direction. It cannot achieve the precision of instruments. On the day we first met, I used this ability on you. Jiang Lijin raised her eyebrows. No wonder this man had asked her in the office if she was a crate. As for Ms. Fei Erwin, Kurong continued, she frequently volunteered in the purification department of the hospital. Out of professional habit, I also sensed her mental strength. According to the feedback, her mental strength fluctuations are maintained around this grade, showing no anomalies. Jiang Lijin, after hearing this, retorted without reservation, so you don't trust me? Kurong was taken aback. He looked at the female in front of him, arms crossed, and tilting her face upwards. Her strikingly clear eyes were filled with candor along with a hint of indifference, as if saying believe it or not. Since it's a new employee's onboarding, conducting a comprehensive physical examination is indeed a necessary procedure. Kurong straightened his posture, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. I will arrange for the HR department to add this assessment for her tomorrow. A deep screening level. Then I appreciate it, Director Kurong. Jiang Lijin saw the opportunity and slid into the passenger seat. The hover car smoothly drove out of the parking lot, merging into the bustling aerial road of the main star. Jiang Lijin leaned back against the seat, closing her eyes to rest. Today's battle was fought beautifully, but she understood that this was merely the beginning. In the original storyline, her 3 ex-husbands were the most loyal supporters of Fei Erwin, and they would do anything insane for her. Moreover, Fei Erwin's 3 grade beast husbands had yet to show up. Just as she was thinking, her wrist communicator vibrated again. She opened it to find a message from Bear. The Federal Military Department has many affairs. I need to leave the main star for a few days. Please take care of yourself. Contact me anytime if needed. She casually replied with an "oh," and then turned off the communicator screen. Kurong glanced at her motion out of the corner of his eye and casually asked Commander Bear. Yes, he said he needs to leave the main star for a few days. Jiang Lijin yawned. Kurong turned the steering wheel, and the car turned into a quiet road. He did not continue this topic, but gently asked, what do you want to eat tonight? Since Tinia has prepared a chef for you, why not go back and try it? Mentioning Tinia made Jiang Lijin feel a headache. That golden-haired, blue-eyed young master was as clingy as Interstellar superglue. Let's eat at home. She sighed, if we don't head back soon, that kid might really grow mushrooms at home. On the other side, within a luxury villa in the most upscale neighborhood of the main star. Bang! A delicate bone china cup was smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Philwyn stood in the center of the living room with her hair disheveled, her chest heaving violently. Her originally gentle and lovely face was now twisted into a grotesque expression appearing somewhat vicious. On her holographic device, the interview footage from today at the Central Hospital was playing on a loop. Jiang Lijin's beautiful face was magnified in the holographic projection, and each mocking remark felt like a knife cutting into her nerves. Bitch. Jiang Lijin, you bitch. Philwyn gritted her teeth, letting out a hoarse growl from her throat. She had worked hard to climb to her current position, finally shedding the label of a grade waste, becoming a coveted screw. Yet Jiang Lijin casually made a few remarks, destroying everything she had meticulously built. Free labor. Donating half of her subsidies. This was simply draining her blood. Without money, how could she buy medicine? Just then the apartment door was pushed open. 3 tall males walked in. These were the 3 grade partners assigned to her by the main brain. Seeing the mess, the short-haired male at the front frowned. Philwyn, what are you going crazy about now? We've heard about the incident at the hospital. You insisted on provoking that 3 grade, and now you can't handle it. What good does throwing a tantrum at home do? This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Philwyn suddenly turned her head, glaring fiercely at her husband. Am I going crazy? You useless bunch of trash. She screamed, pointing her finger at the noses of the 3 males. If you were 3 grade like Chiron or Ball, would I need to go to the hospital to care about others' faces? Would I need to suffer the anger of that bitch, Jiang Lijin? The expressions of the 3 males instantly darkened. Although they were only a grade, they were prominent officers in the federal military, usually compliant with Philwyn, yet they were met with such humiliation. You should know your limits. Another male said coldly, don't forget how you got your current grade. If it weren't for us backing you to get those medications, you'd still be in the slums living on welfare. This statement hit Philwyn's sore spot accurately, and her voice fell silent. However, the resentment in her eyes grew even more intense. These 3 useless men not only couldn't help, but also held her greatest weakness. If they ever got unhappy and exposed her use of medication. Philwyn shivered. No, she couldn't keep them around. She had to come up with a way to eliminate these 3 hidden dangers. Jiang Lijin would have to pay a price. And then there was Aiden. She still had Aiden. That fool would explode at the slightest provocation, so it would be easy to get rid of him if necessary. After all, she still had Kieran and Rex. Among the 3 of them, Aiden was neither a noble nor a military officer, so if something happened, he wouldn't be missed. A malicious plan began to take shape in Philwyn's mind. She forced herself to calm down, putting on a pitiful expression as she approached the 3 males. I'm sorry. I was too wrong today, and my emotions got a bit out of control. She softened her voice, tears sliding down her cheeks. Will you forgive me? The 3 males looked at her in this stateside, and ultimately did not pursue the matter further. After all, she was their partner, what else could they do? But they did not see that buried in their embrace, Philwyn's gaze was as cold as a venomous snake. Night deepened. Jiang Lijin lay in bed, feeling somewhat uneasy. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so she sat up and opened the Star Network forum. The trending topics on the forum were dominated by today's incident at the hospital. Philwyn's complete collapse, the only 3 grade female in the entire star system. Philwyn's chief voluntary purification officer. Various tags were prominently displayed. Jiang Lijin scrolled through the entries on her holographic device. After seeing so much exaggerated praise, it became rather dull. She turned off the device and turned over. Thoughts of what Chiron had said during the day, along with Philwyn's strange mental fluctuations, swirled in her mind. Xiaoyi, do you have any way to reach the black market? Chiron mentioned. Xiaoyi's electronic voice popped up. Why is the host suddenly interested in the black market? Are you suspicious that Philwyn's mental level was forcibly raised using prohibited drugs from the black market? I can't think of any other explanation. Jiang Lijin stared at the ceiling. Chiron had mentioned before that his mother was a grade female who, in order to keep up with her grade husband, went to participate in some ridiculous mental enhancement experiment, ultimately resulting in her exploding to death. This incident had happened many years ago. Who would dare to guarantee that the experimental data from back then hadn't flowed into the black market, leading to someone concocting a modified version of the drug? Philwyn's mental fluctuations, which resembled a roller coaster, looked like the after effects of drug use. Actually, Xiaoyi hesitated. In the original story, it did mention that Philwyn had a period of living in the slums in her early years. Jiang Lijin paused, sitting up straight. What? She scolded without holding back such important background information. Why didn't you wait until I was done in by her before reciting it as an epitaph? Xiaoyi whined in grievance. This isn't my fault. I'm just an auxiliary system and don't have omniscient authority. The original text is so vast that I have to trigger related keywords to search. And the book only glossed over her experience without mentioning her level at that time. Anyway, when the female protagonist officially appeared, she was already scrayed. Jiang Lijin didn't want to listen to its excuses. Alright, enough nonsense. Check the access routes to the black market. In a place like the black market, as long as the funds are in place, it shouldn't be difficult to buy some intel or get hold of drug samples. Xiaoyi took the command and returned within 2 minutes, looking dejected. Report to the host. I couldn't find anything. It reported listlessly. My current permissions are insufficient to breach the dark web firewall. Before Jiang Lijin could explode, it quickly offered a solution. This really isn't my fault. You stay at home all day going back and forth between home and the hospital, and the system experience points simply don't increase. You need to go out more, visit different star systems, so my permissions can upgrade along with you. It then tried to promote think about it. Didn't Tanya keep pestering you to take a vacation in the Valoran system? That's the most developed place in the interstellar tourism industry, with beautiful scenery and excellent service. Since Ball is on a business trip and you haven't had anything serious to do lately, why not treat it as a way to relax? You might even unlock the system mall. You haven't even unlocked the mall. How do you know there isn't some black technology in there that you— What if there are tools for directly testing prohibited drugs inside? This statement indeed piqued Jiang Lijin. These words indeed made Jiang Lijin a bit tempted. Traveling. She hadn't been anywhere in her entire life. But soon she thought of a crucial question. What about Karen? Before Ball left, I performed a deep purification on him. Does Karen also need one? What if I just leave the main star, and he loses control of his mental energy in the hospital? Who would be responsible then? I certainly don't want to be burdened with the charge of murdering an academician from the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Little E's electronic voice popped up, carrying a hint of a scientific tone. Host, your concern is causing disorder. Commander Bal's situation is rather special. He has been stationed at the front line for a long time. Fighting the insect race is a daily occurrence. In such a high-intensity combat environment, it's normal for mental energy to be frequently overdrawn and to come into direct contact with the sources of pollution emitted by the insect race. In the Federal Military Department, the position of Chief Commander is considered a consumable. Generally, a person lasts around 10 years before needing to be replaced. Little E paused and added a compliment. But with you here, Commander Bao's career could at least double. Even retiring wouldn't be a dream. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. No wonder Ball always wore a frown. It was likely a side effect of being tormented by pollution for years. As for Director Karen, Little E continued analyzing. He stays on the main star every day, either doing research or seeing patients. He might only be exposed to pollution when he encounters male warriors with rampant mental energy. His mental energy won't have any problems for the time being, so you can relax and enjoy your vacation. After hearing this, Jiang Lijin felt completely at ease. Since there were no worries, she didn't plan to stay at home any longer. She opened the door and went downstairs. The living room on the first floor was brightly lit. Tinia was standing in the center of the hall, directing several people in uniform as they transferred various high-end ingredients to the kitchen and storage room. That deep-sea jade shrimp must be kept at -3 degrees. If the temperature is off by even a little, the taste will be ruined. And those boxes of starlight fruit, be gentle. If you break them, can you afford it? The blonde, blue-eyed young master, who usually appeared clingy and spoiled, commanded with a certain authority. Jiang Lijin leaned against the stair railing and scanned the scene. The newly arrived butlers and chefs had mental energy fluctuations mostly ranging around grade A. Among ordinary people, they were considered the elite, yet now they were serving a 19-year-old young master. Tinia was quite particular. He didn't let these people live directly in the house, but arranged for them to leave after work. This house is located on the outskirts of the main star in a very remote area. These people likely spend 2 to 3 hours commuting on the skyways each day. The hardships of workers are equally applicable in the interstellar era. She walked straight up to Tinia, tugging at his sleeve. Tinia, come here for a moment. Tinia, who was giving orders while pointing at a box of ingredients, turned around upon hearing her voice. His blue eyes lit up instantly upon seeing her sister. You haven't gone to sleep yet. He abandoned the group and approached her, his tone filled with eagerness. The two moved to the window, avoiding the busy servants. Jiang Lijin got straight to the point. Weren't you always saying you wanted to take me to the Valoran star system? Tinia was taken aback, then nodded excitedly, his golden hair swaying with emotion. Yes. It's the Aurora season there now. The scenery is magnificent. Besides, I own several private vacation planets, so you can go wherever you like. Whether it's for seaside fun or skiing, I've got everything arranged. Then let's go. Jiang Lijin said casually. Ball is on a business trip, and I don't have anything serious to do lately. Consider it a way to unwind. Great. Tinia cheered, opening his arms to hug her. Jiang Lijin was quick to react, pressing her palm against his forehead to push him away. Don't get too excited just yet. Before we go, we need to say goodbye to Karen. She turned and walked towards the door. After all, we're living under the same roof. It's impolite to leave without a word. Tinia's smile faded halfway. He pouted, muttering something under his breath, but still reluctantly followed her. Back on the second floor, Jiang Lijin knocked on Karen's room door. Shortly after the door opened, before she could even see who was inside, a palm-sized blackbird flapped its wings and impatiently squeezed through the crack in the door, landing on Jiang Lijin's shoulder, rubbing its fluffy head against her cheek and emitting a series of soft chirps. Jiang Lijin was momentarily stunned before realizing this was Karen's spiritual entity. She couldn't help but smile, though she never expected that Karen, who usually presented a stoic demeanor, had a cute and affectionate little bird as a spiritual entity. She casually petted the bird's head, finding its texture surprisingly pleasant before lifting her gaze to look inside the room. The warm yellow light from the wall lamp softly illuminated Karen. He was wearing a deep gray high-end silk robe, the belt loosely tied around his waist, as if it might come undone at any moment. The collar was wide open, revealing a large expanse of pale skin and extremely smooth collarbones, even faintly showing the outline of well-defined chest muscles. His normally neatly combed black hair was a bit disheveled now, with a few damp strands hanging on his forehead dripping with water droplets. His gray eyes had lost the day's coldness and restraint, now carrying a hint of lazy warmth from just having taken a shower, with a faint blush at the corners. Jiang Lijin's gaze uncontrollably lingered on the deep neck for a couple of seconds, her heart inexplicably missing a beat. Ms. Jiang. Karen's keen gaze caught her stare, and the corners of his lips curled into a slight arc. But soon his gaze passed over her and landed on the wary Tinia beside her. It's late. Is there something you need? As he spoke, he slowly extended his long fingers to retrieve the spiritual entity that was showing off on Jiang Lijin's shoulder, appearing utterly unremarkable. Jiang Lijin quickly averted her gaze, lightly coughing to cover her embarrassment. Tinia mentioned wanting to take me to the Valoran star system for a vacation. Just thought I'd let you know we are leaving early tomorrow morning. She paused, feeling the need for polite adult conversation, and added casually, would you like to join us? As soon as she said it, she felt she was speaking nonsense. With so many messes and important surgeries at the central hospital, how could this busy director possibly get away? He definitely doesn't have the time. Tinia interjected eagerly. Director Karen has so many responsibilities. All the difficult cases in the entire star system depend on him. The hospital can't do without him. Sister, let's not disturb his precious rest time. Karen chuckled lightly at the sight of Tinia, looking as if he wanted to close the door immediately. He casually adjusted the collar of his robe, redirecting his gaze back to Jiang Lijin's face. Valoran star system. It's a lovely place. His tone was gentle as he leisurely added, coincidentally, I haven't taken my annual leave this year yet. Tinia's face turned completely dark. Jiang Lijin was also somewhat surprised. Why was this turning out differently from what she had expected? However, there are indeed important matters to arrange at the hospital, and it will take time for the handover. Karen looked at the varying expressions on their faces and slowly added, you two can set off first. Once I finish my tasks, I will join you. The next morning, Jiang Lijin was once again awakened, this time by the roaring sound of a massive engine. With her disheveled hair, she rubbed her eyes in despair as she walked to the window, pulling the curtains aside only to freeze in place. Outside in the yard, a giant starship entirely silver and strikingly futuristic in design was parked in the open space. Thankfully, this area was sparsely populated, surrounded by vast stretches of wasteland. In the city center of the main planet, there would be no place for such a thing to land. Tinia was standing beneath the spaceship, directing a few people as they moved luggage inside. Jiang Lijin sighed, finished washing up, and changed into some comfortable clothes before heading downstairs. Just as she stepped out of the yard, she ran into Sharon, who was about to go to work. He was dressed in a neatly tailored dark uniform today, exuding an air of unattainable elegance completely different from the lazy allure he had in the deep V bathrobe last night. Good morning. Sharon paused, his gaze sweeping over the extravagant spaceship, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. The financial power of Yunlan Group is indeed as impressive as its reputation. Even for a vacation, they have to use a military-grade jump starship. Good morning, Jiang Lijin replied, casually ruffling her wind-tossed hair. I didn't expect him to go to such lengths. Be careful on the way. Sharon advised seriously. Although the Valoran star system appears glamorous on the surface and is famous for being a vacation paradise, it's also rife with hidden dangers and rampant black market dealings. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me. As Sharon spoke, he lightly tapped his light brain. Once I finish the handover, I'll be there in no more than 3 days. Jiang Lijin's heart stirred. The black market actually exists in the Valoran star system. Or perhaps this underground trading network has long been spread across various star systems. However, as a star system with a thriving tourism industry, its large flow of people and complex star nationalities indeed makes it an excellent hiding place for the black market. This trip was certainly well-timed. Got it, Director, see you in 3 days. Jiang Lijin waved her hand at him and turned towards the spaceship. The moment she stepped on board, she truly experienced what it meant to have the extravagance of an interstellar tycoon. This was no mere spaceship, it was essentially a flying luxury villa. The interior was carpeted with soft material, making no sound when stepped on, and expensive artworks adorned the walls. Inside, there were even designated areas for resting, entertainment, and dining, along with an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool. The water in the pool glimmered with a blue glow, and a few rose petals floated on the surface. 7 or 8 uniformed service staff stood in 2 rows, bowing in unison. Good day, young master. Good day, Miss Jiang. Their voices were loud and clear, and their roles were well-defined. Tinia stepped forward and naturally took Jiang Lijin's hand, proudly introducing, Sister, this Yunlan was customized by me last year. It only takes half a day to travel from the main planet to Valoran. The kitchen is stocked with top-quality ingredients from various star systems, so whatever you want to eat, just let them know at any time. Jiang Lijin glanced at the well-trained service staff and the luxurious interior silently, withdrawing her hand. The world of the wealthy is truly simple and unadorned. All right, let them disperse. She walked to the panoramic window and found a sofa to sit down. Tinia waved the service staff away and sat down beside Jiang Lijin. The next moment, his spiritual entity, a golden-haired little fox, popped out. As soon as the little creature appeared, it jumped onto Jiang Lijin's lap, its fluffy golden tail playfully wrapping around her calf, affectionately rubbing against her palm. Tinia secretly observed Jiang Lijin's expression. He had seen it clearly yesterday. His sister had no resistance at all to fluffiness. When Sharon's plump bird rubbed against her, she even smiled and petted it back. And his spiritual entity was a super cute little fox. How could it lose? Sister, would you like something to drink? Should I have someone prepare freshly squeezed starlight juice for you? He looked at her with bright eyes like a large dog eagerly circling its owner. Jiang Lijin looked down, casually pinching the troublesome foxtail, unable to resist rubbing it a couple more times before pushing the little fox away and taking the cashmere blanket that Tinia handed her. No need, he'll just lie down for a bit. Wake me when we arrive. The spaceship ascended smoothly, breaking through the main planet's atmosphere and entering the depths of the universe. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes. This journey, she hoped, would successfully unlock the system mall and also allow her to search for clues about those forbidden drugs in the Valoran black market. As for Philwin, that green tea. With her skills, it would be difficult to uncover anything suspicious during today's entry physical examination at the central hospital of the main planet. She might have already disguised herself, so she would have to investigate personally. In the afternoon, the starship finally arrived at the main planet of the Valoran star system, Valoran. As soon as they disembarked, Jiang Lijin felt the atmosphere here was completely different from that of the main planet. The architectural style of the main planet leaned towards a cold and hard metallic feel, while Valoran was a colorful vacation paradise. Giant floating plants could be seen everywhere, and vividly colored flying vehicles weaved through the air with a faint scent of flowers and the sea filling the air. The floating vehicle arranged by Tinia was already waiting outside the spaceport. The two got into the car, and instead of going home, Tinia took Jiang Lijin straight to the best beachfront resort hotel owned by his family. Just as the floating vehicle drove into the coastline, ding! Host has arrived at the new star system block, Valoran star system. System permissions are being updated. Unlocking new map, rewards 100 points. System mall has been unlocked, current points balance 398. 8 debt 101. 2. Welcome host to browse and purchase at any time. Unlike the emotionally fluctuating crisp mechanical voice of Xiao Yi, this voice was devoid of any emotion, the most basic AI sound. Jiang Lijin's breath hitched slightly. The last time she heard this emotionless voice was at the final moment of her death. She took a deep breath, suppressing that moment of discomfort, and immediately opened the system mall panel in her mind. A dazzling array of product listings instantly popped up. The categories were diverse, ranging from interstellar high-tech weapons and medical potions to talismans and pills from the cultivation world, and even young beasts from the wilderness. Jiang Lijin glanced at the prices. Even the cheapest basic hemostatic patch cost 50 points. As for those high-level items, the prices had long strings of zeros behind them, making her head spin. Poor people are not qualified to browse the mall, Jiang Lijin concluded. Xiao Yi quickly jumped out to boost her morale. Host, don't be discouraged. You can earn points every day just by idling, and exploring new locations will also give you points. As long as you work hard, paying off your debt is just around the corner. Jiang Lijin decisively closed the panel. At the central hospital of the main star in the Human Resources Department, Philwin nervously crumpled the edges of her job application form. Today she had deliberately chosen a pearl-white haute couture dress originally intended to turn heads in the However, the HR manager across the desk tossed her a shapeless white uniform. Fill out the form and change into. Without lifting her gaze, the HR manager's fingers clacked loudly on the holographic keyboard. Philwin frowned in distaste at the stiff lab coat. She was used to being pampered wherever she went. How could this outfit possibly highlight her figure? My position is. She softened her tone, employing the same tactics she used on males. I'm only here occasionally to help in the purification department. Is it necessary to wear a uniform? The HR manager finally paused, glancing at her. This manager was also an S-class female and had watched the replay of the purification department's live stream yesterday. Philwin's generous remarks that all S-class should serve for free had put all the S-class females in the galaxy in a compromising position, making it akin to a serious offense. It was no surprise that the HR manager wasn't pleased with her. The hospital requires that all medical staff and external experts must wear standardized attire when entering work areas. The manager's voice was stern, projecting an official demeanor. Philwin bit her lip. Then why isn't Director Sharon wearing one? When I saw him yesterday, he was in casual attire. Humph. The HR manager rolled her eyes, too lazy to maintain a facade. If you could reach Director Sharon's position and have the entire Central Hospital under your name, you could walk through the corridor in a burlap sack without anyone caring. Now change your clothes. This remark struck Philwyn hard, making her chest tighten. Ever since she was promoted to class, hadn't she been treated like a queen wherever she went? When had she ever been subjected to such humiliation? She ground her teeth, forcefully suppressing her anger. To restore her reputation after yesterday's live stream debacle, she had to come to the hospital. Final change. She forced a gentle smile and took the clothes to the changing room. After changing, the HR manager handed her an electronic receipt. Let's go. Routine physical examination before onboarding. A physical examination. Philwyn was not averse to it. The Female Protection Center arranged comprehensive physicals for high-level females every month, and she was already accustomed to it. She casually glanced at the receipt, but her eyes froze on the last line: in-depth mental energy wave detection. Those words pricked her like needles. In previous physical checks, it was merely about checking physical indicators and perhaps measuring surface-level mental energy levels. In-depth wave detection. She had indeed taken that kind of medication before leaving home today, which could maintain the facade of stable class levels. However, the effect was unstable, and her mental energy fluctuated between a class and class. Once this in-depth detection was activated, her secret of using medication would be exposed. Was this item in previous onboarding physicals? Philwyn pointed at that line, striving to keep her tone steady. The HR manager walked ahead, not answering her question. The work in the purification department directly involves volatile males. If your mental energy is unstable, it can easily lead to backlash. For your safety, it must be clarified. Clarified. Those 3 words sent cold sweat down Philwyn's back. No way, she absolutely couldn't be tested. As they neared the entrance of the mental energy testing room, her mind raced. Suddenly her legs went weak and she leaned against the wall. Oh dear. She raised her hand to press on her temple, frowning tightly as her breathing quickened. I feel so dizzy. The HR manager paused, looking at her in suspicion. Maybe I overdid it with the purification yesterday, and my mental energy is drained. Philwyn leaned against the wall, pretending to be weak and fragile. The HR manager frowned. Although she disliked Philwyn, the latter was a registered class female. If something happened in the Central Hospital, no one could bear the responsibility. In that case, let's first go to the emergency department for a brain scan. The HR manager decisively reached out to assist her. We need to check if your energy is truly depleted. Go to the emergency department. That still means being tested. Philwyn panicked, quickly waving her hands, standing a bit straighter. No need, just a little rest will do. Don't waste medical resources. The HR manager looked at her incoherent rambling with cold eyes, understanding the situation, but choosing not to expose her, silently watching her performance. Philwyn felt her scalp tingle under that gaze, and she could only force herself to continue forward, completing the routine procedures first. As she approached the mental energy testing room, her palms were sweaty, contemplating how to truly faint. Buzz. The holographic device on her wrist suddenly vibrated. She felt a sense of relief and hurriedly answered it. The holographic screen popped up, showing her a class beast husband's worried face. Wife, come back quickly. Dawn volatility level has suddenly soared, and I can't hold it down. This call was a backup plan she had arranged after learning she needed a mental energy test. She had instructed her 3 beast husbands to call her for help at the right time. Philwyn put on a look of extreme anxiety, her eyes red. Hold on. I'll be back immediately. Hanging up the call, she turned to the HR manager, her face full of apology. I'm truly sorry. Lives are at stake. I must rush back to purify my partner. The physical examination can wait for another time. With the male's volatility level soaring, this was indeed the HR manager. No matter how many complaints she had, did not dare to stop her at this moment, watching her hurriedly take off the lab coat and rush out of the hospital. Watching her disappearing figure, the HR manager snorted coldly and turned toward the director's office. Meanwhile, in the Valoran galaxy at a seaside resort hotel, when Sharon's message arrived, Jiang Lijin was sitting in a beach chair enjoying the sea breeze. Philwyn made an excuse about her beast husband's volatility and did not undergo the in-depth mental energy testing. Looking at the brief text on the screen, Jiang Lijin was not surprised. Philwyn was quite shrewd, as she had escaped this time, but next time she might not be able to use such a sudden testing method. The other party would definitely make thorough preparations, possibly increasing the dosage of the medication to cover up any fluctuations. Nevertheless, this was originally a move that would alarm the snake. She put away the holographic device and shifted her attention back to the scenery before her. The ice hotel that Tinia brought her to was astonishingly luxurious. The so-called simple welcoming ceremony had been forcibly turned into an open-air beach party. Sunshine, waves, golden sand. Deafening electronic music echoed in the air, with men and women in light clothing swaying on the dance. The long buffet table was piled high with expensive delicacies from various star systems, with the most abundant being various fruits, which were considered luxury items in the interstellar age. The attendees at the party were a mixed bag, including Tinia's friends from the business world, local dignitaries from Valoran, and many travelers staying at the hotel. Tinia had changed into a flamboyant beach outfit today, his golden hair tousled by the sea breeze. His already deceivingly handsome face, paired with a nonchalant young master demeanor, made him a walking hormone dispenser. The nearby females gazed at him with fiery eyes, wishing they could stick to him. Even though Jiang Lijin was sitting next to him, it couldn't deter their eager looks. Tinia, however, remained oblivious, clinging to Jiang Lijin like a large dog. Sister, the sun here is too strong. Let me get you a sunshade, all right? Sister, are you hungry? I remember you like fruits. Let me bring you a plate. Sister, do you want to swim in the sea? I have a submarine. Let's go see the coral reef. He chattered incessantly, holding an unknown fan, fanning Jiang Lijin like a loyal servant. Jiang Lijin was pestered to the point of earache and pressed her hand against the wildly waving fan. I'm neither hot nor hungry. Can you stay quiet for 5 minutes? Tinia pouted in grievance. I'm just afraid you'll be bored. It's not easy to go on vacation. You can't just sit here and daze out all the time. His eyes darted, pointing to a stall at the other end of the beach. There's a glowing drink from Valoran. Drinking it will make you glow at night. Does sister want to try it? I'll go get it for you. Glow at night? Where does it glow? Jiang Lijin followed the direction he was pointing. A makeshift shelter is set up by the edge of the beach with several rows of glass bottles neatly lined up on the table. The bottles contain brightly colored liquids that emit an eerie glow under the scorching sun. This thing looks dubious. The glow it emits resembles industrial waste with excessive heavy metals. One sip, and you'd be able to navigate the night without needing to turn on a light, as if your whole body had its own illumination system. Just as she was about to refuse the cup of this cyberpunk-style special drink, her gaze froze on the crowd behind the stall. The revelers, mostly men and women, were clad in scanty swimwear, eager to flaunt their fit bodies. Amidst this crowd of handsome men and beautiful women, there stood a figure that was strikingly out of place. The person was wrapped in an oversized black cloak with the hood pulled down low, hiding most of their face in shadow. In this sweltering heat with temperatures over 30 degrees Celsius, who wears a black cloak on the beach? Is this person trying to draw attention? This look would fit right in as a villain in a drama on Blue Star. Even in the Interstellar context, it was no better. Standing among a group of vacationers in beach attire, they were like a walking billboard that screamed, I have issues. She remained composed and said to Tinia, all right, I'll go get it myself. Tinia tilted his head. I can go. I've been sitting for too long. My legs are numb. Jiang Lijin stood up, dusted off the sand from her skirt, and said, let's go. Tinia immediately followed her without a word. The two walked towards the stall, and Jiang Lijin called out in her mind, Xiao-Yi. Xiao-Yi responded, promptly received. Scanning now. Before she even reached the stall, Xiao-Yi's voice emerged, sounding confused. Host, that person is... Jiang Lijin paused for a moment. Aiden. She took another look at the shadowy figure. The cloak was large and thick, the brim drooping below the tip of the nose, wrapping the person up like a moving tent. It was impossible to recognize their face, let alone their body type, which was obscured almost entirely. What was Aiden doing in Valoran? He was part of a mercenary group typically active around the main star and a few nearby military star systems. Valoran was a commercial vacation star system, having no connection to mercenary groups. Meanwhile, over at the main star, Philwin was overwhelmed by a chaotic situation in the purification department, even going so far as to make his beastly partner feign illness to avoid a deep mental power assessment. As Philwin's most loyal subordinate, why was Aiden not guarding his precious female partner on the main star, but instead far away in this vacation paradise, enjoying the sea breeze? One could easily guess this situation was not simple and likely had something to do with Philwin. At that moment, Tinia, following Jiang Lijin's gaze, he naturally noticed the black cloak. The blonde young master curled his lip in disdain. As the sole heir of the Yunlan Consortium, the Valoran star system was essentially his backyard. He had been navigating the business world with his mother since childhood, encountering many types of people, and was very familiar with the black market. Those desperate individuals in the black market were as shrewd as eels, eager to blend into the background. Even if they were to engage in something illicit, they would don the most ordinary clothes, disguising themselves as tourists to blend into the crowd. But this fool was the opposite, wearing a black cloak on the beach, making himself an obvious target, as if he wanted everyone to know he had issues. What are you looking at, sister? Tinia leaned closer to Jiang Lijin's ear, lowering his voice with a teasing undertone. That guy probably isn't very bright. Dressed like that, even the security robots have a hard time keeping their focus on him. Jiang Lijin turned to Tinia and said, that is my ex-husband. Just 6 simple words casually uttered, but Tinia's smile instantly froze. A dangerous glint was quickly forming in his originally clear blue eyes. He had long since dug deep into Jiang Lijin's past. How had those 3 ungrateful ex-husbands driven a good person to the brink of breaking through their mental limits? Especially that one named Aiden. The records from the Female Protection Center clearly documented that Aiden had attempted to attack Jiang Lijin with glass mental pressure. Although Tinia usually appeared to be carefree and only focused on being clingy like a little dog, deep down, he was a 3-class male, the future power holder of the Yunlan Consortium. His territorial instincts and possessiveness were ingrained in his genes. Which one? Tinia's tone turned cold, omitting the usual sweet nicknames he often used, Kiran, Aiden, or Rex. Jiang Lijin had no intention of hiding it from him. In the Valoran star system, the intelligence network of the Yunlan Consortium was likely more efficient than the Interstellar Police. Ignoring such a powerful ally and tackling everything alone was the action of a fool. Aiden. The coldness in Tinia's eyes intensified. He picked up a cup of fluorescent pink drink from the stall and handed it to Jiang Lijin. When he raised his head again, his face had reverted to a bright, sunny smile. Sister, you sit back under the umbrella and drink something first. He reached out to smooth Jiang Lijin's hair, which had been tousled by the sea breeze. It's scorching here. Don't get sunburned. They'll take care of some trash. Jiang Lijin lowered her eyes, staring at the pink liquid in her hand. Tinia's smile was sweet, but she could clearly see the brewing fury in his blue eyes. This golden long-haired fox, despite keeping its sharp teeth hidden on ordinary days, could still snap a person's neck when faced with prey. If someone was willing to handle the trouble, Jiang Lijin was more than happy to accept. She held the cup and turned towards the beach chair. After just a couple of steps, she tapped into the system in her mind. Tinia dealing with the situation was one thing, having her own grasp on the intelligence was another. Putting all the cards in someone else's hands was not her style. Shao Yi, can you access the public surveillance network over here in Valoran? Shao Yi quickly replied yes. The network security here is as flimsy as paper. Aside from the core database of the Yunlan group, I could enter the rest with my eyes closed. Traffic monitoring, business district surveillance, and road checkpoints are all fine. Keep an eye on Aiden. Where did he come from? Where is he staying? Who has he met? Write it all down for me. Understood. Shao Yi's excited voice rose. Host, don't worry, not even a fly will escape my surveillance. Good. Jiang Lijin sat down on the beach chair, bit down on the straw, and took a sip of the fluorescent pink drink. Unexpectedly, it tasted quite good, tangy and sweet with a hint of fizz. Tinia acted quickly. He took a few steps towards a direction in the party and whispered a few words to a middle-aged man in a floral shirt. The man nodded, pulled out a light brain to send a message, then casually walked away with his drink. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, smooth as if rehearsed. When Tinia returned, he transformed back into the clingy large dog, plopping down beside Jiang Lijin and even dragging the chair closer to her. It's done. He lowered his voice, still grinning. I've got someone following him. He won't cause any trouble here, so you can. In Valoran, even a coconut tree falling has to go through our family's approval. For him to come here is basically putting his head under the guillotine. Though this sounded boastful, it was indeed a fact. Jiang Lijin nodded, saying no more, and leaned back against it. Shao Yi bubbled up at the right moment in her mind. Host Aiden is now heading towards the dock on the west side of the hotel, and retrieving the surveillance there. By the way, he bumped into 2 streetlights while walking. That cloak obstructs his vision. Too much, huh? Jiang Lijin. Focus. Aiden was on the verge of heat stroke. Beneath his black cloak, sweat poured incessantly. The thick fabric clung damply to his back, suffocating and oppressive. Aiden tugged hard at his collar and gulped down a large swig of water. Before arriving in Valoran, Phil Wynn had warned him that this place attracted every kind of person imaginable. He had specifically scoured the Mercenary Guild's armory for this custom-made cloak, designed to evade thermal imaging scans. Yet upon arrival, he found the beach teeming with people clad in swimwear. Aiden strode along the sands, cloaked in black, conspicuously out of place. During his approach, 6 security drones had paused to scan him twice. One had even shadowed him for over 30 meters before veering away. He should have listened to Phil Wynn and worn civilian attire. But at the time, his mind had been consumed by the gravity of his covert mission, convinced that casual dress would undermine his professionalism. Wiping sweat from his brow, Aiden walked along the edge of the pier. His rendezvous point lay in a shipping container on the western side, the designated meeting spot, with a black market intermediary. After only a few steps, his hood slipped again, blinding him. Thud! His knee slammed into a lamppost. Ugh! The searing pain made him gasp. His kneecap felt nearly shattered. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the hood upward and limped onward. What a wretched assignment. How had he ever agreed? Ah yes, because Phil Wynn had wept. Yesterday's live broadcast by the Stellar Purification Bureau had ignited a firestorm across the net, and female-dominated forums erupted in furious condemnation of her. Those very netizens who once adored her turned on her with shocking speed, hurling torrents of vitriol that piled high like skyscrapers. Reed and tear-streaked Phil Wynn had sought him out. Aiden, you're the only one who can help me. Her fragile demeanor ignited his protective instincts to a fever pitch. On the spot, he thumped his chest in solemn vow, ready to scale mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire. Phil Wynn offered him a promise. Once this matter was resolved, she would personally file a formal partnership application at the Females Protection Center's marriage office. To Aiden, that pledge was nothing short of a lifeline cast into utter desolation. Ever since his unauthorized use of class psychic pressure against Jiang Lijin had been officially documented, his matchmaking privileges had been frozen indefinitely. Jiang Lijin had originally been rated only Class C. His punishment should have amounted to no more than a 6-month suspension. No one could have foreseen that woman's meteoric rise to become the galaxy's sole 3-class female. An attempted assassination of a rare 3-class female. A charge so grave it sealed his fate he would never again be matched with any female for the rest of his life. Yet as a class-registered hunter in the mercenary guild, he inevitably encountered contamination and psychic exhaustion during missions. Without a partner, how could he possibly endure? He certainly did not wish to die raving in feral madness. That Philwyn would accept him at this critical juncture, even if only in word, was enough to cloud his judgment and hurl reason into the stratosphere. The plan sounded utterly deranged. Procure 2 items from Valoran's black market. One, a colorless, odorless toxin undetectable even by Central Hospital's flagship instruments. The other, 20 vials of a psychic amplification enhancer. According to Philwyn, they would administer the enhancer to Jiang Lijin, then expose her fraud to the entire galaxy. Shattering the myth of her 3S status would cause her 5 elite beastmates to discard her without hesitation, like so much refuse. If the enhancer proved unstable, they would simply resort to the toxin. Aiden privately deemed it needlessly complicated. Why not just poison her outright? His hatred for Jiang Lijin was etched into his very bones. Outside Chiron's office, he, a proud class male, had been publicly hurled from the hospital's main entrance like garbage. That humiliation haunted his dreams. He burned to reclaim it. Yet one thing baffled him: why purchase 20 vials? To frame a single person required no such excess. To raise the funds for these contraband items, Aiden had liquidated every credit he'd accumulated over years of mercenary work. He had reached the western warehouse district of the pier. A world apart from the lively beachfront, this zone lay eerily silent. Rows of gray metal warehouses stretched along the coastline, most doors tightly sealed. No birds, no movement, no life. Aiden located warehouse No. 7 in row 3 and knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice more. The signal Philwyn had given him. From within, the door cracked open, just a sliver. "Do you have the goods, eh?" Aiden asked, lowering his voice. "Show me the credits first," came a hoarse reply from behind the narrow gap, and a hand extended outward. At the far end of the beach, Jiang Lijin sat beneath a sunshade, sipping a fluorescent pink beverage through a straw. Inside her mind, Xiao Yi reported, "Host Aiden has entered the abandoned container by the shore. It has no signal towers, 0 surveillance coverage. I cannot access it." Beside her, Tinia's holoterminal chimed twice. The golden-haired young master glanced at the screen, then leaned close to Jiang Lijin's ear. He purchased 2 items. One bottle of transparent liquid, most likely a fast-acting neurotoxin. The other contains 20 doses of psychic amplification enhancer. Jiang Lijin arched a brow and cast him a sidelong glance. Indeed, the Yunlan group held absolute dominion over Valoran. Aiden had barely crossed the threshold, yet they already knew precisely what he bought and in what quantity. Such intelligence networks were absurdly precise, more vivid than watching a live feed. The toxin he acquired was unmistakably intended for her, his former spouse. But those 20 enhancer vials, such an extravagant quantity, seemed excessive for mere entrapment. Unless Philwyn herself meant to consume them, like candy, who else would require such a massive dose? Would elder sister like to go take a look? Tinia twirled his empty glass between his fingers, voice light and playful. Jiang Lijin remained reclined in her chair, unmoving. She valued her life too highly to risk it for a fool like Aiden. "Is it dangerous?" she asked coolly. Tinia laughed, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. "In Valoran, no one dares touch even a single hair on elder sister's head. If the son grows too harsh, I'll handle him myself, personally." "We've come this far," Jiang Lijin rose. "Let's pay my former husband a visit. After all, he's emptied his entire fortune to deliver me a gift." Tinia instantly fell into step behind her. Behind the container ran a narrow, grimy alley littered with discarded parts from hover vehicles. Aiden secured both vials against his body and stepped from the shadows, only to collide with a wall of flesh. For burly men in floral shirts blocked the alley, weaponless, but strategically sealing both ends. Aiden retreated half a step, his hand instinctively reaching for the particle pistol at his waist. Footsteps echoed at the alley's mouth. Tinia led the way, Jiang Lijin half a pace behind. At the sight of Jiang Lijin's face, a wave of inexplicable dread surged through Aiden's chest. "What are you doing here? How did you find me?" he roared, and drew his particle pistol, leveling it straight ahead. Jiang Lijin stopped 3 steps away, not even glancing at the dark muzzle of the gun. She crossed her arms casually and said, 20 pills. Is this really the amount needed to barely keep Faye Irwin at rank? Aiden was taken aback, his mind momentarily unable to process the words, blurting out, "What nonsense are you talking? This medicine is clearly meant for you." His voice suddenly cut off. Aiden was not truly foolish, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was amiss. 20 pills to frame someone was indeed too much. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin fully understood. It turned out that Aiden had no idea about Faye Irwin's true nature and had been completely used as a cash cow and a scapegoat. She couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You are quite generous with her. You emptied your savings to buy medicine and don't even know she's not actually shrank." "Shut up," Aiden shouted in anger, his mental power starting to spiral out of control. "What do you think you are to even bring this up?" Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Aiden didn't even grunt. His knees slammed heavily against the stone road, the sound of cracking bones echoing. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to lift. Aiden didn't even grunt. His knees slammed heavily against the stone road, the sound of cracking bones echoing. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to lift a single finger. Not only him, but the 4 burly bodyguards in the alley also couldn't withstand this indiscriminate attack, one after another collapsing to the ground, their faces pale, sweat soaking through their floral shirts. Tinia didn't even look at her subordinates, striding towards Aiden, stepping on his back and grinding it down. Ugh! Aiden let out a painful moan. Only Jiang Lijin remained unmoving, raising an eyebrow as she watched the fallen bodyguards. Killing 3,000 while injuring 800 of oneself, this young master was reckless enough to take down his own people. Tinia, Jiang Lijin said lightly. Tinia paused, turning to look at her, the ferocity in her eyes receding a little. Sister, it's simplest to just dispose of this trash directly. Take out the stuff. Jiang Lijin ignored her suggestion. Tinia pouted but obediently bent down, rummaging through Aiden's arms to retrieve the 2 bottles, rubbing them on herself before handing them over. Jiang Lijin took the clear bottle of poison and stuffed it into her pocket. Then she picked up the remaining bottle containing 20 special pills. Under Aiden's desperate gaze, she twisted open the cap and poured out 10 smooth pills. The pills rolled onto the filthy ground, and Jiang Lijin raised her foot, crushing them into powder with the tip of her shoe. After grinding half of them, Jiang Lijin tossed the remaining bottle containing 10 pills aside like garbage right next to Aiden's face. Since you trust your goddess so much, take this bottle back. Jiang Lijin looked down at the person on the ground. See for yourself whether she intends to use it against me or feed it to herself. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the alley. Tinia lifted her foot, and the pressure abruptly vanished. The bodyguards on the ground gasped for breath as if released from a great burden. Aiden lay on the ground like a fish out of water, twitching helplessly. Tinia hurried after Jiang Lijin, her tone reverting to its sticky sweetness. Are you just going to let him go? She tilted her head to look at Tinia, laughing lightly. Isn't it better to watch dogs fight than to dirty your shoes, eh? Tinia's eyes brightened as she leaned in to take her hand. Sister, you're so clever. What do you mean by dogs biting dogs, host? Xiao Yi asked in confusion. Aiden is a penniless fool with a criminal record. Jiang Lijin walked steadily under the sunlight. Someone like Fei Irwin would never marry a waste with no value. Moreover, how could Fei Irwin's possessive a rank beast husbands agree to let him shrink with a taint in? By the time Aiden spends everything to return the medicine, he will find out he has been deceived, and the shrank goddess he longs for is nothing but a fake maintained by drugs. Jiang Lijin paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. What do you think a desperate person who has lost everything would do? A figure stepped out from the shadows of the alley. The person wore a pure black half-face mask obscuring the upper half of their face, with striking silver long hair tied at the back. From the mask's eye holes, a pair of temperatureless red pupils glimmered. Tian Ke watched Jiang Lijin and Tinia walk away. He recognized that woman at a glance. Her name and photograph had long been imprinted in his mind from the matching list issued by the main brain. Jiang Lijin, the wife, he shared with his brother. He remained silent until the alley fell completely quiet, the bodyguards on the ground helping each other to get up and sneak away, while Aiden crawled like a dead dog with a broken leg. Only then did Tian Ke step out of the shadows. The black market intermediary who sold medicine to Aiden, the one in charge of this area, was hiding behind a container, trembling in fear. Just now, the 3 shrank pressure released by Tinia had nearly crushed his organs through the metal. Tian Ke walked to the front of the container and knocked twice on the metal. The intermediary scrambled to open the door, and upon seeing the white-haired reed visitor, he was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground. Master. Tian Ke spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. From now on, if Tinia of Yunlan Group, or that woman from earlier appears in this area, report immediately. The intermediary nodded repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down. Tian Ke didn't spare him another glance, turning to blend into the dark alley behind the vibrant streets of Valoran. Beneath the glamorous surface of Valoran lies a vast underground world. Tian Ke traversed several dark passages filled with discarded high-tech parts, his pupils unlocking 3 hidden doors, taking an old elevator all the way down. When the door opened, the scene before him was starkly different from the colorful resort star system above. Here there were no glaring neon lights, no holographic advertising billboards, and no chaotic vendors. The entire underground city was orderly, with wide flat streets and buildings on either side in a medieval style. The most eye-catching was a 3-story building located in the center. In the Interstellar era, metal and synthetic materials were the cheapest building materials, while genuine natural wood, especially hardwood suitable for construction, was worth its weight in gold. This building was made entirely of high-quality rosewood and golden silk nanmu from its supporting pillars to its... The wood itself was not stronger than high-strength alloys. Building with it was purely to showcase the owner's unfathomable wealth. Here was merely an outpost of Sun Luo Pavilion in Valoran, not to mention how exaggerated their headquarters in other star systems was. Tian K stepped up the wooden staircase, passing through several intricately carved hollow wooden doors, stopping in front of the innermost room. As the door swung open, a wave of deep sandalwood fragrance enveloped him. The room was adorned with extravagant decor, yet it exuded a refined, ancient charm. Several ink-wash paintings of uncertain authenticity hung on the walls, and in the corner were a few blue-and-white porcelain pots home to orchids and spider plants. In the center of the room, there was even a miniature landscape with flowing water where the stream gurgled gently amidst swirling white mist. Tian K closed the door behind him, discarding his mask onto the nearby rosewood table. Beneath the mask lay a face so handsome it seemed otherworldly. Next to the miniature mountain seated in a redwood armchair was a man who looked exactly like him. The only difference was that this man had ink-black hair and a pair of smiling green eyes. Tian Yin, the mastermind behind Sunluo Pavilion, and Tian K's twin brother. "You're back, Tian," Yin said, lifting his teacup, pushing aside some floating tea leaves, and taking a sip. "Is it lively outside?" "I saw her," Tian K replied, pulling out another chair to sit down. "Oh." Tian Yin chuckled softly, curiosity lacing his laughter. "How interesting. We painstakingly planned a hidden route to the main star, and yet the prey stumbled right into our net." Tian K unusually spoke a few more words, coldly correcting him, a hint of protectiveness in his tone that he himself was unaware of. A slip of the tongue. Tian Yin rested his chin on one hand, curiosity flashing in his green eyes. "What does she look like? How does she compare to the photo in the database? Alive and moving?" Tian K leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes. In his mind, an uncontrollable scene from a dim alley surfaced where Jiang Lijin lifted her foot and crushed those pills. Tian Yin was evidently accustomed to his brother's strange, yet precise manner of speaking, letting out a light chuckle. Sunluo Pavilion had long been aware of Jiang Lijin's information coming to Valoran. Tian K picked up the tea in front of him to moisten his throat and recounted everything that had happened in the alley without missing a word. "How interesting." Tian Yin toyed with the teacup in his hand, rubbing his fingertip along the rim, unable to suppress a light laugh. "Our little wife is smarter and fiercer than I imagined, crushing half the pills and leaving half for Aiden to take back. That pitiful amount of medicine is probably not enough to satisfy that crazy woman Philwin. Sunluo Pavilion's intelligence network spans the stars, and I remember Philwin's name well. Speaking of which, Philwin is a significant client of ours at Sunluo Pavilion. Others spend their fortunes on potions that drastically increase mental power, either to survive or to lay traps for their enemies. But she to maintain her false class rating treats that deadly thing like candy. Such a potion, which forcibly increases mental power, has horrific side effects. In mild cases, it causes mental seas to shatter. In severe cases, it results in genetic collapse, turning one into a monster. Philwin is merely gambling her life on a glamorous, yet hollow facade." Tian Yin stood up and walked to the prized orchids, gently brushing his long fingers over the delicate leaves, his gaze growing increasingly profound. "I originally thought the mainframe matched us with a delicate flower that needed tender care. It now appears to be a thorny rose that can bleed." Tian K and Tian Yin left their base this time to meet their nominal legal wife on the main star. Because Sunluo Pavilion operates in an absolute gray area in the stars hidden from light, to avoid attracting the attention of the federal military and imperial police, they moved stealthily and slowly. Who would have thought that merely passing through the vacation star system of Valoran for arrest would yield intelligence about Jiang Lijin coming to Valoran and unexpectedly encountering the real deal? "Do you want to meet her?" Tian Yin turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on his brother. Tian K raised his eyes and softly replied, "Tinia is by her side." "True enough," Tian Yin sighed. "That golden-haired fox is very protective. Not only him, but also the commander of the Federal Military Ball and Sharon from the Imperial Central Hospital. Our little wife is surrounded by formidable characters." Tian Yin walked back to the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. "What if we swagger over there right now and tell them that we are also Jiang Lijin's legal husbands? Do you think those three would team up to toss us into a space junkyard?" "No," Tian K shook his head. "We can't win." "True. However, what we lack the least in Sunluo Pavilion are false identities." Tian Yin chuckled. "Except for a few core assassins of Sunluo Pavilion, no one knows what the Pavilion Master and the #1 assassin look like. Let's change to a clean identity and slowly approach her. This is the wife, the mainframe match for us. We can't let someone else take her," Tian Yin said. Tian K nodded, putting down his teacup. Since she's in Valoran, we should at least bring a decent gift for our first meeting. Investigate Philwin's recent movements. After Aiden takes back that half, Philwin will definitely be unable to contain herself. We will secretly help our little wife add fuel to the fire burning those annoying insects." Tian K stood up, picked up the mask on the table, and said he'll go make arrangements. "By the way," Tian Yin called out to Tian K, "make sure to notify all the branches below. During Jiang Lijin's time in Valoran, all of Sunluo Pavilion's bases, intelligence networks, and arms depots will grant her full access. Whatever she wants to investigate, provide it directly, whatever she wants to take, deliver it. Clean up the traces here in Valoran, and do not let the Yulon group trace it back to Sanluo Pavilion. Tinia is not someone to be easily fooled, do not provoke him at this time, as it may ruin our plans. Tian K nodded, redonning his mask, and pushed the door, vanishing into the darkness. The room fell silent. The only sound remaining was the gentle flow of water from the miniature landscape. Tian Yin returned to the desk and picked up Jiang Lijin's dossier. The woman in the photo had a cold gaze as if she cared for nothing. He rubbed his fingertip along the edge of the holographic projection. I truly wish to meet you soon. Jiang Lijin walked in front with Tinia trailing closely behind, like a shadow. Sister, there's a restaurant ahead that specializes in deep-sea mutated crabs. I've reserved the best spot for us. Tinia quickened her pace to walk alongside her naturally, her sapphire blue eyes filled with eagerness. Jiang Lijin's eyes brightened momentarily at the mention of delicious food. However, her face remained composed and indifferent as she casually replied, you can arrange it as you wish. Yet Tinia accurately caught the fleeting glimmer of excitement in her gaze, and her lips couldn't help but curl up. The cost of living in the Valoran star system ranks among the top 3 in the entire galaxy, and Tinia's arrangements were extravagant. They traveled in a floating supercar exclusive to the Yunlon Consortium, and upon revealing the license plate, all traffic controls automatically cleared the way. The dining area was built beneath a transparent dome at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean, surrounded by glowing giant jellyfish. Throughout the meal, Tinia didn't allow Jiang Lijin to lift a finger, nor did he let the waitstaff come near. He personally cracked crab legs, removed fish bones, and even cut the fruits into perfect bit-sized pieces. The shopping segment after the meal was utterly outrageous. Jiang Lijin merely glanced at the latest model of a light brain displayed in a luxury shopping street. Just 5 minutes later, the store manager, drenched in sweat, personally delivered the highest configuration of the same model light brain to their floating vehicle with great respect. Why are we buying so much? Jiang Lijin asked, looking at the bags piled up in the back seat. Sister glanced at them, which means they're valuable. Tinia smiled innocently. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of money. If you help me spend it, you're also... This statement was both provoking and without fault. By evening, the two returned to the seaside hotel. Tinia's exclusive suite was on the top floor. The entire floor had been transformed into this one presidential suite. The alloy doors slid open from both sides, revealing a space so spacious it was astonishing, even more so than Jiang Lijin's villa with a yard back on the main planet. No wonder Tinia had openly complained about her home being too small during her first visit. 3 oversized bedrooms and 7 to 8 clearly defined functional areas. The master bedroom was even more extravagant, with panoramic glass windows on 3 sides, allowing one to overlook the entire night view of Valoran and the coastline while lying in bed. Jiang Lijin took a shower and changed into the high-quality pajamas that Sharon had bought for her, yawning. Turning around, she found Tinia sprawled out on the genuine leather sofa in the master bedroom, clutching a pillow tightly, looking as if she intended to stay there forever. What time is it? Why aren't you going back to sleep? Jiang Lijin walked over and kicked the leg of the sofa. Sister, I'm afraid to sleep alone. Tinia blinked her blue eyes, attempting to deceive her. This room is so big, I can sleep on the floor, and promise not to disturb you. The door is over there. Jiang Lijin was not swayed by his tricks. 3-2. Tinia pouted in grievance and slowly stood up, turning back to the door 3 times. Good night, sister. Call me anytime, they'll be next door. With the door closed, the room fell silent. Jiang Lijin walked to the bedside and was just about to lie down when her light brain vibrated. It was a message from Balfa. Did you go to Valoran? Jiang Lijin replied, the information network of the commander is updating very slowly. The response came quickly with a hint of explanation. Sorry. The edge of the Canis Major system is experiencing a large-scale attack by the insectoid species and cannot spare any time right now. Jiang Lijin had seen this on the forum. The Canis Major system had been in constant warfare and was a top priority for the federal defense. As the overall commander, Balfa was personally overseeing the battle, and it was already rare for him to find time to send a message. Immediately after, another message popped up. Valoran is a good place, but it is a mixed bag with frequent black market transactions. Please pay attention to your safety. Tinia is young and lacks composure in emergencies. She might not be able to protect you well. Contact me and Sharon immediately if anything happens. Jiang Lijin's gaze lingered for a moment on the phrase, might not be able to protect you. After a moment's thought, she replied with 6 words, you be safe too. After all, this man was her legal beast husband assigned by the main brain. Though his temperament was cold and hard, he was quite generous when it came to action, and she didn't mind offering a bit of verbal care. Balfa did not reply again. He was likely back on the battlefield fighting the insectoid species. The night was deep and quiet. Jiang Lijin was sound asleep when a piercing alarm rang in her mind. Host, wake up. There's a situation. Xiao Yi's voice was sharp and urgent. Jiang Lijin instantly awoke, sitting up reflexively and opening her eyes. The room was dark without any lights on. However, the floor-to-ceiling window that should have been locked tightly by the intelligence system was now wide open. The night wind rushed in uncontrollably, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. Amidst the flying curtains, he stood with his back to the light of the artificial moon silhouetted against it, making it impossible to see his face. But judging by his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he was certainly male. Jiang Lijin's heart skipped a beat. This was the top-tier hotel of the Yunlan Consortium in the presidential suite on the top floor. The security system was so tight that even a fly couldn't get in, let alone bypass all the monitoring and defense systems to open a locked window. This person was a top-notch expert. Could he be a professional assassin from the black market? Did he utilize some form of spatial folding or invisibility technology? Jiang Lijin's mind raced. Could it be because she and Tinia destroyed Phil Win's medicine during the day, and Phil Win and Arden's plans were exposed, leading to their humiliation and anger, prompting them to hire someone to kill her? How much did Phil Win pay you? Jiang Lijin sat on the bed feeling quite anxious, but her voice remained steady. He'll pay double. In her perception, those who mingled in the black market were only motivated by money. As long as the price was right, flipping allegiance on the spot was merely a commonplace occurrence. In the darkness, the man let out a soft snicker. Tian Yin had originally intended to sneak in for a glimpse of Jiang Lijin under the cover of night. He hadn't expected her to wake up. The concealment technique of the head of the Sanluo Pavilion was something even a three-glass like Balfa might not detect. Was this female naturally alert, or did she possess some other means? Hearing her words, Tian Yin realized she had misunderstood. He felt a playful intent and continued along with her words. We all have professional ethics. He spoke slowly, his tone languid. His deep voice, tinged with a slightly hoarse and magnetic quality, was extremely pleasant to hear. But in such a bizarre environment, it only sent chills down one's spine. Ethics? Jiang Lijin scoffed. Your ethics means sneaking into a female's room through the window instead of using the front door at midnight. That's called being a pervert, not ethics. Tian Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. In business, we emphasize maximizing benefits. Jiang Lijin continued articulately. What can Phil Win offer you? He must not have much left, right? You should know that if you kill me, besides attracting the Yunlan Consortium, the federal military, and the empire, you won't gain anything. Taking my double reward, you could take out the employer. That's called a win-win. Tian Yin leaned against the window frame, crossing one leg over the other in a relaxed posture. With superior night vision, he could see the small female sitting on the bed with crystal clarity. Though she tried to maintain her composure, the way she tightly grasped the edge of the blanket betrayed her nervousness. Sharp-toned. This was Tian Yan's first impression of her. Win-win sounds good, Tian Yin said with a smile in his voice. But I'm rather picky. I don't lack money, I want something else. I don't have a life to spare, Jiang Lijin interrupted bluntly. If you want to rob me, turn left when you exit. Tinia is next door, young and full of energy, and you can do whatever you want with him. Tian Yin laughed softly, the sound echoing in the spacious room. Young Master Tinia has a bad temper, I'm afraid. I won't serve him well. Tian Yin took a step forward. Jiang Lijin's palms began to sweat. She knew that if she shouted, "Turn on the lights," the intelligent butler would illuminate the entire room in a split second. But she didn't shout. It was said that assassins have a rule: any prey whose face they see must die. By pretending not to see clearly, she could still negotiate, but once the lights turned on and the mask was ripped off, even if Tinia was next door, he wouldn't make it in time to save her. Stop right there. Jiang Lijin's voice turned cold. If you take another step forward, I will call for help. Tian Yin halted only a few steps away from the bed. He could clearly see Jiang Lijin's defensive posture. She was nervous, but maintained her composure. Go ahead and call, Tian Yin said with a harsh tone. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. What exactly do you want? Just came to see you, Tian Yin answered honestly. Have you seen enough? Go back where you came from. Jiang Lijin pointed at the wide-open floor-to-ceiling window. What a bad temper you have, Tian Yin commented. He didn't approach any closer, but took a long look at her. The night wind grew stronger. Tian Yin turned, resting one hand on the windowsill, moving gracefully. Jiang Lijin, he called her name, his tone tender. I will come looking for you again. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure leaped out of the window. This was the top floor. Jiang Lijin waited 2 minutes to confirm that he had truly left before letting out a long breath. Shall did he leave? Report host, within this floor's range apart from Tinia next door, there are no other life. Jiang Lijin leaned against the headboard and touched the back of her neck, drenched in cold sweat. Who was that person? But it seemed he was definitely not an ordinary assassin hired by Phil Win. The next morning, Tinia arrived at the door with dark circles beneath his eyes. He had slept poorly, his mind was cluttered with anxious thoughts about the lack of progress with Jiang Lijin. Sister, did you sleep well last night? He asked the moment the door opened, flashing an ingratiating smile. Jiang Lijin threw the door wide, clad in a silk robe, and glanced at him with an unreadable expression. No. Someone broke into my room last night. The smile drained from Tania's face, his complexion shifted, and his golden hair almost stood on end. Tania stepped forward and seized Jiang Lijin's shoulder in anxiety, his eyes sweeping her from head to toe. A thief, Faye. Were you hurt? Where did they touch you? Is the security system nothing but decoration? They'll have them all fired this instant. I wasn't hurt. Jiang Lijin shrugged off. Tania's hand massaged the shoulder he had pinched and walked straight to the dining room. They ran away. Tania's pressure flared around him, uncontrollable. Tania contacted Yunlan's security and demanded, teeth clenched, that every last surveillance recording from the previous night be pulled. 10 minutes later the reply came back, leaving the security executives wiping sweat from their brows. They had found nothing. Young master, the surveillance footage appears normal with no signs of tampering. All the infrared and gravimetric alarms show no trigger records whatsoever. The voice of the security chief trembled over the comm. The person who had appeared in Jiang Lijin's room left no trace. Useless. All of you are useless. Tania smashed the communicator in his hand on the spot. Search. Mobilize every undercover line and sweep this whole system. Dig to the ends of the world if you must. Find that wild man. Anyone who lays a hand on mine will be torn apart. Tania roared at his subordinates, the obedient persona he usually wore before Jiang Lijin stripped away to reveal the ruthless air of a conglomerate. Jiang Lijin sat at the table sipping milk, indifferent to the chaos around her. The intruder had come through the windowsill, a blind spot the cameras could not capture. Jiang Lijin knew in her bones that whoever could infiltrate here was no ordinary thief. Yet the intruder had shown no overt malice. Otherwise she would not be sitting here eating breakfast. Her mind flickered to the two mysterious beastmen on the match list. Enough, stop fussing, she said abruptly. She bit into a piece of bread and spoke calmly. If someone can bypass your systems without leaving a trace, it only proves Yunlan's technology is due for an upgrade. Blustering impotently solves nothing. At Jiang Lijin's words, Tania's aura drew in. He lowered his head and drew close to her with an expression of wounded submission. Sister. Tania tugged at her sleeve, his blue eyes full of contrition and entreaty. May I sleep in your room tonight? You'll sleep on the floor, on the couch, even in the bathtub if I must. I promise I won't disturb you. I need to keep watch. I can't bear to leave you alone. Jiang Lijin refused without hesitation. No. Tania grew frantic and clung to her. But what if that thief comes again tonight? Jiang Lijin swallowed her bread, dabbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and lifted her eyes to him. A faint curve touched her lips. If he returns, he'll pack you up and send you straight to him. All day Tania personally supervised raising the top-level defenses of the penthouse by 3 tiers. He did not return until evening. Jiang Lijin lounged on the soft leather sofa in the living room, idly toying with the latest lightboard Tania had given her. The holographic screen cast a pale blue glow as a forum page scrolled rapidly before her. Headline flashes ran across the screen. Sirius System Frontline Commander Bear leads a solo strike into the hive and expose and shrank female from the Purification Division secretly purchasing banned drugs. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and opened the thread about Firewind. The post offered nothing but a headline. No substantial evidence, no records. The Interstellar netizens were lively. The thread already bore 900 replies. Name Firewind's citizen ID and he'll accept it. Besides her, does the Purification Division even have another permanent shrank? I'm here for the gossip. But at least show some proof. Accuse someone of doping without a single solid fact, and you might be sued into oblivion. The Purification Division's legal team doesn't play. Don't just talk. If they really find drugs, it would be an interstellar scandal. What does the Central Hospital say? Is anyone in charge of this? Is Director Karong of the Central Hospital not on his annual leave? How would he have time for this nonsense? Besides, I heard he's gone to the Valoran system. By the way, that 3-steer Jiang Lijin, did she get there by doping too? How could anyone leap from crank straight to 3S? That's impossible. Does the poster have a hole in their head? Do you think 3S can be achieved by popping pills? Eat one and he'll watch. If drugs could make you 3S, would all be 3S by now. And Jiang Lijin's rating was certified by the mainframe itself. Who dares question the mainframe's authority? Jiang Lijin swiped the screen with her fingertips and read the comments. The poster's method was clever, skillfully dragging Firewind into a storm of public opinion. But the post fell off. Xiaoyi spoke inside her mind. Host, who posted this? Firewind will probably be furious, maybe even smashing things right now. Indeed, Jiang Lijin shifted her posture and propped her chin on one hand. Only a handful of people knew Firewind had bought drugs. She tilted her head and glanced toward Tania, who was not far away. Tania sat before a holographic projection. Trade figures and mining reports scrolled across the screen in rapid succession. As heir to the Yunlan conglomerate, Tania could be charmingly coquettish before Jiang Lijin, yet ruthless when handling corporate affairs, a presence that made the board's executives uneasy. Catching Jiang Lijin's gaze, Tania lifted his head and smoothed the fierce expression from his face. His blue eyes met hers. Sister, are you bored? Shall we charter a private island and watch the sea? Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze. No, it was not Tania. Tania's manner was blunt and fierce. If he wanted to ruin someone, he would simply produce evidence and annihilate them. He would not post such a provocative prelude. This ran counter to his arrogant nature. A dang was even less likely. He was probably limping about, nursing a broken leg and demanding explanations. The tactic of planting an explosive online expose was far beyond Adang's intelligence. As she pondered, Tania's communicator buzzed twice. He scanned the encrypted message that popped up, his smile flattening, a coldness crept into his eyes, and an undeniable hostility showed. What's wrong? Jiang Lijin sensed the shift in atmosphere and asked casually. Tania rubbed his brow and frowned. Karong is here. He's in the lobby downstairs. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tania ran a hand through his golden hair, making it a little tousle. Tania had wanted to order security to throw him out, but Karong was after all one of the mates the mainframe had matched to Jiang Lijin. To bar him at the door would make the Yunlan heir seem petty and might even anger Jiang Lijin. Let him come up, Tania said through gritted teeth to the comm. 5 minutes later, the alloyed doors of the suite. Karong wore a deep gray long coat, his black hair neatly combed. He bore the marks of a long journey, his bearing was cold and composed. He entered without a glance toward Tania. His gray eyes fixed on Jiang Lijin on the sofa, and the lines of his face softened in an instant. You arrived quickly, Jiang Lijin said without rising, lifting her chin as a greeting. Tania stared at Sharon's face, wishing for the other party to disappear quickly. He turned to the security chief behind him and issued an order. Go downstairs to open a luxury suite and move Director Sharon's luggage over. The top floor does not receive outsiders. Jiang Lijin leaned against the sofa back, saying, What are you fussing about? Isn't there an empty room on this floor? Let him stay there. Tinia's smile faded. He leaned closer to Jiang Lijin and lowered his voice to a volume only the two of them. Sister, that room has been vacant for half a year, and it's full of dust and crawling insects. Director Sharon is a clean freak. He won't be able to stand it. Jiang Lijin tilted her head, sizing up Tinia. The top suite under the Yunlan consortium can't even handle basic cleaning. You boasted yesterday that your smart robots can disinfect and sterilize without missing a spot. The lie was exposed right in front of him, yet Tinia didn't even blink. He grabbed Jiang Lijin's sleeve and shook it, continuing to fabricate excuses. I remembered wrong. The smart butler in that room is broken. It can't connect to the internet, and the temperature cannot be controlled. Staying there will make him catch a cold. Jiang Lijin pulled her sleeve away. You said yesterday that the Yunlan Consortium's ventilation system has an independent backup power supply. Sharon paid no attention to Tinia's incessant chatter. He picked up the black suitcase at his feet, strode down the corridor toward the room at the end. Upon reaching the door, the alloy door automatically sensed his presence and slid open. The room inside was spotless. The polished floor reflected the crystal lights on the ceiling, and the temperature control system was operating normally, sending out a comfortable breeze. Tinia gritted his teeth, glaring at Sharon's back. The night deepened. Jiang Lijin finished washing up, changed into loose cotton pajamas, and prepared to rest. The door was pushed open a crack from the outside, and a golden head poked in. What are you doing? Jiang Lijin sat on the edge of the bed, tilting her head to look at Tinia. Tinia squeezed into the room. He was holding a giant fox-shaped pillow, pitifully standing at the door and refusing to move. Sister, I can't sleep. Have the butler bring some sleeping pills up. Taking medicine doesn't work. Tinia shuffled 2 steps forward, standing by the bed. That person last night was too arrogant. The security system didn't even capture his shadow. What if he climbs through the window again tonight? I must protect you closely. You protecting me. How will you protect me? Sister, I am a 3S level. Tinia threw the fox pillow onto the sofa and flopped down with it. I want leave. You can beat me to death, but I will sleep here. Jiang Lijin rubbed her temples. This little brat was being unreasonable, and no one could do anything about it. She glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It was almost midnight, and she was too lazy to argue further. Fine. Jiang Lijin pointed to the large leather sofa. You sleep there. No snoring, no grinding teeth. Most importantly, you are not allowed to crawl into my bed. Tinia nodded repeatedly, obediently pulling the blanket over himself, revealing only a pair of blue eyes. Good night, sister. In the room at the end of the corridor, Sharon did not rest. He sat in front of the holographic projector, his long fingers rapidly tapping on the virtual keyboard. The screen displayed a post on the Starnet forum regarding Philwin's purchase of illegal drugs. The number of replies had surpassed 20,000, and the informant updated the data at midnight, detailing the specific side effects of the drugs and the purchase time. Although Philwin's name was still not mentioned, it was essentially a death blow. Sharon stared at the text on the screen, illegal psychic drugs. This term triggered memories he was most unwilling to recall. His mother had once been a class female. To be worthy of her class father, she voluntarily participated in an underground psychic enhancement experiment. That kind of drug could forcibly elevate one's psychic level in a short time at the cost of life, ultimately leading to a collapse of the psychic sea. He watched his mother take her last breath in extreme pain. Since then, he had harbored a deep hatred for such drugs. After taking over the Imperial Central Hospital, his first act was to join forces with the military to eradicate 3 underground workshops producing this type of drug. The poster had hidden the IP address using a multi-layer encrypted virtual network. Sharon attempted to trace it, but the other party was a skilled hacker with extremely advanced counter-tracking methods. Sharon closed the webpage. He recalled that previously Jiang Lijin had subtly reminded him that Philwin's psychic power was problematic. Now combined with this exposure post, the situation was not simple. How did Jiang Lijin see through it? What inside information did she possess? Sharon stood up, adjusted his collar, and left the room. He arrived at Jiang Lijin's door, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times. Jiang Lijin was just about to turn off the light to sleep when this sound interrupted her, and her temper flared. She threw back the covers, slipped on her slippers, and went to open the door. When the door opened, Sharon stood outside. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze crossed over Jiang Lijin's shoulder and fell into the room. Tinia had somehow moved from the sofa to the bed. He lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand, and the buttons of his silk pajamas were undone halfway, revealing a large expanse of fair and firm chest. His messy golden hair looked wild, and his blue eyes directly met Sharon's gaze. He intentionally lowered his voice, speaking in a raspy tone, as if just waking up. "Sister, who is it? You're not letting anyone sleep in the middle of the night." Sharon usually had excellent self-control, but tonight, seeing Tinia brazenly lying on Jiang Lijin's bed, his breath caught for a second. Jiang Lijin followed Sharon's line of sight, and also saw Tinia on the bed. The corners of her eyes twitched twice. When did this little brat climb up there? And in such a pose, as if inviting anyone to take him. "Shut up." Jiang Lijin glared at Tinia. Tinia pouted in grievance, pulling the blanket over half of his face, leaving only his eyes staring at Sharon. Jiang Lijin turned back to Sharon, saying, "You knocked on the door in the middle of the night. Is there something?" Sharon withdrew his gaze, looking back into Jiang Lijin's eyes. "About that post on Starnet, I want to discuss." Jiang Lijin leaned against the door frame and yawned. "Talking about a post in the middle of the night." Sharon was silent for a few seconds. He looked at Jiang Lijin's sleepy face and then glanced at Tinia on the bed. "It seems it's not a good time right now." Sharon's voice was 2 tones lower than usual. "He'll come back tomorrow." "All right, let's talk tomorrow." Jiang Lijin closed the door. The corridor returned to silence. Sharon stood still, staring at the tightly closed door, not leaving immediately. Why did seeing Tinia on her bed evoke that desire to destroy? Wanting to throw that golden-haired brat out of the room, wanting to lock the door. Sharon closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and analyzed his emotions. It wasn't because he was interrupted during a conversation. It wasn't due to his dislike of Tinia. That feeling of sourness, restlessness, and aggressiveness. It was jealousy. Reaching this conclusion, Sharon, he was the partner matched to Jiang Lijin by the main brain. This was merely a forced marriage based on genetic data. He had curiosity about her and a sense of responsibility. That should be all. Yet now he couldn't control his emotions and wanted to pull that blonde brat off her bed immediately. He slammed the cup down on the table, making a crisp, clinking sound. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling window into the room. Jiang Lijin turned over, her arm brushing against a warm body. She opened her eyes and saw an enlarged face before her. Tinia was sleeping soundly, entangled with her like an octopus with one leg draped over her waist. "Report to the host." Xiao Yi's voice sounded in her mind. "He climbed up at 3 in the morning. I saw you sleeping soundly and didn't dare to wake you." Tinia. Tinia was awakened, rubbing his eyes with a bewildered expression. "Sister, good morning. Why are you up? I ask you, how did you end up in bed?" Jiang Lijin pointed at him. Tinia sat up straight, tousling his messy golden hair, looking completely innocent. "I sleepwalked." "Sister, you don't understand. Oh, I've had this problem since I was little. I sleepwalk when I'm under a lot of stress. I really didn't mean to." "Host, he's lying." Xiao Yi immediately jumped out to expose him and played the video replay in Jiang Lijin's mind. In the footage, Tinia carefully lifted the blanket and slipped in like an eel. He even skillfully pulled Jiang Lijin's arm over and wrapped it around his waist. "I recorded it." He walked over from the sofa with his eyes wide open and smoothly climbed into bed. His actions were very practiced. Xiao Yi added indignantly. Jiang Lijin sneered. She lifted her leg and aimed at Tinia's waist, kicking him without mercy. "Ouch!" Tinia rolled off the bed with the blanket landing on the carpet. "Sleepwalking, huh? Are you awake now?" Jiang Lijin stood by the bed looking down at him. Tinia rubbed his waist, getting up from the floor, looking at Jiang Lijin with a pitiful expression. "Sister, you really kicked me, but hurts so much." "Sleepwalkers shouldn't be woken up casually. They can become foolish." "You're very foolish right now." Jiang Lijin turned and walked toward the washroom. "Go put on some clothes and get out for breakfast." On the main star in an upscale villa district, Arden dragged his right leg, struggling with each step. With every move, he felt a piercing pain from the broken bone. His leg, crushed by Tania's mental pressure in the Valoran black market, had only received the most basic of support. He was in a hurry to return to the main star and had no time for medical treatment. Sweat soaked the fabric of his shirt on his back. He lifted his head to look at the white villa ahead. On the steps at the entrance stood 3 males, the 3 a-level beastmen of Philwin. Dressed in casual clothes, they looked down at Arden with open disdain. Arden gritted his teeth, fury. He was in Slevel male. In the entire Federation, Slevels were the elites that every major legion coveted. Oh, wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Now how dare these 3 look at him with such contempt? If it weren't for his serious leg injury, he would have wanted to unleash his mental entity and press these three useless beings into the ground, forcing them to recognize the gap in their status. What troubled him even more was the small metallic box in his pocket. Inside were only 10 pills. On the starship back, Arden's brain finally functioned for once. He recalled a few days ago when Jiang Lijin was revealed to be a 3S-level female. Kieran and Rex had gathered to discuss it. At that time, he stubbornly believed it was a false hype created by Jiang Lijin to gain attention. But Kieran had rebutted him on the spot. Kieran pulled up the detection report from the Imperial Academy of Sciences and pointed to the data, saying that deep-level mental power detection device was the brainchild of the Empire's first great scientist, directly connected to the mainframe. No hacker in the entire starry sky could infiltrate the mainframe and alter the data. Jiang Lijin's 3S-level status was an undeniable fact. At that time, he and Rex had scoffed, thinking Kieran was simply frightened. Now, with the cold wind blowing, Arden's remaining rationality returned. If Jiang Lijin truly was a solid 3S, then Philwin's excuse for sending him to the black market to buy 20 banned mental enhancement drugs to frame Jiang Lijin seemed utterly absurd. Who was this medicine really for? Arden touched the metal box in his pocket, his palm growing cold. Yet he still clung to a sliver of hope. What if Philwin simply misunderstood the truth of Jiang Lijin's 3S level? But he kept a cautious mind, deciding not to tell Philwin about his encounter with Jiang Lijin and Tania. Lord, the villa door opened. Philwin appeared dressed in a pure white long dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes slightly red. She completely ignored the three beast men, with differing expressions, quickly descended the steps and reached out to support Arden's arm. What happened to your leg? How did you get such a severe injury? Her voice was soft and melodious, filled with concern. Arden looked at the familiar face, his doubts dissipating somewhat. Just a little accident, it's nothing. I brought what you wanted. He handed over the metal box. Philwin eagerly took it, but when she saw that there were only 10 meager pills inside, the concern and tenderness on her face halted for half a second. Arden did not catch this detail. Why are there only 10? Philwin looked up, re-adopting her pitiful expression. Lord Arden, didn't we agree on 20? I encountered space pirates on the way back. Arden resorted to the pre-prepared excuse, I lost half of them. These 10 were what I fought to save. Pirates. Philwin murmured the word, her left hand clenched tightly around her skirt, but she quickly adjusted her breathing and forced a smile. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. If the medicine is lost, it's lost. Come on and I'll help you tend to your wound. She turned to make way. Arden did not notice that at the moment she turned her back to him, Philwin's originally gentle gaze suddenly became chillingly cold. He stepped up the stairs, ignoring the hostile glares of the 3-level beastmen, striding confidently into the living room. He didn't take these three useless beings seriously at all. Once he stepped through this door, if they dared to speak insolently, his mental pressure could snap their necks. The living room was warmly decorated. Philwin helped Arden sit on the sofa, then turned to pour him a glass of warm water, handing it to him. Drink some water first, I'll go get the medical kit. Arden was indeed thirsty. He took the cup and drank it down in one go. The warm liquid flowed into his stomach, alleviating the fatigue of his long journey. He leaned back against the sofa, watching Philwin bustle about. The 3-level beastmen did not follow, but stood in the shadows at the edge of the living room, watching them ominously. Philwin returned with the medical kit and sat down on the single sofa opposite Arden. She did not open the box, but instead placed her hands neatly on her knees. Lord Arden, did you check the Starnet forum on your way back? Her voice remained gentle, as if making small talk. Arden frowned. I never look at that boring gossip. What happened? Philwin looked at him and remained silent. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop a few degrees. It's nothing. Philwin sighed softly, slowing her speech, just that an interesting explosive post appeared on the forum. What? Arden was momentarily stunned. His first reaction was that the black market had leaked information. Just as he was about to comfort her, he noticed the change in Philwin's gaze. In those eyes that always held a glimmer of moisture, there was now no warmth. Arden, the medicine is only in your hands. Philwin no longer called him Lord, her tone growing heavy. What do you mean? Arden sat up straight, inadvertently pulling at his leg injury, causing him to gasp in pain. Do you suspect I posted something about you? I don't even have a forum account. Who else could it be besides you? Philwin's voice rose an octave, the pretense of gentleness beginning to peel away. 10 pills. For her now, these 10 pills were merely a drop in the bucket. To maintain the facade of being S-level, she had to take half a pill every day. And the worst part was she couldn't escape the pre-employment physical examination for the purification department. To disguise herself as a perfect S-level under the scanner, she needed to swallow 5 pills at once before the examination. The remaining 5 were only enough to sustain her for 10 days of daily consumption. What would happen after 10 days? She would have to work as free labor in the purification department, providing mental guidance to those males. Without the support of medication, her mental power would rapidly deplete, not only reverting her to her original level form, but also facing terrifying side effects. At that time, the entire main star would know she was a complete fraud. And now that post on the forum was pushing her to the poster described the symptoms when the medication took effect in great detail. Oh, as long as she used the drugs, those characteristics would be impossible to hide. The drug dealers in the black market would never betray their buyers for profit. Philwyn stared intensely at Arden, her perfect expression management completely crumbling. Her features appeared slightly harsh due to extreme anger. My 3 partners and I are tied to the same interests. We rise and fall together. They would never post something that would lead to their own downfall. The only one who had contact with this batch of drugs and had a motive is you. Arden stared at the hysterical female before him, his mind buzzing. Was this still the fragile goddess who would mourn for half a day after stepping on a bug? Jiang Lijin's words echoed in his ears. She wants the medicine for herself. So it was true. Arden felt a wave of nausea. He had abandoned Jiang Lijin for this female, had his leg broken in the black market, and returned with the medicine like a dog, only to be met with this illogical suspicion. Have you gone mad, Philwyn? Arden scoffed coldly, his long-honed temper from mercenary life boiling over. He pushed himself against the sofa arm, preparing to stand. Even if I'm Arden, I wouldn't joke about such matters. As soon as he exerted force, a sudden sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Immediately the muscles in his limbs felt drained of strength, leaving him powerless. He fell back onto the sofa, horrified to discover that no matter how he tried to summon it, he could not gather even a trace of mental power. What did you put in the water? Arden glared at Philwyn, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Philwyn stood up, looking down at him. That pure face now held only ice-cold disdain. A potent neuroblocker. Effective even on S-level males, at least it will keep you quiet for 4 hours. The 3 A-level beastmen who had been lurking in the shadows walked forward. They held high-intensity energy restraining belts, skillfully binding Arden's wrists and ankles tightly to the back of the wooden chair. Arden struggled desperately, but the effects of the drug took hold rapidly, rendering his movements weak and feeble. Philwyn, you bitch. What do you want to do? Arden cursed, his eyes turning bloodshot. Shut up. An A-level beastman slapped Arden hard, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Philwyn stepped in front of Arden, gripping his chin and forcing him to look up. Arden, I didn't want to make this look so ugly, but you've disappointed me too much. Not only did you lose 10 pills, but you also leaked my secret on the Starnet. Do you know you almost ruined everything for me? I told you it wasn't me. Arden gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his chin onto his clothes. Who did it is no longer important. Philwyn released her grip, disdainfully taking out a wet wipe to clean her fingers. What's important is that the whole Starnet is watching that post. If the purification department traces it back, I need a scapegoat. Arden's pupils constricted. You want to pin the blame for buying banned drugs on me? Those drugs were yours from the black market, weren't they? Philwyn threw the used wet wipe at Arden's face. And I am just a victim blinded by you. Take him to the basement. She turned to her 3 beastmen. The 3 A-level beastmen stepped forward, dragging the limp Arden away like a dead dog toward the dark door leading to the basement. Arden's vision began to blur. In the last moments before losing consciousness, he looked at Philwyn standing in the center of the living room like a venomous snake, with only one thought left in his mind. Jiang Lijin, how did you see through this monster? At the summit of Huayulin, on the topmost floor of Yunlan Tower. Beyond the fully transparent dome, an artificial nebula flowed slowly, and beneath their feet stretched a suspended expanse of crystalline anti-gravity waterways. A few artificially cultivated aurora lotuses drifted on the water. Tania had booked the entire Sky Garden restaurant. For this luncheon, the Soul Air of the Yunlan Group even mobilized 3 private air routes solely to airlift the freshly salvaged deep-sea flametail fish to the table within half an hour. Try this, sister. Tania offered solicitously, pushing the deboned fish toward Jiang Lijin. The blond youth propped his cheek with one hand, his blue eyes bright as crystal. This is a specialty of the Yunlan Group's private waters. Even the wealthy outside cannot taste it. Places like the Academy, austere and tepid as they are, surely never serve such high-end fare, do they? Across from her, Karen's posture with knife and fork remained unchanged. He methodically sliced the steak on his plate, the silverware producing not the faintest clink. Indeed rare. Karen swallowed the portion he had cut, dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his tone so gentle there was no flaw to pick. The Yunlan Group's resources are admirable. Young Master Tania, finding the time to arrange this amid his busy schedule, is most considerate. Thank you for the hospitality. A fist thudded into a cushion. Tania ground his molars. He loathed Karen's composed, elder-like manner. It made him feel like a nouveau-riche child flaunting his wealth. Jiang Lijin had no time to entertain the undercurrents swirling between the 2 males. She was bent over the deep-sea flametail fish. The flesh was tender and springy, melting on the tongue with an oddly roasted aroma. She had not tasted such impeccably human-pleasing haute cuisine in a long while. Just as Jiang Lijin reached for a second helping of cloud, putting 3 crisp notification tones chimed in unison. Ding. It was a top-tier push from the StellarNet forum. Jiang Lijin paused, tapped open her light brain, and a holographic projection unfolded above the table. A bold red headline leapt out on the truth and statement regarding the illegal drug incident. Fei Irwin. The post had gone up 10 minutes earlier. Replies had already surged past 100,000. The servers hiccuped for 2 seconds before the video could load. The video's backdrop was a dim bedroom. Faye Irwin, unlike her usual polished public image, wore no makeup and a loose patient gown, her long hair disheveled over her shoulders. Her eyes were rimmed and swollen, her face paper pale, the whole of her radiating a fragile, crumbling sorrow. "Hello everyone, I am Faye Irwin." The opening line was punctuated by a single, perfectly timed tear. Jiang Lijin scooped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth and watched the spectacle with relish. In the video, Faye Irwin swallowed and continued, "I saw yesterday's StellarNet post about illegal black market drugs. I do not intend to evade this. The side effects exposed there are all present in me. But it is not that I bought illegal drugs out of vanity, it is. I had no choice." The camera wavered slightly and shifted to a wide shot. Behind Faye Irwin stood her 3 A-class beast husbands. The 3 males wore faces of furious anguish as if they longed to tear someone apart. Everyone should know Lord Adang of the Mercenary Corps. He was once Miss Jiang Lijin's partner, later he confessed to me, and we became involved. Faye Irwin covered her face, her voice trembling, since some time ago after Miss Jiang Lijin was adjudged a 3-level female by the Corps. Adang changed. He could not accept that the ex-wife he had abandoned became the Empire's sole 3-level. That disparity drove him mad. She lifted her head to stare into the camera, eyes full of accusation. "He forced me to take that mysterious drug. He said that if I took the pills I could break through this level ceiling and surpass Miss Jiang Lijin. I refused, I struggled, but I truly loved him. He had been such a gentle gentleman before, I never expected he would become like this." The beast husband to her left stepped forward, eyes rimmed red, and bellowed at the camera, "Adang, you monster. He deceived Faye Irwin." The 3 of us, though a class, could not contend with him. We could only watch Faye Irwin be tormented. "We've reported it. We will make this madman pay." At the video's end, Faye Irwin produced a certificate stamped with the Imperial Gene Archives seal. "From birth, I have been registered in the Corps as an S-level female. What reason would I have to buy such life-draining drugs? I am merely a pitiable female blinded by love. I beg the Interstellar Security Bureau to investigate and clear my name." Faye Irwin had played that hand exquisitely. Her class record from the slums had long ago been scrubbed clean by black market methods. Unless one invoked the highest privileges to sift through the core database of the Central Intelligence, no one could unearth her former class status. At best, they would find a 2-year gap in her files. In the interstellar era, trips to fringe systems or archive losses caused by cosmic storms are common enough excuses. Confident no one could unmask her past, she brazenly threw the whole mess onto Adang. The video cut abruptly. Jiang Lijin swallowed her pudding and almost applauded. The gambit of sacrificing the pawn to save the king had been executed with finesse. Yesterday's expose nailed the purchase time and side effects, but named no one. Had Faye Irwin not responded publicly, the Purification Division's physical would have revealed her. Now she stepped forward, splashing all the filth onto Adang, and her female status would likely shield her from punishment. Adang was Jiang Lijin's ex-husband, and thus had motive for revenge. He had routes into the black market and the means to procure drugs. As in S-level, he possessed the force to coerce her. The logical loop closed. Yet if the charges that Adang harmed an S-level female and purchased illegal drugs stood, he was essentially finished. Jiang Lijin lifted her head and met Karen's probing gaze. "I've been meaning to ask," Karen said evenly with the meticulous cadence of a scholar, "how did you determine she is not S-level?" Her hand paused mid-wipe with a napkin. She could not very well betray Xiaoyi. Her eyes flicked, then she answered smoothly. "Is that so hard to understand?" Jiang Lijin leaned back, hands spread, as if stating the obvious. "We 3S females possess greater perceptive acuity than you 3S males. After all, she was currently the only 3S-level female in the universe, as she could say as she pleased." She went on to recite the theory Karen had popularized before. "Didn't you say before that a normal person's psychic fluctuations are steady, either a straight line or like when I ascended a smooth incline? But when I sensed Faye Irwin, her psychic band was utterly chaotic, one moment S-level, the next plunging to a level. This kind of erratic oscillation. Aside from drug use, I cannot conceive another explanation." Karen fell into a long silence. His long fingers tapped the table unconsciously. It was his habitual tic when contemplating complex matters. "Noteworthy," Karen said, lifting his head to deliver a professional assessment. According to Faye Irwin, she was originally S-level and developed side effects after being coerced by Adang into taking drugs. Illegal drugs operate by forcibly elevating the upper limit of psychic power. Therefore, her fluctuation range should be between S-level and 2S-level, not between A and S as you perceived. She is lying. Her true rank does not even reach S-level. Whatever her level, this woman has muddied the waters. Could it affect my sister? Tania frowned. What he could not tolerate was anyone scheming against Jiang Lijin. It won't have much impact. Jiang Lijin shoved the last piece of dessert into her mouth. Faye Irwin was the one who instigated Adang to go to the black market. He only brought back 10 pills. Now the 2 of them are at each other's throats, both covered in filth. She turned to Karen. "Will the Purification Division still perform the entry examination?" Since she dared to report it, she must have prepared for the deep scans, likely intending to forcibly swallow all 10 pills to pass the inspection. Karen did not answer directly. His attention had drifted from Jiang Lijin's assumption. He keenly seized on the detail in her words. You say a Dang went to the black market and brought back 10 pills. How do you know the exact number? Jiang Lijin replied calmly, Oh, I ran into him at the Huayulan black market. I caught him while he was buying the drugs. Tania was there too. Silence fell. Karen turned slowly, his gaze fixed on Tania. It was not a fierce glare, yet it carried a pressure that made one's scalp prickle. You took her to the black market. Karen's tone betrayed no inflection. The arrogance that had just radiated from Tania wilted instantly. He felt exposed. Though he fancied himself capable of protecting Jiang Lijin, the Huayulan black market was lawless, full of all manner of desperados. Taking one's wife to such a place was indefensible. Tania opened his mouth, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence, looking to Jiang Lijin as if for rescue. I insisted on going myself. Jiang Lijin, seeing the little fox's abashed expression, stepped in to defuse matters. After all, she was their guest, and under their roof. Had Faye Irwin not responded publicly, the Purification Division's physical would have revealed her. Now she stepped forward, splashing all the filth onto a Dang, and her female status would. But in the black market, none of that is an absolute pass. He leaned forward, hands crossed on the table. Especially the master of Sanluo Gu. Karen stopped. He seemed to measure his words, or perhaps he feared something. In the end, he did not continue, leaving only a terse warning. Never go to that kind of place again. Jiang Lijin nodded outwardly, but inwardly, she carved the 5 words Sanluo Gu master into her memory. For some reason, the instant she heard those words, she thought of the shadow that had broken into her room that night. In the following days, Jiang Lijin relaxed in the vacation of the Valoran star system. The private beach of the Yunlan Consortium offered stunning views, and her days were filled with eating and sleeping, living quite a pampered life. However, the anticipated scene of Aiden and Philwyn bickering did not occur. There was no movement from Aiden's side. Jiang Lijin bit her straw, staring blankly at the holographic screen. After Philwyn sent out that blame-shifting statement, Aiden, as an class male known for his irritable temperament, should have jumped at the chance to respond after being accused so heavily. Besides, even if Aiden were foolish, he shouldn't remain completely silent when summoned by the Interstellar Security Bureau. Now there wasn't even a ripple. Either he was under control, or he was gone. Jiang Lijin leaned toward the former. The side effects of Philwyn's medication would soon be impossible to hide, and the physical examination from the Purification Department could not be avoided. As long as Aiden was alive, this storm would erupt quickly. But contrary to her expectations, as her thoughts raced, the holographic device chimed, indicating a special push notification from the Star Network forum. Aiden commits suicide under the weight of guilt. Suicide note exposed. Jiang Lijin furrowed her brows involuntarily upon seeing this headline. She clicked on the news. The accompanying image was the on-site investigation record released by the Security Bureau. Aiden was found dead in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the main star, with the cause of death determined by the coroner as an overdose of a high-concentration mental energy solvent. There were no signs of struggle at the scene, and the doors and windows were locked from the inside, creating a perfect locked room. Beside it was a holographic farewell message recorded by Aiden himself. In the footage, Aiden's eyes were vacant and his facial muscles were stiff. He incoherently confessed to the camera, admitting that he could not accept Jiang Lijin's promotion to 3S class after being abandoned by her, and that he had privately purchased banned drugs from the black market and forced Philwyn to take them. In the end, he said he could not face the public and chose to end his life. Half an hour later, Philwyn's personal account released a new video. In the video, she wore a black dress, her eyes were red and swollen, barely able to stand, relying entirely on the beast man behind her for support. Brother Aiden made a mistake, but he shouldn't punish himself in this way. She wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Even if he hurt me, I would still forgive him. Why was he so foolish? Every word struck a chord with the public's sympathy. The online sentiment completely shifted in favor of Philwyn. Harming an class female is a capital offense under imperial law. Aiden, seeing his situation crumble, knowing he couldn't escape death, chose to take his own life, which made perfect sense logically. Jiang Lijin turned off the holographic device, goosebumps rising on her arms. She had always regarded Philwyn as a vain tea-sipping woman who enjoyed stealing from others. Never did she expect this woman would dare to kill. Aiden was at least an class male. With just Philwyn, a pseudo-class female, and her 3A-class beastmen, it was utterly impossible to fabricate a suicide scene without leaving a trace, let alone record such a bizarre farewell message. Jiang Lijin recalled the plot of the original story. In the book, Philwyn, without hesitation, sent the 3A-class beastmen to the Interstellar Heavy Prison to clear the way for Aiden, Kieran, and Rex. This opponent was extremely dangerous and utterly ruthless. She had now been pushed into a corner, and her methods were completely frenzied. Fortunately, Jiang Lijin was currently in Valoran. If she were still on the main star, Philwyn, driven to desperation, might resort to some base methods to deal with her. Tinia also saw this notification, and before she could speak, the holographic device on her wrist lit up again. He glanced at the message from the security chief downstairs and curled his lips. Sister, 2 males claiming to be your Tinia's tone was filled with displeasure. Should I have someone drive them away? Jiang Lijin shifted to a comfortable position on the sofa. Let them come up. Seeing that she certainly wanted to meet them, she was quite interested in these 2 beast men, who couldn't even be found by the main brain. 2 minutes later, the exclusive elevator door to the penthouse opened. 2 tall males stepped out. The one in front wore a narrow-sleeved short shirt in moonwhite with black hair and green. His green eyes curved into a gentle arc, exuding a warm and amicable aura, making him look like a good-natured neighbor. The male lagging half a step behind wore black-fitted clothing with white hair and red eyes. He had a blank expression, his gaze passing over everyone and landing directly on the ocean view outside the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly uninterested in those in the room. 2 identical faces, yet their temperaments were completely opposite. They were handsome, but after seeing the likes of Sharon Ball and Tinia, Jiang Lijin was not particularly impressed. What she cared more about was their attire. It resembled the traditional clothing of her homeland Blue Star. Nice to meet you, Miss Jiang. The black-haired man stepped forward, slightly bowing, his manners impeccable. I am Tianyan, and this is my brother Tianke. Tinia leaned back on the sofa, eyeing their attire with undisguised disdain. Which star system are you from? This style of dress is at least 200 years behind the main star, Tinia scoffed. Tianyan, with his exceptionally good temper, did not even flinch at Tinia's mockery. We live in the debris belt of the fringe star system. I have opened an antique shop there, and Tianke usually helps me out with some heavy labor. Tianyan explained with a smile, his tone sincere. Tinia let out a cold laugh. 2 3-class males actually running a rundown antique shop in the fringe star system. These country bumpkins who had never seen the world dared to compete with him for people. Sitting on the single sofa, Sharon closed the book, his sharp gaze sweeping over Tianyan and Tiang's faces. Since you are both 3-class, why not go to the main star, or a more developed star system closer to it? Sharon's pace was calm, but pointedly addressed the core issue. The Empire and the Federation treat 3-class males exceptionally well. As long as you are willing, the doors of the military and the academy are always open. Staying in the debris belt is a waste of your genetic talents. Tianyan unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down, his long legs crossed, exuding a relaxed demeanor. There are too many rules on the main star. If we go there, we could be forcibly conscripted into a legion at any time and sent to the battlefield to serve. Tianyan spread his hands, a hint of shrewdness in his smile. My brother and I are timid. We just want to do our little business in peace, not to die on the front lines. Sharon fell silent, unable to understand this lack of collective honor. Tinia rolled her eyes and muttered a curse, calling them cowards. In the Interstellar era, resisting the invasion of insectoid beasts was the responsibility of high-level males. Whenever a large-scale war broke out, all 3-class males on the main star would be forcibly conscripted. Tianyan and Tianke, hiding in a fringe star system where even the main brain's signal could not accurately locate them, could avoid military service. If the main brain couldn't find them, it naturally could not issue a conscription order. Jiang Lijin had remained silent. She stared at Tianyan's face, feeling that the tone in which he spoke was strangely familiar. Host Xiao Yi pulled up a comparative data chart in her mind. The black-haired one on the left, his body outline and gait data matched the shadow that climbed through your window that night with a 90 similarity. Jiang Lijin narrowed her eyes. No wonder when she asked him what he was doing that night, he said he was there to see her. It turned out he was her matched beast man. Climbing through a window in the middle of the night, was that called seeing? Jiang Lijin had no good feelings towards someone who was so secretive and lacked any sense of propriety. You've seen enough already. Jiang Lijin pointed to the door, her tone firm. This floor is Tinia's exclusive room. There are no spare rooms, and it is inconvenient to accommodate outsiders. If you wish to see me, wait at the house on the main star. Tianyan's smile faltered for a second. He did not expect Jiang Lijin to refuse so straightforwardly. Tianke finally pulled his gaze away from the window and glanced at Jiang Lijin, still saying nothing, like an emotionless backdrop. We brought star coins, Tianyan said, pulling out an old savings card from his pocket and placing it on the table. We can pay for a guest room here. Tinia stood up, blocking Tianyan's line of sight from Jiang Lijin. I'm sorry, all the guest rooms in the Yunlan hotels across the Valoran star system have been fully booked for the past month. Not even a storage room is available. Tinia issued the eviction order, her tone domineering. Put away that broken card. The Yunlan group is not short on this money. Safe travels, no need to see you off. Tianyan looked into Jiang Lijin's eyes and caught a glimpse of the rejection deep within her. His intuition told him that this little female recognized him. Tianyan stood up, straightened his clothes, and returned the savings card to his pocket. It seems Miss Jiang is not very satisfied with the meeting gift I previously sent. Tianyan walked to the elevator, turning back to look at Jiang Lijin, a hint of amusement flickering in his green eyes. He was not angry. Instead, he found this encounter quite interesting. No worries. I will send you an even greater. As the elevator doors closed, their figures vanished from sight. Jiang Lijin frowned, unable to understand what Tianyan meant by meeting gift. She rummaged through her memories, but could not recall anything that this guy had ever given her. After the person left, Jiang Lijin no longer bothered to think about the intentions of Tianyan and Tianke. Tinia cursed as she closed the elevator door, then turned to the sofa, sticking closely to her and resting her chin on her shoulder. Sister, those two poor souls are such a buzzkill. He'll arrange for the chef to prepare lunch right away, something delicious to ward off bad luck. Jiang Lijin, feeling no anger from his affection, gently ruffled his golden hair and waved her hand. Go ahead. Only then did Tinia happily hum a tune and head outside to contact the catering department, while Karen got up and went to the bar, leaving her alone by the floor-to-ceiling window to enjoy the sea breeze. Jiang Lijin was calculating how to thoroughly bring down Phil Wincher. In the Interstellar era, the laws showed considerable bias regarding gender protection. Due to the extreme rarity of high-ranking females, even when a female commits a grave mistake, it is rare to see a death sentence imposed. The original owner's memories recalled several extreme cases where a high-ranking female killed over a dozen low-ranking males, yet the final verdict was merely the deprivation of some political rights, followed by forced relocation to marginal star systems to continue living. Life imprisonment is already the harshest punishment for females. With Phil Win's current level female status, even if Arden's death were to be traced back to her, the most she would face would be a few years of lost freedom and staying in a special rehabilitation facility with dedicated personnel attending to her every day. As long as she doesn't die, this female will always find a chance to turn the tables. Relying on conventional legal means to bring Phil Win down is utterly futile. However, the current situation between her and Phil Win is a deadlock that cannot end until one of them is dead. Arden was caught buying drugs and subsequently died mysteriously in a secret room. If before his death he had communicated with Phil Win mentioning that he encountered Jiang Lijin in the black market, then Phil Win would definitely attribute the forum leak to her. That female is now driven to the edge of a cliff, completely insane, capable of killing her own level lover without a second thought, let alone her whom she sees as a thorn in her side. Jiang Lijin didn't want to cause trouble, but with a blade at her throat, she couldn't just stretch her neck to wait for death. Phil Win must die, but she needs to find a way that won't implicate herself and can ensure Phil Win's permanent disappearance. Irritated, she scrolled through her light brain the Star Network forum page, constantly refreshing. The screen was filled with sympathy for Phil Win and curses directed at Arden, the public opinion overwhelmingly nauseating. Just as she was about to close her light brain, the page flickered and a new post was pushed to the top. There was no IP address, no avatar. The poster's ID was a string of random numerical codes. The title was long and extremely familiar: The Truth in Statement Regarding the Controlled Substance Incident. This title matched exactly with the statement Phil Win used to blame Arden a few days ago, and it was filled with sarcasm. Jiang Lijin clicked on the post. The main thread contained no lengthy, pointless discourse, only a few high-definition scanned documents and a segment of audio. The first image was the original gene testing report from when Phil Win turned 18, printed in black and white with the Imperial Gene Bank steel seal stamped in the bottom right corner. All the indicator data was clearly visible, all ordinary values, and in the level column, it clearly stated. The second image was a transaction record of Phil Win buying a mental power enhancement drug in the black market, along with a recording of a communication from an encrypted channel. Jiang Lijin clicked on the audio. How long will the drug's effects last? I need to ensure that no issues arise when I attend the matching review on the main star next month. That was Phil Win's voice. The seller replied, as long as you take it on time, this level assessment won't be a problem. But you're aware of the side effects, so don't come crying later. The third image was the system operation log from within the black market. It detailed that on a certain date, a hacker breached the outer layer of the Imperial Gene Bank using a code vulnerability within the underlying structure to completely erase all historical records related to B-level under Phil Win's name. Jiang Lijin's breathing unconsciously slowed. This evidence could directly hammer Phil Win into the depths of the earth. The post had just been published for less than a minute, and the view count was still in single digits. However, if it fermented for a few hours, the Star Network would undoubtedly crash. The Slevel persona and innocent victim image Phil Win had painstakingly crafted would shatter into pieces before these images. Moreover, Arden's death had originally been classified as a suicide due to guilt. But with this transaction record emerging, proving that Phil Win was the mastermind behind the drug purchase, Arden was merely a lackey. The agents from the Imperial Security Bureau, although slow, are certainly not fools. Following this lead, the secrets in Arden's secret room wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. Jiang Lijin stared at the screen, her breathing slowing. Previously, Phil Win had the audacity to confidently ask the Security Bureau to investigate in a Star Network video, relying on the fact that the records had long been erased. However, the only ones capable of manipulating the underlying data and preserving the original records so completely are the core layers of the black market. No one else in the entire galaxy could do that. Tian Yan's words echoed in her mind. I will give you an even greater gift. The case has been solved. The first anonymous post exposing the controlled substance was done by Jiang Lijin, and now this post that could hammer Phil Wynn into the earth is also his handiwork. Jiang Lijin clutched her light brain, recalling those twins. One was a smiling tiger, and the other was a cold-faced statue claiming to operate a shabby antique shop in the marginal star systems. Which antique shop owner could access the core data of the black market? Which antique shop owner could ignore the top-tier security system of the Yunlan Group and sneak into the top suite in the middle of the night? The sound of steady footsteps interrupted her thoughts. Karen approached with 2 cups of freshly brewed hot tea, pushing one of the cups to Jiang Lijin's side and pulling out a chair opposite her to sit down. Jiang Lijin turned the light brain screen towards him. Look at this. Karen lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the images and audio on the screen. His reading speed was incredibly fast, and moments later, he looked up, his gray eyes revealing no emotion. He glanced at Jiang Lijin, but his words did not focus on Phil Wynn, but rather pointed directly at the 2 people who had just left. It seems that those 2 antique shop owners have quite a significant background. Jiang Lijin lightly tapped her fingers on the table, a cold, sharp smile forming at the corner of her mouth. He said, "This is a meeting gift for me." Karen was not surprised. He had long sensed the discordance in those two. 2 3-level males nesting in a lawless area of the Shattered Star Belt was itself the biggest red flag. "This gift is quite timely," Karen commented. "Phil Wynn's disguise has been torn apart, and the arrest warrant from the Security Bureau will be issued no later than half an hour. However, according to the Empire's past practices, even if she is now confirmed to be just a level female, as long as she hasn't caused mass casualties, it's very difficult to impose the death penalty, and even life imprisonment might be avoided." Jiang Lijin picked up the hot tea in front of her, taking a gentle sip to conceal the killing intent in her eyes. She certainly had thought of this as well. "This woman is indeed harder to kill than a cockroach in a sewer," she scoffed coldly. But the moment she set down her teacup, she suddenly realized an extremely sharp question. She raised her head, her gaze colliding directly with Karen's bottomless gray eyes. Why did Karen specifically point out the fact that Phil Wynn won't die so forcefully? Did he see through her murderous intent towards Phil Wynn? Or did he also harbor the intention to kill? Jiang Lijin certainly wouldn't be narcissistic enough to attribute Karen's incisive remark to some theatrical notion of raging for the sake of a beauty. Karen's mother was a class female who died in a cold laboratory after participating in a psychic experiment for the sake of her class father. This tragic sacrifice of life to Phil's psychic energy was undoubtedly a sore spot for Karen. Phil Wynn's reckless approach of forcibly enhancing levels with black market drugs, treating lives as expendable, precisely stepped on this formidable figure's landmine. It was reasonable for him to detest such drug-abusing females. However, the current atmosphere was too tense, and Jiang Lijin decided to lighten the mood. "My lord Karen." She elongated her tone, leaning back, the corners of her eyes raised, her tone half serious, half joking. "If Phil Wynn survives this, she will certainly put all this mess on my head. She could kill Arden without batting an eye. Wanting to kill me would be a piece of cake." She propped her chin with the back of her hand, smiling cheekily. "You must protect me well, you know." It was meant as a playful jest. Little did she know Karen set down his teacup. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Lijin's face. "Of course, my wife." Karen's speech slowed, carrying a solemnity akin to an oath. "I will protect you until the last moment of my life." There were no grandiloquent words, no excessive embellishments, just a simple statement. Yet the false smile on Jiang Lijin's face faltered. She cleared her throat, attempting to regain her composure. Waving her hand, she laughed awkwardly. "Oh, I truly didn't see this coming. Our director Karen seems quite serious, but has a great sense of humor when joking around." As she spoke, she reached for the teapot on the table, hoping to mask her discomfort with the act of pouring tea. Karen did not give her the chance to evade. He continued to fix her with that intensely focused gaze that could be unnerving. "I am not joking." Karen's voice deepened. "Jiang Lijin." Not Ms. Jiang, he called her by her full name. Jiang Lijin's pouring motion paused midair. Karen's hands were crossed on the table, his posture upright. "I do not know what our marriage means to you." Jiang Lijin opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. What did it mean? A troublesome obligation forced upon her by the mainframe. A temporary refuge in this unfamiliar world. She had never really thought about the question. Her guiding principle had always been to take things one step at a time, retaliating against anyone who provoked her, and as for feelings, she instinctively tightened her fingers. A mere contract. The mainframe's forced allocation. Or a temporary shelter from which one can leave at any time. Karen looked at her, articulating the words she had in her heart. "But for me it is not so. You are my destined one." He spoke these words lightly, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Before meeting Jiang Lijin, Karen had prepared himself to face the violent collapse at any moment. The fate of his class male was madness and death, and as the director of the Central Hospital, he understood more than anyone how painful this process could be. He had seen too many of his kind struggle on the edge of losing their sanity, ultimately turning into beasts that knew only slaughter. He thought he would meet that same fate until Jiang Lijin appeared, until the mainframe matched him with Jiang Lijin. You are the one who saved me from a certain death. Karen looked at her, his gaze intensely focused. He was not a person skilled in expressing feelings, accustomed to analyzing everything through data. Yet before Jiang Lijin, he discovered that those methods were utterly ineffective. I may not be as eloquent as Tina, nor do I know how to make you happy. Karen's speech was slow, but I swear to protect you until the last moment of my life. Ooh, I will absolutely not go back on my word. She wanted to tease him with a quip about how valuable the director's life must be, but when she looked into Karen's eyes filled with complex emotions, those playful words were swallowed back down. Host, help. I think I'm falling in love with Lord Karen. Who can withstand this? Xiao Yi screamed frantically in her mind, even conjuring pink electronic fireworks. Shut up, or would you like to come out and be with him? She shook her head, racking her brain about how to continue the conversation or whether to simply play dumb. With a clatter, the heavy alloy door slid open from both sides. Tina's voice came through first. Sister, look what I prepared for you. Behind him followed a line of uniformed hotel attendants pushing 3 temperature-controlled food carts in succession. Freshly caught ice-field cod, the head chef prepared it in 3 styles: sashimi, pan-fried, and clear broth. And the sweet and sour ribs you casually mentioned yesterday. I specifically hired an ancient chef to make those. Tina presented the names of the dishes like a treasure, his golden short hair swaying with his movements, radiating a vibrant energy. Jiang Lijin felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She quickly turned her head, fixating on the food carts for the first time in her life, finding Tina's ostentatious face quite agreeable. I'm so hungry, hurry and serve it up. She went along with it, her tone tinged with urgency. Karen did not. He maintained his previous posture, his gaze lingering on Jiang Lijin's averted face. The emotions in his gray eyes retracted rapidly, returning to the coldness and rigor characteristic of a scholar. He picked up the now lukewarm teacup and slowly took a sip. Tina directed the attendants to place the dishes on the dining table, while he quickly maneuvered around the sofa, squeezing right next to Jiang Lijin. The territorial instinct of an class male was exceedingly sharp. As soon as he got close, he sensed the lingering tension in the air. Karen usually held himself with a certain distance, and today his posture and the angle at which he looked at Jiang Lijin exuded an unmistakable sense of aggression. Tina plopped down next to Jiang Lijin, his body naturally leaning closer, his fluffy head nuzzling against her shoulder. Sister, what were you talking about with Director Karen? He asked while using the public chopsticks to place a piece of deboned cod into Jiang Lijin's plate. Jiang Lijin felt her neck itch from his nuzzling and pushed the fluffy head away. Not much, we were just gossiping. Someone on Xinguang has exposed Philwin's entire background. Tina's attention was successfully diverted. He opened his light brain, glancing at the anonymous post that was currently trending at the top, letting out a loud snort. This woman is completely finished. Tina leaned back in his chair, his long legs crossed, class disguised as class, and involved with black market illegal drugs. He turned to Jiang Lijin, winking as if to take credit. Sister, you don't have to worry about this. I already informed the legal department of the Yunlan Group before coming here. They will collaborate with several media outlets to stoke the flames further. I guarantee Philwin won't find a place to stand on the main star. Jiang Lijin swallowed the fish, savoring the delicious and tender meat. She picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, the tangy sauce melting on her tongue, greatly soothing her previously flustered heart caused by Karen. There's no need for the legal department. Karen, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. He leisurely picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, his movements graceful. The efficiency of the Public Security Bureau is higher than you think. 15 minutes ago, the main star's first action team had already surrounded Philwin's residence. Karen displayed an internal briefing, the holographic projection unfolding in the center of the dining table. She has been taken away. In the image, Philwin was wearing that black dress, her hair disheveled, escorted by 2 fully armed officers, one on each side, onto a hover car. Her 3 A-class beast husbands stood not far away, their expressions complex, and none stepped forward to intervene. So what if she was captured? Tina scoffed indifferently. The imperial law is extremely lenient toward females. She would at most be stripped of her class status. Even if it was found out that she killed Arden, it would only result in being exiled to a French star. Such a punishment was nothing to her. At this point, Tina and Karen's gazes briefly crossed in the air. Although they both looked down on each other in that moment, the eyes of these 2 apex class males flashed with a chilling predatory intent. Jiang Lijin picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and brought it to her mouth. The chef that Tina found indeed had some skills. That plate of sweet and sour spare ribs tasted about 70 to 80% like the flavors from Blue Star, perfectly balancing sweet and sour, although it was unclear what kind of animal the ribs were from. As she leisurely gnawed on the ribs, she used her free hand to swipe across the holographic screen. The StarNet forum was now livelier than during the New Year. Philwin's capture location was in the Sklas female-exclusive residential area of the main star. Such places had strict security, and usually not even a fly could get in. The first action team of the Public Security Bureau stormed in fully armed, causing a great commotion. The comment section had completely fallen apart. Half an hour ago, it was still a place for Philwin's fans to control the narrative filled with, "I feel sorry for Lord Philwin," and "Aiden deserves this." Security officers, her usual pitiful disguise shattered into pieces. The comment section had completely fallen apart. Half an hour ago, it was still a place for Philwin's fans to control the narrative filled with, "I feel sorry for Lord Philwin," and "Aiden deserves this." Now the wind had turned 180 degrees and the netizens who had been played like fools were showing astonishing combat power. "I can't even a level disguise using Imperial top resources, how dare she?" No wonder she only matched with 3 level beast husbands. The main brain is still authoritative. The most disgusting part is her shifting the blame to Aiden in that video, crying, as if she were a pear blossom in the rain. So Aiden was just her errand boy in the black market. This female's scheming is terrifying. Jiang Lijin bit her chopsticks watching these denunciations with great interest. A highly upvoted comment jumped into her view. A netizen with the ID Interstellar Keyboard Warrior posted yesterday, "I said Philwin's blame-shifting video was too pretentious. She squeezed her tears for half an hour without shedding a single one. As a result, I was besieged by her sycophantic fans, cursed until my mom flew away. Now that the solid evidence is out, what do you brain-dead fans have to say?" Right after that, a reply followed downstairs with the likes skyrocketing. "Allow Andy to return." Uffed. Jiang Lijun couldn't hold back and sprayed her soup out. Tinia was quick to react, grabbing a tissue and bringing it to her mouth, patting her back. "Gently, sister, take it slow, no one is competing with you." Karen handed over a cup of warm water, his movement slightly slower than Tinia's. His hand paused in midair before naturally placing the cup beside her. Jiang Lijun took the tissue from Tinia and wiped her mouth, laughing so hard her shoulders shook. These netizens are quite creative when it comes to cursing people. She took a sip of warm water. Tinia leaned over, glanced at the comments on the screen, and snorted disdainfully. If only the main network didn't have real name restrictions, otherwise the curses would be even harsher. Jiang Lijun calmed down, continuing to scroll through the comments. Besides the venting insults, there were also some rational voices analyzing the case. "Don't get too happy too early. Philwin's 3 level beast husbands are known for being die-hard loyalists. They will definitely find a way to rescue her." Jiang Lijun paused her actions. In her mind, she quickly went through the plot of the original work. These 3 level beast husbands were practically the best tools in Philwin's hands. In the book, they were completely enamored by Philwin, and even when they were ultimately used as scapegoats and sent to prison, they foolishly believed their partner was the purest and kindest person in the world. Foolish, but definitely a hassle. More importantly, Philwin had been taking black market drugs for a long time to forcibly increase her level, and such matters couldn't possibly be hidden from her bedmates. Those 3 beast husbands were definitely in the know. Jiang Lijun set down her chopsticks and turned to look at Karen, who was sitting across from her. "Karen." Her tone became much more serious. "Do you have acquaintances in the Public Security Bureau?" The 3 level beast husbands were too quiet at the capture scene. It was abnormal. She looked at Karen and voiced her speculations. "Philwin has been using drugs for a while. They not only know about it, but they may very well be accomplices. The funding flow for buying drugs and Aden's activities before his death, these 3 cannot escape blame." She paused, emphasizing her tone. The key point is that these 3 are utterly devoted to Philwin. The Public Security Bureau is only focusing on interrogating her. She could easily push all the blame for buying drugs and murder onto these 3 beast husbands. And those 3 would willingly take the fall for her. Tinia, listening beside her, furrowed her brows. "Sister, means that these 3 guys will become scapegoats." "Not just scapegoats." Jiang Lijun leaned back in her chair. "Their presence outside is like 3 ticking time bombs. Philwin would love nothing more than to devour me alive. All she has to do is shed a few tears during visitation, and these 3 mad dogs will come looking for trouble with me. I don't want to be on guard against assassinations from 3 level males every day." Karen listened, his long fingers lightly tapping on the table. "Your speculation is quite reasonable." He affirmed the procedures of the Public Security Bureau are cumbersome. Usually they capture the primary suspects first and then summon other involved persons based on testimonies. This time gap is enough for those 3 beast husbands to collude or destroy evidence. He picked up the holographic device beside him and pulled up the encrypted communication interface. "I will directly contact the bureau chief. In the name of suspected involvement in the murder of an S-level male and covering up illegal drug transactions, I will demand that they immediately detain and examine these 3 A-level males." Karen's decisiveness was striking. With not a single wasted word, the order had already been sent out. Tinia was not to be outdone. He cut into the internal network of the Yunlan group, quickly entering a few commands. Relying solely on the Public Security Bureau's methodical agents is not enough. Tinia snorted coldly. "They'll have Yunlan's intelligence network check the personal account flows of these 3. As long as they pooled money to buy black market drugs, we can definitely dig out the funding trails. By the way, it'll also retrieve the activities of these 3 on the main star on the day of Aden's death." He turned to Jiang Lijun, raising his chin as if to take credit. Sister, don't worry, I will ensure the evidence chain. As long as they go in, I guarantee that even if Yunlin's legal team doesn't sentence them to death, they will be locked up in a high-security prison for life, never to see the light of day again. Jiang Lijin looked at these two top males who were driven by high efficiency and felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Having power and influence truly makes things easier. Before she could finish her meal, the holographic device suddenly shook violently. It was not an ordinary social message, but the highest level red alert. Jiang Lijin frowned, but still answered. The holographic projection popped up automatically, revealing a male dressed in federal military uniform looking very grim, with a noisy command room in the background, alarms faintly audible. Ms. Jiang, I apologize for the interruption. The other party got straight to the point, speaking rapidly. I am from the Logistics Medical Department of the Federal Army. A massive psychic riot has broken out at the front line of the Sirius system. Commander Bao's psychic core was contaminated while leading an evacuation, and he is currently in an extremely dangerous and violent state. Jiang Lijin tightened her grip on the chopsticks. The medical officers at the front line have tried all means, but Commander Bao's level is too high and ordinary purification methods simply do not work. The officer's eyes held a near-desperate hope. You are currently the only 3S-level female in the entire star system, and also Commander Bao's matched female. We need you to head to the Sirius system immediately. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Tinia was the first to stand up, her movement so forceful that she almost knocked over her chair. No way. I don't agree. Tinia's voice rose several degrees. What is the situation in the Sirius system right now? That is a battlefield. Stray bullets, insectoids, alien beasts, psychic storms. What is there that is not dangerous? Are there no one in your military? Karen, although silent, exuded a chilling aura that nearly froze the air. The Empire has specifically issued a protection law for 3S-level females, granting them the highest level without a guarantee of absolute safety. Even the highest commander of the military has no right to forcibly draft Ms. Jiang. Bao's life is important, but Ms. Jiang's safety is the Empire's bottom line. In Jiang Lijin's mind, Xiao Yi was also screaming madly. Host, we shouldn't go. Isn't eating spare ribs here better? Is the Sirius system a place for humans? Although Baal is quite handsome, life is more important. If this husband is gone, we still have 4 more. Jiang Lijin ignored the noise in her head and didn't rush to refuse. She leaned back in her chair looking at the officer in the projection and suddenly asked, if I go, can you guarantee my safety? The officer was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting her to be so calm. We will dispatch the Federation's most elite Divine Shield escort fleet. 3 major generals above S level will personally escort you, fully responsible for your absolute safety. Even if the entire defense collapses, we will prioritize ensuring your retreat. The officer seemed to have grasped hope, loudly assuring her. Jiang Lijin quickly calculated in her mind. She was not a saint, as she didn't care that much about Bao's life or death. But her current situation was very delicate. Although she was nominally a 3S-level female respected by others, in reality, she was more like a high-level resource kept in captivity. Just now, watching Karen and Tinia easily crush those 3A-level beast husbands of Philwyn using their resources and connections, she had been thinking, if those in power and influence could be them, why couldn't it be her? A 3S-level female capable of performing mass purification on a large-scale battlefield has strategic value that could make the entire Federation or even the Empire bow down. As soon as the words fell, the officer in the holographic projection straightened his back sharply and saluted in an extremely standard military manner. Before coming here, the high-ranking officials of the federal military had long prepared for rejection. In everyone's perception, females were synonymous with fragility and delicacy. Even the top-tier 3S level needed to be heavily protected like a precious flower. In the past, the military had attempted to send some high-ranking females to the frontline medical department for mental reassurance. What was the result? Some females fainted at the sight of the terrifying insectoid creatures. Others, slightly braver, couldn't endure the immense workload and the hazardous environment filled with radiation and smoke, succumbing to illness within just a week. For this matter, the Empire's higher-ups had been furious, issuing a strict order prohibiting the Federation from allowing any females to approach the combat zone. Ms. Jiang, your kindness will never be forgotten by the Federation. The officer's voice was hoarse, his words spilling out rapidly, as if racing against time. In no more than an hour, the shield escort fleet will arrive at the Valoran system. Please be prepared. The communication was cut off. Jiang Lijin hadn't even had time to catch her breath when her mind erupted in chaos. Host, are you crazy? Xiao Yi's shrill cry made her head throb. Is the front line a place for humans? Those insectoids are hideously ugly, covered in gooey slime, and can spray green venom. Just one look could make you vomit yesterday's meal. Can we not go? They call each other little buddy. Jiang Lijin picked up a glass of water and took a sip. Weren't you the one who kept saying in my ear that exploring new star systems would earn a lot of points and unlock higher level system permissions? This is just taking you to open a new map. Then we can choose a safe map. Xiao Yi was almost in tears with urgency. Out of the 13 star systems in the entire galaxy, only 3 are at war. We still have 8 beautiful star systems to choose from. Do we have to go to the Sirius system to get ourselves killed? What's the point of points if we lose our lives? Fortune favors the bold. Jiang Lijin threw down those 5 words and ignored Xiao Yi. She had just raised her head when she was met with 2 disapproving gazes. Tinia quickly stepped around the dining table, gripping her arms tightly. Sister, you can let that reckless man die. That kind of place is not somewhere you can stay. You must not go. Crone remained seated, his gray eyes as heavy as a frozen lake. This is no joke. His voice dropped low, not to mention how harsh the battlefield environment is. Bal's condition is such that even the top medical officers at the front line are at a loss, indicating that his mental contamination has reached a critical point. You might not even approach him before being torn apart by the raging mental energy. He paused, briefly pointing out the core issue. You just performed a deep purification on him last time. It hasn't been long, and he's already been contaminated to this extent again. One can imagine how dire the situation on the front line is. Jiang Lijin pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. She quickly considered that she couldn't just straightforwardly tell them she was going for her own fame, could she? Since the mainframe matched us together, we are family. She looked at the 2 grim-faced males in front of her, softening her tone. As family, we can't just watch him die out there, can we? We must help each other. At the mention of family, the anger within Tinia was doused by half. He pouted, muttering under his breath, who is related to that black snake? I'm family with my sister. Crone stood up, adjusting his cuffs. If you insist on going, I'll accompany you. With me around, I can minimize the risks. Upon hearing this, Tinia got excited, shaking Jiang Lijin's hand. Then I'll go too. The Yunlan Corporation has the top private armed fleet in the entire galaxy. I will spend money to hire 3 top interstellar mercenary groups to pave the way for you. Who dares to stop me? Jiang Lijin felt an even worse headache coming on. Were these 2 not satisfied with the chaos at the front line? No one is allowed to go. She decisively issued her order. Tinia blinked his eyes in grievance. Why not? Jiang Lijin sighed, counting off on her fingers. First, the Federal Army absolutely will not allow non-military personnel to enter the highest level combat zone. Second, one of you is the heir of the Yunlan Financial Group, and the other is an academician of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. If you 2 show up at the front-line battlefield of the Federation, how do you think the federal military will perceive it? Are you here to spy on military intelligence? Or to take advantage of the chaos? Crone fell silent, realizing he had been too hasty and had forgotten these matters. Politically speaking, avoiding suspicion was indeed an insurmountable knot. On the surface, the Empire and the Federation were shaking hands and making peace, yet their mutual infiltration and vigilance had never ceased for a day. As a titan of private capital, Tinia's identity was equally sensitive. He opened his mouth only to end up irritably gripping his golden hair in frustration, remaining quiet. Seeing their defeated expressions, Jiang Lijin smiled lightly, her tone relaxed. Since the Federation dares to send the shield to pick me up, it shows they are fully prepared. I am the only 3-level female in the entire galaxy. Even if they have to exhaust their last resources, they will ensure my safety. If you don't believe in Bal, how can you not believe in me? I'm not done living yet. In truth, she had no certainty herself. How deep this water was depended entirely on guessing. But having said that, she could only brace herself and go. After calming the 2, Jiang Lijin turned around to change clothes. These past few days, Tinia had bought every outfit she had looked at twice, stuffing the wardrobe fuller than a shopping mall. She chose a set of lightweight and flexible combat gear. When she pushed open the door and walked into the living room, Tinia was spinning around like a wound-up top, frantically pacing in the living room. He was sending voice messages to the light brain while cutting into the internal logistics network of the Yunlan Corporation, his long fingers leaving trails on the virtual screen. In a broken place like the front line, you can't even have a warm meal. Immediately pack the executive chef of the 7-star hotel under Yunlan along with the complete set of kitchen utensils and send them to the escort ship. In the temperature-controlled protective suits, I need the highest specifications. Also bring along a portable holographic cinema set so that my sister won't be bored on the way. High-end nutritional liquids and those long-lasting, good-tasting natural foods, pack them all. Jiang Lijin walked over with a black line on her forehead. I'm going to the front line to save people, not on vacation to the Sirius system. Moreover, are you sure the chef will agree to go with you? Tinia ignored her and continued swiping on the screen. I don't care. I just can't let you suffer the slightest grievance out there. If he refuses, I'll offer him 3 times the salary. If that doesn't work, then 10 times. In contrast, Crone was much more pragmatic. He took out a compact, white, temperature-controlled case from the accompanying medical kit and handed it to Jiang Lijin. This contains high-concentration mental stabilizers and basic first-aid medicines. Crone opened the case, pointing at a red syringe inside, his tone extremely serious. If you encounter Bal, and he has completely lost his mind, not listening to your words at all, inject this into his carotid artery directly. This medicine can force an ordinary male into a 12-hour sleep, and even a 3-level can be suppressed for 3 hours. Closing the case, he gazed intently into Jiang Lijin's eyes. Remember, your safety is always the top priority. If Ball can't be saved, give up on him and retreat. This statement was chillingly cold, yet to Jiang Lijin it sounded exceptionally pleasant. Okay, I'll remember that. She took the case smiling. A low rumble came from outside, causing the floor to tremble slightly. The starship has arrived. Tinia followed Jiang Lijin downstairs with a reluctant look on his face, carrying the white medical case along with a large bag of supplies he had forcibly stuffed into her hands. Fortunately, the unfortunate executive chef was ultimately not packed away. Before leaving, the chef looked at Jiang Lijin as if she were a reborn parent. The bag contained only some high-end nutritional liquids, portable foods, and that temperature-controlled protective suit. A small jump ship, entirely black and heavily armored, was parked not far from the hotel's landing pad. The ship was emblazoned with the doubles word emblem of the federal military. Due to the sudden incident, the military had not had time to evacuate the surrounding residents. A crowd filled the perimeter of the warning line, and a myriad of flashing lights lit up the scene. An officer in uniform hurried down the gangway, stopping 3 steps away from Jiang Lijin and performing a crisp military salute. Ms. Jiang, the first team of the SHIELD fleet is here to escort you to the Sirius system. The officer respectfully took the luggage from Tinia's hands, his demeanor impeccable. Jiang Lijin stepped onto the metal gangway, walking step by step into the interior of the ship. The hatch slowly closed behind her, completely isolating the prosperity and clamor of the Valoran system. On the ground, 2 top males stood still, looking up at the ship ascending into the sky. It was not until the ship transformed into a shooting star against the horizon that Crone retracted his gaze and turned to leave. Tinia still stood in the wind, his golden hair tousled by the gusts. He stared intently in the direction where the ship had vanished, emotions swirling in his blue eyes that were unreadable to anyone else. He only hoped his sister would return safely. If the Federation couldn't protect her, he vowed to lead the Yunlan fleet and carve Ball and the insectoids of the Sirius system into mincemeat. The starship's fittings were stark and uncompromising, fashioned entirely from silver-gray alloy. Several officers in heavy armor stood along the sides, their backs ramrod straight. They regarded Jiang Lijin with a reverence bordering on pilgrimage, as if beholding a living bodhisattva capable of saving the masses. By the window, a wide leather sofa had been placed, draped with a snow-white long pile throw. Jiang Lijin offered a brief thanks and sat down. She tilted her head to watch the streaking star trails beyond the porthole, saying nothing. Her spine remained perfectly straight, yet her hands folded on her knees clenched involuntarily. After all, she was only an ordinary person. Across 3 lifetimes, she had scarcely seen a fight. Now she was to be hurled into the very forefront of interstellar warfare. To claim she was not afraid would be sheer nonsense. Fear was a biological instinct. The cabin was oppressively quiet. The officers exchanged glances, and all saw that this esteemed 3-class woman was nervous. But no one dared speak a comforting word. If an ill-considered remark drove her to retreat and demand a return to the homeworld, the frontline commander would be left to die. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yi's voice sounded in her mind, unusually serious. Wherever you go, Xiao Yi will be with you. Jiang Lijin tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, "You cannot not accompany me." Despite the words, her taut nerves eased a little. She exhaled, unclenched her fists, rose, and walked straight to the senior officer. "Report the current situation," she said bluntly. She spoke without preamble. The Major General froze for half a second. He had expected she would need much longer to compose herself, and had even prepared for the possibility of tears. Her brisk, businesslike manner threw him off balance. "Reporting, Miss Jiang." The Major General recovered and pulled up an encrypted file. "The Commander-in-Chief is currently isolated in Core Zone A1. A violent outbreak of spiritual power has triggered an intense magnetic storm, forcing most medical and technical personnel to evacuate. At present, only his adjutant remains inside the isolation chamber to accompany him." Jiang Lijin stared at the data panel on the virtual screen, frowning. Something was wrong. When a 3-class male enters a berserk state, his indiscriminate assaults carry the destructive force to shred an entire well-equipped interstellar fleet in an instant. To leave an adjutant inside under such an outpouring of energy, that defied all logic. If the adjutant were low-grade, he would have been reduced to pulp the moment he touched the rampaging spiritual power. If he were high-grade and could withstand the pressure, it would mean he was not only terrifyingly powerful, but utterly loyal, perhaps willing to die with his commander. But if Bear died, that adjutant would be the first in line for succession, the most likely to inherit command of 1,000,000 troops and become the new commander-in-chief. Would an ambitious, capable man willingly remain in a death sentence isolation chamber? Something felt off. A sudden jolt of the starship snapped her thoughts aside. She did not dwell on it. What mattered now was to pull Bear's spiritual domain back within safe bounds before he turned the entire frontline base to rubble. The starship's velocity began to decay sharply. The streaking lights outside thinned and gave way to a dark red starfield. "Preparing to descend, passing the edge of combat sector C4, the pilot reported. Jiang Lijin glanced out reflexively. The next instant, her pupils constricted and her stomach flipped. She retched, clapping a hand to her mouth and bending over as a dry heave racked her. An officer gripped her arm, pressed her back onto the sofa, and handed her a cup of warm water. Ms. Jiang, close your eyes, do not look outside, he urged. Jiang Lijin downed 3 long mouthfuls, barely staving off the nausea. It was revolting. Across 3 lifetimes, she had never seen creatures so grotesquely alien. During the launching era, she had lived in a southern orphanage. The flying, glossy super cockroaches of her childhood had been her darkest nightmare. But compared with the things drifting in space outside, those southern cockroaches seemed almost delicate. Outside, countless insectoid beings the size of small shuttles floated in dense swarms. They had no orderly shape. Their torsos bristled with backward-bending jointed limbs. The most repellent feature was their heads with enormous compound eyes and a vast spiraled maw. On the edge of the combat zone, the Lianbang mech units were engaged in a slaughter. A sickly green viscous fluid spurted forth, forming droplets of varying sizes in microgravity and smearing the starship's outer hull. Detached limbs and ruptured organs drifted freely in space. A half-wriggling insect torso slapped against the porthole beside Jiang Lijin with a sick smack, leaving a nauseating green smear. The visual impact was like staring at an indescribable elder god. These are low-grade worker brood. They feed purely on instinct, the officer explained. He handed her a clean towel. Their bodily fluids are highly corrosive, he said, but the Shinden ship's armor coating can resist it. Sorry for startling you. Jiang Lijin wiped cold sweat from her brow and forced her gaze away. Shaoyi, you were right, she thought. She ground her teeth inwardly. These things really kill the appetite. I do not even want breakfast tomorrow, she thought. Quick, block the visuals, let us not look at them, she added. Shaoyi, plaintive and tender, played soothing music in her mind. The starship threaded through the debris-strewn void, soon clearing the combat zone and diving toward a gray-brown planet. The planet's surface was barren, pocked with massive craters and devoid of any sign of life. Preparing to land at the Tianlang system frontline base, the crew announced. Jiang Lijin stared at the bare ground below in puzzlement. There was nothing but sand and rock. When the ship fell to less than 100 meters above the surface, a ripple-like energy barrier shimmered into being. The visual deception fell away to reveal a vast military complex. This was the Lianbang Army's logistical supply hub. The architecture was brutally utilitarian, 4 enormous pure gray hemispheres linked tightly together, resembling oversized yurts magnified 1,000-fold. Each hemisphere connected to the next by enclosed alloy corridors. The starship settled on the outermost landing pad. When the hatch opened, a smell of machine oil and gunpowder washed over them. The medical officer who had messaged Jiang Lijin waited at the foot of the ramp. He spared no pleasantries and led the way. Ms. Jiang, please follow me. Time is of the essence, he said. Jiang Lijin followed closely behind the major general of the medical department, descending the metallic ladder to the ground. Before her lay an extremely desolate scene. There were no signs of smoke or wreckage of mechas, only weathered rocks of bizarre shapes and craters of various sizes. No wonder the federal military chose to establish their headquarters here. An abandoned wasteland on the edge of the Sirius system, its surface bore no traces of war. Coupled with the energy barrier above that created visual deceptions, even the Zerg hovering low in the air could only see a desolate wasteland below. Ms. Jiang, please keep close to me. The Major General spoke rapidly, the rhythm of his military boots striking the ground creating a tense atmosphere. Jiang Lijin glanced back briefly. The spacecraft they had just boarded was being tightly gripped by 2 massive mechanical arms that emerged from the ground, and with a dull metallic grinding sound, it was dragged directly into the underground hangar. The heavy alloy floor closed up again, sealing perfectly. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that beneath this ruin lay a military hub capable of supporting the entire frontline battle. The Major General pointed to a colossal hemispherical building in the distance and said, "That is the A1 core area. The commander is inside." They hurried toward the nearest entrance. After passing through 3 extremely complicated biological information verifications, a 1-meter-thick alloy gate finally slid open to the sides. A wide sealed connecting passage appeared before them. Both sides of the passage were lined with fully armed soldiers, various high-tech detection instruments flashing cold light. These soldiers were well-trained, not even casting a glance at Jiang Lijin. As they continued deeper into the passage, the situation began to change. The number of guards on either side started to sharply decrease as they neared the A1 core area. By the midpoint, not a single figure could be seen. In stark contrast, the pressure in the air was increasing exponentially. Jiang Lijin had felt the oppressive force of males before, during Aden's attempt to attack her, and when Ball and Tinia first came to visit. But back then, that so-called mental pressure was merely a slightly stronger draft to her. Now, however, it was different. This was not an illusion, but a tangible increase in physical gravity. The air became thick, though to her, it was merely that. The Major General in front was faring worse. His steps grew slower, and his previously straight posture gradually sagged, making him appear as if he were carrying an invisible mountain. The brim of his military cap was already soaked with cold sweat dripping down his jawline. At that moment, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new map series system. System permissions are being updated. Unlocking new map rewards 100 points. Current point balance 621. 2. Of which 500 points have been automatically used to offset debts. Remaining usable points 121. 2. Immediately after a cheerful voice chimed in, host. We have points now. We are finally not in the... It paused for a moment, its tone turning serious. Would you like to exchange for a one-time high-level protective shield? This item is a life-saving artifact. Even if Ball were to deliver a lethal blow in a berserk state, it could withstand for at least 10 minutes. Now on special offer for just 100 points. Jiang Lijin hesitated slightly. She had indeed considered whether to use the items in the system shop. After all, Bao's current state was an unknown, she had to keep a way out for herself, and if points were insufficient, she could continue accumulating debt. Xiaoyi had previously explained this rule. Yet she still hesitated. First, conjuring a protective shield out of nowhere in the core surveillance area of the federal military was utterly inexplicable. Secondly, she inherently held some resistance towards the system and preferred not to use it if possible. She set aside Xiaoyi's sales pitch and turned to look at the Major General, who was struggling to move. What is Bao's condition? The Major General managed to stop turning his head. When he saw Jiang Lijin's unperturbed face, he was taken aback. He knew that this was the only 3-level female in the galaxy theoretically possessing a high immunity to mental pressure. Yet seeing her strolling leisurely in this gravity field that could crush ordinary people was still absurd. Without further ado, he raised his wrist and activated his light brain. A real-time surveillance image projected in the air between them. You can see for yourself. The image showed a completely enclosed metallic isolation chamber. The walls, which should have been smooth and silver, were now covered with conspicuous large dents and web-like cracks. A monstrous black python was thrashing wildly in the narrow space. Its body slammed against the walls, each impact causing the entire surveillance image to tremble violently. This was Bao's spiritual entity. It had completely gone mad, exhibiting a self-destructive frenzy. A glance downward revealed a male curled up in the corner below the black python. Ball. His military uniform had long become a pile of tattered rags, the collar violently torn open, revealing a chest covered in bloodstains. He knelt on one knee, gripping his head tightly with both hands, his fingers nearly embedding into his scalp. His originally deep-set eyes were now bloodshot, exuding a reckless madness. He is trying to suppress his spiritual entity. The Major General's voice trembled severely, causing the projected image to shake as well, but he has failed. A mental disturbance would keep his brain in a state of burning agony. If external intervention was not made soon, his mental domain would completely collapse. At that point, everyone in the headquarters would have to accompany him in death. Jiang Lijin focused on the screen. A detail at the edge of the image caught her attention. Outside the isolation chamber, behind a thick, transparent, bulletproof wall, stood a male figure. He was dressed in a neatly pressed military uniform, standing very straight with his arms casually crossed. He stood there quietly, watching the black python crash against the walls and Bao's painful struggles. His gaze was as calm as a still pond. Who is that? Jiang Lijin pointed to the figure in the corner of the image. Following her finger, the Major General glanced over and quickly explained, that is Vice Officer Gary. Currently, he is the only one in the entire base capable of withstanding the mental pressure of a commander of this level remaining inside the core monitoring area. At this point, the Major General added, Vice Officer Gary is a 2 level. This was all too strange. A strong sense of incongruity surged through her mind. Jiang Lijin frowned. Although she had not seen Bao's berserk destructive power firsthand, Karen's attitude before coming here spoke volumes. Even Karen, who was accustomed to seeing his kind go berserk and was himself a 3-level chief of the Imperial Hospital, reacted like this when mentioning Bao's condition, as if facing a formidable enemy, even going so far as to give her a strong sedative. What right did a 2-level vice officer have to stand so close to a radiation source and appear so indifferent? Even if he were extraordinarily gifted to withstand the pressure with the commander on the verge of death, his indifferent demeanor was too abnormal. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze, not voicing her suspicions. She glanced at the Major General before her. This officer from the medical department had reached his limit. His legs were shaking, his back bent like a shrimp, gasping for breath at risk of fainting at any moment. Enough, don't push yourself any further, Jiang Lijin spoke up. Just point me in the direction and I'll go on my own. The Major General was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse. Ms. Jiang, what do you mean? Jiang Lijin interrupted him mercilessly. If you take 2 more steps forward, you'll have to lie down. If you faint halfway, I'll have to struggle to drag you back. I certainly don't have the strength for that. Though her words were blunt, they were the plain truth. The Major General gritted his teeth, knowing that he was indeed a burden. He fished out a pure black access card from his uniform pocket and handed it over. This is the permission card for the final gate. Just keep going straight, and you'll reach the end. Jiang Lijin took the card, not looking back, and headed straight into the depths of the passage. The further she went, the more terrifying that invisible physical gravity became. Jiang Lijin could clearly feel the resistance in the air, as if she were walking against the wind during a typhoon. At the end of the passage, a heavy black alloy door blocked the way with a glaring red light glowing above it. Jiang Lijin stepped forward and placed the black card against the sensor. At the end of the passage, a heavy black alloy door blocked the way with a glaring red light glowing above it. Jiang Lijin stepped forward and placed the black card against the sensor. Ding, permission confirmed. Accompanied by a mechanical synthesized voice, the heavy metal door slowly slid open to the sides. Jiang Lijin had already stepped 1 foot inside the door, but she frowned slightly, her expression suddenly turning cold. In her mind, she called out to Xiao Yi in an undeniably calm tone. Immediately help me exchange for that 100 points deducted. The advanced protective shield has been stored in the system's backpack. Rest assured this item has an automatic trigger mechanism. 1 second before it would pop out to shield you from a fatal attack. We may be a bit poor right now, but we still have the means to save our lives. The heavy alloy door closed silently behind her, cutting off the retreat. The space inside was even more spacious than expected, and the man standing in front of the bulletproof glass wall turned around upon hearing the noise. With short brown hair and amber eyes, the shock on his face was impossible to conceal. He never expected someone would dare to enter this highly dangerous area alone, let alone a female, and one who was strolling in casually. Jiang Lijin stopped in her tracks. She did not glance at the bulletproof glass wall, not even giving a sidelong glance to the black python that was writhing madly inside. She stared directly into those amber eyes and threw out 4 words. Where is Ball? Gary's shock quickly escalated into sheer astonishment. He instinctively raised his hand, pointing at the glass wall behind him. The massive creature inside was crashing its head against the wall, producing a deafening thud. Jiang Lijin frowned, keeping her gaze fixed, staring intently into Gary's eyes, and asked again at the same pace. Where is Ball? Gary's astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a smile that was more of a grimace, his expression chillingly eccentric against the backdrop of the python crashing into the wall. Ms. Jiang, what nonsense are you talking? He pointed at the glass wall, his tone relaxed. Isn't Commander Ball? No sooner had he spoken than the black python in the isolation room went into a frenzy again. The heavy impacts caused the alloy floor beneath them to tremble, and more cracks appeared on the wall. Jiang Lijin frowned and quickly turned her head to glance at the inside of the glass wall. The python's agitated state and the force of its impacts were unmistakable. In the corner, a man dressed in tattered military uniform was curled up in pain. Every detail screamed, this is Ball. A trace of self-doubt arose within her. Could it be that she was mistaken? But reason quickly took over, and there was a fatal flaw in the logic chain, which was the brown-haired male before her. She retracted her gaze and locked eyes with Gary again, speaking for the 3rd time. Where is Ball? Gary stared at her for a full 10 seconds. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, no longer bothering to pretend, and turned to walk towards the console, pressing a few buttons. Ms. Jiang, please follow me. Jiang Lijin stood still, scrutinizing his back. In her mind, Xiao Yi's voice rushed out anxiously. Host, what's going on? Isn't Lord Ball behind that glass wall? This man is grinning deviously. He doesn't look like a good person. Are we really going to follow him? Jiang Lijin stepped forward to keep up with Gary. He may not necessarily be a bad person, she replied in her mind. Xiao Yi was even more confused. What do you mean he may not necessarily be a bad person? Host, don't speak in riddles, and my CPU is about to burn out. Jiang Lijin ignored it further. She followed Gary as they rounded the massive bulletproof glass wall, heading deeper into the core area. The two arrived at a concealed metal door where Gary verified his pupil and palm print, and the door slid open to reveal a narrow elevator shaft. Without hesitation, Jiang Lijin stepped inside. The elevator doors closed, and the cab began to descend rapidly. Gary leaned against the wall of the cab, hands in his military pants pockets, glancing sideways at Jiang Lijin. Are you really so at ease coming down with me? He raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Jiang Lijin stared at the red numbers flashing on the elevator door. Of course she was afraid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent her just acquired points to exchange for that advanced protective shield. But she said something entirely different. Ball is a 3S level. The psychic radiation he produces when enraged is enough to crush this planet. An ordinary person would have their cerebral blood vessels burst on the spot just by getting close to him. As a 2S level officer, you stand less than 5 meters from the source of radiation and haven't even broken a sweat. This defies logic. Gary did not refute her, listening with great interest. Such an obvious flaw that none of the guards officers outside, or even that major from the medical department who brought me here, found strange. There are only 2 possibilities. First, they all know that the one inside is not Ball. Second, they don't know the truth, but trust you immensely. If they knew the one inside wasn't Ball, they wouldn't take the risk of sending me here. That major couldn't even walk steadily and was desperately trying to lead me forward. Jiang Lijin turned her head to meet Gary's gaze. So it must be the second possibility. They trust you. As far as I know, Ball has absolute authority and prestige in the military. The soldiers under him trust you so much, which indicates that Ball himself also trusts you immensely. I believe in Ball's judgment. Gary's smile deepened. Commander Ball has mentioned before that Ms. Jiang is a very interesting person. Now it seems he was not wrong. However, Gary shifted the topic. How did you conclude that the one behind the glass wall is not Commander Ball? Pressure. Jiang Lijin uttered 2 words. I have done psychic purification for Ball, so I am familiar with the vastness of his psychic sea. The pressure I just felt was less than a third of his full power in a conscious state, let alone when enraged. Initially, I thought there was some special shielding on your door, but when I stood outside and felt no change in physical gravity upon stepping inside, I knew. It's you. You are using your own psychic power to create the illusion that Ball is still in the isolation room. The levels of psychic power in the starry realm are never linearly increasing. There is a chasm-like gap between 3S and 2S. Even the combined pressure of 10 2S levels may not equal that of a true 3S level. But because of this, the S-level officers outside can be easily deceived. After all, if it were truly the full pressure of a 3S level, they would have already been dead. Besides her, there are hardly any who know just how terrifying a true 3S level psychic sea can be. The elevator emitted a soft sound as it stopped on the lowest level. The doors opened and a strong scent of blood mixed with the acrid smell of medicine rushed at them. The air here was thicker than above, making even breathing a laborious task. At this moment, even Jiang Lijin felt a physiological discomfort. Just standing there, her knees ached to bend, as if a massive stone were pressing down on her back. This was the true pressure of a 3S level. Gary was the first to brave the heavy pressure and step out of the elevator. Ms. Jiang, you are indeed. He led the way ahead, but the slightly heavy footsteps and the cold sweat trickling from his temple completely exposed his current discomfort. But you only guessed half right. Half. Jiang Lijin frowned. The elevator doors slid open, revealing an underground chamber whose layout mirrored the floor above. Within the fully enclosed metallic structure stood massive bulletproof glass walls, cold, rigid, and suffocating. Jiang Lijin spotted Bar instantly. He sat bare-chested on a single bed inside the glass enclosure, his shoulders and chest wrapped in bandages stained with faint traces of blood. The enormous black serpent occupied nearly half the room. Though it slithered restlessly, flicking its tongue, it did not hurl itself violently against the walls as the decoy above had done. It appeared still possessed reason, merely suffering discomfort. Gary halted a dozen paces away, bracing himself on his knees and gasping for breath. The one upstairs was indeed a fake, Gary explained haltingly. But that surge of mental energy, the Supreme Commander forcibly extracted it from his own psychic domain. It wasn't mine. Jiang Lijin felt a tightness in her chest, though less severe than Gary's. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Gary added, "Shall you go in yourself and ask His Excellency the Supreme Commander?" At this sight, the knot of anxiety lodged in Jiang Lijin's throat finally settled back into her stomach. At least Bar hadn't lost his mind entirely, and Gary was no traitor. She stepped forward and pushed open the heavy isolation door. Bar snapped his head up at the sound. His golden eyes, veined with crimson, contracted into narrow vertical slits the moment they recognized her. He had anticipated that his frantic medical officers might seek Jiang Lijin's aid, but he never imagined she would come herself. This was the Sirius system, the most perilous frontline combat zone. There she stood, bathed in the sterile white light, utterly unruffled, her gaze devoid of fear. In that instant, Bar's throat tightened. The prior purification had kindled within him an uncontrollable yearning for this female. And now, descending upon him in his most vulnerable, most dangerous hour, that yearning surged past the boundaries of reason, transforming into something akin to reverent surrender. Jiang Lijin shifted uneasily beneath his stare. His gaze was too raw, too scorching, like that of a starving wolf who had just caught sight of flesh. Just as she opened her mouth to ask what had transpired, her eyes fell upon the great serpent coiled upon the floor. The colossal beast had already glided silently to her feet. It reared half its length upward, its golden vertical pupils, identical to Bar's, locked unflinchingly upon her, radiating undisguised hunger. One man, one serpent. Two pairs of eyes, equally direct, equally primal. Jiang Lijin swallowed the question hovering on her lips. The atmospheric pressure in the chamber had dropped precipitously. Even she found breathing increasingly labored. To delay further would doom them all. Without hesitation, she extended her hand. The serpent responded even faster than Bar, its massive head lowering submissively, eagerly pressing itself into her palm. Closing her eyes, Jiang Lijin summoned her mental energy and channeled it steadily through her palm into the serpent's body. This purification proved far more treacherous than the last. Frenzied energy raged chaotically within the serpent's form. With immense effort, she painstakingly isolated, then crushed the dark miasma coiling through its being. How much time had passed, no one could tell. Gradually, the serpent's violent agitation subsided. It exhaled a low, contented hiss, nuzzling affectionately against Jiang Lijin's cheek before shrinking seamlessly into the familiar small black snake and winding twice around her wrist with practiced ease. Exhausted, Jiang Lijin dragged over a metal chair and sank into it, lifting her gaze toward Bar, who leaned heavily against the headboard. His face flushed, his breath ragged. he too struggled to stabilize the recently soothed energies surging within him. Outside the chamber, Gary felt the oppressive psychic pressure vanish entirely, so abruptly it left him slack-jawed in disbelief. This marked the third time today that this woman had shattered his assumptions. When Barr had spoken of her before, calling her the blessing star of the galaxy, Gary had dismissed it as infatuated bias. Now, however, she was no mere blessing star. She was divine incarnate. Together, this couple's combined strength could well eclipse the entire interstellar order. Gary rubbed his chin. If only he were stronger. If he too attained S-class rank, might he dare cue for... The thought vanished as swiftly as it arose. No. Challenging the Supreme Commander for his consort was tantamount to suicide. Inside the isolation chamber, Jiang Lijin massaged her aching wrist. While guiding her mental energy, she'd sensed something amiss. This outbreak differed fundamentally from the last. Its frenzy did not stem from depletion or corruption of the mental sea itself, but rather from external coercion forcibly catalyzed. Explain, Jiang Lijin said, her gaze sweeping over Barr. As the words left her lips, the isolation door swung open. Gary strode in confidently. Having cowered behind the bulletproof door moments earlier under the crushing weight of psychic pressure, he now rushed in the instant the alarm lifted. Barr's brows knitted, his frigid gaze swept once over his deputy. Gary ignored the murderous glare, pulled up a chair, and sat down nearby, with the unflappable composure of a pig resigned to boiling water. Barr withdrew his gaze, and turned back to Jiang Lijin, voice dropping to a low, grave timbre. It is not xenocontamination, it is sabotage. Someone deliberately targeted me. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. Though I remain uncertain how the perpetrator achieved it, they must be an insider. Yet they gravely misjudged my They likely did not know you had performed a deep purification on me earlier, or perhaps they underestimated just how thoroughly an S-class female's purification can cleanse the psyche. Thus their dosage fell short. Precisely because it was insufficient, Barr retained lucidity, unlike the decoy serpent upstairs which had descended wholly into madness. Gary interjected, we ran simulations. Had the perpetrator been a Xenospe, their objective would have been to obliterate the entire frontline base. In that case, they'd have administered a lethal dose outright, triggering the Supreme Commander's explosive collapse and dragging everyone into oblivion. Xenos sacrificed themselves without hesitation for their hive. Yet this assailant struck precisely at the threshold, Barr continued. That means the poisoner resides within the base and wishes to survive. The toxin induces violent fluctuations in mental energy, meaning even without your prior purification, I could suppress its effects for a time. As you witnessed in the hologram upstairs, the final outcome would have been full evacuation, followed by planetary detonation alongside me. Jiang Lijin crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. Then you truly owe me thanks. I do, but not merely for these two purifications. What do you mean? Jiang Lijin asked, puzzled. I suspect Killen is the one who betrayed me, Barr replied, his tone turning glacial. Jiang Lijin paused, startled. Her mind conjured the image of a man with sapphire hair and gold-rimmed spectacles. You're saying Killen is currently stationed here at this base? Barr nodded. This frontline base is my life's work. Most officers holding the rank of Major General or higher were personally trained by me. Recently, several newly promoted Majors General were reassigned here, including Killen. He paused, then added, you warned me on the core planet to remain vigilant against him. He is therefore our prime suspect. So you endured the onset of mental chaos long enough to forcibly sever half your psychic energy and placed it in the upper isolation chamber, feigning insanity. Jiang Lijin pieced it together. To lure out the traitor. This base is indispensable, Barr said, his expression hardening. It serves as the logistical heart of the entire Sirius system defense line. Should internal corruption occur and the Xenos exploit it, the supply line sustaining 1 million frontline soldiers would collapse entirely. I must excise this malignancy without delay. This ruse had been kept secret, even from the chief medical officer, known only to Barr and Gary. No one foresaw that the panicked medics would bypass protocol entirely and summon Jiang Lijin directly. At the thought, Barr's temper flared. What if she'd encountered Xeno ambush en route? What if she'd been wounded by the rampant psychic energy? Fools, he ground out between clenched teeth. Once this concludes, I'll exile that insubordinate chief medical officer to asteroid mining duty. Jiang Lijin recalled the Major General, drenched in cold sweat, knees trembling, yet still desperately trying to pull her forward. Enough, she waved dismissively. They acted only because they believed you were dying and sought to save you. Let it go. Barr, poised to deliver a sharp rebuke, instantly softened his tone at her plea. Fine, he agreed, crisp and immediate. As you wish. His swiftness and shifting demeanor, and the utter naturalness of his deference, nearly choked Gary with his own saliva. Eyes wide, Gary glanced first at his Supreme Commander, then at Jiang Lijin. Was this truly the same man who dictated policy across the military high command, whose volcanic temper could overturn conference tables? Gary silently turned his gaze upward, fixing it on the ceiling. Very well, he understood now. Within this base, there was only one true apex of the food chain. Jiang Lijin shifted to a comfortable sitting position, resting her elbows on the metal chair back. What are you planning to do now, eh? She pointed towards the ceiling. What will happen to the portion of mental energy forcibly stripped from you in the isolation room upstairs? Ball threw on a military jacket beside him, the fabric barely covering the bloodstains on his chest. Without the support of the main body, that strand of mental energy is like a constantly depleting energy crystal. Once the internal energy is exhausted, it will completely dissipate. He said it lightly, but the little AI in Jiang Lijin's mind erupted into chaos. Host, this man is a tough character. The AI's electronic voice changed pitch. In the starry sky, mental energy is the life of the beastmen. Forcibly stripping mental energy is akin to cutting off one's own limbs and throwing them away. Although it could be nurtured back over 10 or 8 years, how painful would that process be? Jiang Lijin ignored the system's lamentation. To sit in the position of the Federation's Supreme Commander, Ball must have a certain awareness of being ruthless towards himself, otherwise he would have been devoured by political enemies long ago. The isolation room fell silent for a few seconds. The black snake coiled around Jiang Lijin's feet was affectionately rubbing against her ankle. Ball lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed on the tips of Jiang Lijin's shoes, watching his spiritual form ingratiate itself with her without any boundaries, his throat involuntarily rolling. Thank you for today. He paused, then raised his head again, restoring the cold hardness typical of those in power. However, you cannot stay here. When you go out later, pretend that your mental energy has been excessively depleted. Tell the people outside that my rage is beyond reversal and you are powerless to help. Then Gary will arrange for a starship. You will return to the home planet immediately. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to drive me away? This is the Sirius system, the most dangerous combat zone on the front lines. Moreover, there is an unknown traitor within the base. Ball stared directly at her. It's too dangerous for you to stay. In fact, given the current situation, Jiang Lijin, staying to assist in the act was the best option to stabilize matters and flush out the traitor. But Ball did not want to involve her in danger. The soldiers he brought out encountered problems. It was unreasonable to let a female bear the risks. Furthermore, she was still his wife, even if currently only in name. I want leave. Jiang Lijin refused decisively. What kind of joke is this? She came to this godforsaken front line not only to assist Ball, but primarily to establish her prestige within the military. If conditions allowed, she also wanted to carry out a group purification to prove her strength. Just after calming this rampaging giant python, without causing a ripple, she was expected to turn back. No way. Your condition is still unstable. Jiang Lijin found a grandiloquent reason. While sorting through the mental energy earlier, I discovered that your rage levels fluctuate drastically. The effects of that drug haven't worn off. Until it is completely metabolized, your mental energy could go out of control again at any time. What if I leave now and you can't hold it down, resulting in a real explosion? This was indeed the truth. Ball, as the person involved, understood better than anyone how fragile his mental domain was at this moment. The suppressed irritability still lurked in his veins, ready to strike back. But he never expected Jiang Lijin to stay for this reason. Ball was momentarily stunned, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the woman sitting across from him. The restlessness that had just been suppressed surged again. Ball wanted to persuade her to leave, but as the words reached his lips, an indescribable sense of satisfaction blocked him. The black snake at his feet wrapped itself around Jiang Lijin's calf, even affectionately resting its head on her. Gary stood aside, taking in the sight of his commander's uncharacteristically vulnerable demeanor. He inwardly clicked his tongue, shaking his head furiously. Jiang Lijin felt uncomfortable under Bao's gaze, directly ignoring him as she began to lay out the upcoming plan. When I go out from here, I will pretend to be weak. She turned to Gary. You will cooperate with me. We will tell the outside world that the purification is halfway through, but I am physically exhausted and can only pause, continuing in a few days. Gary pondered for a moment and raised a question. Why not say it can't be cured? Just say you did your best, but it was hopeless, and wouldn't the traitor be completely at ease? Jiang Lijin shot him an exasperated look, as if looking at a not-so-bright student. I am a 3S level. If even I say it can't be cured, then Ball is left with no way out. If Kieran is truly the traitor, hearing this news, he wouldn't need to take any further actions. He could just hide in the shadows and wait for the death notice. If he remains inactive, how can we catch hold of his weaknesses? She tapped the armrest of the chair, analyzing clearly. Only by saying half-cured the person can still be saved, but it needs time. Will he become anxious? Once he becomes anxious, he will think of ways to strike. To put it another way, even if he doesn't dare to act openly in the base, he will definitely come to find me to probe for the truth. Kieran is her ex-husband. In the eyes of that calculating man, the original Jiang Lijin had always been seen as a brainless, easily manipulated waste. He would undoubtedly use this relationship to extract information. At this point, Jiang Lijin patted the silver medical box placed at her feet. We will tell the outside world that to stabilize the commander's condition, I administered a strong sedative. He has now fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Lijin turned to Gary. Can the footage from the isolation room be altered? No problem, Gary nodded. That was originally a holographic projection. The mental energy radiation is real, but the image can be adjusted at any time. And the monitoring position is fixed. It can only see the section of the isolation wall. Then that works, Jiang Lijin decided. We will wait for Kieran, the traitor, to come knocking. After she finished speaking, she bent down to pick up the medical box. Turning around, she found Bao's gaze firmly fixed on the silver box, his expression dark. Jiang Lijin paused. She thought Bao was concerned about the high-purity anesthetic inside the box. After all, no top male would want to be on guard. Did Sharon give you that? Bao suddenly spoke up, cutting her off. Jiang Lijin blinked, somewhat confused. Yes. Bao's expression visibly darkened. Even the surrounding air temperature dropped by 2 degrees. You trust him so much. Holding something he gave you, not even sure what's inside, you dare to come alone to such a dangerous place. Jiang Lijin was almost amused by his words. What was wrong with this man? She had come all the way from Valoran to the front line to help him clean up the mess, and he not only failed to appreciate it, but was also sarcastically nitpicking. Fine. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes dramatically, holding the medical box in her hand, her tone frosty. Next time you go crazy ill, just be on the home planet, holding a fruit platter, watching the live broadcast, absolutely not coming to save you. With this statement, Ball realized his tone had been too harsh. He originally wanted to remind her to pay attention to safety and not to trust Sharon, that gentle scoundrel, too much. But once the words were out, combined with his explosive temper, it came out as an accusation. He opened his mouth, trying to salvage something. Yet having been accustomed to training soldiers in the camp, he couldn't think of a single soft word to comfort her. After struggling for a long time, he could only squeeze out a dry, I didn't mean that. Gary, standing by the door, lowered his head, shoulders shaking as he stifled his laughter. With the commander's emotional intelligence, wanting to join the dining table for a meal in this lifetime would likely be as hard as ascending to the heavens. She had come a long way to rescue him, and instead of quickly playing the sympathy card, he dared to scold her. Jiang Lijin could not be bothered with him clutching the box and walking out. After taking 2 steps, she stopped, turning back to look at Gary, who was still watching the show. Hey, you there. She lifted her chin. Come over and help me. I need to pretend to be mentally exhausted. It would be too fake to walk out looking lively. Upon hearing this, Gary quickly put away his smile, hurried over in 3 steps, and very obsequiously extended his hand, firmly supporting Jiang Lijin's arm. Take it slow, miss. Jiang, lean on me a bit. Jiang Lijin didn't lean on him. After all, it wasn't time for the act, but she didn't push him away either. Behind them, Ball watched the hand that was only pretending to support Jiang Lijin's arm, his golden vertical pupils narrowing into a dangerous slit. The air pressure in the isolation room suddenly dropped alarmingly. The little AI watched the drama unfold. Host Bao's current expression looks just like he wants to chop off Gary's hand. It's over. He must be jealous. Director Sharon is in danger. Assistant Gary is also in danger. Jiang Lijin did not stop her steps, not even turning her head. Jealous? She coldly laughed in her mind. That's the after effect of rage. He's out of his mind. The elevator door slid open in front of the two. Jiang Lijin felt a headache coming on as she recalled Gary's calm, melon-eating expression from the surveillance footage. This guy really couldn't act at all. She couldn't help but whisper, when we go up, your expression needs to be a bit heavier, ideally conveying a sense of despair, as if the sky is falling. Remember to squeeze out a couple of tears. Gary felt the killing intent behind him, his lips twitching. I will try my best. The elevator ascended smoothly, emitting a faint low hum. No sooner had the metal door slid open than Gary stepped out first. He drew a deep breath and his fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, hidden from surveillance, inputting an extended sequence of top-tier encryption commands with practiced precision. Jiang Lijin strode boldly into the glass-walled chamber. Instantly, Gary summoned the holographic console and directed the raging psychic entity in the projection to whip its massive serpentine head around and lock its gaze unflinchingly upon her. She stood just beyond the safety line, raising both hands slowly while furrowing her brow, a posture radiating overwhelming psychic authority as though channeling torrents of raw mental energy. The sheer intensity left Gary momentarily stunned. After a pause, she casually unlatched the silver medical case, her gaze gliding indifferently over the vial of crimson ultra-purified sedative, before her fingers veered decisively toward the corner, retrieving instead a standard multivitamin injection. She shot Gary a knowing glance. The moment he saw the vial in her hand, comprehension dawned. His fingers struck the virtual keyboard with sharp, deliberate force. In the hologram, the furious Leviathan let loose an earth-shaking roar and lunged at her with lethal speed. At the very instant its venomous fangs grazed her skin, Jiang Lijin seized the perfect opening, gripping the vitamin vial and driving it with surgical precision into the phantom serpent's neck. Collapse. Her voice was light, effortless. Gary responded instantly, hammering the enter key. In flawless synchronization, the holographic serpent convulsed violently twice, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The next second, Jiang Lijin inhaled deeply, and her upright posture dissolved. Her shoulders slumped, her gaze unfocused, her vitality seeming to drain away like sand through fingers. Gary, ever attuned, rushed forward and firmly supported her elbow. He recalled the instructions given inside the elevator and clenched his brow into a rigid knot, guiding her unsteadily forward with careful halting steps. No sooner had they emerged a short distance beyond the quarantine zone than a young major from Medical Command hurried toward them, sweat glistening on his brow. Sensing the lingering oppressive aura in the air, he dared not approach too closely. From several paces away, he craned his neck anxiously. "Deputy Officer Gary, how is Commander Barr faring?" "His life has been secured, for now," Gary replied in a hushed, gravelly tone. "Ms. Jiang exhausted every last ounce of her psychic energy to suppress half of the commander's berserk state. But she can endure no longer. Her psychic sea teeters on the brink of desiccation. For safety, sake purification must be suspended immediately." Hearing this, the medical officer exhaled long and deeply, his eyes welling with tears. To suppress even half, that was nothing short of a miracle. Gazing at Jiang Lijin leaning weakly against Gary, his expression overflowed with profound, hard-won gratitude. "Then what about the next phase, eh? We'll proceed with the second purification after Ms. Jiang recovers for 2 days." Gary interrupted, his tone turning stern. "She administered a maximum dose anesthetic to the commander. Though he sleeps, his psychic pressure continues to radiate outward. Relay my order: no personnel below class are permitted within proximity of the isolation chamber for the next 48 hours. The medical officer nodded vigorously, wiping sweat from his forehead before retreating. Gary guided Jiang Lijin past layered security checkpoints across a one-core zone, heading toward the officers' rest area in Sector C. Just around a corridor bend, they encountered a group of young officers, newly commissioned majors judging by their insignia, huddled in quiet conversation. Upon spotting Gary, they snapped to attention and saluted in unison. "Good day, Deputy Officer." Gary acknowledged them with a slight, dignified nod. Among them stood one man who commanded immediate attention: short, deep blue hair, gold-rimmed spectacles perched on a sharp nose, exuding an austere, almost monastic composure. This was Kylon. The moment his gaze fell upon the woman in Gary's arms, his expression flickered, astonishment flashing across his features for less than half a second before vanishing entirely, replaced once more by his customary unruffled calm. "Jiang Lijin, what is she doing here, and in such a weakened state?" One of the majors couldn't resist asking. "The commander's spouse, the galaxy's sole 3-class female, Ms. Jiang Lijin," Gary replied without so much as glancing up, reciting the prepared statement. "The commander's condition is temporarily stabilized, but only half of the purification has been completed. A1 is now a restricted zone. Tread carefully. You wouldn't want to provoke misfortune." The majors collectively inhaled sharply and affirmed with rapid nods. Kylon remained among them, his gaze sweeping silently, yet keenly, across Jiang Lijin's pallid face. He said nothing, merely bowed his head along with the others to grant them passage. Jiang Lijin feigned weakness, lifting one eyelid just enough to confirm Kylon's presence among the group. A cold, silent laugh curled within her mind. Then she resumed her charade, letting Gary guide her away without resistance. Only once they were fully out of sight did Gary halt before a door. Raising his wrist, he swiped his neural interface across the access panel. Beep. Identity confirmed. The door parted. "Ms. Jiang, this is the commander's private quarters, the highest clearance level in the facility. You may rest here for now." Jiang Lijin straightened upright and tilted her head, eyeing him askance. "You hold clearance to Bogger's personal..." "That relationship seems intriguingly complicated." Gary hastily raised both hands in surrender. "Madam, please, don't misunderstand. This is standard deputy officer clearance, granted solely to enable real-time reporting of urgent military developments." They entered. The room was a stark, exact reflection of Barr himself, austere, minimalist, utterly devoid of ornamentation. Black bed linens, a gray metallic wardrobe, military combat knives, blades unsheathed, hung like trophies on the wall. The moment the door sealed shut behind them, Jiang Lijin's frailty evaporated completely. She strode to the rigid single bed and sat down without hesitation, then flicked the sheet with disdain. "I'm starving," she declared, already issuing orders. "I arrived with luggage aboard the starship. Tinia packed provisions. I need them brought here immediately." "Understood. I'll arrange it at once." Gary turned toward the door. His hand had barely touched the handle when he froze, pivoting back, brows knotted tight. "No, I can't leave you alone. What if the saboteur comes calling? If even a single hair falls from your head, the commander will carve me into minced meat, alive." Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes and flopped backward onto the bed, settling into a languid, comfortable pose. "Are you truly that dense? If you stand guard here like a stone sentinel, how will Kylon dare approach to gather intelligence?" Gary choked on the logic. Yes, it held, but unease still clung to him. "Then this: I'll have your supplies delivered, and I'll take position in a discreet nearby vantage point to monitor from afar. Do as you wish, just don't disturb me while I eat." She waved dismissively as though shooing away an insect. With a resigned sigh, Gary departed to assume his watchful duty. Before long, two logistics officers burst and drenched in sweat, hauling 3 enormous temperature-controlled crates. After setting them down, they fled without daring to meet her eyes. Jiang Lijin wasted no time, snatching open the first crate and pulling out a pack of meat floss crackers. She tore open the wrapper and crunched into one. Crisp texture and savory richness bloomed across her tongue. She closed her eyes in quiet, unadulterated satisfaction. Her wrist interface began vibrating urgently. It had buzzed repeatedly earlier during the quarantine operation, but she'd ignored it, wholly immersed in performance. She tapped open her stellar messenger, where unread messages had exploded into a cascade. At the top, dozens of consecutive messages from Tinia, flooding the thread with tearful and blessing emoji interspersed with anxious inquiries. Did you arrive safely? Did you encounter any xenomorphs? Is frontline rations bearable? Jiang Lijin chewed, thoughtfully typing one-handed. Arrived safely. Eating the crackers you packed? Absolutely divine. Below it a message from Chiron. By my calculations, you should have arrived by now. All proceeding smoothly. I trust you won't need the contents of the medical case. She replied, all smooth. Thank you. Just as she finished, a new notification flashed. Minimalist, stark, and startlingly brief. Sender Kylon. Jiang Lijin paused mid-chew. She'd forgotten to block him when opening her messenger earlier. Opening the chat revealed only one terse line. Where are you now? Jiang Lijin allowed a cold, knowing smile. The bait had taken, and faster than anticipated. She swallowed deliberately, then tapped her reply. Commander Barr's quarters. Instantly a reply appeared. Is it convenient? Jiang Lijin stared at those 3 words, and nearly rolled her eyes to the ceiling. With a single decisive tap, not convenient. Host, why did you say it's inconvenient? Aren't you supposed to give him a chance to reveal his true self? If you shut him out, how will the play continue? Xiaoyi asked her 3 questions in her mind. Jiang Lijin replied coolly in her mind. What do you understand? Jilin is inherently suspicious and deep-minded. If I say it's convenient, he might suspect it's a trap. The more I refuse, the more he will think I'm hiding something, and the more he will want to confirm the real situation of Ball. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 light rhythmic knocks suddenly came from outside the door. Who? Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying an appropriate mix of vigilance and weakness. Outside the door there was a moment of silence, then a deep yet extremely uncomfortable voice replied, It's me. Jiang Lijin's hand holding the cookie froze. That voice is Jilin. She glanced at the time on the light screen above her. Less than half a minute had passed since she sent the message saying it's inconvenient. This means that when this guy sent the message asking if it was convenient, he was already on his way here. He never intended to ask for her consent. Outside, Jilin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, patiently waiting for a response from inside. He was sure she... However, through the heavy metal door, a woman's unapologetic voice came through. Who are you? The man outside did not expect such a response. The air in the corridor paused for half a second. Jilin was not angry, and even his tone did not change. I am Jilin. Jiang Lijin sat on the edge of the bed, not even planning to move. She slowly put the last half of the meat floss cookie into her mouth, chewing deliberately slowly. Giving him a moment is beneficial for dealing with this lofty exhusband. After a full 5 minutes, Jiang Lijin finally clapped her hands and stood up slowly. She walked to the door, pressing the unlock button while leaning softly against the metal door frame. The door slid open. Jilin stood outside, his military uniform impeccably neat, and he was tall. The cold light from the corridor shone down, casting a shadow that almost enveloped Jiang Lijin. What brings you here? Jiang Lijin's eyelids drooped halfway, her voice lacking energy. Major General Jilin. These 4 words were uttered lightly, yet precisely drew the line. Jilin's gaze swept quickly over the room. No anomalies, no one else, just the open temperature-controlled box on the table and scattered cookie wrappers. He withdrew his gaze, focusing again on Jiang Lijin's pale face. I heard you just returned from the commander-in-chief. Jilin spoke, his tone impeccable. You took on such high-intensity purification work as soon as you arrived at the base. Is your body able to handle it? This question was skillfully asked. He said nothing about Bao's fate, only concerned about her health. If it were the former Jiang Lijin, she would have been moved to tears, eager to share everything that happened in the isolation room. Unfortunately, Jiang Lijin only found it amusing. It's fine, she replied perfunctorily, too lazy to give any extra words. Jilin did not mind her coldness, taking a step closer to reduce the distance between them. He looked down at her, lowering his voice, slightly conveying just the right amount of concern. The front line is not like the main star. The environment here is too harsh. You are now a key protected target and shouldn't take such a great risk coming to a place like this. Jiang Lijin raised her hand to rub her temple, pretending to be in excruciating pain. Now that I'm here, does saying this even matter? If the Major General has nothing else, I would like to rest. Jiang Lijin. Jilin called her name, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. He looked at the woman before him. Though her features hadn't changed, the aura she projected was completely different. The former Jiang Lijin always looked at him with shining eyes, as if eager to present her whole heart to him. If he frowned slightly, she would panic and self-reflect on where she went wrong. But now leaning against the door frame, her gaze towards him was like that of an indifferent stranger, even tinged with, "You've changed." Jilin's tone revealed no hint of anger or joy. "Really?" Jiang Lijin scoffed, shifting her position against the wall, crossing her arms. "People always change. If one day Major General Jilin discovers he has become a 3S level, you will change too." This statement fell with a neutral weight, and Jilin's breath briefly stilled. 3S level. This term held too much impact for someone who dreams of climbing higher. He wanted a higher military rank, greater power to sit in Bao's current position and become the highest authority in the entire federal military. Jiang Lijin's words accurately struck at the most hidden desires in his heart. If he possessed 3S level spiritual power, he wouldn't need to play nice with a female here. He would have already stepped over Bao. The corridor fell into a moment of silence. Jilin's pupils behind the glasses slightly contracted, already lost in his thoughts. In her mind, Xiao Yi began to explain the plot from the book to Jiang Lijin. In the original story, this Major General Jilin was quite a ruthless character. The drug he gave Bao not only triggered a rampage, but also destroyed Bao's mental barrier. In the end, other high-ranking officials in the military, in a bid to save the base, sent Bao into space in a mech to let him explode. After Bao's death, the military was left without a leader, and the public was in panic. Coincidentally, at this moment, the Zerg from the Sirius system launched a massive attack. Xiao Yi paused, her tone becoming serious. Interestingly, the timing of this Zerg attack was too precise, as if someone had sent intelligence to the Zerg in advance. Taking advantage of this chaotic situation, Jilin stepped forward to take charge. He devised an extremely risky plan to lure the enemy in, sacrificing 1/3 of the frontline troops to annihilate the main force of the Zerg. Jiang Lijin sneered internally. Climbing to power over the corpses of his comrades was indeed something Jilin could do. After that battle, Jilin's prestige soared, and he was directly promoted to general. Jiang Lijin sneered internally. Climbing to power over the corpses of his comrades was indeed something Jilin could do. After that battle, Jilin's prestige soared. With Gary's death, Jilin cleared all obstacles, smoothly rising to power, becoming the first level commander in the history of the Interstellar Federation. What an ambitious strategist. Bao and Gary had all become his stepping stones to ascend. In the corridor, Jilin finally came back to his senses from the brief loss of composure. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and his gaze behind the lenses became gentle again, even carrying a hint of affection. "Only whether you believe it or not, actually." He paused, carefully choosing his words, his tone becoming very sincere. "I really liked you before. Then why do you still want to divorce me?" Jiang Lijin leaned against the door frame, calmly following up on his words. Kiran sighed, bitterness evident in his eyes. "Because of your mental strength. You were only a crank before, while I am shrank. If we forcefully combine, my mental strength will gradually destroy your spiritual domain. Over time, you would die." He looked into Jiang Lijin's eyes, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "I cannot bear to watch you walk towards death just to keep you by my side. So I can only push you away, using the most decisive means to make you give up. Only in this way can you survive." I must say, this argument was quite perfectly crafted. He transformed into a scoundrel who abandoned his wife, packaging himself as a tragic hero who lets go for the sake of love. If it were the original owner, she would probably be so moved she would burst into tears and throw herself into his arms. Seeing Jiang Lijin remain silent, Kiran thought she was absorbing his words, and continued, "I know that at this moment you will surely think I am being hypocritical. You must be wondering if I'm only saying this because you've now become a 3S-level female, coveting your status and ability." The air in the corridor fell silent for a few seconds. Jiang Lijin looked at his sincere face and suddenly laughed. "Isn't that so?" Kiran was stunned. "What?" Jiang Lijin's gaze pierced into his eyes. "I mean, you coming here to say all this is just because you covet my 3S status, isn't it?" Kiran's deep affection finally showed a crack. He had imagined that Jiang Lijin would be moved, hesitant, or even angrily accuse him. But he never expected her to directly tear away his facade with such a mocking tone. But after all, he was Kiran, with a psychological resilience far beyond ordinary people. After just a 2-second pause, he regained his composure. He smiled bitterly. "I just feel that since our mental strengths are now compatible, the barriers between us no longer exist. I don't want two people who clearly love each other to lose each other forever due to some past misunderstandings." In his mind, Xiao Yi let out an exaggerated retching sound. "Ugh. Host, I can't take it anymore. Is this man's skin made from a starship hull? It's bulletproof level." Jiang Lijin deeply agreed. She took half a step back, increasing the distance between them, and casually pulled the door in front of her. "Are you done?" She yawned, 2 drops of physiological tears squeezed from the corners of her eyes. "If you're done, hurry up and leave. I've done a lot of work today, and I'm really tired. As for compatibility, Major Kiran, have you forgotten? My current matching list starts at a minimum of 2S level. You and Shrank." She scanned him up and down, elongating her tone. "Not qualified." Kiran's expression finally darkened completely. The words, "not qualified," were even more humiliating than being exposed earlier. This was a crushing blow in terms of hard indicators, an insurmountable chasm for him. But he quickly restrained his emotions, nodding. "All right, you rest well. I will come see you another day." After speaking, he turned and left his steps still steady and his figure tall. Jiang Lijin watched his back disappear around the corner of the corridor and closed the door behind her. Host, are you just letting him go like that? Xiao Yi was puzzled. He clearly came to test the situation with Ball, and you didn't reveal anything. Will he not act rashly? He won't. Jiang Lijun lay down on the bed, analyzing in her mind. The more impatient I act, the more aloof I seem, the less he can grasp the details. Moreover, I just provoked him with the 3S mention. With his ambition, he cannot tolerate being excluded from the court. If he wants to climb higher, he must eliminate Ball. And with Ball's fate uncertain, he has no idea whether the medicine he administered achieved the expected effects. Jiang Lijun closed her eyes, organizing her upcoming plans. He's so clever, he won't see through your deception, right? Xiaoyi still felt a bit worried. It's very possible. Jiang Lijun chuckled. So what should we do? Xiaoyi, I once heard a story. Jiang Lijun said leisurely in her mind. Once someone caught monkeys by drilling a small hole in a tree trunk and placing sweet fruits inside. The monkey reached in to grab the fruit, but once it clenched its fist, its hand got stuck in the hole and couldn't pull it out. In fact, if it just let go of the fruit, it could easily escape. But the monkey was too greedy, refusing to let go, and in the end, could only watch helplessly as the hunter approached and captured it alive. She opened her eyes, looking at the cold light of the ceiling lamp, her gaze sharp. Kiran is that greedy monkey. He desires Ball's death so much that he lost this golden opportunity. If he wants to scheme against Ball again, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, as long as Ball wakes up and checks even slightly, he will inevitably reveal himself. So even if he suspects this might be a trap, his inflated ambition will force him to take a gamble. He is unwilling to let go of that fruit named power. Jiang Lijun turned over, pulling the blanket over her head. The soldiers come to block, the water comes to cover. Right now, the most important thing is to catch up on sleep. As for that scheming ex-husband, let him stew in suspicion and ambition. Killen turned and walked away, his stride as composed as ever. As he passed the corridor's corner, 2 patrolling soldiers halted and saluted him. He offered a slight nod, maintaining the solemn authority befitting a brigadier general. Only after swiping open the biometric lock of his quarters and hearing the metallic door seal shut behind him, did that flawless mask begin to fracture. The room remained unlit. Killen stood motionless in the darkness, loosening his uniform collar and shrugging off his jacket onto the back of a chair. Something was deeply wrong, profoundly, unnervingly wrong. He replayed every moment of the day in his mind, frame by frame, with surgical precision. It had all begun the instant Gary spoke those words amid the crowd. Words laced with an inexplicable, chilling dissonance. The Supreme Commander's condition is temporarily stabilized. Purification is 50% complete. A 1 zone is off limits for the next few days. Don't go near it. Gary's statement carried far more weight than it. On the surface, it was meant to steady morale, but broadcasting 50% purification so publicly while issuing an ironclad order forbidding all officers below rank from approaching a 1's core zone was anything but routine. It amounted to a perilous signal broadcast to the entire command structure. Ball's terrifying 3-steer psychic pressure, the kind that shattered minds on proximity, had plummeted to near-level intensity. Otherwise, no perimeter would be necessary. Our low-tier officers stepping within range would hemorrhage from every orifice under that sheer oppressive force. And then there was Jiang Lijin, pale, listless, barely able to stand, and her so-called calming agent. Too convenient. Far too convenient. It was a blatant declaration. The Supreme Commander is weakened, vulnerable. Come kill him. A trap. An unmistakable, meticulously laid trap. Yet, the drug had been administered by his own hand. Undetected, untraceable. He'd injected it directly into Ball's exclusive nutrient solution. Though Ball's meals underwent 8 layers of instrumental scrutiny, the toxin was colorless, odorless, and chemically alien. Unclassifiable within any known universal compound database. Even the enigmatic Sanluo Pavilion, the most secretive syndicate across the stars, would struggle to procure such a substance. His supplier would never dare deliver a counterfeit at this critical juncture. To guarantee absolute efficacy, Killen had secretly conducted live trials 2 weeks prior, using 3 crank logistics personnel without anyone's knowledge. Dosage calibrated to the microgram. He watched unblinking as their psychic domains collapsed instantly, leaving them thrashing in paroxysms of frenzied agony, clawing their own flesh until bone gleamed through shredded muscle. Ball had consumed that nutrient solution, beyond doubt, beyond dispute. Logically, Ball's psychic domain should now be a shattered ruin. Even if Jiang Lijin possessed miraculous ability to suppress psychic turbulence, she could never excise a toxin already fused into marrow and sinew. Killen yanked open the metal chair and sat down sharply, lifting his left wrist, its tremor barely suppressed, as he forcibly steadied his racing pulse and activated his personal holocomputer. His fingers flew across the holographic keyboard. As a brigadier general of the high command, the backdoors he'd embedded deep within the system ran far deeper and far more insidiously than Gary, that fool, could ever imagine. 3 complex command strings entered. They bypassed the central control room's highest firewall. The screen flickered violently twice, then abruptly forced its way into the surveillance feed of a one's core isolation chamber. The camera angle faced the blast-resistant glass. Under cold white lighting ball lay supine on the medical gurney, utterly still, utterly lifeless. Killen's pupils contracted sharply. Coiled upon the metallic floor beside the bed loomed a colossal shadow, Ball's psychic manifestation. The high-resolution feed revealed subtle rhythmic undulations along the serpent's abdomen, steady, unervingly perfectly steady. Steady enough to stir a nameless dread deep within Killen's gut. Reason screamed warnings in his skull. This is bait. Gary deliberately exposed the flaw to lure you in. Steady enough to stir a nameless dread deep within Killen's gut. Reason screamed warnings in his skull. This is bait. Gary deliberately exposed. His gaze locked onto the timestamp in the lower right corner of the screen. Less than 48 hours remained. In that time, the Xiphos Vanguard would breach the jump point and arrive at their pre-designated coordinates near the base. It had been an exquisitely covert transmission. The voice, layered with multi-frequency distortion, offered terms dangerously seductive. Hand over the deployment schematics for Defense Line 3. We'll clear your path to the top. Killen knew full well that bargaining with the Xiphos was tantamount to drinking poisoned wine, but he craved this war with visceral hunger. As an rank officer with no patronage, no lineage, no factional backing, ascending to Supreme Commander through merit alone was a fantasy, tantamount to waiting for death itself. War was the swiftest ladder to power. He coveted absolute authority, and thus he'd been far too shrewd to surrender the true strategic coordinates to the Xiphos. Instead, he'd fed them a deliberately skewed set. Yet even with that deviation, a massive Xiphos incursion would inevitably plunge the defenses into chaos. He'd long since devised a feigned retreat strategy, sacrifice 1/3 of his forces to engineer a devastating Pyrrhic victory. One general rises upon 10,000 graves, an eternal unflinching truth. What were a few tens of thousands dead? Merely their grand, indispensable contribution to the Federation, to the stars, to him, Brigadier General Killen Soontobe, Supreme Commander. But now, staring at that serpentine form breathing with eerie calm on-screen, Killen's certainty wavered. What if the toxin held no effect whatsoever against a three-steer psyche? Or worse, what if it merely suppressed symptoms temporarily? Once the Xiphos hostiles descended, Ball need only open his eyes to reclaim full command, effortlessly, irrevocably. Then all Killen's meticulous planning, all the risk of court-martial, of execution by hanging, would collapse into mere ornamentation upon Ball's ever-glowing military laurels. Even more damning, the poisoning could not withstand scrutiny. If Ball awoke, the trail would lead straight to Killen, like blood to a shark. What awaited him then? Ruin, oblivion, death. Killen closed his eyes, drew a slow, deep breath, and when he opened them again, terror had curdled into something feral, desperate, and utterly unchained. Ball must die, and he must die before the war begins. Killen stilled his breath, his mind accelerating into razor-edged calculation. If this was a trap, Ball was not the architect. Ball's arrogance ran bone deep. He disdained psychological games, preferring instead to crush enemies' throats barehanded without pretense or subterfuge. Therefore, the mastermind controlling the board, laying this exquisite bait, could only be Gary. Remove Gary. Distract him utterly. Then a one's core would become a hollow shell, exposed, defenseless, ripe for the taking. Killen turned and strode back to his desk. To extract Gary, he needed a reason compelling enough to compel his immediate personal intervention. A critical forward outpost under unexplained assault. A severed logistical artery. He activated the stellar holographic map, his gaze sweeping rapidly across key strategic nodes. His eyes locked onto a coordinate 300 light-years from the main base, K-79 mineral supply, the linchpin of the entire frontline energy grid. Should it fall, the base's planetary shield would falter and fail. As acting High Commander, Gary could not afford to ignore it. A cold, sharp smile curled Killen's lips. This gamble, this final allure-nothing wager, he would win. The highest-level alarm of the light brain sharply pierced through the silence of the command room, with red lights flashing, stinging the eyes. Gary raised his head, tousled hair atop, as the bold warning words on the screen pulsated. K-9 mining station supplied base exploded in a series of blasts, primary communication line severed. It's a trap. These two words glaringly appeared. Gary, irritated, tugged at his hair and scrolled down the light brain data. If it were just a simple equipment malfunction, it wouldn't require him, the deputy officer, to personally intervene. But the K-9 mining station is the energy lifeline of the main base. If something goes wrong, not only will the visual deception barrier above the base vanish, but the entire base's energy supply will be cut off. By then, not only the commander, but also the 100,000 personnel would be doomed. He had to lead a team to investigate if the situation was amiss. Immediate evacuation would be necessary. Knowing full well it was a pitfall, he still had to jump in head first. In the C District Commander's Lounge, Jiang Lijin sat cross-legged on the bed, scrolling through the Star Network forum while eating the tasty portable food prepared by Tinia. The news of Philwin's arrest remained hot, with a barrage of criticism in the comments section. just as she was scrolling to a voting post titled "How Many Years Should Philwin Be Sentenced?" A knock sounded at the door. Outside stood Gary, fully armed. Gone was his usual playful demeanor as he entered and locked the door behind him. "I need to leave the base for a while." Gary got straight to the point, speaking quickly. "Something happened at the K9 mining station." "Is it something?" Kieran stirred up. Jiang Lijin put down the food packaging and became slightly serious. "More or less." Gary sneered. "Aside from him, no one else would cause such a commotion at this time." Jiang Lijin leaned against the table, her mind racing. Xiao Yi frantically projected in her mind, "Host Kieran is about to make a move. Once Gary leaves, the area near Ball will be empty. Based on the current situation, Kieran's most likely window of action is within 2 to 6 hours after Gary leaves." Xiao Yi added, "Host, do you want to remind Gary to leave more people behind?" Jiang Lijin did not respond, but analyzed to Gary. If he wants the commander's position, he wouldn't attract the bug race to the main base at this critical moment. If he destroys this place, what will he use as a springboard? That's true, Gary sighed, pinching his brow, but I can't gamble the safety of the entire base on that possibility. What if he messes up? What if the bug race really sneaks over amidst the chaos? I must confirm the situation on site. If it's the worst-case scenario, we need to organize an immediate evacuation. He detached the microparticle gun from his tactical belt and handed it to Jiang Lijin. Take this for self-defense, Gary instructed. Stay in the room today, don't go anywhere. I've locked down the commander's room access. Aside from me and the commander's biological information, no one can enter. There are heavy troops outside. As long as you don't come out, Kieran won't be able to do anything to you. At this point, he paused, his mouth opening slightly as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately just sighed and swallowed the words back. Jiang Lijin watched his expression, squinting slightly. If you want to say something, just say it. Take care. Gary lowered his eyes, his voice thickened. And regarding the commander, I haven't gone to see him today, so I don't know how he is. Don't go over by yourself. Jiang Lijin glanced at the particle gun in her hand, weighed it, and pocketed it. You should take more people just in case there's an ambush. Gary nodded, turned, and left with long strides. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, taking away nearly half of the base's elite mobile forces, leaving the small team named Divine Shield, which had initially escorted Jiang Lijin, to guard near her. After the door closed, the room fell quiet, and Jiang Lijin remained still. She was pondering. Kieran's target is Ball. Gary had locked Ball's isolation room, tight, theoretically foolproof. But Kieran is not easy to deal with since he chose to act today. He must have prepared the keys to unlock every door. Host. Xiao Yi tentatively called out, "What are you thinking?" Jiang Lijin did not reply. Half an hour later, Kieran appeared at the end of the corridor in the A1 core area. Guards on both sides of the corridor raised their guns in unison, blocking his way. "Major General, ahead is a restricted zone." The guard on the left lowered his gun, his tone firm. Kieran stopped, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his tone mild, yet oppressive. "Deputy Officer, Gary left in a hurry and specifically instructed me to come confirm the safety of the commander. You all know the commander's current condition is very unstable." The two guards exchanged glances, but did not move. Kieran was not angered. He pulled out the light brain panel. A temporary passcode bearing the military's special approval stamp popped up, which he had forged utilizing a loophole in his permissions. "What do you want me to call Deputy Officer Gary to confirm?" The guards hesitated. The entire base knew about Ball's current situation. He was like a nuclear bomb ready to explode at any moment. At such a time, who would be foolish enough to run in and provoke disaster? Even if they let him in, there was still a highest permission door with a lock that couldn't be opened without the key, making it impossible to enter the core isolation room. Better to avoid trouble. "Officer, please proceed." The guards lowered their guns and let him pass. Kieran nodded slightly and stepped, passing through the first blast-proof door. The lights in the corridor dimmed. Kieran stopped in front of the heavy titanium alloy permission door. This was the last defense line that Gary had specifically locked down before leaving. A black decoding chip slid into his palm. This item was expensive. It could be exchanged for a medium-sized starship on the black market and was specifically designed to target the military's internal network firewall. Before Ball's incident, he had already debugged this device, just waiting for the right moment to use it. He pressed the chip accurately against the password lock's recognition panel. A faint blue light lit up and the chip emitted a soft electrical buzzing sound. In less than 10 seconds, the heavy titanium alloy door made a soft sound and slowly slid open to both sides. Kieran quickly slipped inside. The cold air inside the room hit him. He did not rush further in avoiding the camera's capture range. Reaching the control cabinet in the corner, he drew his military knife, pried open the panel, and swiftly cut the lines. The surveillance system was disabled. After completing all this, he straightened up, adjusted his sleeve, and walked towards the central blast-proof glass wall. Cold white light illuminated the medical bed. Ball lay flat there, a large black python coiled beside the bed, motionless. Everything was just as he had seen in the surveillance. Kieran approached, gazing at his prey through the glass. Something was off. It was too quiet. Kieran took half a step back, pulled out a small high-intensity flashlight from his pocket, and aimed it directly at the glass, pressing the switch. The strong light penetrated the glass barrier, striking the ball on the bed. The beam pierced through the body, casting a light spot on the wall behind. Holographic projection. There was no one on the bed. He had been tricked. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. A strong sense of oppression filled the air. That was the unique mental pressure of high-ranking males. Even though it was already very weak, it still made Kieran and Sklas feel his scalp tingle and his breath hitch. The pressure was real. Gary had already left with his team, and aside from Ball, there was no one else in the entire base who could emit such a level of mental pressure. Ball had not left. He was nearby. Moreover, Bal's current condition could not be considered good, otherwise he wouldn't need to use a holographic projection to conceal himself and would have long since emerged to crush his bones. Kieran opened his eyes, quickly searching the empty isolation room. Since the person hadn't left, he must be hiding. He circled around the glass wall and walked to the back. Sure enough, in the corner where the two walls met, there was an inconspicuous passage. Kieran stepped inside and walked a dozen steps forward, only to find a complete metal wall ahead. It seemed like a dead end, but Kieran did not turn back. He extended his hand palm against the wall, feeling for a very concealed seam. He pressed down hard, and the wall panel silently recessed inward, revealing a narrow, hidden elevator door. Found it. Kieran let out a sigh of relief. But the control panel of the elevator that appeared next had no buttons, only a scanner emitting a ghostly blue light. Please perform biological information verification. The cold mechanical voice echoed. Kieran's hand paused in midair. He stared intently at the scanner, cold sweat forming on his back. Biological verification. This meant that aside from Ball and Gary, who had their information recorded, no one else could go down. His prize decoder was nothing but scrap iron in the face of biological verification. Where was he supposed to find biological verification? Should he capture Gary and chop off his hand? Kieran stood at the elevator door, staring at the glowing blue light, feeling for the first time what real helplessness was. Kieran stared at the scanner, emitting an eerie cerulean glow. His pupils contracted sharply behind his lenses. Time was running out. Gary could detect the anomaly on K9 mining planet at any moment and return without delay. In one fluid motion, he drew the high-frequency particle pistol from his belt and cranked its power to maximum. Pressing the muzzle firmly against the control panel, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The beam pierced the glowing blue scanner, filling the air with the acrid stench of burnt insulation. As molten metal dripped, every red alarm light across Core A1 blazed to life simultaneously. Sirens wailed down the corridor. Emergency lights strobed violently along the walls. Patrolling guards froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Their comms channel erupted into chaotic static. Core A1 breach. Code Omega. Teams 1 and 2. Immediate response. Orders crackled over the channel. But at the far end of the corridor, no guard dared take a single step forward. Most were Class A or Class B psychics. Ordinarily, they avoided Core A1 entirely. Now it had become a lethal radiation zone, teetering on the edge of 3-level berserker intensity. A death sentence for them. Sir. A young Class B soldier swallowed hard, his grip trembling on his rifle. That's the Supreme Commander's isolation chamber. The current radiation density. Stepping inside would be suicide. The squad leader's face turned ashen. He spat a curse. Contact Deputy Officer Gary now. Get him back here immediately. With sparks spitting and the stench of scorched metal thickening, the elevator doors groaned open. Kieran dropped the spent particle pistol beside his foot, smoothed his rumpled sleeve cuffs, and stepped decisively into the elevator car. As the cab plummeted downward the moment its doors slid open, Kieran surged forward without pause. Suddenly, crushing pressure descended from all directions, relentless, merciless, slamming down upon his spine. His eardrums throbbed, his temples pulsed violently, his knee joints groaned under unbearable strain. He collapsed rigidly onto the metal grating floor with a heavy hollow thud, and a coppery tang flooded the back of his throat. A gout of crimson blood sprayed forth, shockingly vivid. It's over. Lying prostrate in his own blood, only those two words echoed in Kieran's mind. Ball was unharmed. That monster was staring right at him. Cold sweat drenched his shirt as he waited for execution. 1 second. 2. Half a minute passed. Yet no physical attack came, only the soul-crushing weight of gravity. Gritting his teeth, Kieran forced his head upward. His gaze locked onto the fully transparent isolation wall directly ahead. There lay Ball, once the Federation's revered Supreme Commander, now utterly broken and sprawled across the bed. His black hair lay disheveled, his golden irises were clouded and vacant. Beside him, the colossal serpent writhed in agony. The drug had reached its peak. To suppress this berserker surge capable of annihilating half a planet, Ball had channeled every ounce of his psychic energy, leaving none to defend against external threats. Even fate conspired in his favor. So what if the particle pistol was drained? All he needed now was to crawl back into the elevator, ascend to the surface, and establish a direct high-priority link with Central Military Command. He'd already rehearsed his testimony. Deputy Officer Gary concealed the Supreme Commander's true condition and plotted treason. I detected irregularities and infiltrated the subterranean isolation chamber. only to find Supreme Commander Ball fully berserk and devoid of reason. Per Federation military code, once a 3-class male enters full berserker state, heavy assault mechs must forcibly extract him into deep space exile to preserve the base. Gary would face court-martial. Ball would become interstellar debris. And Jiang Lijin, that foolish woman, was merely a pawn, pushed forward by Gary as a decoy. Once he seized total control, a mere gesture of tenderness, plus a promise to clear her name, would suffice. She'd kneel before him again, just as before, obedient, devoted, utterly his. At that thought, even the searing ache in his bones seemed to ease. He crawled forward on hands and knees, inch by agonizing inch. Each meter felt like dragging a mountain. Sweat soaked through his shirt, expensive fabric clung grimed with dust and blood, but he no longer cared. Victory loomed within reach. His fingertips finally brushed the elevator's threshold, just as he prepared to heave himself inside. Ding! A hidden lift nearby chimed softly, and its doors parted. Qilin had miscalculated again. He hadn't expected Jiang Lijin to appear, but remained utterly unruffled. His eyes traced upward from her shoes. She stood with one hand tucked casually into her pocket, the other holding a half-finished beverage. Amid that terrifying pressure, her pallor was the only sign of strain. Killen's pupils contracted violently. Was this the true power of a 3-class female? He had to possess her. This desire burned more fiercely than ever. Well, Jiang Lijin drawled, voice laced with undisguised mockery. Look who's scrubbing floors down here. Our ever-diligent General Qilin. Li. Qilin choked down a mouthful of bloody phlegm, softening his tone with practiced gentleness. Stop playing. Ball is beyond saving. He'll detonate imminently, and everyone here will perish. Reaching out with a blood-smeared hand, he gestured for her to help him rise. Jiang Lijin said nothing. Tilting her head slightly, she glanced past him toward Ball behind the isolation wall. The situation was dire. The serpent's golden pupils were nearly consumed by crimson. Only a faint fading ember of light remained, fighting desperately. Help me up, Qilin murmured, voice honeyed and low. Come with me. I'll get us out and report to command. Heavy mechs will be dispatched to contain him. Cooperate and I guarantee your immunity from blame. His words were velvet-wrapped precision. Jiang Lijin tossed the empty can with surgical accuracy into the waste chute beside the elevator and dusted off her palms. Move aside. She lifted her leg to step over him. Qilin clenched his jaw and lunged forward, clamping both arms around her calf with desperate ironclad force. It was the last reserve of his strength. You can't go, you'll die. Let go, Jiang Lijin commanded, trying, and failing, to wrench free. Though crushed beneath overwhelming pressure, his glass skeletal structure held firm, like a vice forged of tempered steel. Li, wake up. He's already a monster. Only I can protect you. Qilin roared, his glasses long lost in the crawl, his eyes now blazing with feral possessive madness. Jiang Lijin had run out of patience. Her hand dipped into her pocket and withdrew the miniature particle pistol Gary had slipped her before departing. Its cold metal barrel pressed flush against Qillen's forehead. The weapon's residual heat seeped through his skin into his skull, silencing Qillen mid-sentence. For the first time he saw it in her eyes, absolute chilling indifference, the gaze reserved for the dead. A wave of genuine terror coiled around his heart, like venomous serpents. Lijin, you can't kill me. We were married. You loved me so deeply once. You swore you'd stay with me forever. Have you forgotten? He dredged up those stale, rotting relics of their past, trying to sway her with the original host's lingering affections. Jiang Lijin's finger froze above the trigger. In the original host's 3 years of suffocating darkness, Qilin had been the most normal of her 3 former husbands. Unlike the others, he never scolded, or worse, abused her. He simply observed, cold, detached, occasionally offering trivial kindness when his mood permitted. Yet to a soul drowning in despair, even that sliver of warmth had become her sole lifeline. In the original host's mind, Qilin was the only one who'd never inflicted tangible cruelty, and thus the only man who might truly become her husband. The emotion struck with brutal force. Jiang Lijin felt her eyes burn, her nose sting, and her fingers stiffen, unable to pull the trigger. The original host's lingering obsession resurfaced at this critical juncture, struggling to seize control, forcing her to lower the gun and spare the man who doled out such meager warmth. Jiang Lijin instinctively recoiled, repulsed by the absurdity of mistaking condescension for love, emotional neglect for tenderness. Qilin sensed her hesitation and seized hope, tightening his grip. Li, I knew you couldn't be so heartless. We still have feelings, don't we? You always listened to me before. Put the gun down, and we begin anew. I swear, I'll never let you suffer again. His voice trembled with euphoric relief, as if survival itself had already been secured. Inside the isolation chamber, Ball briefly reclaimed lucidity amid the torment. He opened his golden, vertically slitted eyes and fixed them unblinking on the scene at the elevator entrance. That filth was touching her. Rage flared so violently it threatened to incinerate his last shreds of sanity. He wanted to tear the man apart, grind those defiling hands to dust grain by grain. But his berserker psychic energy raged chaotically within, refusing to coalesce into any external form. All he could do was watch. Watch her hold the gun, watch her hand tremble. She couldn't bring herself to fire. Ball closed his eyes, and a ragged guttural groan escaped his throat. Of course. After all, he had been the man she once loved deeply. How could she possibly pull the trigger? Inside the system space, Xiao Yi rolled frantically. Host. What are you waiting for? Fire now. If you're going to die, die quietly. Jiang Lijin snarled inwardly. Xiao Yi went instantly mute, huddling humiliated in the corner of the system interface. That insult wasn't aimed at Xiao Yi. It was Jiang Lijin berating herself. To mistake scraps of pity for love and weep over it. Absurd beyond measure. Just as Ball struggled upright, reaching beneath himself for his own particle pistol to intervene. Bang! The recoil of the high-frequency particle rifle numbed Jiang Lijin's wrist. The high-energy beam pierced through flesh and skull unimpeded. Qilin didn't even have time to scream, the sycophantic smile still frozen on his face. A charred, perfectly circular hole blazed through the center of his forehead, its edges steaming faintly with wisps of white smoke. The acrid stench of seared flesh flooded her nostrils. Qilin's grip on her hand went utterly slack. His arm dropped heavily to the floor. Jiang Lijin abruptly released him. The miniature particle gun slipped from her fingers and clattered onto the cold metal floor. Her stomach heaved violently. She doubled over, bracing her trembling hands against her knees, overcome by uncontrollable wrenching dry heaves. This was her first kill. Even though she had repeated 1,000 times in her mind that he was a despicable wretch unworthy of mercy, witnessing a living person explode before her eyes, the visceral, shattering horror of it sent profound tremors through her soul, forged in an age of peace. A timid voice chimed softly inside her mind. Xiao Yi's, laced with a plaintive nasal quiver. Host. Are you all right? Don't be afraid. This scoundrel deserved no better. You acted in self-defense. Jiang Lijin's earlier mental shout had genuinely startled it. Even now it hadn't fully recovered. Jiang Lijin steadied her breath and replied inwardly. Residual memories and obsessions from the original body surged up unexpectedly. I nearly lost control. At those words, Xiao Yi instantly grasped the meaning behind Jiang Lijin's earlier snarl. Fool. Its previously timid mechanical voice shot up 8 octaves thick with alarm and disbelief. What? That violates fundamental transmigration protocols. Once this crisis passes, I'll immediately petition the core system for a full-depth diagnostic scan. But host, this isn't the time. Look at Ball. He's failing. Ball's name struck like a jolt of adrenaline, yanking Jiang Lijin back from the abyss of shock and nausea. She drew a sharp breath, forced herself upright, and staggered toward the containment wall. The moment she pressed the door release panel, the air thickened palpably, as if gravity itself had warped. Each step dragged like lead weights bound to her legs. Breathing became agonizingly labored. This was the crushing psychic pressure of a level 3S cultivator teetering on the edge of berserk collapse. Inside the barrier, Ball had somehow risen into a seated position. His hands were clamped over his skull, veins bulging starkly across his knuckles. His jaw clenched tight, throat vibrating with guttural suppressed roars. He was locked in a life-or-death struggle against his own spiraling instability. The black serpent writhed in agony across the floor, its colossal mass causing the entire chamber to tremble with each convulsion. Jiang Lijin couldn't get near it. How do I handle this? She leaned against the reinforced glass, gasping. I can't even reach it. I'd be pulped by its tail before I took 2 steps. Xiao Yi rapidly scanned the situation. Host, his psychic form is fully destabilized. Do not approach it. Target Ball himself instead. His physical body is currently subdued by the instability surge, making it comparatively stable. Jiang Lijin halted mid-stride, stunned. Target him. All I know how to do is psychic purification. The original body's memory only contains that technique. Xiao Yi paused. 2 seconds of static silence. Then emitted 2 stiff, unnatural mechanical coughs. Cough, cough. Host, do you know how to kiss? Jiang Lijin blinked, baffled. Don't I possess a group purification ability? Can't I channel it remotely? That only works on Shrank or lower males. Xiao Yi rattled off the explanation at lightning speed. Ball is level 3S and critically unstable. Remote energy projection would be far too slow. Direct physical contact is mandatory to establish a conduit. Well, if Shrank is low tier in your lexicon, Qilin might just claw his way out of the grave to strangle you. Jiang Lijin muttered darkly, trying to loosen nerves stretched taut as violin strings. But she didn't hesitate further. In this situation, hesitation meant certain death. Not just hers, but everyone in the base should Ball fully succumb to berserker rage. She dragged her leaden limbs to the bedside and gazed down at the man, panting raggedly, trapped in torment. So, just kiss him directly on the mouth, right? In theory, the deepest possible proximity yields optimal results. Xiao Yi adopted a rigorously academic tone. However, given his current state, capable of tearing you limb from limb at any second, I recommend initiating energy transfer via mucosal contact first. Once his psychic form stabilizes, proceed to full-scale purification. Jiang Lijin tuned out the system's relentless commentary. She bent low palms firm on Baal's cheeks and lifted his chin sharply upward. His skin bore the sun-kissed, healthy bronze of one long accustomed to open skies. Not pale, yet her grip was fierce enough to leave two vivid red marks on his sharply defined jawline. There was no gentleness here, no tenderness, no hesitation. She stared at his tightly shut eyes, his strong, straight nose steeling herself with frantic inner resolve. This was the highest-ranking commander in the entire galaxy, strikingly handsome, powerfully built. A single kiss. She was clearly the one gaining. And legally he was her husband, beyond question. Saving a life merits 7 tiers of merit, saving so many lives with one kiss. She was practically radiating saintly virtue. Having thoroughly convinced herself, Jiang Lijin steeled her nerves like a soldier facing execution, closed her eyes, and leaned in. Go host. Deeper contact enhances energy conduction efficiency. Wait, why's my screen black? I need live oversight. Jiang Lijin ignored it entirely. Her lips met Baal's, dry fever hot. As she pondered Xiao Yi's cryptic deeper is better, she felt her own calm, steady energy begin flowing steadily from her lips into his body. She grumbled inwardly, this isn't purification, it's outright soul siphoning. And in that half-second of distraction, Baal's eyes snapped open. They were eyes stripped bare of reason. His once brilliant golden irises had contracted into razor-thin vertical slits, overflowing with raw predatory aggression. Her heart lurched, instinct screamed retreat. A broad palm clamped fiercely onto the back of her head, gripping with terrifying strength. His fingers plunged deep into her hair, anchoring her head firmly against his, then seized control, deepening the kiss with ruthless dominance. Her hands flew to his blazing chest, pushing weakly. But this was a level 3's male hovering at the precipice of total frenzy. Worse, his overwhelming aura, laced with an indescribable electric thrum, coursed up her nerves through their entwined lips and tongues. Her bones turned to liquid, not a single finger could lift. A low guttural groan vibrated in his throat as his Adam's apple rolled. His free arms swept around her waist, muscles coiling. Then in a dizzying whirl, she was hoisted effortlessly onto his lap, straddling him. The posture shifted instantly into something perilous intimate. Yet Baal did not advance further. He merely closed those unnerving, slitted eyes again, instinctively parting her lips and drinking deeply of her cool, purifying spiritual energy. Eyes wide, Jiang Lijin gripped his shoulders, still calculating escape routes in her mind, until she realized beyond this desperate clinging kiss, he showed no intent to tear her apart. As her energy flowed steadily, his tension eased. Even his ragged breathing smoothed, growing steadily calmer. Beside them, the massive black serpent ceased its violent thrashing. It coiled obediently into a tight spiral, resting its enormous head atop its own tail, tongue flicking contentedly as soft, satisfied hisses escaped its throat. Jiang Lijin was exhausted. Her waist was locked in an iron grip. Struggle was futile, resistance impossible. Her energy continued draining outward, inducing a drowsy carbon dioxide-like lassitude. She surrendered completely, letting him take the lead. Setting aside initial terror and awkwardness, she admitted, objectively, the experience wasn't unpleasant at all. Resigned, Jiang Lijin closed her eyes and let her rigid body soften. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black void of the system space, where Xiao Yi had been forcibly quarantined, it paced frantically. Ugh, what is this? Just one glance. What harm could it do? I understand, data. Host, are you even performing purification properly? Say something. Jiang Lijin completely tuned out Xiao Yi's clamor. Bar's body temperature was alarmingly high, radiating heat through the thin fabric separating them. His kiss, initially fierce and domineering, gradually softened into something dangerously alluring. This man, normally a stern, disciplined officer, kissed like a force of nature. Jiang Lijin silently grumbled inwardly, yet her arms instinctively tightened around him. The alarm still wailed outside. Red lights continued to pulse, but the storm within the isolation chamber had subsided. Bar's breathing steadied. The hand gripping the back of Jiang Lijin's head relaxed slightly, then slid down her long hair to rest firmly across her lower back. Yet almost immediately she sensed something far more unsettling. Jiang Lijin froze. Then her mind erupted in a sharp, disorienting buzz as realization struck. Had her body's primal instincts, Jiang Lijin froze. Then her mind erupted in a sharp, disorienting buzz as realization struck. Had her body's primal instincts surged the moment his berserker rage receded. She hastily pressed her palms against Bar's chest and shoved. Harder this time, and with surprising ease he yielded. Yet he did not fully release her. Instead, he dipped his head, burying his face deep into the hollow of her neck, his broad chest heaving as he drew ragged, desperate breaths. His scorching exhalations seared her skin, making her flinch. It took several long moments for the dizziness to ebb. She tilted her head, glancing at the man slumped over her shoulder, then turned to regard the colossal creature coiled motionlessly in the corner. The black serpent, moments earlier thrashing violently, now lay utterly still, coiled like a mountain, its massive head resting placidly atop its own tail. Was it truly over? Hey, Jiang Lijin snapped, voice edged with irritation. If you're awake, say something. I've lost all feeling in my legs. Bar remained unmoving, silent. Only the steady rhythm of his breath answered her. Was he asleep? Jiang Lijin stared blankly upward, exasperated. Was this how it ended? Dazed by an overwhelming kiss, then abandoned mid-embrace while he drifted off. She shifted slightly, attempting to extricate herself from the awkward entanglement. But the moment she moved, the arm around her waist clamped down with sudden ironclad force, pinning her back into place. Don't move, came his low, gravelly voice beside her ear, thick with nasal resonance. Jiang Lijin stilled instantly, daring no further wriggling. To stir now would be to ignite flame where embers still glowed. At last Bar lifted his head. His vertical pupils had returned to their natural gold, no longer burning with that terrifying crimson glare. He gazed at her in quiet intensity, his eyes tracing the faint swelling of her lips before settling unwavering upon her own. They held each other's gaze, silent, unblinking. After several seconds, Jiang Lijin broke the stillness first. Do you have a canine lineage? She demanded, bluntly, frowning. She scrambled down from Bar's lap, limbs flailing, and barely steadied herself as her feet touched the floor, her knees buckling momentarily. She braced herself against the edge of the bed and smoothed her rumpled clothes. Now that you're recovered, I'll be taking my leave. Jiang Lijin brushed her hands together and gestured toward the door. There's quite the mess waiting for you outside. Beyond the glass wall, Kylon's corpse lay motionless in a dark pool of blood, the charred gaping wound at his temple stark and grotesque beneath the pulsing red warning light. Bar turned his head, his gaze sliding past Jiang Lijin's shoulder to fix upon the body. His golden vertical pupils contracted sharply. Disgust flashed raw and unguarded across his expression. Did you kill him, Oi? His voice had regained its customary cold hardness, though still laced with residual hoarseness. What else was I supposed to do? Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes, tone icy. Keep him around for New Year's Eve. He had me locked in a death grip. If I hadn't broken free, we'd both be dead. Jiang Lijin set down her water cup and faced Bar squarely. That's self-defense. Got it. Bar said nothing. He pushed himself up from the bed, then collapsed back with a stifled groan, weakened and unsteady. Jiang Lijin watched him, and, rarely, felt a flicker of genuine sympathy. Need me to call a medic? No. His refusal was immediate, decisive. He gasped deeply several times, forcibly suppressing his body's protest. Help me up. Jiang Lijin pursed her lips. That imperious tone, truly some things never changed. She stepped forward and extended her hand. He grasped it firmly, using her strength to rise. Side by side, they exited the isolation chamber. As they passed Kylon's body, Jiang Lijin instinctively averted her eyes. Bar halted and stared coldly at the dark stains spreading across the floor. The elevator doors parted. Jiang Lijin entered first, a Bar followed closely behind. Inside the narrow cabin, she leaned against the rear corner, watching the floor indicator flicker steadily upward. What just happened? Nothing happened, Jiang Lijin interrupted, voice light and dismissive. I'm simply a dedicated purifier. Performed an intensive, deep purification on you using special. No need for guilt. It was purely a medical emergency. Bar turned to look at her. Golden eyes churned with turbulent emotion, then steeled themselves into impassive control. A purifier. He gave a dry, skeptical snort, voice lifting slightly at the end. Does Central Hospital on the core planet train its purifiers to straddle patients and administer treatment orally? Jiang Lijin faltered, then lifted her chin defiantly. If it works, does the method matter? Bar let out a short, incredulous laugh, amused yet distinctly irritated by her shameless nonchalance. He stepped forward, lowering his head slightly, his broad shoulders eclipsing the ceiling light, casting her entirely within his shadow. Jiang Lijin, he said, voice low and deliberate, calling her by full name. Do you truly understand what such an act means, when performed upon a mature male, especially one who is by formal designation your husband? Jiang Lijin blinked, then feigned innocence. It means I'm exceptionally skilled and compassionately devoted to healing. Bar studied her for a long, silent moment, then suddenly seized her chin between thumb and forefinger. It means, he murmured, leaning in, you are now accountable to me. Her pulse leapt, but outwardly she slapped his hand away with sharp indignation. Dream on. I saved your life. You should be thinking how to repay me. Responsibility. Not happening. Ding. The elevator chimed softly as it reached the ground floor. The metal doors slid open with serene precision. Jiang Lijin strode out, long-legged, resolute, not once glancing back. Bar stood rooted in place, watching her figure vanish beyond the corridor's turning. Sir. Gary's voice rang from the far end of the hall. He sprinted forward, flanked by a squad of heavily armed. Seeing Bar standing unharmed at the elevator threshold, Gary exhaled deeply in visible relief. Thank the stars, you're safe. When the A1 sector alarm blared, I feared. You feared I'd detonated. And come to collect my remains, eh? Bar cut in, his gaze icy. Gary offered a nervous chuckle, then dared not reply. He peered cautiously into the elevator, finding no one else inside. Ms. Jiang. Where is she? Gone. Bar strode purposefully toward the command center. Gary hurried to keep pace. Kylon. He entered the isolation zone earlier. Where is he? Dead. Gary sucked in a sharp breath. Dead? By whose hand? And Ms. Jiang. She's unharmed. Gary ventured carefully. Bar paused, turning slowly to meet his gaze. She is perfectly fine. Gary shivered under that stare. Something felt profoundly off about his commander today. Yes, the berserker surge had abated, but his aura burned hotter, sharper, more volatile than ever. Notify logistics. A1 sector requires complete renovation. He continued walking. Also retrieve Kylon's full communications log and financial transactions over the past month. He chose this moment to strike. Someone is pulling his strings. Yes, sir. Gary snapped to attention, and the corridor's sensor lights lit up one by one. Gary followed closely behind Ball, watching as his superior purposefully walked toward the room at the end of the corridor, feeling a cold sweat break out. Sir, Ms. Jiang is currently staying in your room. Gary spoke under pressure. At that time the situation was urgent and your room was the only one with the highest security level, so I took the liberty of arranging for her to stay there. Should I arrange another lounge for you? Ball did not pause his steps. No need, he replied coldly without looking back. My mental state is unstable, and I require the highest security room. If I lose control again, a regular lounge won't be able to contain me. This reasoning was impeccable, and Gary could not refute it. The image of Jiang Lijin's pretty yet intimidating face flashed through his mind, and he wisely chose to remain silent. Regarding the commander's affairs, it's best to stay out of it. In the room, Jiang Lijin was slumped on the bed, holding a light brain, the dim blue light from the screen, casting a glow on her face. On the other end of the light, brain messages from Tania popped up like a rapid-fire barrage. Sister, how are things going on your side? You're not hurt, right? Do you miss me? I can't even eat because I miss you so much. Those rough men in the military definitely won't take care of you. Wait for me, I'll apply for a flight route to come get you right away. Jiang Lijin looked at the screen filled with puppy-eyed emojis and couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Considering the time, she had been away from Capital Star for only 2 or 3 days at most. This person's clingy skills were truly increasing day by day. She casually replied with "I'm fine, don't worry," and with a swipe of her fingertip switched to Kargan's chat interface. Compared to Tania's clinginess, Kargan's reports felt much more formal. The 3 A-grade beastmen from Firwin have been detained by the Security Bureau. They insist that they acted on their own, trying to take the blame for Firwin. I have already informed the Security Bureau in advance. The case is temporarily on hold. However, Imperial law grants exemptions to high-ranking females, making it difficult to completely bring her down. Jiang Lijin stared at the screen, her fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the bed. This broken Imperial law is simply a death certificate for those evil females. Firwin had suffered such a significant loss this time, and she would definitely not let it go easily. I need to think of a way to resolve this once and for all. Just as she pondered, the door lock let out a soft click. The door opened. Jiang Lijin jumped up as if electrocuted, vigilantly staring at the doorway. Ball pushed the door open. He had obviously already dealt with the blood on him in the public bathroom, changing into a clean black training outfit. The collar opened, revealing a small patch of collarbone with scratch marks. Jiang Lijin sat up straight, her gaze darting between Ball and the door. If I remember correctly, this should be the temporary accommodation Gary arranged for me. She raised an eyebrow, her tone unfriendly. Could you please move, Commander? Turn left when you exit. No need to see you off. Ball walked straight over, long legs striding forward as he sat down on the edge of the bed. This is my room, he corrected her. Moreover, the poison in my body hasn't been resolved yet. Given the situation earlier, it could relapse at any moment. As my lawful wife, and currently the only purifier capable of cleansing me, staying by my side is the safest choice. So you mean I have to be on 24-hour guard duty? Jiang Lijin laughed in anger. You can understand it that way. Ball stared at her, a hint of lingering fatigue between his brows. Or would you prefer to watch me explode and die here, taking half of the space station with me? Jiang Lijin was rendered speechless. This reasoning was impeccable. She couldn't find a single flaw. She certainly didn't want to be blown up along with the base while she was sleeping. In her mind, the excited mechanical voice of Xiao Yi suddenly sounded host. The system shop has a new item, anti-wolf spray, Interstellar edition, for just 998 points. You can't lose money or be deceived. A single spray, and even a 3-grade male will fall asleep instantly. Would you like to buy a bottle? Get lost. Jiang Lijin cursed silently in her heart. All right. Xiao Yi quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the rooms in the base were small. Even the commander's room only had a bed and a desk. The sofa was single-person size, and she couldn't sleep on the floor. Seeing that she had fallen silent, Ball turned and walked towards the bathroom. He'll take another shower. The sound of water trickled from behind the frosted glass. Jiang Lijin stared at the layer of steam, absent-mindedly scrolling through her light brain. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened and steam billowed out. Jiang Lijin instinctively looked up, her breath catching in her throat. Ball had only wrapped a white towel around his waist. Water droplets slid down his muscular chest, tracing the defined lines of his abdomen before finally disappearing beneath the towel. Jiang Lijin glanced over. Tisk with that physique, he'd definitely be a top male model on Blue Star. If I remember correctly, the society now places a high value on male chastity, doesn't it? She looked him up and down, her tone teasing. Commander Ball is so casually undressed in front of a female, doesn't that break the male moral code? Ball picked up a towel to dry his hair, moving slowly. Those rules are set for low-ranking males. His voice was deep. Females have the right to choose superior genes, so naturally, they will have requirements for character. But I'm a 3S grade in. He paused his movements, looking down at her. We are lawful partners in our own bedroom. I have no need to adhere to those trivial formalities. As he spoke, he walked towards the edge of the bed. I'm going to change into my sleepwear. Ball turned his head with a hint of teasing in his eyes. If you want to keep staring at my chest, I don't mind. Who's looking at you? Jiang Lijin shot back defiantly, but her gaze did not leave him. Did you not just say we are partners? Shouldn't partners be honest with each other? Why are you covering up? Ball paused, his golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly. You're right. His long fingers grasped the edge of the towel and pulled hard. Damn. Jiang Lijin quickly covered her eyes, though she subtly opened a small gap between her fingers. This man is serious. Is he this bold? The anticipated scene did not unfold. As the towel fell, Ball was wearing a pair of black boxer shorts underneath. The fabric clung to his skin, outlining an astonishing curve. Jiang Lijin lowered her hands, staring at the shorts, sinking into a long silence. Disappointed, Ball picked up a silk nightgown and put it on, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Jiang Lijin cursed him in her heart, rolling over and pulling the quilt to wrap herself up like a silkworm. Ball turned off the main light, leaving only a dim wall lamp. The mattress sank slightly as he lay down. There was an invisible barrier between them, and neither spoke. The room was so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes, her mind in a jumble, one moment thinking of the charred blood hole on Killen's forehead, the next remembering Bao's eyes devoid of reason. Tossing and turning for a long time, she was wide awake. Just as she was about to turn over and change her position, she felt a tightening around her waist. A strong arm wrapped around her, pulling her back along with the quilt. Her back collided against a warm, hard chest. Jiang Lijin stiffened. The arm around her waist was incredibly powerful, making it impossible to break free. Ball, she gritted her teeth and spoke. What are you doing? The person behind her remained silent. Only warm breath sprayed against her neck, causing her to shiver. Let go. She elbowed backward, hitting solid muscle, which only pained her. Don't move. Bao's voice came from above, hoarse to an excessive degree. The rage value is acting up again. Let me hold you for a while. Jiang Lijin stopped struggling. The excuse of the rage value was simply foolproof. She certainly couldn't just kick him off the bed. If he really exploded, the whole base would have to go down with him. She sighed resignedly, giving up resistance. Fine, just consider it as hugging a large hot water bottle. In her mind, Xiao Yi could no longer hold back the mechanical voice, filled with frustration. Host. Wake up. He's lying to you. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. I know. Clearly, he needs to take off his clothes for physical contact to suppress the rage value. Hugs over the quilt are useless. Xiao Yi lamented. You've fallen into his trap. Jiang Lijin. In the early morning, Ball opened his eyes. Years of military training had ingrained a biological clock in him, causing him to wake before dawn. However, he did not rush to get up. Instead, he remained lying flat, quietly probing the restless energy within his body. The rage value was indeed suppressed, but the poison still lurked deep within his meridians, waiting for the right moment to strike back. Ball's gaze darkened. This toxin was particularly insidious. Not only could it incite male rage, but it also perfectly evaded conventional biochemical testing. Jilin dared to act in plain sight, which meant he had undoubtedly made thorough preparations. It was imperative to quickly ascertain its composition, otherwise it would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. He reached for the military light brain at the bedside. The screen lit up, revealing an unread, urgent, and encrypted file at the top. The sender was Gary. Ball frowned and clicked to open it. The file header bore a large Imperial Royal gold-edged emblem that was painfully glaring. The content was exceedingly official. The Imperial Royal Family and the Academy of Sciences jointly issued a statement to express their deep condolences to the soldiers of the federal military for combating the insect race. They dispatched the chief academician of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Karong, as a senior medical advisor to provide technical support and medical assistance for 1 month at the serious defense line. Ball stared at the words Karong with a cold smile. When did that bunch of old foxes in the Empire turn into benevolent benefactors? Usually when the Federation wanted to acquire a high-precision medical pod from the Empire, they had to go through dozens of rounds of negotiations, being thoroughly skinned in the process, as if even the screws were priced by the gram. And now they were sending over their most treasured chief academician directly. Moreover, as far as he knew, Karong, on the surface a doctor dedicated to saving lives, was secretly a core strategist within the highest decision-making body of the Empire. Every move he made influenced the dynamics of the interstellar situation. How could he abandon everything to rush to the front lines? Ball turned his head, his gaze falling to the side. On the large bed, Jiang Lijin had wrapped herself tightly like a cocoon, leaving only half of her fluffy. The base was located on this frigid fringe planet, and the space station's temperature control system had lowered the temperature at night to save energy. She was afraid of the cold. Last night, she had fiercely snatched the blanket, forcing Ball to the edge of the bed. Watching her sleep soundly, the coldness in Bao's eyes unconsciously softened a bit. This file could easily be guessed to have come from Kurong himself. Under the guise of military exchange and the noble cause of saving lives, he was boldly coming to the Federation's front lines to snatch people. Ball tightened his grip on the light brain, his expression growing darker. Under normal circumstances, having top medical experts come to work for free would definitely be welcomed with open arms. It was a rare blessing. But now this expert was coming specifically for his wife. That was quite bothersome. Agreeing would be inviting a wolf into the house. Refusing would make him seem guilty, especially since he was in dire need of Kurong's assistance to resolve the poison within him. The medical officers in the military could handle external injuries like broken arms and legs, but when faced with such a complex neurotoxin targeting the spiritual sea, they were basically helpless. Leaning against the headboard, Ball pinched his brow. No matter what scheme Kurong was plotting, this was his territory. Approved. Arrange for the highest standard of reception, and do not let the Empire find any faults. After responding to Gary, he switched to the contact list, found the avatar of the base's chief medical officer, and sent a brief command. In 1 hour in the command room. Bring your best toxicological analysis equipment. After completing all this, Ball tossed the light brain back onto the bedside table, producing a soft clack sound. The cocoon beside him stirred. Jiang Lijin struggled to poke her head out from the pile of blankets, her sleepy eyes barely open, her hair a tangled mess. She had surprisingly slept well last night. There were no midnight rampages or sudden bouts of rage. The heat radiating from this large warm water bag beside her was just right, allowing her to enjoy a rare sound sleep. Jiang Lijin yawned, her voice hoarse from just waking up, and turned to look at the man leaning against the headboard. Good morning, Commander-in-Chief. Ball looked at her, his golden vertical pupils revealing no emotion. Morning. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Lijin got straight to the point. I'm hungry. For the past 3 days, she had been surviving on the portable food that Tinia had given her. The young master was generous. Even though it was portable rations, they were specially made by high-end restaurants under the Yunlan group, and the taste was extraordinary. But there would always be a time when she ran out. She was unsure how long she would stay at the base, so she needed to save some as reserves. Where is your military canteen? Take me to see it. Take me to see it. Jiang Lijin lifted the blanket and quickly got up. Ball looked at her eager expression and shattered her fantasy. The base doesn't have a canteen. What? Jiang Lijin's movement froze. No canteen, Ball repeated. Only a supply depot. Then what do you all eat? Nutritional fluid. The expected yet despairing answer. You can't drink that every day, can you? Jiang Lijin stared in disbelief. 3 meals a day, every meal. No variations. The nutritional fluid is efficient and convenient. It provides all the energy needed for combat. Ball stated the objective facts. Eating requires chewing and swallowing, which wastes a lot of time. In the rapidly changing battlefield, every second counts. A high-grade nutritional fluid can be consumed in 5 seconds and sustained for 3 days. Jiang Lijin frowned deeply as she listened. During her time on Valorant, Tinia had spoiled her with all kinds of exquisite ingredients to make delicious meals. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. What about you? She stubbornly asked. As the commander of the Federation, shouldn't he have some privileges? I do too, Ball replied succinctly, completely extinguishing her hopes. Jiang Lijin collapsed back onto the bed in despair, staring blankly at the gray-white ceiling. Fine nutritional fluid it is. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. She couldn't really starve herself to death in this godforsaken forward base. Ball looked at her crumpled face and couldn't help but chuckle. He stood up and adjusted the belt of his black silk robe. A few days ago, the Second Fleet cleaned up the battlefield in a combat zone at the edge of the Sirius system. Ball spoke slowly, his voice deep. The ecological environment of that planet was quite good. It had not been completely polluted and retained some primitive vegetation. When the logistics troops were clearing the insect corpses, they inadvertently killed a few Panjiao beasts that wandered onto the battlefield. Ball looked at her with a smile growing wider as he continued. The meat has been tested and found to be free of toxins, rich in high protein. They brought a few back frozen in the logistics department's cold storage, originally intended to be used as raw materials for high-grade nutritional fluid. Jiang Lijin's eyes lit up, sweeping away her previous dejection. Panjiao beasts. Are they tasty? No one has eaten them. Ball replied honestly, everyone is drinking nutritional fluid. A waste of resources. Jiang Lijin exclaimed, sitting up in anguish. They have meat and still drink nutritional fluid. Are the people in your military all brain dead? Ball ignored her complaints. Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring some over. I'll cook it for you. Jiang Lijin was stunned. He would cook. She looked up and down at the stern-faced man before her. A vivid image automatically formed in her mind. Ball, wearing a flowery apron, expressionless as he flipped meat on a grill. No, that image was too jarring. She quickly deleted it from her mind. You, Jiang Lijin's eyes filled with skepticism. Commander Ball can cook meat. Don't poison me later. Survival training in the wild is a mandatory course in the first year of military school. Ball replied calmly, unfazed by her doubts. In a barren planet without supplies, making fire and grilling meat is a basic survival skill. I have even grilled insects to eat. A mere Panjiao beast's meat is nothing to me. Grill insect. Images flashed uncontrollably in her mind of the gruesome insectoid creatures she had seen on the starship when she arrived at the base, with their menacing compound eyes, limbs dripping with green slime, and shells covered in barbs. Half an hour later at the Logistics Division's open-air platform. Though dubbed open air, it was in fact a designated observation zone, its ceiling sealed beneath a transparent protective dome through which the inky expanse of outer space shimmered. Several metallic crates were stacked across the platform, originally intended for patrol equipment, now hastily repurposed as makeshift tables and chairs. The elevator doors slid open. Gary stepped out. Sir, the horned ridge beast meat you requested. When logistics heard it was for you, they selected the fattiest rib slab and 2 hind legs. He set the crate down on the platform and lifted the lid. Inside, thick slabs of dark red frozen meat lay neatly arranged, marbled with even streaks of fat, their quality unmistakably superior. Jiang Lijin leaned in for a closer look, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. Ball crouched in the corner of the platform, deftly dismantling a discarded metal rack with his combat knife, extracting several horizontal bars to construct a rudimentary grill. Gary stood nearby for a few seconds, then tactfully retreated 2 paces. Sir, I'll head to command now to fetch the chief medical officer. Weren't you scheduled to meet him in an hour? Without looking up, Ball gave a curt nod. Gary exhaled in quiet relief and turned away, no desire to linger as an unwelcome third wheel. Ball picked up his combat knife and sliced the frozen meat into uniformly thick cuts, laying them across the grill bars. From his gear pouch, he retrieved a compact, energy-focusing ignition device. Designed for wilderness survival, it proved unexpectedly ideal for roasting meat. Flames leapt upward, sizzling echoed across the platform. Ball's grilling technique was masterful. Flame control precise, each slice seared to perfection. Base rations consisted solely of nutrient paste. Proper cutlery did not exist. The first batch done, Ball skewered a slice on the tip of his knife and handed it, knife and all, directly to Jiang Lijin. She accepted without hesitation and took a bite. The horned ridge beast's flesh was dense and springy, carrying the wild, clean sweetness unique to untamed game. Unadorned by any seasoning, its intrinsic flavor alone eclipsed nutrient paste by 1,000 leagues. Delicious. Jiang Lijin mumbled around her mouthful, flashing Ball an enthusiastic thumbs up. Ball didn't glance up, but the corners of his lips had already lifted, faint and fleeting. He produced another combat knife from somewhere unseen and began preparing the next batch. Slice after slice, he grilled as she devoured. Silence reigned, profound and rare, a moment of unexpected calm. Just as Jiang Lijin reached that comfortable state of satiety, 7 or 8 inches full, Gary reappeared on the platform, accompanied by a middle-aged man who stepped off the elevator. The man wore the crisp, white uniform of a senior medical officer, a sleek silver portable diagnostic case, held firmly in hand. Sir. The officer saluted crisply, his gaze flickering between the smoking grill and Jiang Lijin, his expression subtly unsettled. The Supreme Commander of the Federal Military is grilling meat on the front lines. The sheer cognitive dissonance of that image hung thick in the air. Ball Rose wiped his hands meticulously with a clean cloth, as if the man who'd just knelt barehanded over coals had never existed. Did you bring the equipment? Yes, sir. The officer opened the case and withdrew a palm-sized toxicological analyzer. Full-spectrum molecular-level scanning, the highest resolution unit in the entire Federal Medical Corps. Ball rolled up his sleeve, exposing his forearm. The officer affixed the analyzer to his radial artery and initiated the scan. A ribbon of blue light traced slowly along his veins while data cascaded across the holographic display. Jiang Lijin sat perched atop a metal crate nearby, dabbing oil from the corner of her mouth with a napkin, her eyes never leaving Ball. 3 minutes passed. A sharp chime signaled completion. The officer stared at the screen, his face paled. What is it? Ball asked. Nothing, the officer swallowed hard. Absolutely nothing. All metrics perfectly within normal range. Impossible. I know it is, the officer murmured, beads of sweat glistening on his brow as his fingers danced across the analyzer's interface. Let me run another pass, different mode. The second scan concluded. Identical result, pristine, unblemished, utterly devoid of anomaly. Wiping his brow, the officer's voice tightened. Sir, either the toxin has been fully metabolized, or its molecular structure lies entirely beyond the recognition threshold of current detection systems. The instrument doesn't recognize it as foreign, so it classifies it as ordinary matter. Ball fell silent. Jiang Lijin understood instantly. The analyzer declared perfect health, yet the poison undeniably resided within Ball's body. She had witnessed his collapse firsthand. No illusion could mimic such visceral agony. That it evaded molecular-level scrutiny implied a level of biochemical camouflage far exceeding known paradigms, perhaps even operating outside conventional toxicology altogether. The officer broke into cold sweat. His patient's symptoms were real, yet his instruments returned absolute nullity. That was more terrifying than any terminal diagnosis. Sir, the officer began haltingly, with our current technological capabilities, it's likely. His words were cut short by the chime of Gary's neural calm. Gary glanced down, then looked up. Sir, an Imperial transport vessel has entered the outer defense perimeter, requesting transit clearance. Academician Chiron has arrived. Jiang Lijin's eyes widened. Chiron, what's he doing here? Ball cast her a brief, unreadable glance. The Empire dispatched him for medical assistance. Well, that's fortunate, Jiang Lijin said evenly. Have him examine you. Perhaps he'll find something your own physician missed. Her tone held no irony, only pragmatic certainty. To her, it was simple logic. When one's own medical team hit a wall, summoning the Empire's foremost academician was the natural next step. But Ball's expression visibly hardened, chilling abrupt absolute. The officer busied himself packing equipment, feigning invisibility. Gary stood motionless, eyes darting between Ball and Jiang Lijin, jaw twitching as he forcibly swallowed whatever comment had risen to his lips. Jiang Lijin finally sensed the shift. The air itself seemed to drop several degrees. She looked up and met Ball's glacial stare, baffled. What fresh eccentricity was this? Over these past days, she'd learned his moods shifted like weather, swift, capricious, and never explained. One moment, he roasted meat with quiet focus. The next, he radiated frost so sharp it could freeze breath. She refused to indulge it. By comparison, Tinia, though clingy, was effortlessly easy, direct, honest, unburdened by cryptic silences. Karen, too, was unfailingly courteous, measured, gentle, never imposing. 20 minutes later, the elevator doors parted once more. Chiron stepped onto the platform. He wore a flawlessly tailored charcoal gray trench coat, his black hair swept back with immaculate precision. The moment he emerged, his gray eyes locked, unerringly, onto Jiang Lijin. Ms. Jiang, he greeted first, voice warm, effortless. Academician Karen, she acknowledged with a slight respectful nod. Their rapport remained perpetually poised, polite, balanced, neither distant nor intimate. Only then did Chiron turn his gaze toward Ball, offering a formal minimal bow. Commander Ball. Academician Karen's presence honors the Federation profoundly. Ball's reply dripped with flawless hollow courtesy, yet all three males present felt an unmistakable chill descend. Two S-class males stood 3 paces apart, opposing gravitational fields colliding in silent equal force. Gary instinctively retreated 2 steps, aligning himself beside the officer in the corner. The officer whispered, "Should I leave now?" "Don't move," Gary murmured back, voice low and urgent. "I can't hold this alone." Ball and the officer concisely briefed Chiron on the toxin symptoms during onset, the anomalous null results, the equipment's total failure to detect anything. Chiron listened without interruption. No premature conclusions, no visible reaction. He tilted his head, slightly gray eyes deepening, as if accessing some vast internal archive, silent, swift, exhaustive. Moments later he spoke. "I'll requisition a toxicological analyzer from Central Hospital. Simultaneously, I'll require a blood sample for ex vivo cultivation. If this toxin truly possesses molecular-level mimicry, conventional diagnostics are futile. We must pivot strategy." Ball nodded. There was no alternative. Having concluded the briefing, Chiron seated himself, without invitation, beside Jiang Lijin, precisely where Ball had been standing moments before. Embers still glowed faintly on the grill. The air hung rich with the scent of Ball's roasting meat. Chiron settled in then, effortlessly, picked up the combat knife, and resumed grilling for Jiang Lijin. Yet the result. Jiang Lijin took a bite, chewed thoughtfully, and said nothing. Still she ate on, without complaint. Ball watched motionless 3 paces away. Gary risked a sideways glance at the officer and murmured, "Sir's face is darkening faster than his own spirit form." The officer shivered. "Gary, deputy, do you think we could slip away unnoticed right now?" "No," Gary replied flatly. Jiang Lijin finished the last slice, then mentally summoned Xiaoyi. "Here, right here," Xiaoyi chirped, instantly, voice bright and cheerful. "You asked me to investigate the original host soul. How did that go?" Xiaoyi paused for 2 full seconds. When it spoke again, its usual levity had vanished, replaced by a gravity rare for its nature. "Found it." The moment the words, "I found it," echoed in Xiaoyi's mind, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. The red warning lights flashed alternately, and the entire space station instantly entered a state of maximum combat readiness. The light brain on Gary's wrist vibrated wildly. He glanced down at the screen, his face instantly paling. "Sir, it's a large-scale swarm of insects. It's less than 50 light-years away, and it's approaching rapidly." 50 light-years. In the scale of interstellar warfare, this distance is equivalent to having a blade pressed against one's throat. The most deadly part is that such a massive swarm was detected only when it got this close. Ball didn't waste any. Activate the air defense system. The first and third fleets take off immediately to intercept. Power up the energy shields to maximum capacity. After arranging the tactics, he turned to Sharon, who stood nearby, his tone stern. Take her away. Sharon's gray eyes darkened, remaining still as he looked at Jiang Lijin. The Divine Shield Squad will escort you to the transport ship heading directly back to the home planet. Bao's tone brooked no argument, carrying the authority of the highest commander of the military district. The scale and trajectory of this swarm are suspicious. It's too close, yet there are no precise coordinates directly locking onto the base. This is Keelong's doing. Keelong's original plan was quite clever. Luring the insect race to attack the fringe defenses, he aimed to seize a tremendous military achievement amid the chaos. However, he miscalculated Jiang Lijin and ended up shot in the head. The insect race didn't receive specific coordinates and could only conduct indiscriminate sweeping in the nearby star regions. I won't leave, Jiang Lijin, who had been sitting on a metal box, finally spoke. Ball furrowed his brow, his tone becoming stricter. This is no child's play. The insect race is vast in number, and the base could be exposed at any moment. Your presence here will only be a hindrance. A hindrance? Jiang Lijin scoffed defiantly, meeting his gaze. Commander Ball, have you forgotten your current condition? She pointed to the medical officer standing in the corner, still recovering from shock. You're still poisoned. If you step onto the battlefield, now once your mental strength is exhausted, you'll go berserk on the spot. Are you planning to drag hundreds of thousands of soldiers down with you to accompany the insect race in death? Ball remained silent, his brow tightly knitted. Taking a step back, if you truly blow up, the entire defense line will collapse. The insect race would charge straight into the home planet. How many days could I hide if I escaped? Jiang Lijin dusted off her hands, standing her ground. Her words were righteous, leaving no room for criticism. Gary stood nearby, his eyes shining. Initially, he only thought Jiang Lijin was beautiful and had a fierce temper, making her a tough opponent. Now he looked at her with newfound respect. Ball stared at her for 2 seconds. The battle reports from the front lines continued to refresh. He had no time to argue here. Gary, follow her closely. Do not leave her side. Yes. Rest assured, sir. Gary replied loudly. Sharon spoke at the right moment, his tone gentle. I will stay as well. Ball shot him a cold glance, but did not refuse. At this moment, having another top combat force by Jiang Lijin's side was indeed more secure. Go to the highest command tower. Ball tossed this remark over his shoulder as he strode toward the dedicated elevator. Jiang Lijin followed closely. Only by standing high enough could she see the overall situation and play her role. Sharon protected her left side, shielding her from the hurried officers rushing down the corridor. At the top of the command tower, the panoramic view outside was a hellish battlefield. Heavy mechs from the federal military navigated through the asteroid belt, while small starships wove a dense web of firepower above. The insect race charged without formation, relying solely on instinct. They spat out dark green corrosive toxins. Once these contaminated the mech's outer shell, the high-strength alloy armor dissolved at a visible speed. The damaged mech warriors were forced to eject from their cabins. Those with high mental levels could barely materialize their spiritual bodies to continue. Those with lower levels, once their skin came into contact with the toxins or were affected by surrounding pollutants, would turn into a puddle of blood before they could even cry for help. The entire scene could only be described in 2 words: tragic. Ball stood before the holographic star map, supporting himself on the control panel. As the commander, his brain served as the core processor of the entire defense line. Commands were issued in a meticulous manner, but the energy field around him began to spiral out of control. To connect the mental frequencies of thousands of mechs, he was overexerting his already unstable mental sea. Jiang Lijin keenly sensed the slight tremor at his fingertips. The violent undercurrent was rampaging within his body, and his rage levels were continually rising. There was no time to wait. She quickly walked behind Ball and placed her hands on his shoulders. Soothing spiritual energy poured out from her palms, directly targeting his battered mental sea. The moment the spiritual energy touched Ball, an unexpected change occurred. She had initially thought this was just a routine single-person purification, but now her mental sea felt like a reservoir, with its plugs suddenly pulled, an overwhelming surge of energy pouring uncontrollably outward. The warm energy radiated outward from the command tower in a sweeping motion. Xiaoyi screamed in her mind. What are you doing? Your coverage range has exceeded limits. It malfunctioned. Jiang Lijin was stunned herself, her hands still maintaining the pressing position, her pupils slightly dilated. Outside the window, a miracle was descending. That silver-golden halo swept across the brutal battlefield. Those warriors whose spiritual bodies were on the verge of collapse, or had already closed their eyes waiting to die, suddenly felt an extremely warm energy enveloping them. Her spiritual energy expanded to occupy 1/3 of the battlefield, nearly 20 to 30,000 males receiving her spiritual cleansing simultaneously. Even if she were a 3S level, this degree of achievement was simply impossible. The most bizarre part was that she did not feel exhausted. In her mental sea, an unknown energy was continually flowing in. It was as if while she was outputting energy to the front lines, there was an invisible line behind her crazily charging her up. Who exactly was supplying her with energy? Ball turned his head, his golden vertical pupils narrowing to a line. He looked at Jiang Lijin, emotions swirling in his eyes that were incredibly complex. Sharon also halted his actions. His gray eyes locked onto Jiang Lijin, and for the first time his usually gentle face showed a nearly disordered astonishment. Group cleansing. In such a large scale. This had never been seen in interstellar history. The beleaguered Federal Army's morale. A series of wild roars erupted from the communication channel. Those who had narrowly escaped death looked toward the command tower with eyes filled with fervor, as if gazing at a deity. Charge. Originally, the insect race had pressed against the edge of this desolate star where the base is located, about to land. Yet in an instant they were pushed back. Ball withdrew his gaze, not questioning Jiang Lijin about how she had accomplished this at that moment. He suddenly closed his eyes, a deep, low growl emanating from the depths of his mental sea. A black, giant python large enough to obscure the stars materialized in the night sky. That was his spiritual body. Sharon also closed his eyes. A loud eagle cry pierced the air as a massive black eagle soared into the asteroid belt. Spiritual bodies are not harmed by the toxins of the insect race, but are easily contaminated. Now with Jiang Lijin's vast purification net, as a safety net, both 3S level males let go completely. Jiang Lijin stood before the panoramic window, her hands maintaining the energy output position. She watched the two massive killing machines in the starry sky, and then glanced at her glowing palms. This external aid is getting a bit outrageous. The last high-level insectoid was ruthlessly torn open by the talons of the black eagle, its green viscera splattering everywhere. The massive black python coiled at the edge of the asteroid belt surveyed the surroundings with its golden vertical pupils, confirming there were no living creatures before it dissipated. The alarm inside the command tower finally ceased. Outside the panoramic viewport, the logistics department's towing ship had already taken to the skies. A heavy mechanical arm extended from the hatch, dragging the shattered mechas and insectoid corpses to clear the passage. Ball turned around and lifted his hand to loosen the collar. The coordinates have been exposed. He glanced at Gary, speaking rapidly, informed the entire army to abandon Base Zero. Complete the packing of supplies within 3 hours with priority boarding for the injured and retreat to the second defensive line. Gary stood at attention, saluted, and turned to issue the command. After giving the orders, Ball turned to Jiang Lijin. She remained at the control panel, her head bowed, repeatedly examining her own hands. Karen approached her side, a look of inquiry in his gray eyes. "Let's go," Ball said. "Let's check downstairs." The three took the dedicated elevator to the injured placement area. The elevator was eerily quiet. Jiang Lijin appeared calm on the surface, but her mind was in turmoil. According to the calculations prior to Little One, the limit operation of a 3S-level female could at most provide a deep mental restructuring for 10 high-ranking officers. What had she just done? 20 to 30,000 people. A full third of the defensive line's forces. This was no mere extraordinary performance, it was nothing short of a miracle. The most strange part was that she felt not only unexhausted but incredibly invigorated. "Little One, check," she commanded within her mind. Little One's voice sounded faint. "Host, I'm checking. This matter is too strange, exceeding my database's logic. You indeed accessed another energy source in your mental sea just now. Whose? Unknown. My authority is insufficient. But I can confirm one thing, that power does not belong to this world. Does not belong to this world." Jiang Lijin furrowed her brow. "Is there such an external device available in the system shop?" "No." Little One paused. "Host, I will dig deeper into the database to see if I can find any clues." Her mind fell completely silent. Jiang Lijin rubbed her temples. An energy source not from this world could accurately recharge her. Ding! The elevator reached the lower medical area. As the alloy door opened, a pungent mixture of disinfectant and blood assaulted her senses. In the makeshift placement area for the injured, countless people lay haphazardly. In the past, medical areas following such insect tides were truly hell on earth. Contaminated soldiers would turn on each other in madness, the screams of their crumbling spiritual bodies capable of tearing the roof off. But today this place was remarkably quiet. Those grievously injured who should have been struggling in pain were now all lying quietly on stretchers. Their corroded wounds had scabbed over, and the turbulent waves of spiritual energy were stable. Hearing footsteps, the nearest officers turned their heads. Upon seeing the newcomers, their eyes burst with intent. The only 3S-level female in the entire star system. No one but her could achieve that miraculous group purification at this proximity and scale. Ms. Jiang. A major with a severed left arm suddenly sat up from the stretcher, disregarding the pain of his wound, scrambling to Jiang Lijin's side. "Ms. Jiang, thank you. I thought I was done for. My spiritual body was about to dissolve." The major spoke incoherently, excitedly reaching out with his uninjured right hand to grasp Jiang Lijin's. Slap. A bony hand unceremoniously swatted the major's hand away. Ball stepped forward, firmly positioning himself in front of Jiang Lijin. Back off. Ball looked down at the major, his golden vertical pupils radiating a warning. Has military discipline been eaten by dogs? Who allowed you to get so close? The major froze under the commanding officer's pressure, instinctively standing at attention, sir. Yet his gaze couldn't help but drift past Bale's shoulder toward Jiang Lijin. Not just him. The entire medical area, hundreds of pairs of eyes were all fixated on Ball and Jiang Lijin behind him. Their expressions were devout, fervent, and filled with gratitude, as if gazing at a descending deity. Yet due to Bale's presence, his terrifying aura made no one dare to approach for the moment. Bale's face darkened completely, tightly grinding his back teeth. He turned to the side, gripping Jiang Lijin's wrist, pulling her behind him for a more secure shield. Jiang Lijin stumbled slightly, unable to resist, rolling her eyes internally. What was this man going crazy over? Was he afraid she would steal his spotlight as the commander? Or was he? Commander Ball, Jiang Lijin said, shaking off his hand with a cool tone. Why are you so tense? I want to eat your soul. Ball paused, turning to look at her. He gazed at Jiang Lijin's indignant, yet somewhat mocking expression, swallowing down the words that rose in his throat. What could he say? Say that seeing those males looking at her with such eyes made him uncomfortable. Say he didn't want anyone's hands touching her. Ball stiffly said, it's chaotic here, don't wander around. After speaking, he strode deeper into the medical area to confirm casualty data and transfer progress with those in charge. His back revealed an inexplicable irritation. Jiang Lijin watched him walk away, rolling her eyes in silence. Ms. Jiang. A gentle voice came from beside her. Karen had somehow walked to her side. There was a hint of secret amusement in his gray eyes. Bale's thoughts were all written on his face. It's a pity that the commander's stubborn and domineering nature combined with Ms. Jiang's complete lack of understanding of such feelings would likely make this pursuit of hers a difficult road. Commander Ball is also thinking of your safety, Karen said, attempting to smooth things over for Ball, then changed the subject. However, I am more concerned about your health. Such a massive output of spiritual energy, just now even for a 3s level, would impose a significant burden on the mental C. Karen's tone turned professional and serious. Do you feel dizzy now? Or does your mental C feel prickly? Jiang Lijin took a moment to assess. Not only did she not feel prickly, she was now brimming with energy and could even eat 2 more roasted lamb legs. Moreover, that mysterious power had expanded her mental C by a circle. But she couldn't tell Karen this. If he found out she had an unidentified energy source inside her, he might very well strap her to the operating table for research. I'm fine, Jiang Lijin said nonchalantly, just a bit tired. Karen's gray eyes quietly observed her, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. In that case, once we return to the main star, I'll take you to the medical cabin of the central hospital for a His tone was gentle, but carried an unmistakable insistence. Your current health condition concerns the safety of the entire star system and cannot afford any mishaps. Jiang Lijin. With that heavy responsibility placed upon her, she couldn't even bring herself to refuse. All right, she said, feigning compliance with a nod. The military's efficiency in cleaning up the battlefield was high. 3 hours later, they had completed the full packing. The massive interstellar transport ships lined up, their engines roaring, shaking the entire base. Jiang Lijin followed Ball into the command cabin of the main ship. Gary had long been waiting inside. Upon seeing Jiang Lijin enter, this 2s level aide immediately stood straight, his eyes shining like 2 1-kilowatt searchlights. Ms. Jiang, please have a seat. Gary eagerly pulled open the most comfortable leather seat beside the main position, even wiping non-existent dust with his sleeve. Ball shot him a glance. Gary tensed all over, but still braved the commanding officer's murderous glare to bring Jiang Lijin a glass of water. Ms. Jiang, here is your water. Jiang Lijin took the cup, thanked him, and Ball moved to the main control panel, resting his hands on the table as he gazed at the constantly jumping coordinates on the star map. Depart. The main ship slowly left the space station, followed by the vast fleet. Outside the panoramic viewport, the massive base that had defended the border for decades activated its self-destruct sequence shortly after their departure. A blinding white light erupted in the starry sky, transforming into a brilliant fireball. After a 2-hour leap, the fleet smoothly docked at the spaceport of the second defense line. This base is far larger than Base Zero. The massive alloy dome refracted the light of the artificial sun with an array of anti-aircraft artillery in place, while patrolling mechas darted through the air. No sooner had Ball stepped down the starship's gangway than his optical brain began bombarding him with various battle reports and dispatch requests. He strode ahead, listening to Gary's report while quickly issuing orders. Jiang Lijin followed closely behind, taking in the sights of this brand-new military fortress. Unlike Base Zero, this publicly accessible military base was situated in a safer position, making it easier to defend than to attack. The logistics department's major general was a perceptive middle-aged man. Faced with 3 top figures just returned from the front lines, he swiftly arranged 3 adjacent independent suites in the senior officers' area. Jiang Lijin was quite satisfied with her new room, which was larger than Bao's previous room, featuring a double bed that was also softer. After thoroughly washing away her fatigue and changing into clean silk pajamas, Jiang Lijin threw herself onto the bed ready to enjoy a comfortable sleep. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Jiang Lijin reluctantly crawled out of bed and went to open the door. At this late hour, could it be Gary bringing a midnight snack? The door slid open, revealing Ball outside. He had changed into a deep black silk pajama, the collar open to reveal a broad expanse of firm chest muscles, and he held a white pillow in his right hand. Before Jiang Lijin could say anything, Ball stepped over her and entered the room. What are you doing? Jiang Lijin glared at him. Ball tossed the pillow onto one side of the double bed, turned around, and confidently stated, instability in rage value. Jiang Lijin let out a cold laugh. Commander Ball, do you take me for a fool? Just hours ago, you were wreaking havoc on the battlefield, your spirit entity lively and vibrant. Now you tell me about instability in rage value. Ball's expression remained unchanged as he replied, post-battle sequela. This man didn't even need a draft for his lies. Jiang Lijin leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, clearly unwilling to buy into his story. Seeing her demeanor, Ball's eyes darkened slightly as he suddenly moved closer to her. He drew near, the scent of water from his recent shower enveloping her. Before Jiang Lijin could back away, Ball suddenly reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. With a bang, he closed the door behind him, producing a soft thud. The room was lit only by a nightlight, and with the door shut, the light dimmed further. Ball's breath fell hot against her neck, searing her skin. You? Jiang Lijin barely managed to speak before her lips were sealed. This was a possessive kiss. There was no testing the waters, he dived right in. Ball's large hand cradled the back of her head, while his other hand gripped her waist tightly, pressing her fully against him. Jiang Lijin's mind went blank in an instant. The overwhelming scent of male hormones enveloped her as Ball's kissing technique, devoid of finesse, was driven purely by instinct, rough and urgent like that of a beast. Finally regaining her senses, Jiang Lijin bit down hard on his wandering tongue. The metallic taste of blood instantly spread in their mouths, but the man merely let out a muffled groan, showing no intention of releasing her. Jiang Lijin struggled for air, pushing against Ball's chest with all her might, but she couldn't budge him. However, in the process, her hand inadvertently slipped into the opening of his robe. She had to admit the feel of his chest muscles was quite pleasant, and she couldn't help but give them a squeeze. Ball shuddered, tightening his embrace, and effortlessly pressed her down onto the soft bed. The mattress sank beneath them. Ball knelt beside her, his arms propped above her head, his golden slit pupils glinting in the dim light, narrowed into fine slits from excitement. His breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling violently. Jiang Lijin lay on the bed, breathing slightly heavier, the straps of her pajamas slipping during their struggle, revealing her fair skin. Ball's gaze fell on her collarbone, the darkness in his eyes deepening. When his hand brushed her waist, Jiang Lijin's rational mind suddenly returned. She pressed down on Ball's hand. No. Her voice rang out clearly in the quiet room. Ball's movements halted instantly. He looked at her, the desire swirling in his eyes, not yet fully receded, marked by surprise and grievance. Seizing the moment while he was frozen, Jiang Lijin quickly sat up, pulling her slipping collar tighter. I'm tired, I just want to sleep now. She turned her face away, her heart pounding like thunder, forcing herself not to look into his eyes. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Ball stared at her for a full half-minute. Ultimately, he said nothing, rolled off the bed, and strode into the bathroom. The sound of water started. Jiang Lijin leaned against the headboard, letting out a long sigh of relief. In her mind, the voice of Xiao Yi emerged, sounding aggrieved. Host. I'm currently researching key information. Suddenly cut off completely. It's all shut tight, and I can't see or hear anything. Jiang Lijin cleared her throat. Did you find anything? Nothing. Xiao Yi sniffled. Not enough permissions. But host, why did you push Ball away just now? What a great Jiang Lijin pulled the blanket over herself. What do you mean great? He only desires my purifying power. Ball was good to her, even showing strong possessiveness, but in the end it was merely a desire for her purifying ability. In this interstellar era where one could die from soaring rage values, a 3-strength female was like a coveted delicacy in the eyes of all high-ranking males. Whoever held her held the key to survival. Host, you're mistaken. What do you mean? This is the interstellar beast world. Xiao Yi spoke earnestly. In this world, females are treasures. Males would risk their lives for the right to mate with a female. Ball is a 3S male, and his beastly instincts are stronger than anyone else's. The possessiveness he showed you just now was driven by instinct. In this world, it was never just about males wanting to sleep with females. Xiao Yi paused before emphasizing, it is the males who long to be favored by females. He proactively brought a pillow at midnight, seeking a relationship. His eyes were red from holding back earlier, but once you called a halt, even if he was in discomfort, he immediately stopped, for in the beast world's rules, males absolutely do not dare to force females. Jiang Lijin lay on the bed, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, her feelings complicated to the extreme. She had always measured the people of this world with the mindset of Blue Star. She thought Ball was the type who was used to controlling everything, wanting to possess and use her with male power. After all this time, did he come just to ask for a relationship? Reflecting carefully on the details from earlier, Bal's actions were rough, yet he had never truly harmed her. When she called for a halt, his eyes were filled with reluctance, yet he still chose to restrain himself. A big shot who held power in the Federal Army after being rejected by her could only dejectedly run to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Jiang Lijin's mind raced, suddenly realizing she was now the one truly in control of decision-making. Although the main brain assigns partners, females can propose a divorce anytime and anywhere, and males must not object, while males who wish to ascend must kneel and beg females to sign their consent. With this thought, Jiang Lijin's previously tense mood suddenly relaxed immensely, even feeling a bit enlightened. After all, as the saying goes, behind every successful woman, there must be 10 or 20 men working silently. This script of an interstellar king of the sea doesn't seem too bad, does it? Half an hour later, the sound of water in the bathroom finally ceased. Ball emerged radiating an aura of cold. His hair was still dripping, his pajamas casually open, water droplets sliding down his muscular contours and disappearing into his waistband. He glanced at the large bed. Jiang Lijin had already turned her back to him, lying down with steady breathing, fast asleep. Ball stood by the bed, quietly watching her for a long time. He did not climb into bed, but instead sat on the nearby sofa, his long legs crossed, his gaze fixed on her back. The night was deep. In this universe fraught with danger, the cold-hearted commander willingly sheathed all his claws and fangs just to guard his one and only deity. Morning. Jiang Lijin turned over in bed. This mattress was soft, much more comfortable than the hard cot at base 0. Just as she was about to fall back asleep, she sensed someone was watching her. Opening her eyes, she met a pair of bloodshot vertical pupils. Ball sat on the single sofa, a tall figure of nearly 2 meters crammed into the small space, his long legs awkwardly bent. He had already changed into a black military uniform, the gold stars on his epaulets glinting coldly. This commanding demeanor clashed somewhat with the dark circles under his eyes. You haven't left? Jiang Lijin sat up, running a hand through her messy hair. Defense is necessary, Ball replied expressionlessly. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Which commander does defense work in someone else's bedroom? Shao Yi, in her mind, was frantically complaining, host, he has been staring at you all night. He didn't even change positions. In the beast world, males often play the victim. Don't be fooled by him. Jiang Lijin ignored Shao Yi's clamor and got out of bed, heading towards the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed. Ball watched the closed glass door, irritably tugging at his collar. It was at this moment that the doorbell rang. Ball strode over and opened the door. Standing outside was Karg, holding a medical kit. Seeing that it was Ball who opened the door, Karg's gray eyes flickered, scanning Bal's slightly wrinkled clothes, then looking at the fatigue in Bal's eyes, lingering for 2 seconds. Did the commander sleep well last night? Karg inquired, his voice gentle. Very well. Ball blocked the doorway, showing no intention of letting him in. What's the matter? I need to give Miss Jiang a simple checkup. Karg pointed at the medical kit in his hand, peering over Bal's shoulder. Post-war high-intensity mental output requires real-time monitoring. Ball snorted coldly. She's still washing up. I can wait. Karg calmly stood his ground. The 2 3-class males confronted each other at the door, their energy fields beginning to repel one another. The patrolling soldiers passing in the corridor dared not breathe, loudly sliding along the wall. The bathroom door opened. Jiang Lijin stepped out, wiping her face, and paused at the scene at the door. Good morning, Director Karg. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Karg replied with a warm smile. Would you mind if I took 10 minutes of your time? Come in then. Ball, with a dark expression, stepped aside, entering behind him, sitting naturally on the sofa, watching Karg's movements. Karg opened the medical kit, taking out a small scanner which he placed against Jiang Lijin's temple. As the device powered on, a stream of data appeared on the holographic screen. Karg stared at the screen, his gray pupils narrowing slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Lijin asked nonchalantly, not wanting that charging device to be discovered. It's quite strange. Karg raised his head, his tone revealing curiosity. Under normal circumstances, after high-intensity output, the mental C would shrink or fatigue. But your mental C not only shows no damage, but also displays signs of secondary expansion. Its capacity has increased by 15% compared to my previous examination. Ball frowned at this. 15%. What side effects could this have? No side effects can be discerned at present. Karg put away the device and looked at Jiang Lijin. This contradicts the current laws of mental mechanics. Ms. Jiang, once we return to the main star, you must come to the Central Hospital, no, the Academy, for a detailed examination. Ball coldly scoffed from the side. She is not your test subject. Karg ignored Ball's provocation, merely smiling at Jiang Lijin. The medical capsule is ready, awaiting your presence at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, the light computer on Jiang Lijin's wrist vibrated. She tapped the answer button, and a holographic projection of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy appeared. Sister. Tanya leaned closer to the camera, the background a lavish office of the Yunlan Group's president. He wore a well-tailored custom suit, but his tousled blonde hair resembled a golden retriever that had just woken up. I saw the battle report. Are you okay? Were you hurt? Tanya fired off questions in rapid succession, his blue eyes full of concern. Did that old man fail to protect you? I knew those clumsy military men couldn't be relied upon. The old man Ball was sitting just 2 steps away, his face entirely dark like a charred pot. Tanya. Ball coldly interjected, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Mind your words. Tanya turned his head finally, noticing Ball at the edge of the screen. Not only was he unrestrained, but he also smiled, even more brightly, his tone extremely provoking. Oh, so Commander Ball is also here. I heard Base Zero was raided by the Zerg. TSK, the security system of the federal military, needs an upgrade. How about considering our new products from the Yunlon group? Since it's for my sister Sake, it'll give you a 20% discount. Ball clenched his fists, his tone stern. No need. Don't be stubborn. If military funds are insufficient, I can sponsor her. After all, my sister is still with you. I have to spend some money for her safety. Tanya waved his hand generously, then turned to Jiang Lijin, his tone instantly softening. Sister, when are you returning to the main star? I'll head back to tidy up. I've prepared a gift for you that you will absolutely love. Jiang Lijin was annoyed by his chatter. In a couple of days. There are still some loose ends to wrap up here. Great. I'll wait for you. Tanya said reluctantly. Sister, don't forget to think of me. The communication finally ended. The holographic projection disappeared, and the room fell into a brief and eerie silence. In the end, it was Jiang Lijin who broke the suffocating atmosphere. She keenly grasped the blind spot in the previous conversation. Isn't your Base Zero claimed to be top secret and super concealed? How is it that just one day after being bombed, even Tanya, the young master of the consortium in Valoran, knows? Ball set aside his earlier anger, pinching his brow, his expression growing serious. It's those military councils on the main star. Those people are retired generals. Although they no longer command troops directly, they hold significant power. For their interests, they have always maintained close ties with the imperial royal family and top conglomerates like Yunlon, and information has long since leaked out. As he said this, he looked up deeply into Jiang Lijin's eyes, his tone carrying a hint of worry. Therefore, your display of the group purification ability on the battlefield is absolutely something that cannot be hidden anymore. Those old foxes are extremely sensitive to such powers that can alter the interstellar landscape. The imperial royal family will likely take action in the next few days. They cannot allow such an uncontrollable variable to remain in the military. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Lijin and Ball simultaneously turned their gaze towards the quietly observing Karg, who represented the Empire. Karg met their gaze, chuckling lightly. Don't look at me. Although the academy is nominally directly under the jurisdiction of the royal family, I am just a minor academic. I still can't get involved with those who pride themselves on being from noble blood. He intentionally emphasized the words noble blood with a heavy tone, revealing unabashed disdain. Jiang Lijin could even sense a hint of gritting teeth in his gentle voice. With her arms crossed, she showed no hint of fear about being drawn into a political whirlpool. What actions are they planning? Are they going to award me an Interstellar Peace Prize, or are they preparing to assign me a high-powered position? She pondered for a moment, adding, whatever they are plotting. If they don't pay me, I absolutely won't do it. Time passed. In the following week, Jiang Lijin lived quite comfortably. Although this was a public military base, the security checks were still exceedingly strict. However, Tinio was undeterred. Even though he didn't come himself, the items he sent piled up like a mountain. Fresh berries airlifted from Valorant's soft high-end silk blankets, and even 2 whole boxes of custom-made dresses, each packaging containing a handwritten note that boldly stated this one is suitable for home, where the fabric is skin-friendly. This one is for attending banquets. I had the designer alter the neckline 3 times. This one would look great on you, sister. Send me a photo. The officers at the base's security had never seen such a scene. Box after box went through the quantum scanner, eventually blocking the entire security passage. They exchanged glances and finally reported to their superiors. After listening to the report, Ball was silent for 3 seconds. Ensure there are no dangerous items, and release them all. His voice was steady, but his brow remained furrowed. The logistics department's major general was quite perceptive, personally leading people to carry the boxes into Jiang Lijin's spacious room. Jiang Lijin leaned on the soft sofa, eating the berries sent by Tinia, casually flipping through the little cards, a slight smile curving her lips. She had fully accepted her position in this world. Since the mainframe had allocated these top-tier males to her, she might as well enjoy it openly. However, these past few days, Ball had been unusually calm. Perhaps he was extremely busy. The subsequent military deployments, defense line rebuilds, and casualty statistics all rested on his shoulders as the commanding general. He went to sleep at 3 in the morning and appeared at the command center promptly at 6. Only when his rage levels soared to an uncontrollable extent would he knock on her door. During the purification process, he suppressed his previous impatience, sitting upright on the sofa with his hands neatly placed on his knees. Jiang Lijin's purification energy penetrated through his spiritual embodiment, a little black snake, soothing the surging rage levels. The process was not complicated, but Bao's reactions were hard to ignore. His golden vertical pupils stared at her, without blinking, the desire in his eyes nearly overflowing. Jiang Lijin had no doubt that if she were to nod, or even just soften her gaze slightly, this seemingly composed federal commander would unhesitatingly leap towards her. Yet he held back. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, breathing heavily, but he didn't take a single step closer. After the purification ended, he would always linger in his seat for a few seconds, as if waiting for the aftershocks in the spiritual sea to settle. Then he would stand, give her a slight nod, and stride away. This restraint in turn made Jiang Lijin develop a sense of amusement as she began to enjoy the tranquility of being in control. In contrast, Sharon appeared much more pragmatic. He spent most of his time in the base's medical department compiling data on frontline casualties while also studying the residual energy fluctuations left by Jiang Lijin's group purification. They didn't meet often, but every time they did, he would gently inquire about her sleep quality, casually offering a cup of. After the rest period ended, the three of them boarded the starship to return to the main star, leaving Gary to guard the front line. Main star spaceport. The hatch had yet to open, but the deafening noise had already penetrated the thick alloy shell. Jiang Lijin stood by the porthole, looking down. The landing pad was divided into two distinct camps. On the left was the Imperial Royal Delegation. Although the leader was not a core member of the royal family, he was a powerful cabinet secretary accompanied by a group of nobles leaning on their civilization staffs. They carried themselves with arrogance and whispered among themselves, putting on quite a show. On the right was the camp of the Federal Military Council. A group of retired old men had specially dug out their oldest military uniforms adorned with dazzling medals, standing tall, their aura not losing to that of the imperial royal family. Surrounding them were ordinary citizens and reporters from various major star newspapers, forcibly separated by military robots. Recently, news of Jiang Lijin being urgently picked up by the military starship in Valorant had already stirred up a storm on the Star Network. At this moment, anyone with a keen eye could tell that this 3S female must have accomplished something earth-shattering. Countless miniature cameras floated in the air, flashes merging into one. The treads of the military robots screeched against the ground, alarms flashing endlessly, yet they couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd pushing forward. The hatch opened. Jiang Lijin walked down the gangway with a composed demeanor. Today she wore a black spaghetti strap mermaid gown, a high-end piece sent by Tinia. The hem swayed elegantly with her movements, perfectly hugging her curves, and most importantly, the fabric was incredibly soft. Her long black hair was casually styled into a bun adorned with a round, deep-sea pearl hairpin. A few hours ago, when she first stepped into the cabin in this outfit, Ball and Sharon had both abruptly paused their actions, staring at her for a full half-minute. Now this stunning appearance was amplified countless times. The frequency of flashes at the spaceport suddenly increased, and the crowd erupted with uncontrollable gasps. Of course, the admiration mostly stemmed from the respect for a female just returning from the front line. Miss Jiang, the secretary of the Imperial Royal Family, was the first to approach, smiling warmly. His Majesty has heard about your heroic deeds on the front line and specifically instructed us to hold a banquet at the palace to welcome you home. The royal hovercar is ready. You please follow us. Just as his words fell, an old general from the Federal Military Council squeezed over, his voice booming, directly interrupting the secretary's speech. Miss Jiang is our esteemed guest of the federal military. The military has prepared the highest standard celebration banquet. Commander Ball, why aren't you inviting Miss Jiang to get in the car? Are you going to make our esteemed guest stand in the wind? The two parties, who usually appeared harmonious on the surface, began to compete for her attention in front of so many citizens and journalists. Jiang Lijin exchanged polite pleasantries, maintaining a distant attitude, leaving no room for interpretation. Ball stood behind her, his face dark with anger. He understood better than anyone what these old men were scheming. They merely wanted to keep this strategic resource capable of altering the interstellar landscape in their own hands. In her mind, the voice of Xiao Yi popped up. Host, a battlefield has arrived. The royal family and the Federation are fighting over you in public. Now it's up to you to decide whose card to turn. Jiang Lijin ignored it. She frowned slightly, scanning the crowded area. Her eyes quickly landed on the swing. Tinia was surrounded by several burly bodyguards struggling to tiptoe to see inside. He had specially styled himself today, and the well-tailored white suit made him look like a precious little prince with a priceless blue sapphire brooch pinned at the collar. Unfortunately, no matter how wealthy Yunlan Group was, it did not belong to the core political or military circle and was firmly blocked outside by the military robots. The young master was pushed back repeatedly, his expression sour, yet he couldn't bear to look away, gazing longingly towards the gangway. Jiang Lijin bypassed the quarreling politicians in front of her and headed towards the outskirts of the crowd. As she moved, the people in front instinctively made way. The representatives from the Empire and the Federation were stunned, following her gaze to see the golden-haired, blue-eyed heir of the consortium. The faces of both parties changed simultaneously, turning to glare at their respective representatives, Sharon and Ball, with eyes that seemed to say, "Why can't you do better?" Sharon maintained his gentle smile, unfazed. Ball's fists hanging at his sides creaked as he clenched them. When Tinia saw Jiang Lijin walking towards him, his eyes instantly lit up. He pushed aside the bodyguard blocking his way, taking a step forward, and stretched out his long arms, wrapping Jiang Lijin in a heartfelt embrace. He was tall, yet he bent down in a feigned act of grievance, resting his chin against Jiang Lijin's neck and rubbing against it. "Sister, you finally came back." Tinia's voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear. "Wasn't the front line dangerous? Did you get hurt? You look so good in this outfit." Countless cameras were aimed at the embracing pair, the flashes blindingly bright. Jiang Lijin felt a bit ticklish from his rubbing and reached out to pat his back. "All right, let go now, so many people are watching." Tinia obediently straightened up, and while releasing his hold, he didn't forget to raise his eyebrows at Ball and Sharon over Jiang Lijin's shoulder in a provocative manner. The look in his eyes boldly declared, "See, I'm still the one she cares for the most." Jiang Lijin turned around to face the imperial and federal representatives still waiting for her response. "Thank you all for your warm invitation." She paused, scanning the politicians. "However, I just returned from the front line and am quite fatigued. Today I would like to have dinner with my family first." "Family?" The people present exchanged glances. Wasn't this 3S female an orphan from the edge of the Jiang star system? Where did she get family from? The next second, Jiang Lijin turned her head. Her gaze passed over Tinia and landed on Sharon and Ball, standing not far away. "Shall we go home?" The simple 3 words echoed loudly in the noisy spaceport, reaching everyone's ears. The curve of Sharon's lips widened a bit, genuine joy rippling in his gray eyes. The gloom in Ball's eyes dissipated, and remarkably a smile appeared on his face. Even Tinia was stunned and placed a suspicious blush creeping up to his ears. Sister called him family. One sentence managed to smooth out the fur of the 3 men. The representatives from the imperial royal family and the federal council opened their mouths but couldn't utter a word. She wants to reunite with her matched beast husbands. This reason is perfectly valid and reasonable. Moreover, the imperial code clearly states that the wishes of the female take precedence over all else. Who dares to stop her? Who can stop her? Jiang Lijin took the lead, stepping toward the spaceport exit. The 3 distinguished males with exceptional status and power obediently followed behind her. The elongated hovercar of Tinia landed smoothly in front of the suburban villa. With no obstacles in its way, it drove straight in the lawn in the front yard, trimmed like a vast green carpet. In the center of the lawn sat a streamlined white small aircraft, its body gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the night sky. This was the imperial welfare that Su-Han had mentioned earlier. Its efficiency was quite good, delivering right to the door. As she stepped up the stairs, the main door slid open to the sides. In the foyer stood 2 butlers wearing uniforms, respectfully awaiting. They were individuals brought over by Tinia from the Yunlan group, whom Jiang Lijin had only briefly met before heading to Valorlan. Having just started their job, the employer had already run off, but now they had finally been awaited back, and their attitudes. Between the 2 stood a round-head little white robot, its screen flashing a crescent-shaped smiling face as it adorably turned on its tracks. It was the little white robot that came with Sharon as part of her dowry. Passing through the corridor, the long dining table in the restaurant was already filled with lavish dishes. A translucent temperature-controlled cover was placed above, perfectly locking in the heat of the food. Tinia had instructed the chef to prepare the dishes with precise timing. The food was ready in less than 5 minutes, each dish maintaining its optimal flavor. The 4 of them took their seats. Jiang Lijin naturally occupied the main position. Tinia quickly pulled out the chair to her right and sat down deftly, serving her a bowl of hot soup. Ball and Sharon sat across from each other. The meal was filled with unspoken tension. "Tomorrow morning at 9, I will pick you up, and we will go to the Academy of Sciences with Commander Ball for an inspection." Sharon slowly cut the vegetables on his plate, his tone gentle. Ball swallowed a piece of steak, nodded, and did not. After all, it was a serious matter. Tinia's fork stopped in midair, her blue eyes filled with anxiety as she turned to Jiang Lijin and asked, "Sister, are you feeling unwell? Is it an injury from the front line, or a problem with the mental sea?" Jiang Lijin picked up a piece of shrimp and, after chewing and swallowing, replied, "It's just a routine check, don't worry unnecessarily." Upon hearing this, Tinia glanced at Ball suspiciously, then at Sharon, pursing her lips and refraining from asking. After finishing the meal, Tinia set down her cutlery, her expression growing serious. The butler reported that about a week ago Tianyin and Tianke came by. They left shortly after realizing you weren't home. Upon hearing these 2 names, Jiang Lijin frowned. The pair of twins from the black market. These 2 individuals operated under the radar, their methods exuding a dangerous outlaw aura. She had never had a good impression of them, and getting entangled with them could lead to endless troubles. Tianyin and Tianke, the 2 whose information can't even be found by the mainframe. Ball put down his cutlery, his golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly. Such individuals are mostly of questionable identity. Otherwise, as a 3-class male, why would there be no information on them? But how could they be matched to you? Sharon wiped his hands, a trace of deep thought flashing in his gray eyes. The matching mechanism of the mainframe is based on genetic compatibility. Even without formal identities, their genetic data still falls within the monitoring range of the mainframe. Interestingly, these two dared to boldly come to the main star to look for someone. Let whatever mad dog be from wherever. Tinia snorted lightly. I doubt they would dare to cause trouble here. All right. Jiang Lijin interrupted the three men's united front, saying, It's my matter, I know what I'm doing. The dinner concluded in this strange silence. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, Jiang Lijin threw herself onto the soft bed. She turned over and activated the light brain on her wrist, pulling up the star signal of Suhan, the staff member at the Female Protection Center. This dedicated customer service was always reliable and never asked unnecessary questions. Her fingers tapped on the virtual keyboard, sending a message. What procedures are needed for divorce? Suhan's reply came swiftly, starting with the usual respectful greeting. Good evening, Miss Jiang. Welcome back safely. Then it got straight to the point. Regarding the process for dissolving the marriage match you inquired about, it's not complicated to. You only need to fill out an electronic form and perform a high-level biometric verification, then return it to me. After pausing for a few seconds, Suhan sent another long message. However, there is one thing I must clarify. As the only 3rd-class female in the galaxy, your marital status is public information. Once you confirm the dissolution of the matching relationship, the mainframe will issue a global announcement. Are you sure you want to proceed? Subsequently, a blank electronic form was sent over. Looking at the form on the screen, Jiang Lijin fell into deep thought. The brothers had genuinely helped her with the issues regarding Philwyn, as she owed them a favor. Moreover, these two had long been involved in the underground world, and their personalities were likely somewhat extreme. What if they saw the global announcement and became furious, causing some horrific attack? She was currently in a seemingly glorious position, yet in reality, she was being watched by multiple forces. The imperial royal family, the federal military, and those hidden eyes were all assessing her value. At this time, if the divorce stirred up a storm, it would be too ostentatious. Weighing the pros and cons, she decided to hold off for now. She would wait until the two brothers sought her out again and clarify things in person. It's best to part on good terms if things can't be negotiated. After all, they are black households. In her mind, Xiao Yi popped up, curious. Host, are you going to divorce Tianyin and Tianke? Yes. Jiang Lijin turned off the light brain, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Those two clearly aren't law-abiding citizens. Are they worth keeping around? Xiao Yi expressed agreement. Exactly, the danger level is too high. Moreover, people from the black market have no bottom line. Keeping them around would be like tying 2 time bombs to yourself. Jiang Lijin recalled another matter. Didn't you say before that unlocking the new map would upgrade privileges? Since we've been to Valorlon and the Zero base has been blown up, what level is your privilege at now? Xiao Yi puffed out its non-existent chest, sounding overly proud. I am no longer just an ordinary me. I am an extraordinary me. It paused for a moment, mysteriously adding, tomorrow at the Academy of Sciences, I will practice with the mainframe. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but laugh. All right, just don't end up crashing yourself. The wall clock pointed precisely to 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Lijin turned over and got out of bed, walking over to open the door. Outside stood Tinia. The young master had changed into a meticulously tailored casual suit, his hair styled, exuding an air of grandeur. At this hour you're dressed like this for a fashion show. Jiang Lijin leaned against the door frame, sizing him up. Tinia leaned closer, lowering his voice, excitement seeping through his tone. Did you forget, sister? I told you I had a big gift prepared for you. Come on, let me show you. Jiang Lijin, feeling no sleepiness, was intrigued by his words. All right, let me change my clothes. She closed the door and quickly changed into a comfortable outfit suitable for movement. 5 minutes later, she opened the door again. The atmosphere in the corridor was extremely eerie. The ceiling lights flickered erratically. 2 powerful mental energies clashed silently in the narrow space. Even the metallic decorative paintings on the walls trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. Tinia and Ball stood 3 steps apart. Neither of them spoke. Fortunately, the butlers and chefs had already left for the day. Otherwise, an ordinary person would faint at the coercive presence of 2 3-level males. Jiang Lijin crossed her arms coldly, observing the 2 males. Can you pass? If you can't, both of you need to leave and not damage my house. With her words, the sense of oppression in the corridor dissipated. The lights above flickered twice before returning to normal illumination. Ball restrained his mental energy, his gaze landing on Jiang Lijin's outfit. Where are you going this late? Not. Tinia stepped forward, blocking Jiang Lijin's side, his chin held high. This is the surprise I prepared for sister. If outsiders should refrain from prying. Ball ignored Tinia's provocation, focusing solely on Jiang Lijin. You can't go, it's unsafe to be out at this hour. Tinia immediately exploded. He had waited until 10 o'clock, listening intently to ensure both rooms next door were quiet before stealthily coming to knock, all for a moment alone with her. Commander Ball, aren't you being too controlling? Tinia gritted his teeth. If something happens to her, can you be responsible? Ball retorted. Seeing the two about to clash again, Jiang Lijin raised her hand to rub her forehead. Stop. She interrupted their dispute, looking at Ball. This is the main planet, not the front line. Where could be safer than this? Moreover, Commander Ball, in what capacity do you restrict my freedom? The corridor fell silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Ball froze. He was accustomed to giving orders in the military, used to controlling all dangerous factors. Subconsciously, he had included Jiang Lijin in his protective circle, a territorial instinct unique to those in power. But he forgot that in this home Jiang Lijin was the head. The tall man visibly wilted. He lowered his gaze, a hint of helplessness flashing in his golden vertical pupils, and even his straight back seemed to slump. Seeing this, Tania straightened his back even more. His tail almost lifted skyward as he naturally took Jiang Lijin's hand. Sister, let's go, don't mind him. Jiang Lijin didn't pull away, allowing Tania to lead her downstairs. In her mind, a voice from Little One popped up. Commander Ball must be feeling miserable right now. He might go back to his room later and secretly wipe his tears under the blanket. Jiang Lijin was amused by Little One's imaginative thoughts, unable to picture that scene. She was in a good mood today, walking while replying in her mind, put away your vivid imagination. If I were to comply with him, it would depend on my mood and willingness. Just his earlier commanding manner was enough to warrant him being kicked out of the villa. I had already given him enough face. Little One quickly flattered, host is powerful. I will take my leave. I won't disturb you and young Master Tania on your date. They arrived at the front yard. The night breeze was cool, dispelling the heaviness that had lingered inside the house. In the center of the lawn, the small white aircraft assigned by the Empire stood quietly. The streamlined body glimmered with a harsh sheen under the night sky. Tania walked confidently to the cockpit and opened the hatch. Jiang Lijin stood to the side, looking at the expensive machine with some hesitation. Can you drive this thing? In the age of interstellar travel, hover vehicles do not require a license. Equipped with the highest safety AI systems and perfect navigation, anyone from an 80-year-old granny to a freshly adult teen can just get in and go. But aircrafts are different, involving altitude changes, airflow judgments, and emergency manual operations, which are much more complicated. Tania leaned one hand on the hatch, smiling brightly. Sister, you underestimate me. Not only can I drive, but I also hold the highest level interstellar flight instructor certification. If you want to learn, I can teach you anytime, guaranteed you will master it. Hearing the words instructor certification, Jiang Lijin's eyes lit up. You said it yourself. Jiang Lijin happily stepped into the co-pilot seat. Come on, let me see, young master. Tania swiftly climbed into the cockpit, starting the engine. The white aircraft smoothly ascended, quickly blending into the splendid night sky of the main planet. The high-altitude airways were quite deserted. At this time, apart from some military patrol aircraft on official duties, theirs was the only one weaving through the clouds. Tania controlled the joystick with one hand, his profile illuminated by the instrument panels, soft glow appearing sharp and focused. It turned out this young master was indeed skilled, flying the aircraft quite steadily. In less than 20 minutes, the aircraft began to descend. The location was a remote inland lake. In the age of interstellar travel, natural water bodies were scarce. Although this place had a lake, the surrounding environment was hardly picturesque. A few mutated plants grew sparsely, their leaves displaying a bizarre purplish red hue. The hatch slid open, and Jiang Lijin jumped out of the aircraft. Before she could steady herself, she spotted two familiar figures in her line of sight. On the vacant ground by the lake, the two butlers in uniform stood upright, and upon seeing her descend, they simultaneously bowed deeply, their faces adorned with bright smiles. Good evening, Miss Jiang, young master. Jiang Lijin adjusted her coat and turned to Tania. Didn't they finish running here to this desolate wilderness at this late hour? To experience life. She silently added in her mind. These wretched workers. This wicked tycoon wouldn't even let his employees have their rest time. Tania smiled as he approached. They were given 20 times the overtime pay. Jiang Lijin's reprimand got stuck in her throat. She reevaluated the two butlers. Their smiles appeared so genuine, with an unmistakable glimmer of enthusiasm for their work. She retracted her earlier words. This was hardly overtime. They were practically picking up money. No wonder they were grinning so widely their back molars were almost visible. All right then. You brought me out here in the middle of the night. What exactly have you prepared? Tania didn't respond directly, merely winking mysteriously. He raised his hand towards the two butlers, holding up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. The instant her final finger curled shut, a muffled thunderclap erupted overhead without warning. Deep, resonant, as if space itself trembled in sympathetic vibration. Jiang Lijin instinctively drew her neck inward. The next moment she tilted her head upward and stood frozen. High above the heavens, a blinding radiance burst forth. Then countless streaks of light, trailing luminous wakes, scattered outward like shrapnel, coalescing into a celestial rain of meteors cascading softly across the night sky. Once on launching, Jiang Lijin had witnessed an extravagantly funded fireworks display, but nothing there could compare to this spectacle before her eyes. Unlike gunpowder flares that vanish in an instant, these motes of light lingered long in the nocturnal void, even reorganizing themselves under the subtle influence of a distinct gravitational field. The glowing specks converged and traced elegant paths, ultimately inscribing a colossal interstellar glyph across the inky firmament, her namely. As Jiang Lijin gazed upward, warmth brushed unexpectedly against her cheek. Tinia had appeared beside her without a sound. Tilting her head, she pressed a swift feather-like kiss to Jiang Lijin's temple. A fleeting touch, gone in a breath. Jiang Lijin snapped back to awareness, whirling to glare. Tinia had already retreated half a step, her sapphire eyes glistening, lashes lowered, ears slightly drooped, like a chastened pup caught mid-mischief. Jiang Lijin raised a hand to rub her cheek. Gazing at Tinia's contrite expression, the sharp rebuke poised on her tongue dissolved unspoken. Never again. She issued the warning with stern composure. Tinia seized the opening instantly. You're the very best, elder sister. Wait here. I've forgotten something. With that, Tinia strode off, long legs carrying her swiftly toward the steward. Silence settled once more along the lakeshore. Host, I was watching the meteor shower, and the system interface blacked out for several seconds. Xiao Yi's synthesized voice chimed, laced with mischievous curiosity. Jiang Lijin replied coolly, system lag. Report it to the core AI yourself. Xiao Yi huffed twice, then unleashed a piercing, ear-splitting shriek rivaling an air raid siren. Ah! Jiang Lijin winced, temples throbbing. Silence. What's gotten into you now? Host, do you know what just detonated in the sky? Fireworks, what else? Jiang Lijin answered offhandedly. Fireworks. In interstellar space. Even if they existed, the central AI would never approve such an ecologically hazardous project. And that resonance. Could gunpowder possibly generate such spatial reverberation? Jiang Lijin recalled the lingering aftershock, the subtle warping of space-time. Then what was it? A holographic projection. Xiao Yi clicked its tongue. That young man is ruthless. He purchased 87 derelict asteroids orbiting the capital world, and just now detonated them all in one synchronized blast, to entertain you with light and letters. Jiang Lijin sucked in a sharp breath. What? How do you know? The stellar net forms are ablaze. Xiao Yi instantly projected several trending thread titles into her mind. Shocking. Consecutive explosions beyond the capital world defense ring. Terrorist attack suspected. Breaking news. Not terrorism. It's young Master Tinia staging an artificial meteor shower. Calculating Machiavellian males, asteroid detonations for one smile from his mate. Xiao Yi added wryly, even decommissioned, each of those orbital fragments commands an auction price of several million stellas. 87 simultaneous detonations, plus navigational clearance fees, and central AI, environmental penalties. Cautiously estimated that spectacle cost no less than 500 million stellas. 500 million. Jiang Lijin's vision dimmed. Earlier, Yilin had casually transferred 100 million stellas to her, calling it pocket money. So to this mother Anson pair, currency truly was but a sequence of digits. Despicable capitalists. Jiang Lijin ground her teeth, grief-stricken, not over loss, but over sheer staggering waste. Why not simply convert 500 million stellas into liquid assets for her? Instead, they'd spend it blowing up asteroids, for sound and spectacle. At that same moment, Botter stood before a floor-to-ceiling window. The room lay in darkness, his golden vertical pupils narrowed in the night, fixed upon the faint afterglow still clinging to the distant sky. A bold, luminous Li. Had the heir to a megacorporation truly expended hundreds of millions of stellas to obliterate dozens of asteroids, merely to conjure a meaningless meteor shower? Barr furrowed his brow. Hundreds of millions, equivalent to an entire year's military budget for federal border garrisons. How many cutting-edge combat mechs could that purchase? How many infantry units could be fully re-equipped? He could not fathom such profligacy. Yet what gnawed deeper was the quiet certainty that his lawful wife now stood shoulder to shoulder with Tinia, gazing together at this meticulously orchestrated celestial gift. Botter turned sharply and strode to the liquor cabinet, snatched a bottle of fiery spirit, tore open the seal, and tipped his head back, swallowing deeply. Meanwhile, by the lakeshore, Tinia returned, cradling a bouquet. In this starfaring age where vegetation was scarce, flowers were luxury incarnate. Yet this bouquet bore an extraordinary appearance. Its petals shimmered with translucent delicacy, suffused by a gentle cerulean luminescence, as if the very starlight from the sky moments before had been crushed, spun, and woven into blossoms. Elder sister, this is for you. Tinia extended the bouquet with evident pride. This cultivar is exceedingly rare on the market. Ordinary flora withers rapidly once severed from soil, but this variety sustains vitality indefinitely when nourished by spiritual energy. Most importantly, it rapidly replenishes a female's spiritual sea and alleviates mental fatigue. Jiang Lijin accepted the bouquet. At the first touch, a cool, soothing energy flowed from the stems into her fingertips. Her taut spiritual sea genuinely softened, eased. Her gaze lingered on the cerulean petals, and the name escaped her lips, unbidden. Xinghui flower. It is the Xinghui flower. Xiao Yi echoed in her mind, astonished. Tinia blinked. then beamed wider. Truly, elder sister is erudite. I commissioned numerous interstellar hunters to locate the rarest, most suitable bloom for a lady. This took immense effort to procure. Jiang Lijin ignored his effusive praise. Her skull rang as though struck by a hammer. She knew the name, not from erudition but from memory. She'd first seen those three characters in the original owner's diary, pages saturated with quiet, abject devotion. There it was written Rex had once gifted Phil Wynn a Xinghui flower. She'd thought little of it then, but the longer she dwelled in this world, the more doubts sprouted in her mind like Rex, merely a second-generation scion sheltered by familial privilege. Where then had he acquired a botanical rarity, so elusive even Yunlan Group's heir deemed it near mythical? More crucially, Jiang Lijin stared at the bouquet in her hands, fingers trembling faintly. It was native to Lanxing, yet Lanxing, this world's blue planet, had vanished a decade ago. A species that should have perished utterly with its homeworld 10 years prior. How could it now exist pristine and intact in the interstellar black market? How could Rex obtain it? How could Tinia? If Lanxing was truly erased, had it ever truly died? Last night the starry flower was placed in the hydroponic dish on the bedside by Jiang Lijin, its deep blue light illuminating the entire night and causing the clouds of doubt in her mind to swirl for half the night. She descended the stairs and the scene in the living room was truly pleasing to the eye. Karen sat at the very edge of the dining table. A pair of semi-transparent holographic glasses perched on his nose, his long fingers swiftly gliding over the virtual screen as he browsed the morning news, a white porcelain coffee cup resting beside him. Xiao Bai dutifully stood beside the dining table, its height just slightly above the table, with a mechanical arm holding a temperature-regulated coffee pot. Every time Karen took a sip, it would pour another cup. Ball sat leisurely on a single sofa by the window, methodically cutting the bacon and eggs on his plate, his brow relaxed, clearly satisfied with the chef's skills. As for Tinia, she was coldly instructing the male butler at the entrance. "Sister, good morning." Tinia was always the first to catch her footsteps. He instantly changed his expression, abandoning the butler and walking over, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulder and leading her to the dining table, effortlessly pulling out a chair. "I've just had the kitchen prepare a special nutritious meal at the perfect temperature. You must try it." Karen took off his holographic glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose, and cast a gentle smile at Jiang Lijin without saying a word. Ball then put down his knife and fork, his golden vertical pupils fixated on the hand Tinia had draped over Jiang Lijin's shoulder. Tinia noticed Bal's gaze, but was utterly unconcerned. After the meal, the three of them headed directly to the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Today's main agenda consists of 2 items: Bal's toxicology analysis and Jiang Lijin's routine spiritual sea checkup. Bal's examination could be completed at the regular discipline building at the front of the academy. Jiang Lijin, however, was different. As the only 3-level female at present, her spiritual sea data was classified as top secret. Karen, just as he did the first time, he brought Jiang Lijin, guided her through multiple security checkpoints until they reached the innermost core laboratory. This place was very close to the physical vessel of the main brain. Jiang Lijin laid down in the testing chamber and closed her eyes. In her mind, she knocked on Xiao. "Hey, we've arrived. Aren't you supposed to practice with the main brain? Come out and take a few steps." A dead silence followed. Jiang Lijin silently scoffed. This little waste indeed was bragging again. Half an hour later, the test concluded. Karen sat in his exclusive office with 2 reports, his expression not looking too good. "Ms. Jiang's results are the same as the last check. Her spiritual sea has expanded. Everything else is normal, no issues." He handed the first report to Jiang Lijin, then flicked the thin paper in his hand, looking toward Ball leaning against the door. "But your report has significant problems." Ball stood upright. "The toxin has spread." "No, nothing was found at all." Karen slammed the report on the table. "All indicators are perfect. Even the toxicology experts at the front asked me in private if the military's chief commander was too idle coming to the academy for a physical check. The results from the blood samples I sent back earlier were identical." Ball frowned. Jiang Lijin also felt something was off. She had witnessed Bal's state when he was berserk, and even when she purified Ball, she sensed that his berserk value was unusually different. Where did the toxin come from? Karen tapped on the table, rarely displaying an ugly expression on his usually gentle face. Ball was silent for a few seconds. "It was from Kieran. But the source is likely the Zerg." As soon as those words left his mouth, the air in the office instantly dropped a few degrees. The interstellar orcs had fought against the Zerg for hundreds of years, and the Academy's database had recorded all known Zerg toxins. Now a new type of toxin has emerged that can evade all instrument detections and directly erode the male spiritual sea. What does this mean? Have the Zerg evolved? This is no longer just a matter of a single officer's safety, but a sword hanging over the entire orc race. This matter must be reported immediately. Karen decisively reached for the communicator. "I need to contact the Imperial Royal Family and the Federal Parliament to gather all top experts for a consultation." A hand gripped his wrist. It was Ball. "No." Karen shook off his hand. "Are you insane? This is a new type of weapon from the Zerg. If we don't report it, are we waiting for them to attack the main star? And then what? Ball countered. Are they going to lock me in a quarantine room, draw blood for daily tests, and research me like a lab rat? This is to find the antidote. Before that, the military will strip me of my command authority. Ball stared into Karen's eyes, refusing to back down. What is the situation on the front lines now? Director Karen wouldn't know since he came down from the front lines with me, right? The Zerg has been stirring at the borders lately. If I'm suspended, who will take my place? The parliament will naturally send someone. Those politicians who only sit in their offices and drink tea. Ball sneered coldly. What can they do on the front lines besides dying? By the time they come up with a result, the border defenses will have already been torn apart by the Zerg. Karen was momentarily speechless. He couldn't argue back, but felt that this matter was of great importance and continued to persuade. Ball, your current state is not suitable for the front lines at all. You can't control your berserk state. Forcing yourself onto the battlefield will only lead to mutual destruction. The two top males stood their ground. In the cramped office, two powerful spiritual forces began to unconsciously overflow, making the air dense and heavy. Enough, both of you be quiet. Jiang Lijin raised her hand and tapped the table, the two spiritual forces instantly retracting completely. She scanned the faces of both men, finally settling her gaze on Karen. Give him a few more days. After all, he is staying at home these days. If he really goes berserk, he'll be here. Karen's brows knitted together, but when speaking to Jiang Lijin, his tone returned to its usual gentleness. Even if I don't report it, given Bao's current condition, the higher-ups will eventually notice. As long as we can delay for a few days, that's good enough. Jiang Lijin rubbed her aching temples, feeling that troublesome matters kept coming up. First, investigate the source, and if we really can't hide it anymore, we'll discuss it then. Karen looked at her, finally relenting with a sigh. All right, I will follow your lead. Seeing Jiang Lijin speak, Ball restrained his aura and found a chair to sit down. Karen sighed and began to pull up Bao's data for comparison again. At that moment, a series of intermittent electrical sounds echoed in Jiang Lijin's mind. Z. Host, can you hear me? Jiang Lijin teased in her mind. Oh, you're not frozen. Not bad. Xiao Yi nervously chuckled twice. That guy's firewall is too monstrous. I can't breach it with my current permissions and need to upgrade further. However, now that we've moved away from the core area, the signal has finally stabilized. It paused for a moment, its tone becoming somewhat strange. Host, there's something I'm puzzled about. Although I didn't break through the main brain, I did bump into its data stream at the periphery. The logic and operation of that bottom-level code, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Very familiar. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. You just came out of the factory not long ago. Apart from this lousy novel, where else have you been? Where did you see so many advanced data streams? Xiaoyi was also puzzled. Right, I find it strange too. My storage doesn't have any related records, but that sense of familiarity just won't go away. It's as if I was once a part of it. This speculation was too bold. Jiang Lijin chose not to respond and buried this doubt deep in her heart. In the afternoon, the checkup came to an end. The three left the academy and took Karen's hovercar back to the villa. The hovercar glided steadily through the airways. Karen set the autopilot from the driver's seat, while Ball sat in the back row with his eyes closed, resting. Jiang Lijin leaned against the back of the passenger seat, holding a small meeting with Xiao Yi in her mind. Xiao Yi, can you scan for the toxins on Ball? Xiao Yi immediately entered work mode scanning. Beep. Host, with my current database, I can't provide the exact composition of the toxin, but it does carry biological characteristics unique to the Zerg, so it's highly likely to be Zerg poison. Jiang Lijin analyzed, but if even the Academy can't identify it, there are only two possibilities. Either the Zerg has undergone a leap in evolution, or someone is secretly assisting them in developing this new type of poison. Xiao Yi echoed. If it's the second option, that would be terrifying. The Zerg themselves do not possess high intelligence apart from the Queen and advanced Zerg, which have some cognitive abilities. The rest act purely on instinct. If someone colludes with them, Jiang Lijin couldn't help but scoff. These interstellar orcs are truly ridiculous. With such advanced technology and mechs flying everywhere after fighting a bunch of mindless big bugs for hundreds of years, they still can't finish them off. Are they just grinding for experience points? Xiao Yi quickly explained. Host, you underestimate the Zerg. The Queen builds nests in high-pollution radiation zones deep in space, and the orcs might not even reach the center area before being contaminated to death in a berserk state. Moreover, Xiao Yi's voice grew serious. As long as the Queen doesn't die, she can hatch thousands of worker and soldier bugs in a day. This is a war of attrition. After hearing this, Jiang Lijin fell into deep thought. High-pollution areas, berserk states, reproductive abilities. How did Kiran and Orc get hold of such a new type of Zerg toxin? As the villa door swung open, the low pressure in the living room hit him. Tania sat in the center on the long sofa, arms crossed and chin held high. Opposite him sat two males, Tianyin and Tiank, the infamous twin brothers from the black market. Tianyin wore a linen shirt with black hair and green eyes, leisurely blowing bubbles in a cup of hot tea. Beside him, Tianke donned an all-black combat uniform with white hair and red eyes, his back straight, exuding an air of cold aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. Ball didn't even bother to take off his coat, striding over and sitting down in the single sofa beside the brothers, his imposing aura fully unleashed. Karen's action of changing shoes was slow and deliberate, his gaze scanning the living room without a word. Jiang Lijin switched to slippers, walked over to the empty seat beside Tania, casually grabbed a fruit, and took a bite, preparing to watch the drama unfold. You two are quite unfamiliar faces. Ball took the initiative to strike first, his golden vertical pupils locking onto the two men across from him. Tianyin put down his teacup and smiled back. This man was adept at reading people. With just one glance, he discerned Bao's identity. Commander Ball, I've long heard of your esteemed name. Tianyin gave a slight nod, his tone familiar. When we ran that little antique shop on the Edge Star, we certainly heard a lot about your formidable reputation. Seeing him in person today, he truly lives up to his reputation. The flattery rolled off smoothly. However, Ball was not swayed. He snorted coldly, leaning forward with an intimidating presence. 3S rank selling antiques on the Edge Star. Ball scrutinized Tianyin from head to toe, his tone extremely unfriendly. Coming to the capital star system with your level, you could make a fortune even with your eyes closed. Taking a step back, even if you don't love money, isn't going to the federal front lines to achieve something better than running a shabby antique shop. Tianyin maintained his composure, the smile still on his face. Commander, you're joking. He spread his hands, appearing nonchalant. My brother and I are born timid, just seeking a place like the front lines filled with fighting and killing is indeed unsuitable for us. This line might fool Tania. Bao's gaze shifted past Tianyin and landed directly on Tianke. Timid. Ball scrutinized Tianke without reservation. He doesn't appear to be a mere sidekick. Although Tianke remained seated, the tension in his muscles and the rate of his breathing all suggested a defensive stance. The stability of his stance, the structure of the muscles on the back of his hand, Ball spoke coldly, without using mental pressure, relying solely on pure physical combat. Few in this room could subdue him completely. For Ball to make such an evaluation, it seemed this kid had something to him. Jiang Lijin's interest peaked as his gaze followed Bao's words to Tianke. Tianke had been glaring at Ball with an extremely unfriendly expression, but at the moment Jiang Lijin glanced over, his body slightly flinched. He lowered his eyelashes, avoiding Jiang Lijin's gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow over his eye sockets. Seeing this, Tianyin quickly chimed in. He sighed, putting on a heavy expression, as if recalling painful past memories. Commander, you have sharp eyes. Tianyin's voice lowered. To be honest, my brother and I hail from the Jiang star system. Hearing those 4 words, the living room fell silent for a moment. That place has been war-torn for years, coupled with rampant star pirates. It's hardly a place for people to stay. Tianyin continued, fabricating. To survive, my brother and I have been crawling through piles of dead bodies since we were young. His skills were all forced out of him. He paused, his tone growing more sincere. To say something that may sound laughable to you all, we really are scared of being beaten. We just want to find a stable place to live the latter half of our lives peacefully. Who would have thought the mainframe matched us to the main star? His heartfelt speech nearly convinced Tania. Yet Jiang Lijin felt it was false. In Tianyin's green, eerie eyes there was no trace of sorrow. He was lying, and he did so without changing his expression. Host. Jiang star system. Little one suddenly resurrected in his mind. I heard you, no need to shout so loudly. Little one urgently pulled up the database. The original owner's identity file clearly states that she is an orphan from the Edge Star of the Jiang star system. And Blue Star, that planet that disappeared 10 years ago, its coordinates also belong to the Jiang star system. Jiang Lijin paused his action of eating the fruit. Jiang star system, original owner Blue Star, star emblem flower, black market. These seemingly unrelated fragments suddenly connected by an invisible thread at this moment. Taking a step back, even if Tianyin's earlier tragic childhood narrative was fabricated, his deliberate mention of the place name, Jiang star system, undoubtedly had its purpose. These two must be kept around. With that thought, Jiang Lijin remembered that the sudden insectoid attack had delayed her informing little one about checking the original owner's soul. However, now was not the time for mental conversations. Tianyin was an extremely clever person, fully aware of the principle that too much talk leads to mistakes. He knew when to stop, not giving Ball a chance to continue interrogating. He turned his head, looking at Jiang Lijin, his previously heavy expression vanishing, replaced by a cheerful smile. Ms. Jiang, we are unfamiliar with life on the main star. Since the mainframe has determined our matching relationship, it is reasonable for us to reside here, right? May I ask, which room will we be staying in? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the living room completely froze. 3 pairs of intensely oppressive gazes fixated on Jiang Lijin. Tania was the first, unable to sit still. He suddenly stood up. Sister, there are no extra rooms in the house. The rooms on the 2nd floor are under renovation and can't be occupied. Ball furrowed his brow into a knot, his golden eyes locked onto Jiang Lijin. Only Karen remained silent, calmly observing her. The 3 original resident beasts had achieved an unprecedented consensus on expelling the outsiders. Expel them. If these two got really angry, they were no ordinary citizens. Moreover, they held clues about Blue Star and the original owner. These two were at most interested in her, at least for now, not looking for her life. Keeping an eye on them was far better than letting them out as a ticking time bomb. There are still 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, Jiang Lijin said calmly. You can choose for yourselves. Tania was anxious, jumping up and down. Sister. Thank you. Tianyan ignored the 3 unfriendly gazes, slightly bowed, and led Tianke directly towards the stairs. Tianke followed behind him, pausing briefly as he passed by Jiang Lijin. He quickly glanced at Jiang Lijin before hastening upstairs. A soft sound of a door closing came from the atmosphere in the living room remained tense. Ball strode up to her. You shouldn't have kept them. His voice was low. These two have mysterious backgrounds and are full of lies. Keeping them in the house means you must sleep with one eye open. Jiang Lijun ignored his predatory glare and patted the cushion beside her. Sit down. Ball did not move, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on her. My neck is getting sore. Do you have to keep looking down at me, Commander Ball? Bao's face was taut as he sat down heavily, his tall frame causing the sofa to sink significantly. Jiang Lijun turned to look at him. I know what you're worried about. They have mysterious origins and exceptional skills. Having them in the house is indeed risky. Then why do you keep them? Ball countered. Keeping them close is better than having them lurking in the shadows watching us. Since the main brain has matched with them, if we drive them away today, they could easily engage in covert activities on the main star. If we truly need to investigate them, it's most convenient to have them at home. Jiang Lijun restrained her casual demeanor and said seriously, Commander Ball, you are used to giving orders in the military. Your first reaction to danger is to shield all the weak behind you. That's not wrong. But I am not one of those civilians on the front line who need your protection, nor am I a fragile greenhouse flower. I am also a 3 level. Females do not carry the same pressure and aggressiveness as males, and you have no combat experience. Bao's brows furrowed even tighter. That's why I need to grow. You can't always keep me in the safe zone. Today, when faced with 2 unfamiliar matchers, you want to kick them out. If the insect race truly attacks the main star tomorrow, will you lock me in the underground shelter? Ball was left speechless. He indeed had planned to do just that. Jiang Lijun gazed into his eyes. You can teach me combat and provide fire support, but don't break my bones and confine me to what you deem safe. I need equal respect, not unilateral protection. The living room fell silent. Ball stared at her for a long time, frustratedly ruffling his short hair. If something really happens, you must call me immediately. Jiang Lijun reached out and patted his solid forearm. Understood, Commander. She turned to look at Tinia, who was still sulking on the long sofa. His blue eyes were fixed intently on her, his face full of grievances. Jiang Lijun walked over and ruffled his brilliant golden hair. All right, don't look so glum. You're an heir of the Yunlan group. Why would you worry about 2 bumpkins who haven't even set foot on the main star stealing your thunder? Tinia immediately leaned closer, resting his head on her shoulder, his fluffy hair brushing against her neck. I'm not afraid of them. I just don't want anyone to take away my sister's attention. Sister, you must promise that even if they move in, you will still care for me the most. Yes, I care for you the most. Quickly have the butler send them some daily necessities. We can't appear to be mistreating our new roommates. With that approval, Tinia reluctantly got up to arrange it. Jiang Lijun smiled, then turned to look at Karen. He sat quietly on the single sofa, and when he noticed Jiang Lijun looking over, he smiled gently. He stood up, tidied the tea set on the table, and turned to head into the kitchen. He asked no questions and made no attempts to stop anyone. Deep into the night, in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, the main light was not turned on, only a bedside sleep lamp shone. Jiang Lijun leaned against the head of the bed after finishing her shower, absent-mindedly playing with a cluster of azure star emblem flowers. Come out, stop playing dead. The previous host's matters have yet to be explained to me. A small voice hesitated to respond, carrying a sense of guilt. Host, please take a deep breath. This matter is quite complex. I suggest you prepare yourself psychologically. Cut the nonsense, just tell me. The small voice fell silent for 2 seconds, as if organizing its words. Eventually it sighed, abandoning all euphemistic expressions. Actually, when you came over, the previous host was not completely dead. Jiang Lijun's fingers paused as she toyed with the petals. She was indeed on the brink of death at that time. Her spiritual sea had completely collapsed, and her life signs were so weak that they were almost undetectable. According to the system's standard procedure, this state can already be determined as the soul's extinction, and it was executed for deployment. The small voice became very soft, as if speaking cautiously. But at the moment your soul was being deployed into this body, her soul's remnants suddenly exhibited a stress response. It was not rejection, but resonance. Resonance. Jiang Lijun's heartbeat began to quicken. Your soul gene compatibility is too high. The system's ongoing plan has always been soul coverage, that is to completely replace her remaining fragments of consciousness with your soul. But what actually happened completely deviated from the plan. Then what was the actual situation? Integration. The souls of the 2 of you spontaneously completed a deep integration at the moment of contact. There is no primary or secondary distinction, no devouring relationship. It is as if 2 drops of water fell into the sea and you can no longer distinguish which drop was the original and which drop was the newcomer. The bedroom was so quiet that Jiang Lijin could hear her own heartbeat. So theoretically, you are now both Jiang Lijin from another world and Jiang Lijin from this interstellar world. You carry all her memories, emotions, and even some deeply ingrained subconscious instincts. Jiang Lijin's hand loosened from the star emblem flower. She stared at the ceiling, her mind blank. She was so shocked that she didn't know what to think at this moment. Integration. No wonder the small voice had always hesitated to speak. This meant that every decision she thought she made, every subconscious reaction, could be mixed with another person's will. And she couldn't even distinguish which were hers and which were hers, because they had already become the same her. Think carefully, the small voice said softly. Sometimes do you find that the things you do or the emotions you feel do not align with your usual behavior before crossing over? Jiang Lijin closed her eyes, reviewing all her actions since coming to this world. The most obvious was her attitude toward these beast husbands. She shared a similarly painful experience with the previous host. The difference was that the previous host retained a touch of innocence after experiencing unequal relationships and still believed in love, even praying for it. But what about her? She had long since become immune to things like intimate relationships. No, it wasn't immunity, it was fear. When she first arrived, she indeed behaved like that. She was polite on the surface to the 3 beast husbands, but thought of them only as temporary shelters, always contemplating how to discard them. But she did not know when things changed. She started to get used to the warmth of that passionate young body. When Tinia clung to her, she began to understand Bao's clumsy concern beneath his domineering and straight man demeanor. Today, in the living room, she actually endured and went through each of them one by one. Even, images flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Bao's aggressive yet restrained kiss and Tinia's light touch, like a dragonfly landing on her cheek. At that moment, she surprisingly did not resist. Moreover, there was a hint of hidden longing deep within her. That was not her feeling. No, it should be said that it was not the feeling of Jiang Lijin from another world, but rather that of Jiang Lijin from this interstellar world. A desire for family. A desire to be seen. A desire for someone to stop and help her when she falls rather than just passing by. But every judgment she made was tinged with the strength and decisiveness of Jiang Lijin from another world. I have become a patched-up monster. She laughed at herself inwardly. The small voice immediately spoke up, its tone filled with anxious certainty. You are not a monster. You are mutually completing each other. She gave you a sense of belonging to survive in this interstellar world, provided you with a body that will never reject you and the ability to feel warmth. And you gave her the sharpness and the courage to resist fate. Without you, she would be a lonely soul, silently perishing in despair. Without her, you would be a rootless floating weed cast into a strange world, forever adrift beyond this realm. You have simply become more complete. More complete. These words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last layer of ice in her heart. At that moment, she seemed to see another scarred girl deep within her consciousness, tightly embracing her across the boundaries of time and space. Jiang Lijin did not respond. A warm tear silently slid down her cheek. Knock, knock. A sudden knocking sound echoed in the silent room. Kagong stood outside the door holding a green vial in his hand. He had changed out of his formal attire from earlier in the day and now wore a deep gray home outfit resembling a friendly senior neighbor. Come in, Jiang Lijin said without asking further. She had already anticipated his arrival from his reaction earlier in the day. She led Kagong into the small living room and sprawled out on the sofa. Kagong handed over the vial. This is a newly prepared potion meant to buffer your mental sea. Expanding too quickly isn't good. This can provide some stability. Jiang Lijin twisted off the cap and sniffed it, wrinkling her brows before tilting her head back and taking a swig. Kagong waited for her to finish drinking before pulling a chair beside her and sitting down, his legs crossed in a relaxed posture. Jiang Lijin tossed the empty vial onto the coffee table. You didn't just come here to deliver medicine in the middle of the night, did you, eh? Kagong didn't deny it and smiled slightly. What you said to Bear in the living room earlier today was quite impressive. I admire your determination to grow and seek independence, but I do not agree with your methods. Jiang Lijin narrowed her eyes. What methods, eh? Leaving those twins behind to monitor them under your nose is merely an excuse. Your true intention isn't to guard against them, it's that there's something about them that piques your interest. This is the trouble of dealing with intelligent people. You haven't revealed your trump card yet, and he has already guessed everything. Jiang Lijin didn't respond. Kagong wasn't in a hurry, waiting for a few seconds. Jiang Lijin, you said before that we are family. As family, we should discuss things together, Kagong continued. Your desire to grow and become stronger is admirable. The Imperial Academy of Sciences has the most advanced equipment. I can customize weapons for you. Bear can teach you practical combat, and Tinia has considerable wealth. But the precondition is that you cannot go it alone. He leaned forward, closing the distance between them. You cannot exclude us from your plans and face the unknown risks by yourself. His words carried no hint of aggression and could even be deemed gentle, yet each word precisely hit the crucial point. Kagong, it would be a waste of talent for you not to become a negotiation expert. Jiang Lijin sighed. Kagong chuckled softly, remaining silent while waiting. Xiaoyi suddenly popped up in her mind. It won't be a problem to inform him about Blue Star. After all, you can investigate it alone. This person is smart, so it's not a pity. Just don't sell me out. Let me think. She had always believed that her obsession with uncovering the truth about Blue Star stemmed from a traverser's curiosity about a planet sharing the same name as her hometown. But now she understood that these buried truths were the unresolved knots that the original host had carried to her death. And now she was the original host. Thus, clarifying all this was not simply curiosity, it was a necessity. She truly needed assistance. Relying solely on herself and Xiaoyi, two half-baked individuals, to unearth the truth about Blue Star within the vastness of the interstellar realm would take an eternity. Have you heard of Blue Star? Jiang Lijin finally spoke. Kagong pondered for a moment. There are records in interstellar history. It's a low-level planet at the edge of the Jiang star system with a civilization level of F. 10 years ago, it completely vanished due to a local war and interstellar pirates amidst an unexplained interstellar storm. He spoke more detailed than an encyclopedia. Jiang Lijin wasn't surprised that this person likely housed an entire interstellar library in his mind. My file states that I am from the edge of the Jiang star system. Jiang Lijin looked into his eyes. To be precise, I am a Blue Star person. There was a moment of silence in the room. Continue, he prompted. But all my memories of Blue Star have completely vanished. Jiang Lijin's speaking pace unconsciously quickened. I can only prove that I am indeed a Blue Star person through some photographs and diaries left behind. Furthermore, my diary also mentions my parents. Her voice halted for a moment. I am not an orphan who I am. It was a complex feeling. She had parents and family, yet she couldn't remember their faces, didn't know their names, and was unaware of whether they were alive or dead. Kagong said nothing, but his gaze changed. Last night, Tinia gave me a bouquet of flowers. Jiang Lijin adjusted her breathing, suppressing her emotions. He said it was a rare variety, bought at a high price from the black market, called Star Emblem flower. She pointed to the plant in the cultivation dish by the bedside. The flower stood quietly in the nutrient solution, its petals radiating a ghostly blue glow. But that is not a rare interstellar species at all. Jiang Lijin stared at the flower, her expression complex. That is a native plant of Blue Star. It looks exactly like the one in my photographs. Not only that, Rex, my ex-husband, once got his hands on a Star Emblem flower and gave it to Philwin. Kagong quickly caught the main point. The family behind Rex is connected to the black market. And those twins just happen to come from the black market, and their hometown is also in the Jiang star system. They exchanged glances for a moment. Right? Jiang Lijin nodded, lowering her voice a bit. I don't know if Tianyin intentionally mentioned the Jiang star system in the living room today, or if he was just speaking casually. Or was he testing me? Her gaze darkened. But they are definitely not after peaceful days. This involves Kagong analyzed. If the plants of Blue Star can still survive, it indicates that the interstellar storm from back then was suspicious. It's possible that Blue Star may not have been destroyed at all, but hidden away by some force. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Jiang Lijin's back. Kagong's conjecture was bolder than she had imagined. For now, don't tell Bear and Tinia about this. Kagong decisively said. Bear has a straightforward temper and is prone to alarming the snake. Tinia is young and tends to act impulsively. Since those twins have moved in, let me probe them. How do you plan to probe them? No hurry, Kagong stood up. The smarter the prey, the less you can use brute force. You need to make them feel that disclosing information to us is beneficial. All right, she readily agreed. The feeling of sharing the burden was indescribable. It wasn't exactly relaxing, but at least it felt less suffocating. Kagong reached the door, paused as he placed his hand on the doorknob, and did not turn back. Jiang Lijin. Moi. In the future, when encountering such matters, don't shoulder them alone. His voice was gentle. We are your legal partners. Using us is your rightful privilege. The door was gently closed. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. Jiang Lijin remained seated on the sofa, unmoving. Using them. She mulled over this statement, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. At the end of the corridor on the second floor, a guest room. The bathroom door was pushed open and steam spilled out through the crack. Tian Ke emerged wearing only loose black trousers, his upper body completely bare. Water droplets slid down the contours of his abdomen, disappearing into his waistband. His long snowy hair was still dripping. He hastily dried himself with a towel and draped it over his neck. On the single sofa at the other end of the room, Tianyin was sitting with his legs crossed, playing with a miniature detector. A green indicator light blinked rhythmically in the dim room, scanning the walls, vents, and beneath the bed. The indicator light switched to a safe blue. This place is quite clean. Not even the most basic listening device is installed, Tianyin said cheerfully. I thought I would have to go through some trouble to unpack a blind box. Tian Ke sat down by the bed and casually grabbed a clean black t-shirt to put on. The security system of this villa is directly connected to the main brain branch. Installing a listening device would be redundant. Tianyin flipped his wrist, and a silver mini holographic computer appeared in his palm. He placed the holographic computer on the table and activated the projection. Dozens of virtual screens popped up in midair, filled with flashing red warnings. We've been on the main star for a full 7 days. Tianyin pointed at the red codes, his smile fading. In these 7 days, we've turned the public networks and several peripheral databases of the main star upside down. The progress is at 0. Tiang's gaze also fell on the virtual screens. The firewall of the main star is too difficult to breach. Tianyin's long fingers tapped quickly on the virtual keyboard, pulling up a fragmentary file. The storm from back then led to all related data files being classified as top secret. Despite our efforts, the clues have completely run dry here. 10 years ago, Blue Star was destroyed. The outside world claimed it was due to rampant interstellar pirates, frequent insectoid wars compounded by cosmic storms. However, after years of navigating the black market, Tianyin and Tianke possessed intelligence from the dark web that ordinary people could not access. They discovered that the so-called cosmic storm was actually a man-made energy collapse. A highly secretive force erased all traces of Blue Star's existence. Only the higher-ups of the main star could achieve such a feat. It was a coincidence, and also an opportunity that the main brain matched us with her, Tianke said calmly. The person in this villa has access to core secrets. Tianyin smiled again, his eyes bending, and with a swipe of his finger he closed all the virtual screens. Yes. Tianyin counted off 3 people. Ball is purely a warrior. The military key will not be in his hands. No matter how wealthy the Yunlan group is, they are excluded from the regime. Tianke interjected, Chiron. Only he can obtain the key, right? Tianyin snapped his fingers. The Academy of Sciences database is all-encompassing and is closest to the main brain. As long as we find a way to obtain a biological sample of Chiron or gain some of his permissions, we can at least tear open a hole in the truth of Blue Star. Tianke remained silent, listening quietly. However, this director is no easy target. We need to find a point of entry. With the serious discussion over, the atmosphere in the room relaxed. Tianke was gazing down, his white strands of hair covering his brows and eyes lost in thought. In the quiet room, Tianyin suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Tianke asked without looking up, his tone indifferent. Laughing at you. Tianyin stood up and walked to the bed sitting next to Tianke. Earlier in the living room downstairs, why did you hide when that Ms. Jiang looked over? Tianke finally lifted his gaze. He turned to look directly at Tianyin, his expression unguarded. I am quite interested in her. There was no hint of shyness. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. The smile on Tianyin's face froze completely. Are you serious? Tianke nodded solemnly. I found her to be quite special when I first saw her in Valoran. Most females are fragile, but she is not. Tianke paused slightly, his Adam's apple moving gently. He recalled the way Jiang Lijin looked at Arden, seemingly indifferent, yet in control of everything. Moreover, didn't you analyze before that she likely guessed our true identities? But even so, she still let us stay. She is not afraid of us. She even wants to use us. Tiang's voice deepened, carrying an unrecognized infatuation. More importantly, the mental strength of an SS-level female is truly formidable. Even if she does not intentionally emit it, simply being in the same space as her, the invisible aura she exudes can calm the restless spiritual energy within me. This absolute ability to soothe is something that cannot be found anywhere else in the entire star realm. This balanced calculation, combined with that mysterious and potent mental energy, made Tiang's once dormant heart beat wildly for a few moments. Tianyin looked at his brother's nonchalant expression, raised his hand to cover his chest, and feigned an exaggerated expression of heartbreak. Oh no, it's completely over. Tianyin lamented dramatically. A killer who has developed real feelings, can he still hold his knife steady? Tianke looked at his brother's flamboyant performance with an expressionless face, completely unfazed. If you don't like her, you can back out, Tianke said flatly, even with a hint of sincerity. You can go find Miss Jiang tomorrow and handle the divorce procedures. I'll stay here alone to continue investigating Blue Star's matters, and by the way, cultivate feelings. Tianyin was momentarily speechless. He rolled his eyes with exasperation. For a female you just met, you want to throw your brother who has been with you for so many years out. Tianke, has your conscience been devoured by a beast? Tianke stood up, not sparing a glance. He placed an alarm device on the windowsill and the door, then walked straight to the other side of the bed. He'll sleep on the left side. Tianke lifted the covers and laid down, his hands crossed over his abdomen, closing his eyes. Don't make noise, or we need to look for clues near the Academy of Sciences in the morning. Tianyin stood in place, watching his brother, who had already entered sleep mode, grinding his molars. What is this about? Coming to the main star to uncover the truth, and yet he ended up sacrificing his brother first. Tianyin sighed resignedly and turned to lie down on the bed on the right. Hey Tianke, Tianyin called out to the ceiling. Next to him, steady breathing could be heard, but no response. If you really like that female, I can help you win her over. Tianyin chuckled lightly, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Whether it's Ball or Chiron, as long as you want, I can help you snatch both the person and the villa back to the Sanluo Pavilion. Tianke turned over, facing away from him. Sleep. Tianyan raised an eyebrow, turned over as well, and closed his eyes. Sunlight poured into the villa's living room through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Lijin descended the staircase, feeling an unusual sense of spaciousness in the house. At this hour, Tania would usually be wagging his tail and rushing over while Ball would sit in the center of the sofa staring at her with his golden vertical pupils. Today they were all absent. Only Karen sat at the dining table. "You're awake," Karen said, looking up at the sound of footsteps, his tone gentle. The butler stepped forward at the right moment, slightly bowing. "Good morning, Miss Jiang. Young Master Tania was called back to Yunlan Group early this morning by the boss. The young master specifically instructed me to inform you that he will rush back as soon as he finishes his work each day, and that you must not forget to think of him." Jiang Lijin paused as she pulled out a chair, a chill running down her spine. This kid really knows how to sweet talk without feeling a bit nauseating. Karen chuckled lightly, taking a sip of the black coffee beside him, teasingly remarking, "Young Master Tania is truly extravagant. It takes crossing 3-star zones just to get from the central area of the main star to the headquarters of Yunlan Group. To spend an extra half day here every day, he uses that private jump starship every time. The fuel cost for starting that thing once is not cheap. Wasteful thing." Jiang Lijun silently labeled Tania in her mind. A round-head, round-brained robot named Xiaobai glided over, placing a hearty breakfast steadily in front of Jiang Lijun. Ever since the 5-star chef from Tania's family came, Xiaobai could only do the chores of serving tea and water. Jiang Lijun took a big bite of the crispy bacon sandwich and mumbled, "Where's Ball?" "I bumped into him leaving this morning," and casually asked. Karen put down his coffee cup. "He went to the military council. The old senators of the Federation couldn't sit still, fearing a direct approach would be rejected by you. They simply sought a breakthrough through Ball." Jiang Lijun slowed her chewing. "The toxins in Bao's body are unstable. If he goes berserk on the spot, they wouldn't be able to hide the poisoning. This guy just leaves without consulting." Seeing her brow slightly furrowed, Karen gently tapped the side of his coffee cup with his finger. "Don't worry too much about him." He interrupted her thoughts at the right moment. "Ball has been in the military for so many years, it's not that easy to be discovered. But those 2 new roommates on the 2nd floor left at dawn, and their movements are quite secretive." Jiang Lijun snorted coldly, not answering, and took a big gulp of milk. "Are you going to the Academy of Sciences with me today?" Karen suddenly threw out the invitation. Jiang Lijun looked at him warily. "Didn't I just finish my physical checkup? What are you planning? Do you want to take me to the lab for some dissection research?" Karen was amused by her wary gaze. He shook his head helplessly, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. "The Imperial Academy of Sciences houses the highest authority branch of the mainframe, with the largest foundational database in the entire star system. Don't you want to check on Blue Star? You can't find anything using an ordinary light brain at home. Let's go." She finished the remaining milk in one gulp and slammed the cup on the table. Karen's exclusive office, like his office at the Central Hospital, was simple with hardly any decorations. Karen took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack, walking over to the spacious workbench. His long fingers quickly struck the virtual keyboard, typing a long and complex series of decryption commands. "Accessing the mainframe's foundational database will take some time." Karen pulled over a chair, gesturing for Jiang Lijun to sit down. The distance between them was very close. He tilted his head, his gaze passing over the flickering screen to rest on Jiang Lijun's profile. Karen had always been an extremely rational and restrained person. From the moment the mainframe matched Jiang Lijun to him, he had set his position a qualified partner capable of providing shelter as well as a calm observer. He thought he was the person Jiang Lijun trusted the most among all the beast men. After all, they had known each other the longest, and she was more willing to confide in him. But this was just his assumption. Last night in the living room, he sat in the corner, watching her indulge Tania as he leaned on her shoulder and acted spoiled. This morning at the dining table, she instinctively worried about Bao's health again. She had indulgence, worry, and emotional ups and downs towards them. Yet towards him she maintained a polite and cooperative distance. This realization caused the usually emotionally stable director of the Academy of Sciences to feel a strange agitation within. "The retrieval progress is very slow." Karen suddenly spoke, his voice lower than usual. Is the data too vast? You care a lot about..." Jiang Lijun was taken aback, turning to look at him. "He's a ticking time bomb. How can I not care?" Jiang Lijun instinctively retorted. "If he goes berserk outside, wouldn't we have to clean up the mess? Then what about Tania?" Karen tilted his head slightly, locking his gaze on her eyes. "He's just a young adult. You are also willing to indulge him." Jiang Lijun finally sensed something was off. She looked Karen up and down. Today he wore a dark shirt that exuded a sense of restraint. But the words he spoke were rather sour. "Director Karen." Jiang Lijun leaned back against the chair, crossing her arms and looking at him leisurely. "Are you jealous?" she asked, bluntly, expecting him to beat around the bush. But Karen did not evade her gaze. The aggression that had been well restrained in his eyes was unveiled without reservation at that moment. "Yes," Karen admitted candidly, his voice husky. This time it was Jiang Lijun's turn to be at a loss for words. The teasing retort she had prepared was completely stifled by this single word. Karen leaned forward, resting one hand on the back of Jiang Lijin's chair and the other on the table, enclosing her in a relatively small yet oppressive space. We have known each other the longest. Karen's breath brushed past her ear. You are willing to entrust me with your greatest secret and form an alliance with me. Yet you are unwilling to give me even a little irrational emotional feedback. He paused, his gaze tracing her brows and eyes. Jiang Lijin, this is very unfair to me. Jiang Lijin's heart skipped a beat. He even spoke of jealousy and the demand for attention as if it were a rigorous academic negotiation. Jiang Lijin swallowed hard, trying to regain the initiative. We are in a cooperative relationship. Discussing feelings wastes money. Cooperative relationship. Karen chuckled softly. Then, as your legal partner, I am now applying to exercise a bit of privilege, isn't that? The distance was drawn extremely close. Before Jiang Lijin could react, the light brain on the workbench suddenly emitted a sharp beep sound. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly shattered. She turned her head sharply, but her heart was still racing. The retrieval results had come out. Karen withdrew his hand, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He retreated to a safe social distance, once again regaining his cool and restrained demeanor. On the screen, several encrypted documents popped up under the entries about Blue Star and the war in the Jiang Star system. On these documents, the dual top-secret seals of the Federation Congress and the Imperial Royal Family were This is profoundly abnormal. The Empire and the Federation have always maintained strict separation of duties with independent, mutually fortified archival systems. A single file could never be sealed simultaneously by both parties. Chiron's low voice resonated in the hushed office. Did the annihilation of Blue Planet implicate the highest echelons of both the Empire and the Federation? Not merely implicated, Chiron corrected her. Rather, they appear to have conspired, concealing something together. So to access it now, we'd need top-tier authorization keys from both the Empire and the Federation. The destruction of Blue Planet was no simple catastrophe. A truth grave enough to compel the Empire and the Federation, long-standing rivals, to bury it in unison must conceal an interest chain of staggering magnitude. Can't you and Bar pull it off? Jiang Lijin tilted her head, eyes alight with quiet hope. You're an academician of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. He's Supreme Commander of the Federal Military Council. Surely that's sufficient to open a decade-old archive. You overestimate us, Chiron said, shaking his head with quiet resignation. Bar wields absolute authority within the military, but he is a soldier through and through, commanding only troops. When it comes to political core secrets, the Senate elders treat him like a thief. As for me, he paused, a flicker of sardonic amusement crossing his gaze. The Imperial House venerates bloodline above all else. No matter how highly I am esteemed, I remain an outsider. Those self-proclaimed noble aristocrats of the Imperial Court look down upon me, deep in their marrow. Then what about direct decryption? Jiang Lijin shifted tactics. Chiron shook his head again, shattering her hope without hesitation. This office lies less than 1 kilometer from the central mainframe. Any data stream bearing hostile intent would be locked onto by the mainframe within 0.01 seconds. At that point, not only would the archive self-destruct, but we'd face charges of high treason. Jiang Lijin. Fine. Unassailable. In her mind, she tapped Xiao E. Do you hear me? Any backdoors? A supervirus? Here's your chance. Prove your true technical mastery. Xiao E fell silent for 2 seconds, then piped up, plaintive, Host, have you forgotten my last blackout by the mainframe? Once I evolve enough to breach it, I'll lead you to galactic supremacy. For now, I can only cheer you on. Jiang Lijin impassively severed the connection. So there's truly no way forward. After all this effort, only to confront a dead archive, visible but untouchable. There is a way. Chiron's voice was soft, but instantly recaptured Jiang Lijin's full attention. He lifted the glass tumbler from his desk and drank slowly, deliberately, showing no intention of revealing his solution just yet, not even glancing at her. Jiang Lijin saw through it immediately. The old fox was deliberately withholding, waiting for her to beg. What way? She asked, gritting her teeth with forced patience. Setting the tumbler down, Chiron loosened his collar, casually, as if simply easing tension, and undid the first button of his shirt. From Jiang Lijin's vantage, his sharply defined clavicle emerged faintly visible beneath the fabric. He tilted his chin upward, those deep gray eyes locking onto hers, silent, yet speaking volumes. Jiang Lijin gave a quiet mental snort. So, the earlier negotiation hadn't concluded after all. The Dean had even resorted to charm. Yet she couldn't deny it. Chiron's tactic worked devastatingly well. Ordinarily, he carried himself with such austere restraint, like a saint, that she'd never dared entertain even a hint of impropriety. But today, Jiang Lijin admitted it. She was ensnared. Her pulse skipped traitorously, and she didn't resist the sensation. In fact, she found a strange thrill in it, the sharp contrast between this forbidden intimacy and the life-or-death tension of accessing classified archives. Slowly, deliberately, she rose and stepped toward Chiron. Chiron, She leaned down, palms braced on the armrests of his chair, mirroring his earlier posture, encircling the towering man between herself and the chair back. Chiron. She leaned down, palms braced on the armrests of his chair, mirroring his earlier posture, encircling the towering man between herself. Say what you want me to do, straightforwardly. I dislike riddles. Her fingertip traced the edge of his partially unbuttoned collar. Chiron's breath hitched, just once. His gaze held hers inches away, those beautiful, ever-guarded eyes now shimmered with playful, knowing light. I need a little. He closed his eyes briefly. Motivation. Motivation. Jiang Lijin laughed softly, lifting his chin with 2 fingers. Such as... Though reason teetered on the brink of collapse, Chiron still fought to contain himself. My wife is brilliant. I trust she needs no explicit instruction. Jiang Lijin smiled, no longer teasing, and lowered her lips to meet his cool ones. Chiron remained still, gripping the armrest so tightly his knuckles whitened, letting her fumble through her first clumsy tender bites. She wasn't practiced, and after 2 tentative kisses, sensing his stillness, like stone, she faltered, defeated, beginning to draw back. But Chiron released the armrest in a flash, seized her waist, and pulled her flush against him, murmuring hoarsely, "Not a..." He swiftly took command, the kiss beginning restrained, tentative, like a scholar testing sacred ground. Yet when Jiang Lijin offered no resistance, when she parted her lips, yielding, he shattered that fragile composure entirely. The long-suppressed possessiveness of an SS-class male erupted, raw, ravenous. He claimed her mouth, invading with fierce, greedy urgency, stealing her breath, her thoughts, her very will. Only the faint hum of the quantum terminal broke the silence, woven now with the wet, urgent sounds of their merging breaths and lips. Time dissolved, until Jiang Lijin felt herself drowning in sensation, and only then did Chiron reluctantly release her. He slumped back into the chair, chest heaving, breath ragged. His collar lay askew, exposing broad swaths of pale, cool skin. Jiang Lijin fared no better, her lips swollen, her heart hammering violently against her ribs. She tasted a faint metallic tang on her tongue, blood perhaps from a bite, though who she couldn't say. Now, do you have your motivation? As she arched a brow. A low chuckle escaped him. He drew her onto his lap, arms encircling her waist, chin settling into the hollow of her shoulder, intimate, possessive. I do. His voice was thick, gravel rough. Now we may discuss business. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. Instant pivot, from conquest to committee. Speak. What's the method? Simple. Chiron adjusted his posture, settling her more comfortably. Both the Empire and the Federation need you. Jiang Lijin stayed silent, waiting. Ordinarily, interstellar citizens hold allegiance to one sovereign entity, either the Empire or the Federation. You are the exception. You are the galaxy's sole SS-class female. The Empire covets you. The Federation will never yield you. Jiang Lijin's mind sharpened. She sensed the crux approaching. Since neither side will concede, force them both to offer genuine concessions. Chiron set his tone, laced with unwavering strategic certainty. Accept dual appointments, one from each power. From the Empire, a noble title and substantive office commensurate with your rank. From the Federation, a special advisory role granting real influence within the military council. Once you hold sufficiently high authority on both sides, you'll wield 2 keys to unlock a single door. Jiang Lijin frowned. Will they grant it? Won't they fear rebellion? They will grant it, Chiron replied, a knowing, almost contemptuous smile playing on his lips. They need you desperately. Their rivalry isn't driven solely by your battlefield feat, the mass purification of entire units, which may finally break centuries of deadlock in the war against the insectoid clans and the beastkin. It's also because, his gaze darkened, edged with irritation. The highest-ranking elites, those holding SSS and SS ranks, are themselves unmatched, yet urgently require purification. But purification by a female requires her explicit consent. Granting you exalted status is their most effective means to summon you, approach you, gain proximity. Some young nobles and scions might even seek to claim you outright, as mate. But that Chiron left unspoken. So, if I make this demand, they won't see me as a threat. Instead, they'll interpret my ambition as vulnerability, easier to manipulate. Jiang Lijin cut straight to the core. Precisely. Chiron looked up at her, his eyes still smoldering with unspent desire. Jiang Lijin had no time for aesthetic appreciation. Her mind raced, assessing feasibility. This was an Onsinanian opportunity, whether to uncover the truth behind Blue Planet's obliteration, or to ascend step by ruthless step within this treacherous interstellar hierarchy. She had to seize it. Act without restraint, Jiang Lijin. Hesitate not. I shall be the sharpest blade in your hand. When Chiron spoke those words, Nero-like, her heart trembled uncontrollably. She silently thanked fate that Chiron stood beside her, for with his uncanny insight into human nature, she doubted she could outmaneuver him were he her adversary. A bold, unapologetic smile curved Jiang Lijin's lips. Suddenly, in this peril-fraught cosmos possessing several formidable, fiercely loyal beastmates, not as liabilities but as assets, seemed far from a drawback.